Introduction. In House of the Dragon, a prequel to Game of Thrones, Rhaegar, the once fated heir apparent, defies the odds and survives against all expectations. Despite his frail condition and the loss of his claim to the throne, he embarks on a quest for lost treasures, setting forth on a legendary journey to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. He seeks the skull of the Black Death, a legacy of the great dragons, granting him a 50 resistance to fire. He searches for the auspicious White Stag, receiving the blessing of the auspicious beast, wishing for a long life. He explores the Blackfyre and the Dark Sisters, earning the king's gaze and the knight's vow. Rhaegar rides the great dragon, seated upon the Iron Throne, disdainful of the schemes of all ambitious souls. Winter is coming, and I shall soar upon my dragon. Chapter 1. The Heir Apparent. In the land of Westeros. Since Aegon the Conqueror rode his dragon, defeating the Seven Kingdoms alongside his sister and wife, Visenya, and his other queen, Rhaenys, this realm has known unity. From Aegon's ascension, the year is known as Aegon's Year, or 1 AC. Thus it follows. In the year 111 AC, early summer, at dawn, in the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, to the east of the Red Keep, a wall stands adjacent to the coastline. Within the walls lies a secluded little garden, difficult for outsiders to approach. A white stag, a soiled handkerchief, a bear in the sea, a small boy of 5 or 6, with silvery golden hair and violet eyes, leans against a sturdy fish beam, muttering in boredom. Another nightmare, endless as it is. His name is Rhaegar Targaryen, a true blood of the dragon. His father is Viserys Targaryen, the 5th king of Westeros, the master of the Iron Throne. Your Highness, the celebration of your birthday is about to commence. The queen is calling for you. A young handmaiden approaches, gently reminding the young prince. Rhaegar lifts his head, his face pale and thin, marked by dark circles beneath his melancholic eyes. He gazes at the handmaiden, his voice low. I have expressed my dislike for birthday celebrations. The handmaiden clasps her hands, forcing a smile. I apologize, Your Highness, but the queen truly wishes for your presence. Understood, I shall come. Rhaegar nods, not wishing to trouble the handmaiden caught in the middle, and follows her into the Red Keep. He is the firstborn son of King Viserys. His mother, the late queen, Aemma Arryn, perished during childbirth. His birthday also marks the anniversary of his mother's death. Thus, to have my birthday celebrated year after year is a testament to the current queen, Lady Alicent Hightower. The interior of the Red Keep is vast, grand, and solemn. Upon reaching a certain room on the upper levels, the sounds of a child's cries emanate from within. Rhaegar gestures for the handmaiden to leave and approaches the door. Inside, a young, elegantly dressed woman cradles a wailing boy, while a little girl drools over a cake at her feet. Noticing Rhaegar's slender figure from the corner of her eye, Alicent quickly turns, apologizing. Aegon is craving your cake. If you do not come soon, I fear I shall not be able to calm him. Note, it is customary for Westerners to name their offspring after ancestors. Rhaegar enters the room. It matters not if he wishes to eat. Let him. How much can he consume? You truly embody the spirit of an elder brother, Rhaegar. Alicent hands Aegon to a nearby attendant and gently takes Rhaegar's small hand, leading him to sit at a low table. Your father is attending to state matters, and Rhaenys seems to have vanished this year. I shall celebrate your birthday. Let us blow out the candles and make a wish. Rhaegar remains silent. He cooperates in extinguishing the birthday candles, clasping his hands and closing his eyes. Burdened by his frail health, he is of a quiet disposition, often speaking little. Due to the complications of birth, even though his mother, Aemma, underwent a cesarean section to bring him forth, it did not grant him a robust constitution. Until the age of 3, he had only cried once at birth, spending the rest of his days in a state of unconsciousness, subsisting on human milk for nourishment. He was once deemed by the maesters to be unlikely to survive until the next day. Thus, he bears the moniker of the Onedi Heir. At 3, following a witch's intervention from a distant land, he awoke from his stupor. However, his health remained poor. Simultaneously, he suffers from a side effect: frequent nightmares. Strange and fragmented scenes often invade his dreams. Dragons, flames, war. Terrifying in essence. He frequently awakens, which only exacerbates his already fragile state, leaving him in a prolonged daze. I want to eat, give it to me. Suddenly, Aegon's voice rings out, prompting Rhaegar to instinctively look up. Smack! A chubby little hand plunges into the cake, scattering crumbs as it flails. A dollop of cream lands squarely on Rhaegar's face. Oh heavens! Keep a close watch on Aegon. Alicent swiftly chastises the inattentive attendant, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe Rhaegar's face, explaining, "I'm terribly sorry, Aegon is quite the mischievous little monkey. If you find the cake unappealing, I can have the kitchen prepare another." Rhaegar, enjoying the queen's attentions, replies calmly, "It matters not if my brother enjoys it. Let us share a piece." Alicent observes Rhaegar's composed demeanor, then glances at Aegon, who is devouring the cake. For a fleeting moment, she feels a surge of emotion. Fortunately, a voice interrupts this uncomfortable atmosphere. "Your Grace, the king wishes to discuss the matter of your hunting expedition. He requests your presence." A knight clad in silver armor and draped in a white cloak approaches the door, his expression grave. He is a member of the King's Guard, the king's sworn protectors. There are 7 such knights, entirely devoted to the king, obeying his every command. As he departs the room, Rhaegar shakes off the attendant following him and descends the stairs alone. He appears somewhat agitated. After all, who wouldn't be anxious after striking the king's son? Yet, he feels no fear. Just as he extinguished the candles, he heard a voice. "The Explorer system has been successfully loaded. Please seek the lost treasures." Initially, Rhaegar believed it to be a remnant of his nightmares. However, upon opening his eyes, he encountered not only Aegon's cream attack, but also a peculiar panel. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King 5. Skills, Literature Beginner, History Beginner. Relics, none. Evaluation, a frail and feeble human child, destined to perish before the age of 10. A pity for such a precious talent. A simple, clear panel detailing Rhaegar's personal circumstances. Rhaegar is shocked, puzzled, and eventually accepting. In the brief moment Alicent spends wiping the cream from his face, he gathers his thoughts, elated by the appearance of the system. Throughout 3 years of nightmares, he has dreamt of many things, including fragmented glimpses of another unknown realm. Green-skinned serpents, steel dragons, skyscrapers of concrete. He possesses a vague recollection of the term system. It seems to serve as a tool for aiding the downtrodden in their resurgence, quite fitting for a pitiful, weak, and helpless human child such as himself. In his delight, he cannot help but reward his dear brother Aegon, hoping he will enjoy it. Explorer, relic moreover, with the system's reminder, it seems I must seek out some ancient and valuable artifacts. Rhaegar, with a rational analysis, bore an unusually serious expression for one so young. Before exiting the room, he had already conceived of an object that was sufficiently old and precious. As he passed through the bustling halls of the Red Keep, Rhaegar arrived at a vast, empty hall adorned with a statue of the Virgin Mary. At the center of the hall stood a circular platform, constructed from stone. Upon it rested an enormous dragon skull. The skull of Balerion, the Black Dread, the legendary dragon of Aegon the Conqueror. Balerion was a mythical beast, having accompanied the Targaryens from Old Valyria, guiding them safely across the seas. After Aegon the Conqueror reached adulthood, Balerion aided him in his campaigns to conquer the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Following Aegon's demise, he was tamed by his descendants, continuing to serve. When Balerion surpassed 2 centuries of age, he was tamed by Rhaegar's father, Viserys. This dragon, which had once swept across the lands of Westeros, carried a youthful Viserys in majestic flight above King's Landing 3 times, before making its final appearance to the populace. Shortly thereafter, Balerion passed away, having lived beyond 200 years, the natural limit for dragons, succumbing to old age. The Targaryen family, in honor of this magnificent creature, displayed its skull in the Hall of the Red Keep, where it is revered by future generations. Gazing at the colossal dragon skull before him, Rhaegar could not imagine anything older or more valuable. "Balerion, I'm grateful for your contributions to House Targaryen. I humbly ask for your assistance once more." With hopeful eyes, Rhaegar silently prayed at the altar. Climbing atop a circular stool, he ascended the altar, which stood over a meter high. He gingerly touched the fearsome, interwoven dragon teeth of the skull, each one larger and thicker than his own. Cautiously, Rhaegar entered the hollow interior of the skull from the unobstructed rear, his small hands caressing the pale bone. Exploration task initiated. Target: the skull of Balerion, the Black Dread. The system's notification resonated abruptly, startling Rhaegar, who quickly glanced around. Children who climbed recklessly often faced reprimands. He was merely a child, fearful of having his secret discovered. Fortunately, the hall was seldom visited. With a sigh of relief, a prompt panel materialized before him. Skull of Balerion. Exploration progress, 0.2. What does this mean? Rhaegar withdrew his hand, and the panel transformed. Skull of Balerion. Exploration progress. 0.2 paused. Does exploring an artifact necessitate physical contact? Realizing this, Rhaegar touched the skull once more. Indeed, the exploration progress resumed its increment. Ah, I see now. It is simply a matter of patiently waiting. Rhaegar settled down, leaning against the skull for rest, occasionally attempting to touch it with his cheek and toes. His frail body left him breathless after mere steps. Today, his excitement had propelled him to endure the exploration of Balerion's skull, fueled by adrenaline. As dusk descended and the sun gradually sank, a voice rang out, awakening the slumbering Rhaegar. Exploration completed. Please collect the lost treasure. Rhaegar, still drowsy, saw the system panel manifest. Skull of Balerion. Exploration progress. 100. I've done it. What treasure awaits? Rhaegar immediately perked up. Upon inspecting the panel, he found only a couple of lines of text. Tilting his head in confusion, he recalled the word collect from the earlier notification. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings. A red aura, the size of a watermelon, hovered above the closed dragon teeth of the skull. Curiosity piqued. Rhaegar approached and gently reached out to touch it. As if poking a bubble, the red aura burst forth, transforming into a small cluster of red specks that danced into his hand like fireworks. Artifact collection successful. Analyzing. Analysis successful. Classified as a legendary artifact. Legacy of the Dragon. Legendary level? I seem to have struck gold. Rhaegar murmured softly, envisioning a dragon scale named Legacy of the Dragon, jet black, scarred, and only the size of an adult's palm. A dragon scale. How does one utilize this? As Rhaegar examined the scale, the system panel text shifted. Blood and fire share a bond to wield the legacy of the dragon. One must possess the blood of a true dragon. Blood and fire. An epiphany struck Rhaegar. It is well known that dragons symbolize fire. Thus, the means of activation must involve blood, and it must be the blood of a true dragon. Rhaegar smiled. Though he was not a dragon, he was a true Targaryen. With one hand clutching the dragon scale, he brought the other close to its sharp edge. With a determined resolve, he bit down. With a sharp sound, the scale sliced through his thumb, blood seeping forth. As the scale absorbed the blood, it radiated a crimson glow. Congratulations, the legacy of the dragon has been activated. You have received blood and fire bond. Level, legendary red. Effect, fire resistance 50. Evaluation, a true dragon fears not the flame. A Targaryen is the same. The dragon scale shattered, disintegrating into dust that scattered with the wind. Before Rhaegar could react, a flush of color appeared on his pale cheeks, his skin gradually warming. This sensation was not unpleasant. It felt akin to curling up in a warm bed during winter with a cozy fire nearby. His body brimmed with warmth. The feeling arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the heat dissipated, Rhaegar's skin became smoother, his previously pallid complexion showing signs of vitality. At the very least, he was no longer the frail figure teetering on the brink of collapse. He resembled one recovering from severe illness. Increasing fire resistance. What sort of ability is this? Rhaegar approached the edge of the altar, where a multitude of candles formed a dense circle. Lighting a candle, he placed his hand over the flame. Rather than daydreaming, he decided to experiment. As his hand met the fire, the initial sensation was warmth. However, as time passed and the heat intensified, he began to feel the sting of burning. A drop of wax dripped onto his hand, causing Rhaegar to frown slightly, feeling a twinge of pain. Extinguishing the candle, Rhaegar now understood the nature of his fire resistance. Being burned still hurts, but the damage is quite limited. Chapter 3. The Light of the Kingdom. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent. Dreamer. Gold. Bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King. 8. Skills. Literature. Beginner. History. Beginner. Artifact. Bloodfire Convergence. Fire Resistance 50. Evaluation. The ancient bloodline shows signs of revival. Should a miracle occur, perhaps it can transcend its current plight. Rhaegar gazed at the panel, lost in contemplation. The bloodline, artifact, and evaluation had all transformed. The ancient bloodline. Rhaegar murmured softly. Has Bloodfire Convergence awakened the true dragon's blood within? Never mind. Pondering the incomprehensible is a folly. It would be wiser to continue seeking the lost treasures. Feeling considerably lighter, Rhaegar attempted to leap from the altar and succeeded. The explorer, surely, will remedy my frailty. With excitement swelling in his heart, Rhaegar raised his brows. Secretly reveling in his serendipitous adventure, the thrill did not cloud his judgment. The young prince knew he must return to rest. Exiting the grand hall, twilight approached. Servants ignited the oil lamps on the walls, illuminating the night shrouding the Red Keep. Unnoticed by anyone, Rhaegar hastily made his way back to his quarters. Creaking, he pushed open the door, revealing a dimly lit room. Moonlight filtered through the glass window, casting a hazy glow. Who is there? Rhaegar demanded sharply, his gaze fixed on the silhouette by the window. Someone lurking in his chamber at this hour. Was there an ill intent lurking? It is I, Rhaegar. The figure turned, and in the moonlight, he discerned a young girl clad in a fitted leather dress. She bore the same silvery golden hair. The girl turned to face him, shrugging. What is this? Did I not visit you on your birthday, that you fail to recognize your sister? Rhaenyra, how did you find yourself in my chamber? Upon recognizing her face, Rhaegar exhaled in relief, joy illuminating his eyes. She was his full-blooded sister, the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, the Princess Rhaenyra, the light of the kingdom. Leaning against the window, Rhaenyra's gaze lingered on his pale visage, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Do not turn away, she hesitated. Today is your birthday, and as your sister, I ought to check on you. But I have no fondness for birthdays, as you well know. Rhaenyra sighed. I visited Mother today, and I have been waiting to see you since the afternoon. Have you not dined? Rhaegar asked, his inquiry seemingly random.
Rhaenyra momentarily faltered. I had a piece of bread this morning. The rest of the day. Well, that would be nothing. Rhaegar interrupted her,
rising to rummage through the nightstand. What are you searching for? Rhaenyra queried, puzzled. Do not worry, I have provisions. With that, Rhaegar retrieved a packet of biscuits from the drawer. He then placed a jug of cold tea atop the hearth, igniting the coals within. The Red Keep, being near the coast, remained perpetually damp and chilly, regardless of the season. Rhaegar casually seated himself by the fireplace and gestured for Rhaenyra to take a seat opposite him. How have you been lately? Are the nightmares still haunting you? Not one to deny her brother's kindness, Rhaenyra graciously accepted a biscuit, joining him in warming by the fire. Give me a piece. I haven't eaten yet, she said. Rhaegar snatched the second biscuit she had taken out and replied, Nightmares are always my shadow. I have grown accustomed to them. Where have you been wandering until now, without even a meal? Rhaenyra asked, her curiosity piqued and concern evident in her eyes. The Grand Maester mentioned that you've recently refused to take your medicine. Both Father and I are quite worried about you. I've merely been wandering about. My body knows itself. Taking medicine does not resolve the issue, but I believe I shall soon find improvement. Rhaegar defended himself, shifting the topic. Now tell me, what do you wish to share with me? Rhaenyra replied with displeasure, we are discussing your matters. Yet, every time he visited her, it was only to vent his grievances. You scoundrel, she huffed. Is it not the filthy game of power? Those lords believe that a woman should not ascend the Iron Throne. They wish to drag me down and have Father replace me with Aegon. Father loves you dearly, sister, Rhaegar insisted, unconvinced that King Viserys would harm his daughter due to the opinions of his advisors. Not at all, Rhaenyra retorted loudly. Rhaegar was taken aback, looking at her sheepishly. I apologize, I did not mean to raise my voice. I am nearly driven mad by the rumors. Realizing her outburst, Rhaenyra gently patted her brother's head, lowering her voice significantly. Father wishes to marry me off to powerful figures who can help solidify his reign. And I feel as though I am being sold like a mere commodity. Rhaegar voiced her unspoken thoughts. Rhaegar, my brother, Rhaenyra said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she grasped her brother's hand in desperation. Since their mother's passing, with Father marrying her close friend and Uncle Demon being cast out of King's Landing, she had no one to confide in. Beyond soaring through the skies on Dragonback, she felt like a wandering spirit within the vast Red Keep, unheard and unsupported. Rhaenyra tightened her grip on her brother's frail hand. Thank the gods that the stranger did not take you away. Otherwise, I would not know who would still care for me. Rhaegar shook his head. Do not think that way, sister. The fact that Father has not replaced you as heir signifies that he still loves you. The rumors outside are not only assailing you, but also battering the Father who shields you from the storm. Rhaenyra lowered her gaze. But I do not wish to marry those vulturous men with ill intentions. They only seek to feast upon my flesh. If you are unwilling, perhaps I could speak to Father, and who knows, he might forget this matter temporarily, seeing the bond we share as siblings. A sudden idea struck Rhaegar, his expression softening as he endeavored to comfort his sister. Yet, Rhaenyra hesitated, the words caught on the tip of her tongue, unable to be voiced. Rhaegar bitterly remarked, I know that every time my father sees me, his frail son, he is reminded of my mother, drowning in guilt and remorse. He is reluctant to draw near to me, fearing that one day, should he lose me, he may not endure the pain. Yet, I am Rhaegar Targaryen. I belong to the sky and the sea, and cannot be confined to the Red Keep. With a determined expression, Rhaegar gazed expectantly at his sister. Listening to her brother's hopeful words, Rhaenyra felt a profound empathy. Was she not also kept close by their father, ensnared by the shackles of power? Rhaegar's youthful visage broke into a smile as he affectionately nestled against Rhaenyra's not-so-abundant bosom, nuzzling her and declaring, "Sister, this is the birthday gift I truly desire. The absurd cake and birthday festivities mean little to me. I merely yearn for the love of family." This was not a greedy request. Rhaenyra embraced her brother, resting her chin on his bony shoulder, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. After a prolonged silence, she lamented, "How I wish you possessed a healthy body. Then, we could fulfill everyone's hopes, and you could protect me. Before the stranger takes me away, I will stay with you, sister," Rhaegar murmured in response, enveloped in the warmth of her embrace. In his tender youth, his world consisted solely of his father Viserys and his sister Rhaenyra. He wished for no harm to come to his beloved kin. Chapter 4. The plea from the stone steps aisles. The following day, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the Red Keep, and the servants commenced their daily toil. After partaking in a sumptuous breakfast of milk and bread, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra made their way to the council chamber. Along the way, the servants and knights dared not impede their passage, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Upon entering the grand council chamber, they were met with a lively scene. The 30-something King Viserys, beaming with joy, was engaging amicably with several ministers. It was well known that Viserys was a ruler marked by tolerance and benevolence, always wearing a smile in the presence of others. "Rhaenyra, we are discussing the royal hunt. Your timing is impeccable," he called out as Rhaenyra gracefully entered the hall, instantly capturing her father's attention and receiving an invitation to join the discussion. "Father, do you still remember me?" Rhaegar, holding his sister's hand, gazed at their father with melancholy eyes. "Ah, Rhaegar, why is your sister taking you about?" Viserys exclaimed, his eyes widening as he spotted the slender figure at the door, immediately rising to his feet. "Your Highness," the king addressed, as the other ministers hastily stood, greeting Rhaegar. After all, Rhaegar was the king's firstborn son, naturally enjoying the respect and privileges bestowed upon him by the ministers. Had this frail young prince not been born into a state of slumber, the position of heir would not have fallen to Rhaenyra. Scanning the assembly of ministers, Rhaegar raised his hand, signaling them to dispense with formalities, and displayed a gentle smile. This scene caused the ministers to momentarily lose their composure. It must be said that in terms of appearance, Prince Rhaegar seemed to have been carved from the same mold as King Viserys himself. With a calm demeanor and gentle disposition, Rhaenyra held her brother's hand as they walked, speaking softly. "Yesterday was Aegon's birthday, and we were not present. He wishes to see his father." Upon hearing this, Viserys was visibly moved and hurried to kneel before the siblings, stating, "I apologize, my son. As king, there are always endless duties to attend to. I hope you do not hold it against me." Aegon met Viserys' gaze with a smile, glancing mischievously at Rhaenyra, who feigned indignation and softly replied, "It is of no consequence. How could I blame my king? I merely wish to see my father as a son. Since you absolve yourself of responsibility with your royal title, I too can strike at your conscience with my filial ties." Indeed, Viserys appeared momentarily taken aback, guilt flickering across his face. Lowering his gaze, he reached out to caress Aegon's pale cheek, his expression a blend of emotions. "You have grown, resembling your mother so much. Perhaps, but I only hope that in my lifetime, you do not forget me, nor cast me aside." Aegon's voice was tinged with disappointment, persistently probing Viserys' vulnerable heart. He was no longer a mere child, swayed by sweet words. At 6 years old, he understood the impact of his words. Viserys felt a tremor in his hand, particularly struck by his eldest son's gaunt, pallid visage, as if his heart were being hammered by a relentless forge. Taking a deep breath, Viserys rose and lifted Aegon into his arms, returning to his throne. Ruffling the boy's silver hair, he inquired, "You have never sought me out. As a negligent father, may I do something to atone?" While speaking, Viserys discreetly cast a glance at Rhaenyra, curious about the dynamic between the siblings. Aegon gently shook his head, resting against his father's embrace. "No. The more one speaks, the more one errs. The hunter who strikes first becomes the prey." Viserys smiled, turning his attention to Rhaenyra, asking, "How is it that I was unaware of the closeness between you two?" "He is my brother, closer than Aegon," Rhaenyra retorted unabashedly. Viserys' smile faltered, and he ceased engaging with his prickly daughter. Redirecting his focus to the assembled lords, he regained his royal composure and stated, "Aegon has been granted permission to listen in on matters of state today. Where did we leave off in our discussions?" "Some minor affairs." "It would do no harm for the prince to listen," concurred Linman, the Minister of Finance and Treasurer, with a nod. Aegon regarded him, noting the kind-faced, silver-haired elder. Acknowledging Aegon's gaze, Linman offered a friendly nod, indicating an amiable nature. Aegon returned the smile. Their brief exchange was soon overshadowed as Rhaenyra, the hand of the king, redirected the conversation back to its original course. Your Majesty, the royal hunt is scheduled for 2 days hence. Here are the details regarding the itinerary and expenses. The plump hand of the king, despite his unassuming appearance, reported with utmost seriousness and diligence. Once he concluded, Viserys pondered briefly before expressing his agreement with the plan. Since the resignation of Queen's father, the former King Otto Hightower, Lord Rhaenyra has become the most trusted aide of King Viserys. He conducts himself with strict self-discipline, devoid of personal interests, earning great esteem from Viserys. Rhaegar silently absorbed their discussion before tugging at Viserys' arm, inquiring softly, "The royal hunt sounds thrilling. May I attend?" He had never ventured beyond the Red Keep since his birth and yearned to explore the world outside. Viserys, contemplating this, bore a troubled expression. The frail constitution of his eldest son rendered the journey to the royal hunt perilous, potentially endangering his life. His gaze shifted to Rhaenyra, pleading for assistance. "I find Lord Rhaenyra's plan quite agreeable. I have no objections." Rhaenyra feigned ignorance, engaging with the ministers. As the heir to the Iron Throne, she was acutely aware that despite her father Viserys withholding decision-making power from her, supporting and praising was an indispensable formality. Lacking her daughter as support, Viserys felt a tinge of embarrassment and remarked, "I, too, wish to take you to the royal hunt, but Aegon will also attend." "Why should I not?" Rhaegar feigned confusion. "Because of your health. I fear for your safety." Rhaegar, resolute in his desire to go, asserted, "Even if there is danger, I must witness the beauty outside. I cannot remain like a small bird trapped in a cage." "That is for your protection," Viserys replied sternly, unwilling to relent. Rhaenyra interjected at the opportune moment. "Our family shall all attend the royal hunt. We cannot leave Rhaegar alone in the Red Keep." Viserys glared disapprovingly at Rhaenyra. She stood her ground, defiantly meeting his gaze. As the father and daughter clashed, Rhaegar tugged at Viserys' sleeve, his voice laced with desperation. "Please, father, I truly wish to go." "Oh heavens! You always pose me with dilemmas," Viserys lamented, striking the table in frustration, ultimately yielding to his children. He warned, "You may accompany us to the royal hunt, but you must promise me to behave and not wander off with Rhaenyra." "No problem, I promise," Rhaegar replied without hesitation. Just then, a figure hurriedly entered the hall, urgency in their tone. "Your Majesty, a plea for aid has arrived from the Stepstones. You may wish to review it." Chapter 5. The second exploration. The newcomer, bearing an anxious demeanor, swiftly approached Viserys, delivering a letter. Rhaegar openly scrutinized the individual. With golden hair slicked back and a meticulously groomed beard, he appeared quite respectable. Viserys took the letter, examining its contents, perplexed. A plea for help. This does not seem characteristic of Daemon. Tywin Lannister nodded slightly, sighing. "The letter is sent by Heir Balerion, brother of the sea snake. I knew it. That arrogant fellow would never write to me of his own volition." Viserys replied with an understanding smile. The contents of the letter were soon read in their entirety. Viserys' expression shifted slightly as he surveyed the assembled lords. The conflict over Crab all had reached a stalemate, with the foolish cowardice of those feeding the crabs leading them to avoid battle, while Daemon and his forces were ensnared. The ministers exchanged glances, offering their counsel, which amounted to either dispatching troops for support or waiting for Daemon and the Sea Snake's forces to falter. Viserys pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He loathed war. This skirmish concerning Crab was entirely instigated by the Sea Snake urging Daemon to act independently. Now, in peril, they sought his aid. Should he truly be responsible for cleaning up after these subjects who disregarded their king? "Rhaenyra, take your brother and go. This matter will not resolve itself in a moment. Do not tire him." Viserys pressed a gentle kiss to Aegon's forehead, entrusting him to his daughter's care. Aware of the complexity of the situation, Rhaenyra did not object, taking her brother's hand as they exited the hall. Once outside the council chamber, the siblings approached a large window in the corridor. Rhaenyra gazed through the stained glass, pondering, "Do you think Uncle Daemon can vanquish the crab feeders?" "Dear sister, your younger brother has only just turned 6, Aegon replied, casting a glance at his own diminutive stature compared to his uncle's. A moment of silence ensued, during which Rhaenyra smacked her forehead, chastising herself for her folly. "How foolish of me, always treating you like a miniature adult. Forgetting you might not even know who the crab feeders are." Aegon remarked, "If I had not heard Uncle Daemon proclaim that I am the prince, I would still be unaware of having an uncle." Tilting his little head, Aegon quietly inquired, "I noticed father is missing 2 fingers. Is he ill?" "He has been unwell. The Grand Maester has been treating him," Rhaenyra reassured him, stroking his hair, believing her brother was merely frightened by their father's injury. Aegon, however, merely stared at her, grasping her small hand that was gently ruffling his hair, pinching a tender spot with his tiny fingernails. Suddenly, he exerted pressure. "Ah, what are you doing? That hurts. You know." Rhaenyra yanked her hand back, revealing a bloodied mark on her skin. Faced with his sister's furious glare, Aegon stated earnestly, "A mere scratch makes you cry out. Yet father has lost 2 fingers and perhaps bears other wounds. He is the king and cannot weep, revealing any sign of weakness. As his children, we ought to focus not on a personal war instigated by another, but on strengthening ourselves to assist our father." Rhaenyra stood momentarily stunned, stammering as she pointed at her brother. "You just claimed to be 6 years old, and now you lecture me? Dear sister, you should read more. Instead of spending your days either riding dragons or entangled in rumors." Aegon pretended to pat Rhaenyra on the shoulder, only to sadly discover that even on tiptoe he could not reach. Settling for a pat on her slender waist, he turned and departed with a flourish. Rhaenyra remained rooted in place for quite some time, until a gust of cool wind swept through. It suddenly jolted me awake. The next moment, the entire corridor echoed with the girl's roar. "Rhaegar, dare you show disrespect to your sister? Prepare to face the wrath of the sleeping dragon." 2 days later, a luxurious carriage was en route to the royal forest, followed by a retinue of guards and attendants. Inside the spacious carriage sat the royal family. Viserys occupied the center, with Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra seated on either side of him. Beside Alicent were Aegon and Helena, the latter cradling an infant. Naturally, Rhaegar sat beside his sister, idly gazing at the small babe. So tiny, and when it cried, it was as if it were wailing for dear life. Truly a frightful sound. Muttering softly, Rhaegar made a silly face at the infant. Alicent, ever kind, smiled warmly. "Aemond is still adjusting to the carriage. He cries quite a lot." Viserys chuckled heartily. "Such a thunderous cry. He shall undoubtedly grow into a valiant warrior." Alicent smiled sweetly, presenting the infant to Rhaegar, her voice gentle. "Would you like to hold him? You may try." Rhaegar grasped the infant under his arms, allowing him to flail and kick about for a while. Indeed, if this little one dared to prick him in the future, he would not be spared. Rhaegar smirked, already envisioning the lessons he would impart. Before long, Aemond, overwhelmed, returned to his mother's embrace, crying. Observing this scene, Viserys' previously furrowed brow relaxed. With his wife by his side, traveling in a grand carriage, surrounded by his children, what could be more splendid than this? Noticing Viserys' delight, Rhaegar seized the moment to inquire, "Father, is that the Blackfyre of the conqueror Aegon at your side?" Viserys, with a proud smile, lifted the sheathed sword beside him, declaring, "Indeed, the Blackfyre, a symbol of royal power, wielded by the conqueror to unite the 7 kingdoms. May I have a look?" Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he gazed at the Blackfyre. Viserys extended the sword, only to retract it midway. Observing Rhaegar's frail form, he regretfully remarked, "Not just yet. Blackfyre is a weapon steeped in bloodshed. You must grow a bit more before you can wield it." "I wish to try," Rhaegar insisted, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to hold a sword whose lineage could rival that of the skull of Balerion. Viserys shook his head, returning the Blackfyre to its place. Denying his request, disappointment washed over Rhaegar's face as he lowered his head. "If you wish to experience the sharpness of a blade, this would be a suitable choice." Seemingly unable to bear his eldest son's discontent, Viserys unfastened a dragonbone dagger from his waist, tossing it to Rhaegar with an air of mystery. Rhaegar fumbled to catch it, gazing at his father in bewilderment. Viserys chuckled. "This dagger once belonged to the conqueror Aegon, and before him, to Rhaenyra." "Wow, that is ancient enough," Rhaegar marveled, drawing forth the dragonbone dagger. With a swift motion, the blade slipped from its sheath, emanating a glimmering cold light. Rhaegar squinted slightly, observing the dagger adorned with intricate patterns, its material and craftsmanship beyond reproach. "Is this a Valyrian steel dagger?" Rhaenyra, captivated by the blade, expressed her astonishment. Viserys nodded, remarking that heirlooms passed down by ancestors possess an exceptional quality. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Rhaegar's ears. A lost treasure has been discovered, containing trace amounts of magical elements, initiating automatic detection. Magic? Rhaegar's spirits lifted. The system notification chimed again. Detection successful. The dagger chronicling the song of ice and fire. Shall the exploration commence? Chapter 6. Ancient Valyrian Language. Commence exploration. Faced with yet another exploration task, Rhaegar could not let this opportunity slip away. He silently invoked the initiation, and the exploration progress panel for the Dragonhorn dagger materialized. Valyrian steel dagger, exploration progress, 25. Hooray! Rhaegar silently cheered, his face adorned with a broad smile. He declined Rhaenyra's request to examine the dragonhorn dagger, feigning fatigue and pitifully claiming he was tired. "All right, then you can sleep with the dagger, you miser," Rhaenyra huffed. Rhaegar rubbed his dark circles and leaned against his sister's embrace, yawning as he requested. "I will return the dagger to you before we disembark." "As you wish, just don't have nightmares and flail it about," Viserys joked, watching him with a sense of contentment. God knows if it's been too long since he last saw his eldest son. He felt Rhaegar seemed more spirited than usual these past couple of days, no longer gasping for breath after speaking a few words. As a father, Viserys felt a swell of pride. The carriage continued its journey. Exploration complete. Please retrieve the lost treasure. The carriage came to a halt as the driver reined in the gentle white horses. Rhaegar was awakened by the system notification, feeling an itch at the tip of his nose. Opening his eyes, he saw Rhaenyra teasing him with a strand of her silver hair. "Sister, you're so boring." Rhaegar propped himself up, realizing he was lying on the seat, his head resting on Rhaenyra's lap. "We arrived at the camp. Outside awaits the lords ready to greet us." Rhaenyra's lips curved into a smile as she urged her brother to wake up. Rhaegar regained his focus and promptly checked the system panel. Valyrian steel dagger, exploration progress, 100. His gaze fell upon the dragonhorn dagger in his hand, where a blue luminescent orb clung to the hilt. Rhaegar covertly glanced at the carriage occupants, discovering they were oblivious to the conspicuous blue orb. "It seems I am the only one who can see it." For reasons unknown, Rhaegar exhaled in relief, secretly reveling in the uniqueness of the experience. Touching the blue orb, it fizzled into tiny light points that danced into his hand, just as before. "Father, the dagger is yours," Rhaegar said, placing it into Viserys' hand as he adjusted his attire under Alicent's attentive care. "Asking your sister to smooth out the creases in your clothing is essential. One cannot afford to appear disrespectful before the ministers." Viserys deftly tied the garment around his waist, reminding him to be mindful of his image. Rhaenyra, not particularly gentle, pulled him over with a smile, meticulously arranging his tousled silver hair from sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar examined the system panel. Artifact retrieval successful. Scanning in progress. Scanning successful. Classified as an excellent grade artifact, the warnings of the ancestors. "Would you like to activate this artifact?" "Excellent grade?" Noticing the different rating on the panel, Rhaegar pondered briefly. The last exploration yielded the remains of a dragon, assessed as legendary grade. The artifact's aura was red. This time, however, it was deemed excellent grade, with a blue aura. It appeared that artifacts were categorized into various ranks. The legendary grade invoked the bloodline of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords and was likely quite precious. Realizing the transformation brought by the blood and fire connection, Rhaegar silently expressed gratitude to Balerion. "Activate the artifact." As he mentally recited this, a line of text appeared on the system panel. "Congratulations, the activation of the warnings of the ancestors was successful. You have acquired fluency in ancient Valyrian. Level, excellent, blue. Effect, mastery of the ancient Valyrian language. Evaluation, learning a language is never a disadvantage." The moment he comprehended the panel, a surge of energy coursed from his tailbone, ascending straight to the crown of his head. Rhaegar shivered as knowledge of the ancient Valyrian language flooded his mind, both in its high form and common usage. This language seemed to take root and flourish within him, innate as if he had always known it. "Rhaegar, do you feel cold?" Rhaenyra noticed his unusual demeanor and concernedly inquired. Rhaegar shook his head vigorously. "No, I am quite well. Let us gather our spirits. We have kept the ministers waiting." With that, Viserys, adorned with Blackfyre, boldly lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Outside, the crowd erupted in cheers, greeting their king. "Come along, children," Alicent softly urged as she followed closely. Rhaenyra furrowed her brow, displeased by the tone. Just a few years prior, they had been inseparable friends, sharing everything. After her mother's tragic death in childbirth, Alicent swiftly married her father, now speaking to her as if she were merely a child. It was utterly nauseating. With a composed expression, Rhaenyra took Rhaegar's hand and descended from the carriage. In stark contrast to the king's warm reception, the crowd's welcome for Rhaenyra, the heir apparent, was noticeably tepid. Meanwhile, Alicent, accompanied by her 3 princes and princess, smiled graciously as she acknowledged the greetings from noble women. There were even foolish souls among the crowd, shouting praises for Prince Aegon, inciting a throng to cheer for him, thereby overshadowing the rightful heir, Rhaenyra, and the king's eldest son, Rhaegar. Rhaenyra managed to maintain a strained smile, feigning indifference as she followed closely behind Viserys. Rhaegar's trembling hand revealed a sweet smile under the gaze of confusion. "I am fine." Rhaenyra's voice barely concealed her despondency. "I know, Targaryens never yield, Rhaegar softly affirmed, yet his gaze shifted towards the direction of the initial inappropriate remarks. Within a heartbeat, he identified the individual still provoking a ruckus, a man with golden curls and a prominent nose, accompanied by an elderly noblewoman, presumably a skilled equestrian. Foolish big-nosed fellow. I shall remember you, Rhaegar noted silently, not for any particular reason, but because his visage warranted a reprimand. Following a raucous welcome, the camp commenced its festivities. A variety of beverages, fruits, and pastries were laid out for the nobility and their families who participated in the hunt. Viserys entered the main tent, ascending the throne to receive the greetings of his ministers. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar followed suit. A cluster of noble women gathered, gossiping about rumors from the Stepstone Islands, suggesting that a noble lady had been abducted by pirates while being fed crabs. As soon as Rhaenyra approached, a lavishly dressed, white-haired matron called her over, inquiring about her opinion. With someone initiating a conversation, Rhaenyra smiled and drew nearer, only to find the other party less than amiable. In mere moments, they seized upon Daemon's unauthorized warfare to question Rhaenyra's claim to the position of heir from Daemon. Lady Gilrath, Daemon brought this upon himself. The princess is far more suited for the position of heir. Alicent, seated next to the elderly woman, spoke to extricate Rhaenyra from the predicament. The current king is Viserys, her husband. Whether the heir is entrusted to Rhaenyra or her children, it remains a familial contention. Daemon has long been disqualified from the line of succession. Alicent would not permit the propagation of absurdities regarding Daemon being stripped of his claim. Lady Gilrath, momentarily silenced, redirected her assault towards Daemon's unilateral initiation of war. For this unwarranted conflict, your uncle has dragged the kingdom into turmoil, dispatching fleets and soldiers to utterly eradicate the Three Daughters' kingdom. This demands an immense expenditure of resources and the sacrifice of countless soldiers' lives. Chapter 7. The Crooked-Legged Lares. The kingdom has not yet embarked on war. My father remains in deliberation. Rhaenyra lost her smile, countering the elderly woman's harsh reproach. Another matron interjected, though the king refuses to acknowledge it, war has already commenced. All due to your uncle and the sea snake. How have you served the realm of late, Lady Redwyn? Rhaenyra, completely out of patience, disdainfully glanced at the pug in the woman's arms, munching on biscuits, and retorted, by nibbling on biscuits, perhaps? The blatant mockery hung in the air, plunging the gathering into silence. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, piercing the stillness with an unexpected sharpness. Lady Redwyne's countenance darkened as she cast a glance at the silver-haired boy who struggled to suppress his laughter, and in a measured tone, she addressed the princess. Your Highness, is this the prince in question? Rhaenyra, disinterested, turned on her heel and departed, leaving the elderly woman with an air of cool indifference. Unable to contain his amusement, Rhaegar stepped forward before the assembly of noble women, introducing himself with poise. I am Rhaegar Targaryen, the firstborn of King Viserys. He then turned to Lady Redwyne, inquiring, Forgive my frail constitution that has kept me from public appearances. Might you recall the name of this Lady Biscuit? A stifled chuckle erupted among the gathering once more. Rhaegar shifted his gaze and noticed a lean man with brown curls seated oddly among the women, a peculiar figure amidst a congregation of gossipers. The man held a cane, and Rhaegar's eyes fell upon an odd shoe, revealing his disability. Sensing Rhaegar's scrutiny, the man nodded courteously and introduced himself, Larry Strong, extending my greetings to your highness. Rhaegar reciprocated the courtesy and curiously asked, Might I inquire as to your relation to Lord Lionel? He is my father. I am his youngest son, Larys replied, retracting his deformed foot as he addressed the prince. Your father is a well-regarded statesman, Rhaegar acknowledged briefly, then redirected his attention back to Lady Redwyne. The realm of the Three Daughters has invaded our lands, plundering ships and trafficking loyal subjects of my father. While my uncle Daemon may have taken it upon himself to wage war, it was in defense of his brother's kingdom, fulfilling the duties expected of a Targaryen prince. Rhaegar paused momentarily, surveying the initially vocal Lady Gilrath, and continued with righteous fervor, We did not instigate this conflict. Rather, it is the Three Daughters who have overstepped their bounds, challenging the authority of Targaryen rule. I am confident that it will not be long before my father, undeterred by doubts concerning our involvement in this war, sends forth his armies to vanquish the foreign invaders who dare to trespass. He added, The governance of the kingdom lies in the capable hands of the king and his council, rendering the concerns of this biscuit-loving lady unnecessary. As Rhaegar's impassioned address concluded, he emphasized his remarks towards Lady Redwyne, deepening her association with biscuits. Upon hearing his words, the noble women who had sought to belittle Rhaenyra found their expressions shifting, as if they had been publicly slapped. Queen Alicent gazed at him in astonishment, as though seeing him for the first time. No one would have anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child could articulate such thoughts, particularly Lady Redwine, who felt a profound sense of humiliation, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. Queen Alicent, it would be prudent to properly educate the king's offspring, she huffed, casting the pug onto the ground and lifting her skirt, now dusted with crumbs, in indignation as she stormed off, muttering angrily under her breath. Oh, it seems my words were too juvenile to resonate with you all, Rhaegar mused. Rhaegar maintained a serene smile, gently caressing his slightly heaving chest, and after a courteous bow, he excused himself. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with a group of shallow-minded gossips. He needed to seek out his sister. Adolescents, particularly those lacking in security, are prone to melancholy and require his solace. Shortly after exiting the tent, he was startled by the discordant sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he beheld Sir Larys, leaning on a cane. Sir Larys, do you also find no pleasure in the idle prattle of the noble women? Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. Larys replied subtly, no, I enjoy gathering various tidings. What tidings might those be? Rhaegar asked, regarding him with curiosity. Larys leaned down, attempting to lower his voice to Rhaegar's level, and smiled with a hint of obsequiousness. I have come specifically to see you, Your Highness. Rhaegar nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Larys continued, I have heard that the king's eldest son, that is to say, you, has remained sequestered in the palace due to health concerns? Indeed, my mother faced great difficulty during my birth, and there was a constant threat of my untimely demise until I reached the age of 6, Rhaegar stated candidly. Intrigued as to Larys's intent, thank the 7 gods, for even in your frail state, Your Highness possesses an extraordinary intellect that cannot be overshadowed. Truly, a boon for the kingdom, Larys exaggeratedly praised. Rhaegar's patience began to wane, and he replied coolly, without the joys of running and playing. I have merely devoted my time to reading. Oh, what genres do you favor, Your Highness? Certain historical texts. History imparts wisdom and allows one to learn from the experiences of our forebears. Losing interest in the conversation, Rhaegar bluntly remarked, history serves as a warning to posterity, urging them to safeguard their honor and distance themselves from those with nefarious intentions, before turning to leave. Larys, leaning on his cane, watched Rhaegar's retreating figure with a faint smile, his gaze laden with meaning. An intriguing young prince, caught in the swell of waves, yet not yet ashore. Departing from the dubious uncle, Rhaegar continued his search for his sister. After an arduous search, he found no trace of her. This led him to wonder if the blow had been too great, and whether Rhaenyra had withdrawn to a corner, secretly shedding her small pearls of sorrow. Your Highness, a steady voice called out, cutting through the flickering light of the bonfire and the fruit platters. Rhaegar turned to see a knight clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak. Beneath the helm, he sported a long braid, with thick brows and expressive eyes, complemented by a robust beard. Rhaegar recognized this white knight's visage, having seen it before, as he was one of a pair of twins among the king's elite guard. Sir Illic, do you seek me for a matter of importance? Rhaegar asked, grasping a bunch of red grapes with curiosity. Surprised to be addressed by name, Illic paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback. Given the remarkable resemblance between him and his brother, Alec, it was rare for anyone to distinguish between the two. Misnaming them was a frequent occurrence. Illic took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully, stating, the king is looking for you. Very well, lead the way, Rhaegar replied readily. Illic hesitated slightly and cautioned, Your Highness, the king and princess have just had a dispute, and his mood is less than pleasant. A dispute? What was it about? Rhaegar inquired, disregarding Rhaenyra's earlier return to the tent, focusing instead on uncovering the cause of the quarrel. I dare not speak much on the matter of the princess's marriage, Illic responded, maintaining a straightforward demeanor and refraining from delving into the personal affairs of the king and his daughter. Nevertheless, he did mention a particular individual, Jason Lannister, the Duke of the West, Lord of Casterly Rock, and Protector of the Realm, who bore a multitude of titles. Rhaegar, momentarily taken aback, needed Illic's reminder to grasp the situation. This man was the elder brother of Tyland Lannister, the contemporary head of House Lannister. The root of the discord lay in Jason Lannister's audacious courtship of Rhaenyra, marked by arrogance, self-importance, and unabashed desires for beauty and power. Rhaenyra, unimpressed by such a preening peacock, had firmly rejected him. Upon returning to the tent, she had vehemently opposed King Viserys' control over her marriage, culminating in a familial confrontation that ended with Viserys' fury and Rhaenyra's tears. Chapter 8. The White Stag. How is my sister faring now? Rhaegar sighed, a note of concern for Rhaenyra evident in his voice. Illic did not conceal the truth. The princess left the tent before I arrived. The guards reported she entered the royal stables. Alone? Rhaegar asked, to which Sir Criston Cole was noted to be pursuing her closely. Rhaegar nodded and, somewhat abruptly, posed a question. Alec, what were the exact words of my father when he sent you to find me? Alec, slightly puzzled, replied honestly. His Majesty commanded me to bring the prince back for your safety. Excellent. Rhaegar smiled. I shall now rely on your protection. As Alec looked on in confusion, Rhaegar sprinted toward the nearest horse enclosure, crouching down to slip inside. My prince, I do not comprehend your intentions, Alec said, closely following him. Rhaegar selected a robust black steed and inquired, what do you think of this horse? It appears quite sturdy. Your Highness, please do not tell me you intend to venture to the royal stables. Alec, quick-witted, immediately sensed the need to dissuade him. Rhaegar firmly grasped the horse's foreleg and stated earnestly, no, we shall go to the stables together. The king would not approve of your reckless escapade. Alec protested. With a white knight as my escort, it hardly qualifies as reckless, Rhaegar countered, denying Alec any opportunity for refusal. Gently tugging at a tuft of the horse's mane, he whispered, Sir, I believe you would not wish for me to come to harm. As he spoke, he applied pressure with his small hand. The black horse, sensing discomfort, began to stomp nervously, whinnying in protest, while Rhaegar stood calmly by the horse's leg, observing Alec intently. What is your choice, my lord? Eric asked, gazing intently at Prince Rhaegar, who was threatening him with his own safety. In this moment, he mourned for the king. With such a pair of unruly offspring, his heart must be in turmoil. Simultaneously, he mourned for himself, aware that he could not prevent someone intent on inflicting harm. No worries, my lord. Rhaegar's pale visage broke into a faint smile as he released his grip and opened his arms. Eric stepped forward, lifting Rhaegar's frail form and placing him upon the horse's back. He untied the reins and led the horse out of the corral. The White Knight mounted, cradling the young prince with one arm while grasping the reins with the other. With a gentle squeeze of his legs against the horse's belly, he issued a command. Go. Soon, the black steed emerged from the camp, galloping along the royal forest path. My lord, do you know where my sister has gone? Rhaegar inquired, his tousled hair dancing in the wind. Eric's expression grew somber as he replied, Cole is a shrewd fellow. He left markers along the way. At this, Rhaegar felt a sense of relief. Those deemed worthy of the Kingsguard were no ordinary individuals. Leaving behind such messages was trivial for them. Time passed swiftly. As they departed the camp, the sun hung high in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, dusk approached. Amidst the golden rays of the setting sun, Eric guided the black horse slowly along the lush, pine-lined royal path. My lord, I have reason to doubt my own fortune. I am utterly unfit for this search. Rhaegar lamented, slumped over the horse's back, his lips pale and a fine sheen of sweat on his brow. Eric sighed, perhaps, but Cole's markers may vanish halfway, leaving us like headless flies. Heh, it must be Rhaenyra's doing. She doesn't wish to be found, Rhaegar replied with a wry smile. Eric remained silent, focusing intently on their surroundings, seeking the way back to the camp. The royal forest was vast, and under Rhaegar's erratic direction, they had ventured too far. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind them. Eric, a member of the kingdom's strongest bodyguard unit, instantly sensed something amiss and cast a vigilant glance in that direction. Rhaegar, already frail, was exhausted and oblivious to the unfolding situation. Eric cautiously led the horse backward, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, whispering, My prince. Something approaches from that direction, and it is quite large. Is it dangerous? Rhaegar asked, apprehensive. I cannot say. It depends on the temperament of the newcomer. Is it a poacher or a wild boar? Rhaegar suggested softly. Should we ride away quickly to avoid confrontation? Eric's voice brimmed with pride as he reassured, Do not fear, my prince. I shall stand before you. As they spoke, the commotion drew closer. A majestic stag, towering and entirely white, emerged from the woods, presenting itself before the two. A white stag, Rhaegar exclaimed in astonishment, captivated by the creature's graceful strides. His love for history had acquainted him with many customs and traditions. He knew well that before the conqueror Aegon unified Westeros, there was no age of dragons. The monarchs of the mainland regard the white deer as an auspicious omen, a symbol of royalty. Over a century has passed, and the white deer has long vanished from the sight of humanity. To their astonishment, one still resides in the imperial forest. Prince, now is not the time for curiosity. The white deer is substantial, and its charge could be formidable. Ilic's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on the creature as his sword subtly emerged from its sheath. Hearing this, Rhaegar finally noted the impressive stature of the deer, excluding its pair of enormous antlers. The white deer appeared to stand 2 meters at the shoulder and measured no less than 5 meters in length. Beneath its satin-smooth white coat lay sinewy muscles, hinting at the immense power this auspicious being could unleash. Could we prevail against it? Rhaegar pondered with a hint of trepidation. Illic replied, in a one-on-one confrontation, I have a 50% chance. And with me? Rhaegar mused, hoping fervently that the creature would not act aggressively towards them. Illic's tone was laced with resignation. Rhaegar, resting his hand against his forehead, felt a sense of helplessness regarding his own frail limbs. Perhaps fortune still favored him. The white deer did not attack. Instead, it softly called out to them, its amber eyes brimming with curiosity and innocence. It seemed devoid of any wild ferocity. This realization eased Rhaegar's racing heart, offering a thrill akin to surviving a perilous encounter. Noticing their stillness, the white deer cautiously approached, its nostrils flaring as it caught their scent. Sir, please lower me down, Rhaegar implored. The more he gazed into the deer's eyes, the more he perceived its uniqueness and sought Illic's assistance. Prince, it is dangerous. The white deer is a good omen. I believe it is not a beast. Interrupting Illic's caution, Rhaegar smiled at the white deer and waved, Come here, my friend. Quickly, lower me down, sir. Be careful, this is no jest. Reluctantly, Illic complied with Rhaegar's repeated urgings, dismounting him with an air of resignation. Once on the ground, Rhaegar unfastened a small pouch at his waist and retrieved several stored red grapes, softly calling, My friend, would you like to taste? Upon seeing the red morsels in the hands of the human child, the white deer's eyes brightened, and it instinctively moved forward. When the two parties were within 3 meters of each other, Illic's sharp gaze was like that of a hawk, and his sword slowly emerged from its sheath. Rhaegar swiftly intervened. Put away your weapon. Do not frighten my friend. Prince, this is an order, sir. Under the watchful gaze of the wary deer, Illic reluctantly sheathed his sword, closely following Rhaegar. If danger truly arose, he would be there to protect him without hesitation. Chapter 9. The shock bestowed upon the White Knight. Fortunately, no calamity befell them. The white deer approached ever closer, while Rhaegar's hands trembled slightly as he cautiously advanced, raising his hand high above his head. As the sun set, the shadows of the boy and the deer merged. The white deer halted before Rhaegar, lowering its head to gently sniff the red grapes held aloft in his small hand, extending its tongue to curl around one, savoring it. The sweet, succulent flesh was crushed, its juice mingling with a refreshing aroma that filled the mouth, offering Balerion a delightful experience. One bite led to a swift consumption of the remainder. Rhaegar, filled with excitement, scrutinized Balerion, whose complexion gradually paled due to insufficient blood supply, his body breaking into a sheen of sweat that soaked through his delicate garments. Good fellow, having devoured my provisions, may I have the pleasure of a touch? Upon speaking, Rhaegar gasped for breath, extending his small hand toward Baelur's clear gaze. He brushed against the long fur of the elegant neck. Oh, Balerion did not shy away, allowing the human child to caress him, nuzzling against his waist pouch. Rhaegar's smile radiated. Glutton, have you caught the scent of my remaining provisions? With one arm around Baelur's neck, Rhaegar pressed his cheek against the pristine fur, gently rubbing against it. With his other hand, he unfastened a small pouch and dumped the remnants on the ground. A few red grapes, a slice of apple, and half an orange. Balerion graciously accepted it all, lowering his head to devour the offerings. Witnessing this scene, Illic was filled with astonishment, his lips moving. Prince. Rhaegar turned to look at the bewildered Illic, a faint blush gracing his pale face as he shyly replied, It's all fruit, I didn't finish. Throwing it away would be wasteful. No, I am not referring to that. I mean, at this moment, the term indescribable was aptly suited to Illic. Even facing a barrage of assassins without flinching, he was profoundly shaken. A white deer approached him of its own accord. Throughout the annals of Visthlot's history, such an extraordinary event had never been recorded. Should it be entrusted to poets and singers, it would become a legendary tale, celebrated for generations to come. Regardless of the thoughts of this white knight, Rhaegar was not in a contemplative state. His heartbeat grew heavier, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, leaving him dizzy and his eyelids increasingly heavy. Jasper, do not harm my friend, he weakly uttered as he loosened his grip around Baelur's neck, his body succumbing to fatigue and collapsing. Thud. After a day of turmoil, Rhaegar, unable to withstand the thrill of emotion, lost consciousness. Prince. Just before slipping away, Rhaegar seemed to hear Illic desperately calling out, shaking his body. Rare creature detected, containing trace magical elements, initiating self-assessment. Assessment successful, a purely benevolent white deer. Shall exploration commence? Given that the explorer had fallen into a faint, the system automatically initiated exploration. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the royal forest, Rhaenyra, having fled the camp in sorrow, transformed her demeanor, calmly seated upon a withered tree. Before her stood a handsome knight clad in silver armor and a white robe, who deftly set down his long sword and swiftly kindled a fire. "Cole, I did not expect your skills to extend beyond combat," Rhaenyra teased, resting her chin on her hands. Cole, with his black curls and a smile, skillfully prepared a wild hare he had hunted, responding, "I come from humble beginnings. Before becoming a knight, I had to tend to all manner of tasks myself. It must be acknowledged that Criston Cole is indeed exceptional. Not only is he a valiant knight adorned with glory, but his handsome visage also captivates the hearts of maidens. His gentle discourse and pure gaze serve as an irresistible allure. Rhaenyra, lacking affection, finds herself utterly enchanted by him, gazing at her own white knight with a look of longing. Observing him diligently prepare their dinner, she is entranced. Were Rhaegar present, he would dare to swear by the seven that even if Cole were to serve a charred piece of meat, Rhaenyra would consume it without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, the rustling of a freshly roasted hare nearby stirs their vigilance. Cole draws his sword, ready to confront the unseen foe. As time ticks away, from the darkened woods emerges a wild boar, charging forth with reckless abandon. Faced with the onslaught of the full-grown beast, Cole's eyes widen, and he swiftly dodges. In his evasive maneuver, his sword grazes the boar, leaving a deep gash upon its hide. The boar, undeterred by its initial setback, pivots and charges again, this time targeting the startled Rhaenyra. "Watch out," Cole shouts, urging her to evade. In a flash, the boar leaps over the crackling campfire, aiming directly for the seemingly more vulnerable maiden. The fire scatters as the beast collides with it, sending flames dancing into the night sky, resembling a fervent display of fireworks. Amidst the blaze, the boar advances upon the girl, its sharp tusks threateningly close to her soft abdomen. The specter of death looms ever closer. "No!" A piercing scream echoes through the moonlit night, resonating with terror. Rhaegar jolts awake, eyes wide with fear, sitting upright in alarm. "You are awake, my prince." In the next moment, the joyous voice of Illic reaches his ears. Instinctively, Rhaegar turns, his gaze falling upon a campfire that remains unscathed. Seeing the flames flickering robustly, Rhaegar swallows hard, still parched. Footsteps approach from behind, and he turns to see Illic striding towards him, his face alight with excitement. A wild chicken ensnared by a grass noose in his hands. "My lord, where are we, and where is my sister?" Rhaegar, momentarily taken aback, wears a youthful expression of anxiety. Illic discards his catch and approaches the startled young prince, placing his hands firmly on Rhaegar's shoulders with a serious demeanor. "Fear not. It was but a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Rhaegar wipes the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Illic gently pats his back, patiently recounting the events of their day. Gradually, Rhaegar begins to recollect the original circumstances. With a heavy sigh, relief washes over him, and the fear that had clouded his features dissipates. It was merely a nightmare. Despite the vividness of the dream, Rhaegar has long since grown accustomed to the torment of such nocturnal visions. "My lord, I truly was frightened by that dream." The sensation of palpitations was soothed, and Rhaegar forced a smile to mask his awkwardness. Illic shook his head, remarking, "Everyone dreams of unpleasant things. Simply forget them." Rhaegar murmured his gratitude. Not seeing the familiar figure from his memories, Rhaegar inquired, "Where's the white deer? Where has it gone?" Illic candidly replied, "After you fainted, the white deer stayed by your side, even bringing you a red fruit. Before I went out to check the traps, the white deer had you resting on its belly. It probably sensed you were about to awaken and left on its own." Rhaegar, feeling a twinge of disappointment, said, "It left? I had hoped to take it back to show my father." Illic advised, "The white deer does not belong to the human world. It hails from the forest and has now returned there. You should rejoice for your newfound friend." "Indeed, I consider it a friend," Rhaegar whispered, his heart still heavy with reluctance. Chapter 10. The generous friend. The sudden departure of a newly acquainted friend left Rhaegar with an indescribable feeling. There hadn't been enough time for further conversation. "I wanted to ride it around for a few more laps," Rhaegar gestured to Illic. "If fate allows, perhaps we shall meet again," Illic responded with a light chuckle. Having ensured the young prince's emotions were settled, he rose to attend to the carcass of the wild chicken. Observing Illic's white robe, Rhaegar pursed his lips and took a hearty drink from the nearby water pouch. "Ah, I'm alive again." With his throat moistened, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the system notification he heard before losing consciousness. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? With a thought, the system panel materialized. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold, longevity, green, skill, ancient Balerion, mastery, relic, blood and fire, flame resistance 50, evaluation, lucky lad. You have befriended a generous companion. Gazing at a particular line of fine print on the system panel, Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment. A new talent, longevity? Rhaegar blinked, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, a new talent had emerged. His heart raced as he clutched his chest, overwhelmed with excitement. What does longevity mean? Can I truly live to be 100 years old? Rhaegar was acutely aware of his frail condition. Not to say he was utterly broken, but he was essentially half a wreck. His heart raced faster, his limbs felt cold. Yet his spirit soared with joy. His weakness stemmed from organ failure, which caused him to pant after a few steps and suffer from inadequate blood supply to the heart with any excitement. Now, he felt as if his heart might leap from his chest, with only a slight discomfort. His hands and feet did not tremble at all. I can live to be 100. That wretched frailty shall no longer claim my life. Overwhelmed with elation from recovering from illness, Rhaegar could not contain his euphoric emotions and burst into laughter. Illic, who had just finished plucking the chicken feathers and was about to begin roasting, was startled by the sudden outburst of laughter. Turning around, he beheld the young prince sprawled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. With arms outstretched, he swung back and forth, casting up the earth with wild abandon. The exhilaration of joy overwhelmed Rhaegar's youthful spirit, prompting an unrestrained outburst. Otherwise, he would be driven to madness. To Illic, Rhaegar appeared to be a small madman. Oh, 7 hells, spare me further torment. Illic lamented, momentarily forsaking the roasted chicken to check on the young prince. Having just awakened from a stupor, he could not afford to lose his sanity again. The king's judgment had already been pronounced for sneaking the prince out. If he were to return with a deranged young prince, the king would surely have his head. Dear brother, I hope you are not implicated in my fate. Illic silently prayed, wishing that his brother Alec would not suffer alongside him. As it turned out, Illic's worries were unfounded. Rhaegar lay quietly on the white robe Illic had laid down, motionless. When asked about his laughter, he replied simply, "Isn't it a joy for a cripple to be rid of his crutch?" Illic could not fathom this, yet he recognized that the young prince was recovering well. He seemed neither comatose nor mad. His mind was intact. Shaking his head, Illic acknowledged that he could not keep pace with Targaryen logic. It was best to focus on preparing the roasted chicken for an urgent dinner. Rhaegar lay peacefully on the white robe prepared by Illic, lost in thought. His mind wandered to many things: the generous friend evaluated by the system, the white deer that fed him a red fruit, and the steadily rising bloodline of the Balerion dragon. He perused the system panel. The system detected that the white deer was a rare species, fulfilling the conditions for exploration. While Rhaegar lay in a stupor in its embrace, the exploration was completed automatically. The red fruit was the reward for this exploration. Magical creature, white deer, exploration progress, 100 artifact auto-collecting, detection in progress, detection successful, classified as an epic artifact, blessing of auspiciousness. Would you like to activate the artifact? Artifact activated automatically. Congratulations, the blessing of auspiciousness has successfully activated, granting you longevity, level, good, green, effect, a blessing from a mythical beast to a new friend, capable of realizing the most sincere wishes. Evaluation: the red grape was too sweet, the tangy sweet orange better suited my palate. Upon seeing the evaluation filled with personal sentiment, Rhaegar smiled genuinely, dissipating all disappointment over the white deer's abrupt departure. Thank you, good friend. Rhaegar silently expressed his gratitude to the white deer. Simultaneously, he uncovered a blind spot. The blessing from the mythical beast was classified as epic, yet the activated longevity was merely of good quality. Compared to the legendary level, blood and fire kinship, or even the excellent proficiency in ancient Balerion, it was lacking. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar attributed this to the nature of the blessing. Subconsciously, Rhaegar's greatest desire was to possess a robust and healthy body. The blessings are precisely directed towards this point, bestowing upon him the gift of longevity and robust health. Gazing up at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, Rhaegar's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented ease, as if the shadows beneath them had lightened considerably. From this night onward, from this moment forth, I shall no longer be a frail wretch. A Rhaegar Targaryen, free from the specter of untimely demise, shall bring forth a legend destined to be sung for millennia. With a resolute fist raised above his head, Rhaegar silently vowed to make his name known to the world. Nearby, Elise, busy preparing a golden-brown roasted chicken, caught a whiff of its aroma and wore a puzzled expression. Odd, it isn't burnt? The next day, early in the morning, a drowsy Rhaegar was hoisted onto a horse, mumbling about Dragonfire. As they traversed the path back to camp, Ellic's lips curled into a smirk. Truly, a Targaryen child, dreaming of riding dragons. Around 8 in the morning, Elise, mounted on a black steed, appeared at the entrance of the camp. Ellic, you have finally returned. Without waiting to enter, a figure sprang from the shadows. voice brimming with surprise. The already awake Rhaegar turned his gaze to see another face resembling Elric's. Without a moment's thought, it was evident. This was Elric's twin brother, Elric Cargill. Elric, with an anxious demeanor, snatched the reins and, before his brother could respond, demanded, "Where did you go yesterday?" In the face of his brother's indignation, Elric dismounted with Rhaegar in his arms, replying helplessly, "What do you think?" Elric's anger intensified. "The king commanded you to bring Prince Rhaegar to him, yet you sneaked him out of the camp. This alone is enough for the king to order your execution." Elric's expression was complex, his lips moved slightly, ultimately manifesting as a deep sigh. The events of the previous day were too bizarre for him to digest, let alone convey to his obstinate brother. Sensing his distress, Rhaegar took the initiative to defuse the situation. "Sir Elric, it was I who requested your brother to bring me out of the camp, and not his intention." Elric looked down at the prince, who was not even as tall as his own legs. "Your Highness, it is not my intention to cast blame. The king awaited you and the princess for a considerable time yesterday and was exceedingly furious." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Hearing the underlying significance in Elric's words, Rhaegar earnestly replied, "Rest assured, I understand your concerns for my brother's well-being, and I shall do my utmost to defend Sir Elric. The situation arose from my actions, and I shall bear all consequences." Chapter 11. The first confrontation with the king. Thank you, Prince. With his children missing throughout the night, Viserys was engulfed in a tempest of anger and profound disappointment, not only towards his offspring, but also towards himself. As a king, the insubordination of his subjects reflected his ineptitude. As a father, his inability to guide his children properly underscored his inadequacy. After a night of counsel from Queen Alicent, Viserys, for once, unburdened his heart and resolved to take action. Upon entering the royal tent, Rhaegar immediately spotted Viserys seated in the main position. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that none of the nobles, who had celebrated so joyously the day before, were present. Even the esteemed ministers are absent. "Father, I have returned." Facing his discontented father, Rhaegar took the initiative to greet him. Viserys ignored him, his cold gaze fixated on the accompanying Ser Harwin. "White Knight, inform your king. What is the penalty for leading a prince astray from camp without permission?" Harwin knelt, anxiety swelling within him. "Your Majesty, it must be treason." "Excellent. You still recall the laws of the realm. I thought you had long since disregarded them." Viserys, in a fit of rage, smiled ominously. "Seize this traitor and take him away to have his head severed." His fury was palpable. Demon and the sea snake had conspired against him, and the lords dismissed his chosen heir. His beloved daughter failed to grasp her father's noble intentions. Now, even the sworn White Knight dared to defy his will, stealthily escorting his frail eldest son deep into the woods. What was his intent? What else would he dare to do? If he did not impose severe punishment, the lords would surely follow suit, undermining the king's authority. As Viserys issued his command, footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Harwin closed his eyes in resignation, aware that the guards were coming to judge him. Ser Elric, who had been stationed beside the king, subtly glanced at Rhaegar, his expression shifting. Despite the dishonor it brought to the white cloak, the young prince was indeed his brother's only hope at this moment. Rhaegar did not betray his promise. The instant Viserys commanded, he positioned himself before Harwin, feigning confusion. "Father, why must we punish Ser Harwin? There must be some misunderstanding." Viserys cast him a scornful glare, reprimanding him. "Silence. Do not presume that because I have not mentioned you, you may remain aloof. I have already learned the entire incident from the stable boy. Harwin's predicament is a consequence for which you bear undeniable responsibility." Rhaegar's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that his ruse had been uncovered. Guards entered the tent, swiftly stripping Harwin of his white cloak and disarming him. "Stop. You cannot treat him this way." Rhaegar could not concern himself with anything else, extending his arms to shield the kneeling Harwin from the guard's grasp. "Impudent. Do you also intend to defy the king's will?" Viserys bellowed, ordering the guards to remove Rhaegar. "Release me. There is no need to detain me in front of my father." Rhaegar struggled fiercely, the guards hesitating to harm the king's son, only able to restrain the compliant Harwin. "Your Highness, please do not further provoke the king." As tensions escalated, the bound Harwin cautioned in a low voice, unwilling to ignite the king's wrath for his sake. He was not so naive as to expect a young prince to save him. On his way back, he had anticipated such a fate. "I have said, I will bear all consequences. A Targaryen's word is his bond." Rhaegar forcefully pushed aside the guards blocking his path and strode forward to confront his father, who wore an expression of fury. "Father, I have recovered from my illness, and Sir Elric has played an indispensable role in my healing." Viserys scoffed. "I am only aware that Elric is a knight. I had no knowledge of his expertise in herbal medicine. Trust me, Within the royal grove there resides a white stag, which bestowed upon me a fruit imbued with blessings. Restoring my health, Rhaegar proclaimed, his emotions reaching a crescendo as he unveiled this momentous revelation in a bid to overturn Illich's judgment. Upon hearing of the white stag, a flicker of doubt crossed Viserys' eyes. A white stag cured your ailment with a single fruit? Just yesterday, Prime Minister Leonor reported to me that a white stag had been discovered in the royal grove. Jace Lannister even presented a golden spear, hoping to hunt the stag with the weapon he gifted. He indeed ventured into the grove under the protection of many, but encountered naught but an ordinary buck. My eldest son, having departed the camp prior, should not be privy to this information. Hence, there is a considerable likelihood that his account of the white stag is truthful. Rhaegar, oblivious to his father's momentary whirlwind of thoughts, asserted confidently, indeed, the stag was entirely snow white. I offered it fruit, and in return, it gifted me a fruit capable of healing my affliction. He concluded with a reminder, we are friends. Ha ha ha, that is truly the finest jest I have heard all year. Viserys mocked, shaking his head in disbelief at his eldest son's increasingly outlandish narrative. With unwavering resolve, Rhaegar declared, Sir Illich can attest to my words. And you may summon the accompanying scholars for my diagnosis. I assure you, my health is on the mend. His confident assertion struck a chord with Viserys, who turned his gaze toward the silent Illich, uncertainty etched on his face. Illich, while you are still armored, would you enlighten your king about the truth? Illich replied, the prince speaks nothing but the truth. Viserys nodded slightly and bowed his head in contemplation, shrouded in silence. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within his mind. The tent fell into a brief stillness, the sounds of breath palpable in the air. After a moment, Viserys directed his gaze toward Alec, inquiring, do you believe Rhaegar's assertions hold merit? I trust my brother, just as you trust your own children, your majesty. Alec responded without hesitation, his conviction unwavering in defense of his sibling. Viserys ceased his discourse and commanded, summon the accompanying scholars. Along with the physicians brought by the other nobles and knights, leave not a single one behind. As you wish. Alec replied with a robust voice, lifting the tent flap and hastening outside. This unexpected turn of events alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. The guards exchanged glances, instinctively forming two lines to stand at attention. If what you say could indeed restore your health, I sincerely hope it to be true. Until a conclusion is reached, Viserys maintained a semblance of composure, scrutinizing his young eldest son. In truth, he had begun to entertain a flicker of belief in Rhaegar's words. 2 months prior, following a routine examination, the Archmaester had informed him of Rhaegar's condition. The prince's heart failure had reached a critical stage, worsening to the point where survival beyond the age of 10 seemed improbable. He inquired if there existed a remedy. Regrettably, organ failure in this era was deemed incurable. Not only was a complete recovery unlikely, but even alleviation was beyond reach. He had initially believed that his eldest son was nearing the end of his days, prompting him to avoid encounters with him. As the child's father, even though he was a king, he lacked the courage to confront the reality. However, just moments ago, Rhaegar's spirited argument had astonished him. Despite that familiar, pallid visage, the voice emitted was robust and commanding. The aura he exuded and the conviction in his words were undeniable. He was truly a descendant of House Balerion. Chapter 12. A song of ice and fire. Driven by a desperate desire to save his brother, Elric did not keep the king waiting for long. Within mere minutes, he had assembled a substantial group to the main tent. Viserys spoke to the anxious scholars and physicians, urging them to examine Rhaegar. A thorough examination was to be conducted, leaving no strand of hair overlooked. The scholars, well acquainted with Rhaegar's condition, were not unfamiliar with this process. Some among them had often assisted the maesters in examining the frail prince. Prepared with the necessary instruments, the scholars initiated the examination. The procedure was simple yet rudimentary. Initially, bloodletting was performed to observe the color and viscosity of the blood. A leech was even employed to taste the blood for any toxins. The rest of the examination took on various peculiarities, with hands palpating the body to inspect the skin, teeth, and hair roots. There seemed to be no limits to the ingenuity of these medical practitioners. Viserys, as a father, tacitly accepted this behavior. Rhaegar, gripped by terror, regretted his reckless decision to permit the examination. Fortunately, in the face of Rhaegar's vehement resistance, Elric intervened, delivering a punch that broke the nose of a frail elder and imploring the king not to allow the prince's spirit to be tormented. Even if it costs me my life, the prince should not be subjected to humiliation. Rhaegar nearly lost control, trembling in fear behind Elric. Viserys did not reprimand Elric for his impulsive actions. Instead, he waved away the less competent physicians. leaving only a few capable scholars to provide a unified report on Rhaegar's condition. One royal scholar was the first to speak, expressing unmasked astonishment. "Your Majesty, the prince's health has indeed shown remarkable improvement. The vitality of his blood is far beyond the norm." The other scholars chimed in, noting that the prince, who had suffered from respiratory difficulties, had performed exceptionally well in the deep breathing test, with no abnormal sounds detected. The urine was of a normal pale yellow, clear and not cloudy, with a slightly pungent odor, indicating a rapid recovery of the kidneys. After this favorable report, Viserys sat in stunned silence. He commanded the guards to escort the scholars away and reward them with gold coins. In a moment, the tent was left with only Viserys and his sons, along with the Balerion brothers. Rhaegar was the first to speak. "As the scholars have stated, my ailment has improved, thanks to the assistance of Ser Elric. He has assisted you, and I shall be lenient." Viserys sincerely rejoiced for his eldest son, reflecting, "I am delighted that you possess good health, and when you meet your mother in the afterlife, I shall find no words to express my sorrow. Father, I cannot convey any comforting words on behalf of my mother. I only hope you can look forward." The mention of his mother, who perished during childbirth, stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Rhaegar. Rumors and whispers are akin to the chilling winds of winter. They not only wound like daggers, but seep seamlessly into the ears of those they target. Viserys harbored guilt for the years of coercing his wife into pregnancy, leading to her demise. As a newborn delivered through a difficult birth, Rhaegar too bore a share of the burden of his mother's death. The young boy, upon hearing the embellished rumors, concealed his own feelings of guilt. Observing the forlorn expression on his eldest son's face, Viserys felt a pang of sorrow, realizing he had stirred painful memories. "Alec, I wish to have a private conversation with my son. Please take your brother away and ensure no one approaches the tent." Viserys instructed the Cargill brothers to leave. Rest assured, once free from external disturbances, Viserys approached Rhaegar, tenderly stroking the top of his head. "Were you frightened just now?" "What?" Rhaegar appeared bewildered. Viserys smirked. "Old Master Boros, the one who intended to disrobe you." Rhaegar turned pale. "I shall remember that name. He, a ruler must possess a broad mind, especially towards those who prepare your medicine." Viserys imparted half seriously, half jokingly. "That is merely the scheming of adults. I only wish to smash his head." Rhaegar dismissed the notion of being magnanimous. It is not the king's turn to be restrained and disrobed. Regarding the matter of the White Stag, let us assume it to be true. Did you genuinely recover your health after consuming a miraculous fruit? With a shift in conversation, Viserys recalled the fruit mentioned by his son. He had been wounded by the Iron Throne, and no remedy had succeeded in healing his injury. For nearly a decade, his body had borne numerous scars, with several areas festering and rotting. The incessant pain relentlessly teased his nerves. If the White Stag truly possessed such a miraculous fruit, perhaps it could heal his body. Rhaegar understood precisely why his father posed such a question. "I did not speak falsely. The White Stag was inclined to approach me and offered the fruit that restored my health." Viserys' countenance brightened. "Can you find the White Stag again?" Rhaegar replied candidly. "That miraculous fruit is extraordinary. It is unlikely there exists another. Even if the White Stag is found, it would be of no use. How can one know without trying?" Viserys was unwilling to relinquish hope for healing. Rhaegar, reluctant to betray his friend, asserted firmly, "The White Stag is an omen of good fortune. Those who are close to it shall receive blessings." Viserys scrutinized Rhaegar, seeking any hint of deception in his expression. Rhaegar maintained his composure, meeting his gaze steadily. After a prolonged silence, Viserys conceded defeat. With a sigh, he remarked, "You are correct. Yesterday, I ventured to hunt the White Stag, yet I did not catch even a glimpse of it." A look of astonishment crossed Rhaegar's face. He had not anticipated this revelation. Viserys gently caressed the top of his head, saying, "You are fortunate to have garnered the friendship of the White Stag. More so than I." Rhaegar remained silent, at a loss for words. The White Stag was his ally. He could not betray it. Furthermore, the fruit was a reward bestowed by the explorers, not the possession of the White Stag. Even if he assisted his father in capturing the stag, there would be no second fruit to heal. Viserys felt a sense of comfort in his heart, yet another thought lingered. The White Stag was a symbol of royal power, and as king, he had been denied the opportunity to meet it. Rhaegar's encounter was not merely a stroke of luck, though his heart brimmed with unspoken words. Viserys reminded himself that his son's extraordinary fortune was indeed a rare blessing. As this notion took root, Viserys felt compelled to act. He took Rhaegar's hand and led him to the fire pit within the tent. In the midst of Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, he unsheathed the dragon's horn dagger and placed its blade into the flames. Once the Valyrian steel blade glowed a fiery red, he grasped the horn handle and withdrew it, presenting it before Rhaegar. "Observe closely, what do you see?" Viserys encouraged. Rhaegar gazed at the blazing dagger and discerned a multitude of minuscule inscriptions emerging from the heat. Was it ancient Valyrian? Proficient in this archaic tongue, he quickly deciphered its meaning. Aware that he had yet to study ancient Valyrian, Rhaegar hesitated to reveal too much. Stumbling over the words, he read aloud, "The blood of prophecy, the song of ice and fire." Subsequently, Rhaegar feigned a loss of words, casting a helpless glance towards Viserys. Viserys, rather than being surprised, was delighted that Rhaegar could recognize a portion of the ancient Valyrian. It seemed his information was accurate. Rhaegar was indeed a child who cherished literature. Chapter 13. The ambiguous answer. This is the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, Viserys patiently elucidated. Before his demise, Aegon, the last fire wielder of Valyria, concealed his ballad within this dagger. To be aware of this is a heavy responsibility, far surpassing the significance of thrones and kings. As he spoke, he observed Rhaegar's every movement. Under the brilliant glow of the flames, the shadows of father and son elongated and magnified, twisting and shifting with the gusts that played with the fire. Rhaegar blinked, bewildered. The Song of Ice and Fire? I had thought it mere superstition conjured by the pages of a book. He indeed recognized the Song of Ice and Fire, earlier, while exploring the dragon's horn dagger. The system prompt had mentioned that the dagger contained the tale of the Song of Ice and Fire. Furthermore, the artifacts obtained through exploration were referred to as the warnings of the ancients. In retrospect, the implications were profound. Viserys spoke gravely. The prophecy exists indeed. I hope you will keep it close to your heart, ever vigilant against the unknown darkness and the cold winter that may lie ahead. I will, father. Rhaegar, although perplexed, realized the gravity of the situation. Viserys paced around the brazier, hesitating before saying, "I once posed a question to Rhaenyra. Do you wish to know what it was?" "What was it?" Rhaegar inquired instinctively, unable to fathom the profundity of his father's words. It pertained to dragons, specifically, one's perspective on them. At this juncture, Viserys saw no reason to cease his discourse and continued, "Dragons are ancient beings that have accompanied the Targaryen family since the days of old Valyria, magnificent yet flawed. What are your thoughts on this?" Rhaegar shook his head. "My dragon egg has yet to hatch, and my sister refuses to allow me to ride a dragon. The closest I have been to a dragon is the skull of Balerion. As a Targaryen, he possessed his own dragon egg, one from a great dragon named Dreamfire, which Rhaenyra had personally selected from the dragon pit before his birth. Over the years, that dragon egg had shown no signs of hatching." Viserys dismissed this concern, emphasizing, "It matters not. I merely require your thoughts on dragons." Observing his father's serious demeanor, Rhaegar understood the importance of the moment. He recalled the immense skull of Balerion. Even stripped of its scales and flesh, the pressure emanating from the skull was formidable. And there lay his dragon egg, resting in a specially crafted furnace. Impervious to high temperatures, its texture resolute, vastly different from the eggs of birds or chickens. Lastly, there was Rhaenyra. By the age of 7, she had already mastered the art of dragon riding, becoming a dragon rider. Each time he encountered her intimately, Rhaegar could detect a faint scent of sulfur, a scent he recognized as that of dragons. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar carefully articulated his response. "Dragons are the most formidable controllable weapons in the world today. Even Aegon the Conqueror, despite his remarkable intelligence and courage, unified the 7 kingdoms while mounted upon a dragon. Dragons are perilous. But only by mastering them can the Targaryens rise above the common folk. Otherwise, they are destined to fall from the Iron Throne." This was his heartfelt belief and the most objective opinion he could presently express. Viserys listened intently, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features, before inquiring once more. "If one day you were to command a great dragon and faced a rebellion from the disrespectful, how would you respond?" "Burn them alive," Rhaegar replied without hesitation. "You mentioned that dragons are dangerous?" Viserys furrowed his brow. Rhaegar remained undeterred. Without dragons, the Targaryen majesty cannot instill fear in the wicked. When necessary, Dragonfire will eradicate those who defy us, ensuring a singular voice across Westeros. Hearing his eldest son's conviction, Viserys fell into silence. Subjectively, Rhaegar's assertions held merit. The Targaryen family's ascendance to kingship in the 7 kingdoms was indeed inseparable from the aid of dragons. Yet, the prophecies of a Song of Ice and Fire lingered in his mind, making him reluctant to rely too heavily on dragons. Goalilia, forever unable to satiate his insatiable greed and desires through the mastery of dragons, summoned forth a cataclysmic disaster. He recalled the eve of several years past, when he posed a similar question before establishing Rhaenyra as his heir. Her response bore a striking resemblance to that of Rhaegar's initial reply. She did not believe that dominion over dragons would yield all that one desires. Her temperament mirrored that of her father, Viserys, both disinclined towards warfare and holding themselves to rigorous standards. In stark contrast, Rhaegar's answer echoed that of a certain individual, Daemon Targaryen, his own brother. Truth be told, there was a time when he contemplated naming Daemon as his successor, setting aside the treachery and disloyalty that Daemon had displayed towards him. Daemon's perspective on dragons was exceedingly radical. To him, they were but swords in hand, and wielding such a formidable weapon would inevitably lead him to unleash his desires and instigate war. For reasons unknown, jealousy stirred within Viserys. With a calm demeanor amidst Rhaegar's puzzled expression, he remarked, "I comprehend your meaning. Do not forget the prophecy of a song of ice and fire. Now go rest." Rhaegar refrained from pressing further, understanding the unspoken sentiment, and replied, "Very well, do mind your drinking, father." Viserys, with a gentle smile, watched as Rhaegar exited the tent, his face obscured by the dim light of the fire. Upon stepping outside, the midday sun struck his face, blinding Rhaegar momentarily. A shadow fell over him, shielding him from the glaring brilliance. It was Ser Harlock. Rhaegar tilted his head, recognizing the figure blocking the light. Harlock, holding a white cloak above the young prince's head, sincerely expressed, "Thank you for interceding on behalf of my brother, your highness." Rhaegar gently shook his head. "Do not mention it. I compelled Illic to escort me from the camp. He should not bear the blame for my actions. The king's guard obeys the king's command. My brother's negligence is a grave error." Harlock, a man of keen intellect, recognized the prince's esteemed position in the king's eyes and held him in great respect. "And what of Ser Illic?" Rhaegar inquired, shifting the topic. Harlock replied, "There was a disturbance at the camp's entrance. He has gone to investigate. If there is excitement, I shall join as well," Rhaegar declared, piqued with interest, but not forgetting to caution, "My father remains within. Ser, do exercise caution." Duty-bound, Harlock saluted. As he distanced himself from the royal tent, Rhaegar did not immediately seek the commotion. Instead, he perused the various delicacies and roasted meats, filling himself to a comfortable degree, having only sipped water since the early morning. Poor child, deprived of a mother. "Rhaegar," a voice called out from behind as he stood by a barbecue pit. And he turned, startled. Before him stood Rhaenyra, drenched in blood, her silver hair stained dark by congealed gore, as if she had just emerged from a brutal conflict. "Rhaenyra, what has happened to you? Yesterday, I sought you out, but alas, I could not find you." Rhaenyra lightly tapped his forehead, threateningly stating, "You shall address me as sister. Rhaenyra is not what you should call me, nor should you wander about aimlessly. What is the point of such pretenses now? Have you sustained any injuries, and are they severe?" Rhaegar anxiously examined her wounds. Rhaenyra lifted his chin, proudly declaring, "This is not my blood. I am unscathed." Chapter 14. The Bone Crusher, Harwinstone. "A wild boar attacked me, and I dispatched it." Rhaenyra affectionately ruffled Rhaegar's hair, her tone laced with pride. "Wow, the valiant boar huntress," Rhaegar unwittingly remarked. Rhaenyra's expression darkened instantaneously. Just as Rhaegar was about to face the wrath of his sister's ire, a voice interrupted their tender exchange. "Princess, I have heard that you single-handedly dealt with a wild boar." The voice emanated from beside the barbecue. The siblings turned to see a robust man with brown curls and a bushy beard. Rhaegar felt a flicker of familiarity in the man's features, despite their never having met. Rhaenyra, however, recognized him and smiled politely. It was merely fortune, Sir Harwinstone. Upon hearing the surname, Rhaegar's understanding dawned. He comprehended the source of his familiarity. It stemmed from the discomforting Larys Harwinstone. Noticing Rhaegar's expression, Rhaenyra whispered, "He is the eldest son of Prime Minister Leonor, a renowned knight known as the Bone Crusher." "The Bone Crusher? Does he crush the bones of his enemies?" Rhaegar inquired half-jokingly. Harwinstone, while skinning a pigeon, replied with a chuckle, "Indeed, during one battle, I shattered a poor wretch's skull with my war hammer, and the survivors bestowed upon me the moniker of Bone Crusher." "Impressive. It seems you truly are a formidable warrior," Rhaegar remarked casually, unable to conceal the pride lacing Harwinstone's tone. A knight bearing such an intimidating title certainly had reason to be proud. Swiftly cleaning the pigeon, Harwinstone casually grabbed a cloth to wipe his hands and approached with a jovial demeanor. "My roasting skills are quite commendable. I just witnessed the prince indulge heartily. Might the princess wish to honor me by sampling my fare?" As he spoke, the tall and robust knight exhibited a sense of humor and amiable demeanor, making it hard to envision him crushing skulls on the battlefield. Faced with the invitation from this rather handsome knight, Rhaenyra smiled apologetically, declining, "No, my father awaits me. No one can refuse the king. Fear not. I shall be serving in King's Landing for some time, and if the princess ever desires to taste my culinary skills, you are always welcome to visit, Harwinstone graciously offered, demonstrating a friendly disposition without undue eagerness. From him, Rhaegar perceived a certain quality, respect. Rhaenyra, being somewhat older, also recognized it. Slightly unaccustomed, she clasped her hands behind her back and smiled more genuinely. I shall, sir. Harwin smiled and bowed, choosing not to intrude further. This gesture only heightened Rhaenyra's fondness for him. Observing her somewhat elated sister, Rhaegar felt a sense of bewilderment and merely pursed his lips. I am leaving to see father. You may meander about as you wish. Rhaenyra still had to meet with Viserys and, with little time for conversation, hurriedly departed. At that moment, numerous lords and nobles gathered in the camp, taking note of the bloodied princess. The boisterous atmosphere abruptly fell silent, an unspoken agreement to maintain quiet. Rhaenyra felt a deep aversion to the scrutinizing gazes. With a cold demeanor, she strode past, occasionally locking eyes with certain individuals. More often than not, the princess's presence overshadowed those around her, compelling the timid to lower their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. A slight smirk graced Rhaenyra's lips, disdainful of the cowardly souls. Watching her captivating silhouette, Rhaegar pressed his lips together, seemingly grasping the essence of solitude. The royal hunt concluded, and Viserys promptly boarded the carriage, escorting his family back to King's Landing. In light of the siblings' reckless departure from the camp, their father imposed separate penalties. Although the princess had reached a marriageable age, she was disinclined towards the suitors chosen by the king. Viserys invested considerable resources to organize a grand tour across the realm for Rhaenyra. Ostensibly, this was to allow the heir to visit various lords, thereby strengthening their bonds with her and showcasing the Targaryen majesty. In truth, it served this purpose. Since becoming heir, Rhaenyra had merely observed state affairs, wielding no real power and remaining unfamiliar with the lords who had sworn fealty to her. Viserys aimed to elevate Rhaenyra's presence, ensuring that the vassals accepted their future queen. Concurrently, tournaments and feasts would be hosted across the lands, providing an opportunity for Rhaenyra to assess potential suitors. In Viserys' eyes, if Rhaenyra found no favor in his selections, then she should choose for herself. Countless promising young men from all corners of the realm would be at her disposal. This reveals the significance Viserys placed on his daughter's matrimonial prospects. With the eldest daughter's predicament addressed, the situation regarding the eldest son, Rhaegar, became more manageable. Under the pretense of recuperation, Viserys commanded Rhaegar to remain cloistered within the Red Keep, forbidding him from stepping outside its gates. To that end, he dispatched several scholars to regularly assess his health, ensuring that his frail condition had fully recovered. Naturally, Rhaegar resented this restriction of his freedom. After a heated argument, Viserys deemed it was time for his eldest son to begin his education. He assigned 2 elder scholars to teach him reading and writing, which proved to be a tedious ordeal, rising at 6 every morning under duress and enduring 8 consecutive hours of lessons. The subsequent day's scrutiny of assignments became a trial. Rhaegar felt utterly overwhelmed. Viserys showed no regard for him as a child just emerging from illness. Embracing the attitude of relentless learning, Rhaegar found some improvement in his once pallid complexion under the oppressive weight of rote education. However, the dark circles beneath his eyes grew ever more pronounced, even worse than before. Cursed be the scholars, cursed be the antiquated academic town. One day, I shall reclaim what I have lost. Amidst the stern tutelage of the 2 elder scholars, Rhaegar practiced his calligraphy while secretly resolving to endure. He had inquired of Viserys when he might regain his freedom, only to receive the answer, "You shall leave the Red Keep when your sister returns to King's Landing." Thus, his longing for Rhaenyra deepened immeasurably. How he missed his sister. Please return soon. Time flew by, and half a year passed. King's Landing welcomed the deep autumn, with its leaves turning a golden hue. As a coastal city, the climate remained relatively stable, though the farmers toiled more earnestly in the fields. Within the confines of the Red Keep, Rhaegar received splendid news. His long-awaited sister was returning. Rhaenyra had cut her journey short, setting sail from the Stormlands, and would soon be back in King's Landing. Regardless of others' opinions, Rhaegar was overjoyed. Each day, upon the conclusion of his lessons, he would sit by the stained-glass window of the attic, gazing out at the sea, hoping to catch a glimpse of Rhaenyra's returning ship. How wonderful it was! His sister was finally coming home, and the days of his torment were drawing to a close. Rhaegar felt a pang of sorrow for the experiences of the past 6 months. He enjoyed reading, but it had been merely a means to pass the time during his frail state, not the imprisonment of relentless study. Prince, it would be wise not to voice such thoughts. The king is quite displeased to hear news of the princess returning unannounced, came another voice from the attic. Rhaegar knew without looking who it was. Sir Illic, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, stood by another window, his stature as upright as a lance. "My dear knight, you are well aware of my daily struggles. Do you not mourn for me?" Rhaegar exclaimed in frustration. Illic could not help but chuckle. "Indeed. The king hopes you acquire knowledge, yet the 8 hours of lessons coupled with homework is rather inhumane." Chapter 15, The Egg of Dreamfire. Those two old fools were, in essence, committing a form of murder against a young prince. The mere thought of it made Rhaegar's head throb. He wished to pound the withered heads of the two scholars into oblivion. Surely, within their minds, there was more than just knowledge. Was there not a shred of compassion? Illic remained silent, disinterested in commenting on the king's educational arrangements for the prince. Since the royal hunt 6 months prior, their interactions had been scarce. Only a few days ago, upon learning that Rhaenyra's travels had concluded, Viserys had dispatched Illic to Rhaegar's side, pledging to safeguard the king's eldest son and fulfill all assigned duties. Yet, having a reliable white knight by his side was a boon. Especially given the shared trials they had endured together, their camaraderie flourished. Even the austere knight Illic could share a few light-hearted jests with Rhaegar from time to time. "I am weary, my lord," Rhaegar declared, and after a brief respite, he returned to his chamber, Illic in tow. The king's guard was solely tasked with safeguarding the king and those he designated. Nothing of consequence would breach the prince's quarters. Their duty was merely to stand sentinel at the door. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Rhaegar first approached the hearth, where a furnace-like vessel awaited. Lifting the lid, a wave of heat enveloped him. Undeterred by the sweltering air, he peered inside, revealing a jet-black dragon egg adorned with diamond-like patterns. This was his dragon egg. As he caressed its scalding surface, a flicker of disappointment crossed Rhaegar's eyes as he sighed. Still no sign of movement. When shall I witness the hatching of my dragon? Perhaps it was merely ill fortune. His dragon egg had shown no signs of life, remaining inert within its vessel for 6 long years. Habitually, he stroked the egg, conversing with it, believing that such dialogue might aid in its hatching. When thirst beckoned, he replaced the lid, concluding today's communion with the egg. Pouring himself a cup of hot water, he murmured to himself, "At least that fool Aegon's egg has yet to hatch. Otherwise, I would be utterly embarrassed." The thought of his foolish brother's egg remaining unhatched lightened Rhaegar's spirits, while his own egg's dormancy was indeed lamentable. The hatching of his brothers would only add to his anxieties. Days turned into weeks as the sun rose and set. Finally, Rhaenys returned to King's Landing. The proud Viserys did not make an appearance. Instead, Queen Alis brought forth the lords and ministers to greet her. The two women, as if old friends reunited after many years, linked arms and shared laughter before the watchful eyes of their subjects. Such a harmonious scene naturally elicited cheers from the crowd. Rhaegar's house arrest was lifted, and he joined the welcoming procession. Trailing behind the two women, he observed their congenial exchange and felt an inexplicable unease. Tugging at Illic's white cloak, he inquired softly, "Is this how women interact?" Illic glanced around to ensure their privacy and lowered his voice. "For the most part, yes. The queen and princess are the leading women, which makes them somewhat more formidable." Rhaegar, voicing his confusion, prompted Illic to shake his head. "To speak ill of royal members is a grave offense. I can only advise you to exercise caution." Rhaegar asked, "But I do not intend to entangle myself with the throne. Will I not be safe?" "I cannot say. However, as the old saying goes, one must always guard against treachery," Illic replied with a knowing look. Rhaegar smiled. "Then I shall rely on you to ensure my safety, my lord. It is my duty," Illic affirmed. Surrounded by many eyes, their conversation ceased as they accompanied the two leading ladies on their journey. It was not until nightfall that they finally crossed the threshold of the Red Keep. Despite his anger towards Rhaenyra's impulsive decision to return home, Viserys refrained from embarrassing his daughter. He organized a grand feast to welcome her back. Aegon, disliking the raucous atmosphere, hastily consumed some pastries and dishes before departing with the gifts Rhaenyra had prepared for him. Upon returning home, the greatest beneficiary was Aegon, who not only had the opportunity to step out of the Red Keep, but also found his daily lessons significantly reduced. No longer required to endure 8 hours of study, he now enjoyed 3 hours of lessons in the morning, with the remainder of his time free for leisure. Even homework had been abolished. In response, Aegon jubilantly proclaimed his delight, showering Rhaenyra with affectionate kisses when she came to visit him. This blissful period continued for some time until the Red Keep buzzed with activity once more, marking the 5th anniversary of the King and Queen Alicent's marriage. To express his gratitude for Alicent's 5 years of companionship, Viserys decided to host a grand tournament, inviting all the nobles and knights from across the realm to participate. He promised substantial rewards for the champions, inspiring the fervent youth to eagerly enlist and provide him with a thrilling spectacle of blood and steel. Regardless of Alicent's preferences, Viserys was utterly enamored with the tournament. Thanks to a prosperous grandfather, the former King Jaehaerys had amassed a considerable fortune for the royal treasury, enabling Viserys to host both feasts and tournaments with ease. The servants of the Red Keep had long grown accustomed to such events, and under Alicent's meticulous planning, the tournament was executed splendidly. Before long, the day of the King and Queen's 5th anniversary arrived. The tournament was as grand as anticipated, with inns throughout King's Landing fully booked. Rumors circulated that the business of certain brothels had drastically increased, with courtesans overwhelmed by patrons. Many noble lords even willing to engage in the fray, eager to shed sweat and blood. On that day, Alicent prepared a lavish banquet. Guests, alongside Viserys, reveled in the brutal spectacle of the tournament, and those who grew weary could indulge in merriment at the nearby banquet hall. The arena was alive with the clash of knights. 2 armored knights, wielding sharp lances, charged towards each other atop their steeds. In the moment of collision, a knight clad in black armor thrust his lance upward, striking his opponent squarely in the shoulder. With a tremendous impact, the opposing knight was sent flying, his body tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. Upon landing, the knight let out a cry of agony, one leg twisted beneath him. In the midst of his rolling and howling, Aegon noticed that he was only able to wave one arm, the other hanging limply, likely fractured at the shoulder. Without prompt medical attention, he would face a lifetime of disability. Alec, standing nearby, quietly explained the situation to him. Having never witnessed such a scene, Aegon felt a pang of compassion. With timely treatment, he too could have been left disabled, that leg rendered useless. The martial contest unfolds in such a manner, with the paramount concern being the determination of victors and vanquished. Illic endeavors to persuade Rhaegar to accept the harsh realities of existence. It is difficult to fathom that a group of exceptionally skilled young warriors would willingly participate in such a tournament, with only a scant few likely to return unscathed. Rhaegar is in a foul mood, unable to comprehend the purpose of this competition. Illic patiently explains that in a time of peace, the youth, brimming with fervor, have nowhere to channel their passions, and many seek the king's attention. Chapter 16. The Dornish. Chapter 17. Inciting wrath pointing at the dazed Bart. He mockingly remarks, "This knight seems rather unfriendly towards me, and harbors disdain for our Dornish people. Such sentiments are unjust." The long spear severed one of Bart's ears. As the Dornish youth continued, "I have heard a saying that the women of the Vale pale in comparison to goats in beauty. Is that truly the case? To be honest, I have yet to experience the company of a woman from the Vale, so I cannot attest to whether they are indeed inferior to goats." He kicked Bart's head and taunted, "Hey, Knight of the Vale, share your thoughts with me. I seek your perspective." Numerous wounds rendered Bart bleeding profusely, his head spinning. Amidst the incessant chatter of the Dornish youth, Bart mustered his strength, his lips twitching as if to utter something. The Dornish youth crouched down, grasping his hair and yanking him upward, grinning wickedly. "If you wish to speak, do so loudly." "Cough, you wretched Dornish monkey," Bart sputtered, expelling blood and phlegm onto his assailant, a feeble smirk accompanying his harsh curse. "Curse you, vile man of the Vale." The obscenity incensed the Dornish youth, though he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. A swift death is a mercy he did not wish to bestow upon this man of the Vale. The spear pierced Bart's limbs in succession, each thrust twisting within flesh, inflicting exquisite torment. This torment persisted for a full 10 minutes. Only when Bart could endure no longer did the spear finally pierce his throat, thereby ending his suffering. "You wretched Dornish, retribution awaits you." Suddenly, a voice erupted from the spectator stands, followed by an empty wine cup hurled forth. It landed with a thud in the muddy arena. This outburst seemed to herald a wave of pent-up frustration. More and more spectators rose to their feet, hurling insults and projectiles at the Dornish youth. Wine cups, apples, plates, and even several women's high-heeled shoes. Rhaenyra, amidst the crowd, stared impassively at the mocking, evasive Dornish youth. As a princess of the realm, she held no fondness for the Dornish, compounded by the fact that her mother, Aemma Arryn, hailed from a noble family of the Vale. The Dornish youth not only brutally slaughtered the loyal knights of her Vale, but also shamelessly derided the women of her homeland. This undoubtedly stoked Rhaenyra's desire for vengeance. "Cole, you shall face him in duel next. Avenge me," Rhaenyra commanded Cole, turning her gaze resolutely. Cole wore a troubled expression. "I am more than willing to serve the princess. That Dornishman is indeed despicable. However, as a member of the King's Guard, I cannot engage in a duel without the King's command. Therefore, I shall seek someone who can make the decision." Rhaenyra dismissed Cole and approached Viserys, lowering her voice. Father, that man is far too arrogant. He is bringing shame upon the kingdom. I can summon Cole to act. He would undoubtedly avenge Ser Harwin. Viserys, already irked, recognized the merit in his daughter's suggestion but maintained his composure, advising, "Patience, my dear. The realm is home to many valiant knights. The Kingsguard must not act impulsively. We must provide the youth with an opportunity to prove themselves." Rhaenyra found this reasoning compelling, almost rebutting, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The tournament must continue. Rhaenyra intervened, silencing the crowd's jeers and insults directed at the Dornish youth. Before the gathered assembly, the Dornishman brazenly declared, "The Knights of the Vale are feeble. Are there no more formidable opponents? I yearn for a true adversary, not these cowards and weaklings." His laughter echoed with unabashed arrogance. "I shall step forth." A middle-aged knight clad in silver-gray armor emerged, brandishing a longsword. "I am Ser Barrows of Storm's End, and I shall teach you the importance of humility." The Dornishman smirked in amusement. "Is that so? I hope you retain your former glory, Knight of Storm's End." Meanwhile, in the banquet area, a lavish spread of delicacies adorned rows of tables. Numerous noble women and young ladies gathered around a table, engaging in conversation akin to a tea party. Rhaegar occupied a table by himself, clearing a large space before him to showcase a particular pastry. "What is this called?" he mused, eyeing a treat resembling a chocolate cookie but shaped like a tart, its flavor sweet and chewy. "Delicious. Who crafted this masterpiece?" As he savored the delightful confection, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with joy. "I must inquire of Alicent upon my return. I need to know which chef is responsible for such excellence so that he may prepare pastries exclusively for me." Just as he was relishing his indulgence, an unexpected figure sat beside him. To Rhaegar's bewilderment, the newcomer seized a plate of chocolate pastries, savoring them with evident delight. "Who is this person, and why are they consuming my pastries?" Rhaegar silently grumbled, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent, thinking there were still plenty left. However, reality imparted a lesson to Rhaegar. When something displeases you, failing to address it only compounds your irritation. After only a few bites, he noticed the stranger devouring the pastries with reckless abandon. In the blink of an eye, one plate was emptied. "These are truly delightful. A commendable chef," the stranger mumbled. And without waiting for Rhaegar's response, they snatched another plate. Then came the third, the fourth, and as the last plate remained, Rhaegar could no longer contain himself. Rising from his chair with a swift motion, he protectively shielded the final platter of pastries before him, demanding loudly, "Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you seize my pastries? Have you always been this audacious?" His voice, though filled with fervor, was unfortunately tempered by his youth. The timbre was tender, and his increasingly round visage lacked any semblance of menace, resembling that of a child at play. The other party, exasperated, tugged at his curly hair and chuckled awkwardly. "You are indeed a prince, but pastries placed upon the table are meant for the guests to enjoy, are they not?" Rage ignited within Rhaegar, knowing I am a prince. "You still dare to snatch my pastries? You wouldn't even spare the last one. Are you so shameless as to quarrel with a child over food? Oh, in the presence of delicacies, age bears no weight, and besides, you, a prince, are but a child. Consuming too many sweets may lead to cavities. If you cannot manage yourself, you should relinquish the pastries to me. I fear no such dental affliction." The other party shamelessly retorted, "You rogue, do you think you can deceive me? Do I appear to be but a 3-year-old? Rhaegar pointed accusingly at the individual, instructing Illic, "Sir, teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. Let us see if he dares to act so brazenly again." "As you wish, my prince," Illic replied. Although reluctant to resort to violence at a banquet, the audacity displayed towards the young prince compelled him to defend his honor. Illic refrained from drawing his sword, striding purposefully to the individual's rear, intending to seize his shoulder. No, 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 good Sir Knight. I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us. I cannot concern myself with those who provoke the wrong individuals. They must inevitably face the consequences." Illic had no time for further conversation and grasped the shoulder, aiming to bring him down. In an instant, a swift shadow struck the back of Illic's hand, crisp and precise. The pain caused Illic to instinctively release his grip, a bruise blooming on his knuckles. Chapter 18, The Wandering Swordsman. Illic was taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the attack. Upon looking up, he beheld the very person he had sought to restrain, now comfortably seated in a chair, wielding a pair of silver chopsticks. "Dear knight, I harbor no ill will. I am merely a famished soul seeking a morsel that pleases my palate." At this sight, Rhaegar quietly set down his plate, retreating behind Illic. Observing the speed of the attack, it was evident that this individual was a master of his craft. His small frame could not withstand such prowess. You are most generous. Your Highness, the other beamed upon seeing the pastries, bowing deeply to Rhaegar. It appeared he bore no malevolence. Seizing the moment, Rhaegar finally took note of the man's appearance, a head of chestnut curls, brown eyes, and a weathered face perpetually adorned with a smile. He was diminutive in stature, barely reaching 160 centimeters. Among common folk, he might blend in, yet beside the skilled knights, he seemed diminutively slight. Perceiving Rhaegar's gaze, the man chuckled. I am aware of your identity, but it seems you are yet unaware of mine. Who are you? Rhaegar inquired. A nameless pawn, came the reply, firmly resolved. Rhaegar's fists clenched with determination. He felt as though he had been toyed with. Fixing his gaze upon the other, his dark pupils were as tranquil as still water. Concealing his innermost thoughts, casting a glance at Illic, he silently inquired. Illic nodded slightly, signifying that all was well. Within the Red Keep, none had yet dared to audaciously attempt the assassination of the king's eldest son in public. Rhaegar seized a pastry, his face brightening with a smile. I would be delighted to share this with you, Shilvril. Shilvril appeared perpetually cheerful. You may call me Shil, though I am no noble. I have temporarily lost my employment. Oh, and what was your profession before, to wield a sword with such proficiency? Rhaegar, intrigued by the other's commendable skills, noted that he hailed from a far-off city-state. Let us converse whilst we dine, he proposed. Thus, the two took their seats once more, the earlier tension dissipating as they engaged in light-hearted conversation over pastries. Through their exchange, Rhaegar learned that Shil had once been a squire to a knight, skilled in swordplay since childhood, yet he had always aspired to be a graceful dancer, to which he had devoted considerable effort. Upon reaching adulthood, he was noticed by a prominent merchant from Bravos, who employed him as a court dancer. He had anticipated a bright future ahead. However, tragically, within a few years, that very merchant was assassinated. Shil had been performing for him at the time and, inevitably, became a suspect. To evade capture, he clandestinely crossed over to the continent of Westeros. Eventually, under the patronage of a noblewoman, he was brought to the Red Keep to attend a banquet. Rhaegar listened, entranced, as if enveloped in Shil's narrative, occasionally expressing indignation at the injustices he faced. Shil, indulging in food and drink, lamented the cruelty of fate. In that moment, an understanding blossomed between them, forging a bond of kinship. However, this account was purely Illic's perspective. In truth, while Rhaegar feigned earnestness, internally he was rife with skepticism. What a Bravosi dancer, endowed with both talent and skill in swordsmanship. How rare, a figure of both stature and ability. What kind of fool would hire such a short and unimposing individual to perform? Was there a peculiar taste at play? He mused silently, pondering if Shil was merely deceiving some naive noblewoman to gain entry into the Red Keep for free meals and drink. Rhaegar smiled silently, observing Shil fabricate his tale. After a while, the chocolate pastries from the nearby table had all been consumed, and Shil reluctantly ceased his indulgence. Abruptly, he mentioned the ongoing tournament outside. My prince, the duels beyond are quite thrilling. Do you not wish to witness them? Rhaegar shook his head. No, I am still too young and unaccustomed to the sight of blood. Shil chuckled. That is indeed true. However, the dueling grounds are quite chaotic, even drawing the king's ire. What has transpired? Rhaegar furrowed his brow, sensing the subtle implications in Shil's words. A Dornishman has brutally slain his opponent and has boasted quite audaciously, Shil replied. Shilio took a small sip of his drink, remarking that the Dornishman would continue to challenge, and the second duel was likely just commencing. Come, let us observe, he urged. Rhaegar immediately rose, hastily leading Illic towards the arena. With a smile, Shilio followed suit. Upon their arrival at the tournament grounds, they found the audience fervently cheering for a single contender. Rhaegar secured a vantage point near the railing to observe the combat. Within the arena, a knight clad in silver-gray armor wielded his sword with formidable grace, relentlessly pushing a brown-skinned youth into retreat. Each time the massive blade grazed the opponent's body, the spectators erupted in applause, urging him to vanquish his foe. After watching for a while, Illic whispered, the favored combatant is the knight from House Balerion, while his opponent is a Dornishman, a scoundrel of the lowest order. Rhaegar nodded, intently focused on the duel. The Balerion knight exhibited a fierce offensive style, embodying the quintessential charge into battle. His strikes were swift and precise, mercilessly suppressing his opponent's movements and leaving no room for counterattacks. The Dornish youth, acutely aware of this, deftly utilized the advantages of his light armor, weaving in and out, evading each assault. His spear served as a shield against the knight's sword, the clashing sounds echoing throughout the arena. Just as the tension reached its peak, Shilio interjected. The outcome is already determined. The moment of transition from offense to defense is imminent. Rhaegar cast a skeptical glance at him and inquired, "Why do you say that?" The Balerion knight is indeed formidable. While it is true that he fought tenaciously, the Dornish lad merely needed to delay until the knight's stamina waned to secure victory. Rhaegar scrutinized the duel. Upon closer inspection, the Balerion knight had begun to breathe heavily under the strain of his relentless assaults, finding it increasingly difficult to close the distance to his opponent. In contrast, the Dornish youth appeared to possess ample energy, retreating while taunting, "My lord knight, had you mounted a steed, I would not engage you. Alas, you are confined to the mire. Huh. Even without a horse, severing your head would pose no challenge." The Balerion knight rasped, his disdain evident, though the sweat on his brow betrayed his true condition. Rhaegar tugged at Illich's sleeve, asking, "Sir, is it possible that the Balerion knight is truly on the verge of defeat?" Illich's expression grew grave. "It is difficult to say." The cunning Dornishman denies the knight any opportunity for close engagement. The knight's heavy armor becomes a liability the longer the fight endures. Shilio interjected at an opportune moment. Armor may preserve the life of its bearer in critical moments, yet it also constrains the body's agility. Much like the Dothraki across the sea, who eschew armor, believing that agility is the key to victory on the battlefield. Let us continue to observe. I have faith in the Balerion knight. Rhaegar maintained a serious demeanor, silently rooting for the knight. Chapter 19. The Ranger Prince Demon awaited the unfolding spectacle. Shilio, with an indifferent posture, clasped his hands behind his back. It soon became evident that the keen eye of a master swordsman could discern the truth. Within 5 minutes, the knight's swordplay had significantly diminished, ceasing the futile pursuit. The young Dornishman smiled slyly, aware that the moment for retaliation had arrived. Employing the same tactics as his previous encounter with Bart, he circled around Shilong, maintaining his distance while thrusting with his lance. Shilong raised his sword in defense, yet there are always moments of vulnerability. The Dornishman cunningly feigned a move, luring Shilong to strike. Just as victory seemed within reach, the Dornishman executed a swift counter, blinding Shilong in one eye with a technique known as the Golden Rooster stands on 3 legs. I concede, halt the duel." Realizing the tide had turned, Shilong stifled his agony and shouted in humiliation, relinquishing any desire to continue the battle. The harrowing fate of Bart weighed heavily on his mind. He was determined not to follow in those footsteps. With Shilong's concession, the Dornishman's arrogance surged as he wildly flaunted his triumph, showing utter disregard for the remaining knights. He had come here to humiliate this assembly of noble lords. As for the consequences? He had the audacity to come, and thus had his own means of support. High above, Viserys fixed a terrifying gaze upon the young Dornishman, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the armrests of his chair. He issued commands to Leonor. "Not a problem, Your Majesty," Leonor replied, wary of speaking further, and proceeded to seek out a knight capable of vanquishing the Dornishman. Many competitors had signed up for the tournament. The Dornishman would not bask in his glory for long. In a corner, Rhaegar turned away, his expression grim, unwilling to witness the raucous display below. "Do not be angered. That Dornish lad possesses considerable skill and intelligence. The average man stands little chance against him," said Shira, speaking confidently. "I know that warriors of the realm are as numerous as the stars. That fellow down there will eventually meet his defeat," Rhaegar replied with conviction. "Indeed. Every formidable warrior has a unique fighting style," Shira continued. "If I were to face that Dornish lad, my best strategy would be to feign weakness, presenting an opening for him to attack, and then seizing the opportunity to defend and counterattack." Rhaegar regarded him with a peculiar expression. "What? Do you wish to enter the fray?" The wandering swordsman would not draw his blade lightly unless he found just cause. Shira smirked slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Rhaegar. "What do you desire? To apply for the position of dance instructor at the Red Keep?" The other's true intentions were revealed, but Rhaegar was not surprised. Shira knelt earnestly, stating, "If the prince desires, I could remain at the Red Keep as a dance instructor." "Why?" "No reason. I simply wish to do so." Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. "That reason is insufficient. I cannot afford to harbor a dangerous individual within my home." Shira pondered for a moment before responding. "You are the eldest son of King Viserys I, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Your status and potential are worthy of my loyalty. That reason is commendable, yet still lacks sincerity." Rhaegar remained distrustful and warned, "One more thing. The heir to the Iron Throne is my sister. I have no intention of contesting that position with her, and no one should attempt to sow discord between us siblings." Having spoken, Rhaegar turned on his heel and departed, casting not a single glance at Shiryu. This individual had appeared rather abruptly, deliberately approaching him from the outset. His remarkable skills were showcased in the art of seizing pastries, and his astute insights during duels were unmistakable indicators of his intent to assert his worth. Alas, he had revealed his ulterior motives far too soon. Did he truly believe Rhaegar was an unsuspecting child, oblivious to the machinations at play? Clinging to a sense of superiority, he presumed that a display of royal dominance would compel others to bow in submission and willingly follow. Such base tactics, laced with sinister intent, would lead to Shiru's immediate incarceration upon their next encounter. As Rhaegar strode toward Rhaenyra's position, he vented his frustrations to Illic. "Indeed, Your Highness," Illic acquiesced, though his countenance bore a hint of uncertainty. Noticing the hesitation etched across his face, Rhaegar inquired, "What troubles you, sir?" As the prince had observed, Shiru's methods were rather rudimentary, unbefitting a master swordsman. Illic expressed his doubts. Rhaegar's gaze flickered. A skilled swordsman need not necessarily possess the wisdom of a scholar. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat vigilant. Ever since the news of his recovery had circulated, its origins unknown, the winds of King's Landing had shifted. Where once the focus was on urging Princess Rhaenyra to wed, discussions now revolved around Rhaegar's perceived suitability as a royal heir, favored by the emblematic White Stag, a sign of kingly potential. It would not be long before some ministers, unable to contain their impatience, would propose to the king the revocation of Rhaenyra's claim to the throne in favor of her elder brother, Rhaegar. From Illic, Rhaegar learned that Viserys had confined him for 6 months to shield him from undue scrutiny, which might affect his resolve and leave him vulnerable to corrupt influences. To this, Rhaegar had no objections. He accepted his father's goodwill. Perhaps due to his youth, Rhaegar did not place great importance on the claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra had been the heir for several years. He saw no reason to intrude and seize something he did not covet. Suddenly, an eerie roar echoed from afar. Rhaegar lifted his gaze, his expression shifting in an instant. A massive crimson figure loomed in the sky, approaching the tournament grounds with swift grace. With sharp horns, a serpentine neck, and powerful red wings, it was a dragon. Rhaegar instinctively gasped, his eyes fixed upon the soaring beast. The dragon's arrival did not go unnoticed. The entire audience was swept up in the tempestuous winds generated by its wings, hair tousled, and eyes squinting against the gale. Many ladies found their skirts inadvertently lifted, providing an unintended spectacle for the gentlemen nearby. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as the crowd gasped and shouted, eager to escape the shadow cast by the dragon. "Silence! This is a Targaryen dragon. The king is with you. Do not panic, do not flee." At that moment, a deep and commanding voice rang out, quelling the chaos that had gripped the hearts of the onlookers. It belonged to a robust elder, his hair and beard as white as snow. Captain Harold Western of the Imperial Guard stood resolutely. Beside him, the king perched high upon his throne. At this moment, Viserys maintained an air of calmness, gazing unflinchingly at the dragon, embodying the essence of a true sovereign. The sight of the king seemed to act as a balm for the anxious crowd, easing the cacophony into a more tranquil atmosphere. As the fleeting panic subsided, rationality began to resurface. Many among the onlookers discerned the dragon's form and gasped in awe. This magnificent creature was Caraxes, the dragon of Prince Daemon. Indeed, it was Caraxes. I had fought alongside Prince Daemon and would recognize him anywhere. Upon hearing his name, Caraxes let out an exhilarating roar, spewing forth a torrent of crimson flames laced with thick black smoke. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Caraxes circled the tournament grounds thrice before descending gracefully upon the dueling arena at the command of the figure atop his back. Once landed, Caraxes greedily surveyed the once arrogant Dornish youth, extending his serpentine neck and exhaling hot breath. The esteemed Prince Daemon faced the ravenous dragon, causing the Dornish youth to nearly freeze in terror. Trembling, he retreated incessantly, flustered as he attempted to bow in greeting to the figure on the dragon's back. Chapter 20. The King of the Stone Steps aisles in the distance. Rhaegar beheld the visage of the dragon rider. The quintessential Targaryen silver-gold locks and violet eyes stood out distinctly. Upon closer inspection, the rider's countenance was austere, with a proud nose and a fierce gaze that mirrored the temperament of the dragon beneath him. Having heard the murmurs in the crowd, Rhaegar recognized him instantly, his royal uncle, Daemon Targaryen, a prince of adventure who dared to ride dragons in his adolescence and led his followers against marauders. His exploits were legendary, with some even penning tomes in his honor. Look, a dragon, a living dragon. How immense it is. The childlike wonder within Rhaegar overshadowed any concern about his uncle, his heart and eyes solely captivated by the fearsome creature with scarlet scales. Grasping tightly onto a Lyric-s hand, Rhaegar exclaimed with unbridled excitement, "I shall also command a dragon of such majesty. No, it must be even more magnificent and grander." This dragon is too slender. The youthful boy candidly expressed his aspirations. Meanwhile, Illyric, preoccupied with vigilance, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, scanning the surroundings anxiously, wary of any potential chaos that might endanger the prince. Within the dueling arena, the Dornish youth found himself cornered by Caraxes, fearfully pressed against the wall, drenched in sweat. As his psychological defenses began to crumble under the weight of dread, a steady voice resonated within him, akin to a celestial melody. Caraxes, behave. With a guttural roar, Caraxes seemed to acknowledge his master, slowly lifting his head, no longer concerning himself with the cornered Dornish youth, obediently lowering himself to the ground. Daemon dismounted from the dragon's back, striding towards the viewing platform, seemingly oblivious to the presence of those in the shadows. No one dared to impede his progress as Daemon strode towards the throne of Viserys. Halt! No one may offend the majesty of the king, declared Harold, the captain of the Kingsguard, drawing his sword and pointing its tip at Daemon's chest. Daemon cast a sidelong glance at him, disregarding the threat with an air of indifference. Viserys remained motionless, his gaze deep as the ocean, scrutinizing his once brother. Daemon returned the stare, and for a moment, neither spoke, creating a tense atmosphere. The nearby lords and ministers felt the palpable tension, uncertain how the two brothers would engage. After a brief silence, Daemon took a step back, easing Harold's vigilance. He then produced a double-headed axe from his waist and tossed it before Viserys, raising his chin defiantly. Added to the Iron Throne, Viserys remained unmoved. Looking at Daemon's crown and solemnly inquired, "Have you crowned yourself a king?" Daemon recounted his victories, pausing to declare, "But I know, your majesty, there is only one true king in all the realm." With that, he knelt on one knee, removing the vine crown from his head and bowing his noble brow. "My crown and the Stepstones belong to you." This act exceeded the expectations of all present. Who could have anticipated that the typically proud Prince Daemon would willingly submit? Offering his elder brother the respect and dignity befitting a king? Gazing down at his enlightened brother, Viserys did not rush, instead asking, "Where is Lord Corlys?" "He has returned to his home at Driftmark," Daemon replied candidly. Viserys continued, "Who currently guards the Stepstones? The tides, crabs, and 2,000 souls." Impaled upon the beach as a warning to the pirates of the Three Daughters, Daemon responded in a low voice, aware of the significance of his answer to his brother. Receiving an unsatisfactory reply, Viserys pondered briefly before nodding in understanding. Viserys approached and took the vine crown Daemon had offered, glancing at it dismissively before handing it to Captain Harold. It was evident that he held little regard for this emblem of the king of the Narrow Sea. Noticing the expressions of the surrounding lords and ministers, Viserys' eyes glimmered as he said softly, "Rise." Daemon, hopeful, looked to his brother and, upon receiving the signal of forgiveness, gradually rose to his full stature. Viserys' icy demeanor melted into a smile. "Welcome home, brother." Without hesitation, Daemon embraced Viserys. Before the watchful eyes of all, the bloodline of Prince Balon was reconciled once more. Those with discernment understood that this was a warning from the king. His welcome of Daemon's return did not imply that others could exploit the situation. Daemon, too, was acutely aware of this, and thus maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Devoid of his previous recklessness, Rhaenyra stood before the crowd, closely observing the intricate power struggle unfolding before her, her eyes betraying an unmistakable delight. It was simply the pure joy of a beloved uncle's return. Her sister, Rhaegar, had somehow squeezed through the throng and arrived at Rhaenyra's side, taking her small hand in his. Upon hearing his call, Rhaenyra became aware of Rhaegar's presence and smiled lightly, saying, "Uncle Daemon has returned. He has always been so kind to me." Indeed, he appeared quite handsome. In response to his sister's enthusiasm, Rhaegar forced a smile, echoing the praise for Daemon's striking features. For he truly could not identify which admirable quality might align him with this uncle he had never met. Although he seldom heard news from beyond, he was aware that the title of prince had been uttered from this uncle's lips. Rhaegar could only wish for his own untimely demise, hoping to secure the inheritance of the Iron Throne from Viserys. How could Rhaegar ever harbor affection for him? With Daemon's arrival on Dragonback and the subsequent reconciliation of the two brothers, the day's tournament hastily concluded, prompting the organization of the lords and ministers to move to the banquet area to welcome Daemon. As for a certain Dornish youth, whose pants had become thoroughly soaked, he was gently escorted by Prime Minister Rhaenyra to a luxurious inn within the city. Not only was his lodging fee covered, but a dedicated attendant was assigned to ensure his comfort, fearing he might be out of place. It was quite the spectacle, prompting inquiries from many curious onlookers. The consistent response revealed that the king appreciated the valiant Dornish warrior who had journeyed so far, and was first to host the triumphant Prince Daemon. The tournament would resume the following day, inviting him to continue participating in the duel, with no option for refusal. The banquet was prepared in abundance, with Viserys walking alongside Daemon. Behind them trailed a multitude of ministers and invited nobles. It must be said that Alicent was a perceptive queen. Upon receiving news of Daemon's return, she immediately instructed the servants to clear the previously served dishes and replace them with an array of culinary delights that had been prepared in advance. By the time Viserys and his entourage arrived at the banquet area, everything was impeccably arranged, devoid of any semblance of a last-minute setup. Viserys was deeply moved and publicly praised Alicent as his capable consort, always at his side to share the burdens of his responsibilities. Alicent, unfazed by the attention, linked her arm with Viserys and gently remarked, "You have worked tirelessly with matters of state. You should not be troubled by trifles." Grasping the queen's delicate hand, Viserys looked upon her with gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you, my life is not so lonely." However, he jested, "If we grow too affectionate, the ministers will mock us. Let us invite the guests to the feast." Alicent's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her bashful demeanor captivating. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Bracelet. She played the role of a devoted wife and mother quite well. Amidst the lords, Rhaenyra observed the scene with a sardonic smile, her frustration causing Rhaegar to shiver beside her. "Sister, your grip is hurting my hand." Rhaegar voiced his grievance, attempting to withdraw his small hand from Rhaenyra's grasp. Rhaenyra hastily withdrew her hand, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I had momentarily forgotten you were here. It's quite all right. Do be mindful of your image. As many eyes are upon us in such settings," Rhaegar gently advised his sister, raising a delicate hand in a kind reminder. As he scanned the surroundings, his attention was abruptly captured by a certain visage. There stood Daemon, beside Viserys, observing the tender exchange between brother and sister with a faint, sardonic smile curving his lips. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, tilting his head to gain a clearer view. Suddenly, Daemon turned his head, locking his gaze onto Rhaegar with unsettling precision. Startled, Rhaegar instinctively took a step back. Yet, what was he afraid of? Could he truly pose a threat? Reminded of his own status, Rhaegar's spirit ignited, and he widened his eyes to meet Daemon's stare. The anticipated clash of wills did not transpire. Daemon regarded Rhaegar with bemused interest, nodding in acknowledgement before diverting his attention elsewhere. The casual gesture left Rhaegar feeling somewhat disheartened yet relieved. What a terrifying gaze. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. He exhaled quietly, though his mind lingered on the mocking grin Daemon had displayed. What did it mean? Why did he exhibit such disdain upon witnessing his father and Alicent's affection? Rhaegar questioned his own perception, yet the memory of Daemon's subtly curved smile was indelible. It was undoubtedly genuine. Ah well, since no one else seemed to have noticed, it would be best for him to remain in the shadows, he thought, as he stepped back behind Rhaenyra. As the feast commenced, the crowd settled into their seats. Viserys summoned Rhaenyra and Rhaegar closer, greeting Daemon. Rhaenyra had long admired this uncle. There was no need for elaboration. Viserys took Rhaegar's hand, introducing him to his brother. "Rhaegar, my firstborn, I trust you are already aware." Daemon nodded, his stern demeanor struggling to produce a congenial smile, which appeared rather forced. Viserys, not wishing to impose upon his brother, chuckled. "By the seven, Rhaegar recently encountered a remarkable fortune. His ailment has been miraculously cured, alleviating my deepest concerns." Daemon remarked, "I have heard of this. The miraculous fruit gifted by the White Stag sounds like a tale from a storybook." I too was skeptical upon first hearing. Yet divine will is often cloaked in profound meaning. Rhaegar is indeed favored by the gods as a Targaryen. Viserys fixed an unusual gaze upon Daemon, the words he spoke sending a ripple of astonishment through those present. The king's firstborn, the favor of the White Stag. And now the divine blessing spoken from the king's lips. What could this imply? Could it be true, as whispers outside suggested, that there were intentions to alter the line of succession? The utterance struck the hearts of all like a hammer. Rhaenyra's expression shifted slightly as she cast a glance at her increasingly vibrant brother. Daemon, seemingly unfazed, ruffled Rhaegar's hair, offering a blessing. "May you always remain healthy, far from the clutches of illness." The most astonishing reaction came from Alicent, whose gentle countenance faltered for a moment. She discreetly dug her nails into the flesh of her thumb, forcing a smile. She had always known that this day would inevitably arrive. Originally, Rhaegar's illness had reached a critical stage, leaving him with little time to live. Once the king's eldest son perished, she could elevate her son Aegon to the throne. Even if the king opposed her, the ministers in the council would covertly support her and propose a change in the heir. However, Rhaegar's miraculous recovery dealt her a devastating blow. From this point onward, Even if some disapproved of Rhaenyra's status as a female heir, they would only rally behind the eldest son, Rhaegar. Would all her efforts over the years be in vain? In despair, Alicent pressed her thumb, drawing blood. To avoid drawing attention to her distress, she quietly lowered her head, minimizing her presence. Faced with her uncle's blessings, Rhaegar felt somewhat uncomfortable and politely responded, "Thank you, uncle." He recalled having said some thoughtless words before and hoped he would not take them to heart, assuring him that their first meeting heralded a fresh future. His subtle intentions did not escape Daemon, who discerned them with a single glance. Rolling up his sleeves, Daemon removed a silver metal bracelet and said gravely, "After the war in the Stepstone Isles concluded, soldiers looted countless treasures, an abundance of gold, gemstones of various hues, and exquisite ornaments." Rhaegar listened intently, intrigued by the tales of war. Daemon presented the bracelet, stating, "This piece was found in the depths of a treasure chest belonging to a crab feeder. It is forged from Balerion steel, a gift for you to commemorate our meeting." Balerion steel? Indeed, that was exceptionally precious. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled, but his pride restrained him from reaching out, awaiting his father's approval. Viserys nodded, saying, "You need not refuse the gift from your uncle." "Oh, thank you, uncle." With his father's consent, Rhaegar immediately cast aside any lingering resentment towards Daemon and swiftly snatched the bracelet. Regardless of past grievances, in this moment, Daemon was indeed his good uncle. The bracelet was beautiful, adorned with intricate engravings. Rhaegar delightedly held it, slipping it onto his slender wrist. Rhaenyra couldn't help but groan. "Perhaps you should put the bracelet away. Your wrist is too delicate, and it's easy to lose." "Umph, I have always known how to cherish hard-earned treasures," Rhaegar retorted, lifting his wrist to admire the Balerion steel bracelet in the sunlight. This was undoubtedly an heirloom-worthy item. As this exploration task began, the target was the mysterious Balerion steel bracelet. A sudden system notification chimed, adding to Rhaegar's joy, and he couldn't suppress his beaming smile. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Mysterious Balerion steel bracelet, exploration progress, 05. After 6 months, the opportunity for exploration had arisen again, and Rhaegar could hardly contain his excitement. With genuine gratitude, he looked at Daemon and said, "Thank you so much, Uncle Daemon." The sudden action left Daemon utterly perplexed. However, seeing that his nephew appeared genuinely delighted, he accepted it with grace. Viserys patted Rhaegar on the back of his head, imparting wisdom. Words of gratitude need not be repeated, especially when addressed to kin. Rhaegar nodded vigorously, his charming visage radiating joy. The notion of familial ties seemed trivial at the moment. If Daemon were to strike Alicent, Rhaegar would undoubtedly applaud the crispness of the blow. Now, conceal that Na'vi demeanor and exhibit the poise befitting a prince. Rhaenyra, unable to bear the sight, delivered a sharp reprimand to her brother, squeezing out a warning through clenched teeth. Rhaegar, cradling the back of his head, protested, "If both of you keep hitting me, who will take responsibility for my foolishness? Should you truly become a fool, I shall confine you to the small dark room at the Red Keep." Rhaenyra replied with a smile that belied her intentions. Chapter 22. A special dream. The festivities lasted late into the night, the fervor coursing through the veins of the nobility, urging them to revel in the dimly lit ambience. Prior to the social dance, Rhaegar excused himself, feeling drowsy as he retreated to his chamber for rest. At midnight, the silvery moonlight poured through the glass window, casting a glow upon Rhaegar's bedside. In the depths of slumber, Rhaegar unconsciously furrowed his brow, mumbling incoherently. At that moment, he found himself ensnared in a nightmare. As a child, he drifted upon the boundless ocean, the sky shrouded in darkness, enveloped by a thick fog that obscured all sense of direction. Rhaegar stood upon a small island, shouting yet unable to produce sound. The silence around him was haunting. At an indeterminate moment, the once tranquil waters became tempestuous, waves gradually rising. The tide lapped at the island, the frigid sea engulfing Rhaegar's ankles, compelling him to seek higher ground. The island was but a mere speck, and even the tallest slope could not withstand the encroaching ocean. Rhaegar desperately climbed a coconut tree, the water now swirling around the trunk, surging upward. A paralyzing fear filled his heart as he helplessly watched the water level rise. Suddenly, a shadow swept overhead, cloaking a vast area below. Rhaegar attempted to look up, but his body betrayed him. Just as panic gripped him, a familiar yet foreign roar echoed from all directions. The jarring sound pierced Rhaegar's eardrums, inducing a suffocating agony. So much water, so cold. The abrupt turn of events jarred Rhaegar's psyche, causing the diminutive figure in the external world to shake his head. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. No, please no. The dream's waters engulfed Rhaegar's ankles, and terror jolted him awake. His eyes flying open as he emitted a frantic cry. Knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of Illic. Are you well, my prince? Rhaegar, disoriented, surveyed his surroundings, the familiar decor and the soft feather bed comforting yet surreal. After a considerable pause, as Illic pondered whether to push the door open and check inside, Rhaegar responded. Illic, relieved upon hearing this, gently remarked, if you have any commands, feel free to voice them. Having spent some time together, he had long since become accustomed to Rhaegar's nightmares, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the prince's troubled slumber. Rhaegar chose not to engage Illic further, curling up beneath his blankets and clutching his pillow in melancholy. This latest nightmare felt strikingly vivid, more terrifying than any he had experienced before. The frantic pounding of his heart revealed the extent of his distress. Another nightmare. If this is the dreamer's gift, I would rather forego it. A shadow loomed over his thoughts as he recalled the golden talent described in the system panel, murmuring his discontent. For some time, he had not dreamt, believing he had returned to a state of normal sleep. Yet tonight's nightmare had arrived unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Rhaegar felt utterly disheveled, akin to a stray kitten or puppy in the biting cold. Just as he was engulfed in despondency, the system notification pierced the somber atmosphere. Rhaegar extended his arm, gazing at the silver bracelet on his wrist, reminded that his exploration task remained incomplete. Mysterious Balerion steel bracelet, exploration progress, 100. The system panel manifested, prompting Rhaegar to reflect on the duration required for the retrieval of a similar relic. This exploration task had commenced around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, lasting approximately 8 hours. Silently calculating, he picked up the blue aura that had fallen on the bed. Relic retrieval successful, undergoing detection. Detection successful, classified as an excellent relic. A fire mage's magical instrument. What treasures lie within a fire mage's belongings? Curiosity about magic overcame his trepidation, and Rhaegar activated the relic without hesitation. Congratulations. The fire mage's magical instrument has been activated. You have acquired space bracelet, level, excellent, blue, function. The bracelet contains 3 cubic meters of space, unable to store living beings. Evaluation. A magical artifact traceable to the ancient Valyrian era. Its spatial properties bestow it with immense value, coveted even by noble dragon kings. With a soft click, the Valyrian steel bracelet on his wrist gently swayed, its surface splitting to reveal intricate patterns that crumbled into dust. When Rhaegar next examined the bracelet, all the signs of time's passage had vanished. Its overall hue transformed into a subdued silver gray, the designs more exquisite, as if crafted anew by a master artisan. A magical bracelet, a treasure sought after by the ancient Valyrian dragon kings? As he removed the bracelet, imbued with an air of mystery, Rhaegar marveled at his unexpected fortune. He felt compelled to express gratitude to Uncle Daemon for presenting him with such a generous gift. Rhaegar could not help but reflect on his good fortune. The explorer's instructions for utilizing the space bracelet accompanied it, and Rhaegar read them with great care. Indeed, Valyrian steel embodies magic. By etching spatial runes upon this enchanted metal, one can create a spatial artifact. Rhaegar was profoundly astonished, deeply admiring the wisdom of his ancestors. Valyrian steel is exceedingly rare, and wizards capable of mastering spatial runes are a scarce breed. The emergence of a spatial artifact, occurring merely once every few centuries, is already considered prolific. During the era of ancient Valyria, only the most formidable of the Dragon Lord families possessed spatial artifacts, cherishing them as treasures of lineage. Among the 40 Dragon Lord families, the Targaryens were not particularly distinguished, ranking in the lower tier. Thus, there are no recorded artifacts within their lineage. Those Dragon Lord families that did possess spatial artifacts have long been obliterated by cataclysmic disasters, entombed within the ruins of ancient Valyria. Clutching the spatial bracelet, Rhaegar's breath grew heavier, his gaze gradually becoming distant. This secret must not be disclosed, otherwise it would undoubtedly incite conflict. Suddenly, the bracelet shimmered with a hazy glow, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, Rhaegar sensed an inexplicable connection burgeoning between himself and the bracelet. Forged by the most powerful pyromancer, the bracelet possesses a bloodline recognition function. My Targaryen bloodline is sufficient to forge a pact with this bracelet. With a mere thought, Rhaegar became the master of the bracelet. It gradually diminished in size until it fit him perfectly. As Rhaegar adorned the bracelet and touched a fruit knife, he silently commanded, "Retrieve." In a swift motion, the fruit knife vanished into thin air. Within the expansive interior of the bracelet, Rhaegar felt the presence of the fruit knife. This novel experience ignited his curiosity, prompting him to repeatedly summon and stow away the fruit knife, as well as various items from the room. After tiring of the game, Rhaegar discovered a wealth of treasures hidden within the bracelet. A mountain of gold, several stacks of ancient Balerion texts, and a badge emblazoned with a dragon motif. Alongside an assortment of unfamiliar garments and trinkets, the latter being mere refuse. The sight of gold dazzled Rhaegar's eyes. He was a prince, yet the treasury did not belong to him. His previous life had never strayed from the Red Keep, nor had he ever needed to spend money. Now liberated, this gold was perfect to line his pockets, alleviating any concerns of insufficient pocket money. Chapter 23. The Dragon Taming. Manual. Rhaegar spilled all the gold onto his bed, covering it entirely. He reclined upon the glimmering heap, finding enjoyment despite the discomfort. Taking a moment to peruse the books he had extracted, Rhaegar, proficient in ancient Valyrian, began to read. The text chronicled a brief history of the Targaryen dragon lord family. The dragon motif badge was their family crest, adorned with the intricately carved forms of two entwined dragons, brimming with vitality. The Targaryen family is a vast lineage with a long-standing heritage in ancient Valyria, recorded to have over 300 dragons. At their zenith, the family boasted an astonishing 67 dragons coexisting, regardless of age. Such profound heritage places the Targaryen family among the foremost of the 40 Dragon Lord clans, second only to a select few. The space bracelet in Rhaegar's possession is one of the heirlooms of the Targaryen lineage, once held by a certain heir of the family. For reasons unknown, it has been lost to the outside world. The more Rhaegar gazed at it, the more alarmed he became, gradually sitting up straighter, reading each line with a newfound seriousness. The book offered a brief introduction to several Dragon Lord families allied with the Targaryens, providing a rudimentary analysis of the strength of these allies. Upon finishing the first book, Rhaegar picked up the second. The contents of this volume were of lesser significance, merely detailing the vassals of the Targaryen family. Switching to another book, Rhaegar relentlessly absorbed the knowledge within. At some point, he finally found something valuable amidst the historical discourse. The habits of dragons invigorated Rhaegar's spirit, and he silently prayed for insights regarding dragons, hoping for a different revelation. What is a dragon? How are dragons born? The connection between dragon riders and colossal dragons was initially described, recounting how dragons were discovered and tamed by the ancient Valyrian civilization. These were all well-trodden discussions, resembling the theories expounded by certain learned scholars. Rhaegar was not concerned with the origins of dragons. He merely sought to understand how dragon eggs hatch. Unfortunately, this detail was absent from the text. Instead, frequent records of dragon riders taming dragons appeared. Those with dragon blood could establish a bond with the colossal creatures, climbing onto their backs to become dragon riders. Fire mages theorized that colossal dragons possessed intelligence surpassing that of beasts, second only to humans. With a long lifespan, colossal dragons grow in size over time, many becoming unable to fly in their later years due to their vast size. As Rhaegar meticulously perused, he suddenly spotted a crucial annotation. Colossal dragons belong to the sky and the wild, and dragon lords permit them to soar freely and nest in distant lands during leisure, summoning their distant companions in times of war with magical horns. A magical horn? Another enchanted artifact capable of summoning colossal dragons. Rhaegar had never heard of such a wondrous horn. The Targaryens commanded their dragons using the ancient Valyrian tongue, without any special dragon taming tools. Continuing his silent reading, he discovered that dragons are not slaves. They are kin to their riders. Should one attempt to bind a colossal dragon with chains and return it to the sky, they would be met with a severe curse. At this point, Rhaegar furrowed his brow. One must not treat dragons as slaves. Otherwise, a curse would surely follow. Rhaegar's thoughts immediately turned to the Dragon Pit in King's Landing, a colossal structure established during the reign of Aegon I to house the dragons bred by the Targaryens. Powerful dragons such as Balerion, Rhaegar, and Vermithrax had once resided there. At this very moment, at least 3 dragons inhabited the pit: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. They were all permanent residents of the Dragon Pit, especially Syrax, who held a prominent position among them. Syrax is Rhaenyra's dragon, adorned with scales of a brilliant yellow hue. After hatching from its egg, it took residence within the dragon's lair. Aegon had never encountered a dragon before and was unaware of the distinctions between the dragons dwelling in the lair and those roaming freely outside. However, he was acutely aware that all dragons within the lair were shackled. Dragons are fierce creatures, possessing a formidable sense of territory. It is inevitable that conflicts will arise when multiple dragons coexist in a singular space. To safeguard the young dragons, the scholars of the Citadel proposed the use of shackles to confine those in the lair, preventing them from slaughtering one another. Aegon, with unwavering focus on the pages of his book, found himself convinced by the warnings inscribed therein. These texts originated from the freehold of Old Valyria, a legacy of a dragon lord family far more powerful than the Targaryens. They were not mere fabrications conjured by the presumptuous scholars of the Citadel. Seizing an opportunity, he contemplated presenting this tome to his father for judgment. Aegon pondered quietly. He soon finished the book and carefully tucked it away within his bracelet, fearful of its damage. Such invaluable knowledge is irreplaceable. Every word inscribed is a testament to the lineage of House Targaryen. There were many more books to peruse, and Aegon took his time leafing through them. The night passed in a blink of an eye. Dawn broke, the morning sun dispelling the darkness and bestowing warmth upon the earth. Aegon, who had not slept through the night, suddenly noticed the sunlight streaming into his chamber, emerging from the ocean of knowledge. Cautiously, he cast a glance at the door, swiftly stowing away the books and the golden coins scattered across his bed into the small bracelet on his wrist. He did not wish to have his secret unveiled, at least not at this moment. Oh, the infernal circles beneath my eyes, when shall they vanish? He lamented, pointing at his panda-like eyes in the mirror atop the bedside table. Fortunately, the books would not betray those who appreciate them. Throughout the night, Aegon discovered numerous intricate details about House Targaryen that had not been passed down through generations. For instance, taming a dragon requires more than merely issuing commands. It demands an unwavering belief in one's ability to subdue the beast. Should the dragon riders' resolve waver, and the subconscious mind doubts their capacity to tame a dragon, the creature will sense this timidity and will never acknowledge a cowardly soul. The most effective method of dragon taming involves boldly climbing onto the dragon's back and issuing commands with conviction, allowing the dragon to feel your intense desire for conquest. Soaring through the skies and across the seas together. In such a manner, the dragon and its rider will become one in thought. With a heart brimming with excitement, Aegon quickly washed up and before departing, pressed a fervent kiss upon his dragon egg, loudly proclaiming his desire. Hatch swiftly, for the skies await us. He was resolute in his belief that he would indeed become a dragon rider. Any doubt of himself would be a betrayal of the Valyrian blood coursing through his veins. As he opened the door, Aegon immediately caught sight of Eric's gaze, the brown irises brimming with encouragement. Harry's, could you refrain from gazing at me with such ambiguous eyes? It greatly troubles me. After finishing breakfast, Rhaegar expressed his thoughts to Elric. Elric, momentarily taken aback, replied, very well, yet I share your ambitions. Rhaegar's cheeks flushed slightly as he feigned indifference, saying, let us not dwell on trifles. There is a tournament to witness today. The tournament had concluded early the previous day in honor of Daemon, yet it spanned a total of 7 days, with events held daily. The arrogant Dornishman remained confined within King's Landing, and today, a formidable knight was certain to vanquish him, thereby earning the king's favor. Chapter 24. The swordsmanship of Ser Harwin. The tournament had always been a symbol of the kingdom's prosperity, drawing the enthusiasm of many nobles. By the time Rhaegar arrived at the venue, the stands were already abuzz with spectators. He quickly spotted his father upon the dais and approached with brisk steps. As he drew near, he realized that his father was surrounded by a throng. Viserys occupied the central seat, with Prime Minister Lionel to his right and Uncle Daemon to his left. Rhaenyra sat at the foot of Lionel, not diminishing her status as the heir. Perhaps due to the success of the previous night's feast, Viserys wore a constant smile. Upon seeing Rhaegar, he waved cheerfully. Come here, you retired early last night. Today, you must keep your father company. A scholar once said that children should sleep early and rise early for their growth. Rhaegar, justifying himself, approached Viserys with sincerity. Settling into his father's embrace, perched upon his lap, he luxuriated in paternal affection while casually reaching for a plate of fruits on the table. Noticing Rhaegar's bare wrist, Rhaenyra inquired with a smile, where's that bracelet? I thought you cherished it. It was too large and inconvenient to wear, Rhaegar replied dismissively. The bracelet was cumbersome in its normal state, and its reduced size might raise suspicions. He had concealed it within the hatching container holding the dragon eggs, intending to produce an excuse for its use later on. No one paid heed to this minor incident as they awaited the tournament's main event, the duel. In the arena, the 2 contestants took their places. Among them was, of course, a Dornish youth, the rightful focus of the day. The other contender, however, left the audience sorely disappointed. A diminutive swordsman with curly hair, he wore no armor, only a lightweight leather garb. It was Ser Harwin. With keen insight, Rhaegar identified the curly-haired swordsman. Viserys cast a curious glance, asking, Rhaegar, have you encountered that swordsman before? Rhaegar nodded. We shared tea yesterday. He is a rather skilled wandering swordsman who sought my fealty. At this, Rhaegar could not help but chuckle. Viserys, subtly furrowing his brow, stroked his chin and mused, let me guess, You did not acquiesce to his request? Indeed. A perilous individual of dubious origins. I would never place my trust in him. Rhaegar casually replied after consuming a red grape. You have acted wisely. I received a piece of news this morning that I can share with you. Viserys ruffled Rhaegar's hair and exchanged a subtle glance with Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra rose, producing a small note to read. Shiloh Frere, hailing from a noble family in Bravos, joined a certain sect upon reaching adulthood and frequently undertakes perilous missions. 2 months ago, this individual assassinated a prominent figure in Bravos and is now wanted throughout the realm, having clandestinely crossed over to the continent of Westeros. Half a month ago, he masqueraded as a wandering performer to gain the trust of a lord's daughter and traveled to King's Landing in a carriage. After recounting Shiloh's background, Rhaenyra took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat, casting a discreet glance at Daemon across the table. Daemon's expression remained impassive, exuding an air of indifference. Rhaegar listened intently, genuinely admiring Rhaenyra's intelligence-gathering prowess. Viserys noticed the shock on his eldest son's face and smiled with delight. Let me impart a lesson to you. There are no walls that do not whisper, for honor and faith are the true sanctuaries of the strong. I shall remember, father. Rhaegar dutifully responded to his father's teachings. Pleased by his son's obedience, Viserys felt a surge of vanity and resolved to frequently guide his eldest in matters of conduct and duty. The duel commenced. Rhaenyra's melodious voice interrupted the exchange between father and son. Within the dueling arena, the two contenders took their positions. As the referee sounded the horn, the Dornish youth circled Shiloh, brandishing his spear, searching for weaknesses. Compared to the previous day, the Dornish youth was notably more subdued, perhaps intimidated by Corlys. Shiloh stood to the side, wielding a one-handed sword, remaining still. You little fool, who invited you to your demise? The Dornish youth taunted, attempting to provoke Shiloh. Shiloh, with one hand resting behind him, spoke nonchalantly. Everyone shall meet their end. But I believe my time has not yet come. Is that so? For I perceive your death is imminent. The Dornish youth advanced slowly, spear in hand. To speak of death invites it. Perhaps it is you who will perish. Shiloh maintained his stance, sword held aloft. Short swordsman, I shall sever your legs, rendering you a true half-man. The Dornish youth launched the first strike, tentatively thrusting his spear. His movement was swift, the spear resembling a serpent. However, Shiloh was quicker still. Before the spear could close the distance, Shiloh struck the shaft with his sword, diverting its trajectory. Following this, he stepped forward decisively, his blade slicing through the Dornish youth's elbow. After landing the blow, Shiloh refrained from pursuing, returning to his original stance. In the face of the Dornish youth's seething glare, he remarked nonchalantly, Short? Once your head rolls upon the ground, you shall discover my true stature. Stimulated by words, the young Dornishman was ablaze with anger, yet caution urged him to endure and refrain from rash actions. For a time, the duel reached an impasse. Hiliu remained steadfast, while the Dornishman hesitated to strike, encircled by onlookers. This unremarkable confrontation garnered no approval from the audience, inevitably leading to scornful jeers urging them to engage. Either the curly-haired swordsman should swiftly eliminate the Dornishman's head, or the Dornishman must hastily dispatch the curly-haired swordsman to replace him with a more skilled knight to sever the Dornishman's head. Enough of this chatter. I shall not fear a little man who lacks the height of a horse's back. Despite the insults, the young Dornishman did not initiate an attack. Hiliu let out a dismissive snort. You are mistaken. My height surpasses that of a horse's back. I have measured. Before the young Dornishman could fully comprehend, Hiliu sprang into action. His legs moved with the swiftness of the wind, closing the distance to the young Dornishman. Startled, the Dornishman brandished his spear in a sweeping motion to push Hiliu back. With a clang, Hiliu retreated just beyond the reach of the spear, striking the shaft with the back of his sword, forcefully driving the spear's tip into the ground. Seizing the brief moment of disarmament, Hiliu raised his sword and thrust it into the young Dornishman's chest. Blood gushed forth, and the young Dornishman instantaneously lost the capacity to resist. Releasing his grip on the spear, he stared at Hiliu in disbelief, unable to comprehend the swiftness of his demise. You ambushed me. The young Dornishman glared at Hiliu with anger, only to be knocked to the ground by a swift kick. Grasping the young Dornishman by the hair, Hiliu exposed his neck, his expression one of regret. Your mentor taught you techniques, but failed to instruct you on the value of preserving your own life. With that, he raised his iron sword high and severed the young Dornishman's head. Chapter 25. The King's Intentions Well Done, Little Swordsman. A fitting end for the Dornish scum. Hiliu's victory in the arena was met with an outpouring of cheers and acclaim. The judge inquired whether he wished to continue the competition. With the iron sword slung over his shoulder, Hilliu bowed respectfully to the king and the spectators, smiling broadly. Of course, I aim to claim the championship of this event. King Viserys harbored a degree of fondness for this foreign swordsman who had slain the Dornishman, watching with a sense of amusement. Hilliu, an exceptional swordsman, cut his way through the competition, defeating several opponents with remarkable skill. The tournament continued until midday, with the sun high in the sky. Viserys, having indulged in fine wine, relished Hilliu's graceful swordsmanship, his spirits buoyed. Feeling the sun's increasing warmth, he called for a halt to the tournament. Rising from his chair, he stretched his weary back and remarked with satisfaction, "What a splendid display of martial prowess." As he moved, the audience turned their gazes toward him, and he beckoned for the foreign swordsman to approach, wishing to converse with him. Viserys instructed the attendants by his side. The attendant nodded and swiftly descended from the spectator's seat to whisper to the judge. Soon, Sir Helio approached the edge of the dueling arena. Kneeling on one knee to gaze up at the high platform, King Viserys, looking down from his elevated position, inquired with puzzlement, "Swordsman, why do you not ascend the stage?" Helio, with his sword resting upon his knee, proclaimed loudly, "I fight for honor. Once I secure the championship of the tournament, I shall present my loyalty to your majesty." Honor? Viserys mused, intrigued yet non-committal. "There are 5 days until the tournament. Should you triumph, I shall grant you one wish." Helio humbly expressed his gratitude. Viserys made no further gesture for him to depart. Instead, he took Princess Rhaegar's hand and turned to leave the venue. As the king exited, the other guests naturally followed suit. Upon returning to the study of the Red Keep, Viserys retained his 2 children and posed a question. "Are you not curious why I made such a promise to that swordsman?" Rhaegar appeared perplexed, while Rhaenyra shrugged indifferently, responding, "You once said that the best way to understand a person or a situation is through prolonged observation." "Very well, it seems you remember my words." Viserys smiled faintly. "A competent ruler must extinguish risks in their infancy. In the meantime, we can thoroughly investigate the sources of these risks." Rhaegar, confused, queried, "What if we act too late and suffer backlash?" "Precisely," Viserys replied. "Therefore, I must teach you to always remain vigilant against potential dangers, never to let your guard down." He cited the War of the Stepstones as an example, stating, "The Stepstones lie between 2 shores, a critical strategic point. Do you know why I did not take the initiative to send troops during the invasion of the 3 daughters?" Rhaenyra paused, staring at her father for a long moment before saying, "Because you did not wish to provoke war and face scrutiny from the realm." "Incorrect," Viserys countered. "The War of the Stepstones, strictly speaking, was a matter of defending our territory. Future generations will only remember the king's sagacity in overcoming the vile pirates of the 3 daughters." He found her answer unsatisfactory. Turning to Rhaegar, he asked, "What do you think?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow, uncertainly responding, "Because someone will confront the 3 daughters." "Exactly. You have hit the nail on the head, Rhaegar. You possess a remarkable talent," Viserys exclaimed, clapping in delight and openly praising him. The initial impact of the 3 daughters' occupation of the Stepstones was felt most acutely by House Balerion. Lord Corlys would never remain idle. Rhaenyra, greatly perplexed, questioned, "So, you allow the pirates to plunder your subjects, letting the sea snake sound the war horn to achieve victory and glory in place of the king?" In her view, it was the king's undeniable duty to vanquish the 3 daughters, rather than permit his vassals to take action that could undermine royal authority. Unperturbed by his daughter's challenge, Viserys patiently explained, "At the time of the 3 daughters' invasion, your mother was dying in childbirth, and Rhaegar was in a deep slumber, unable to serve as the heir. According to tradition, my brother Daemon naturally garnered the support of the lords, harboring ambitious aspirations for the Iron Throne. Yet, I resolutely chose my daughter, you, as my heir. This led to a fierce argument with Daemon, and in a fit of rage, I banished him from King's Landing. However, we possessed dragons and the allegiance of various lords." Rhaenyra endeavored to counter her father's assertions. "Dragons? How many dragons were truly capable of taking to the battlefield? Even if we dispatched forces, who would command them across the tumultuous seas?" Viserys retorted. Rhaenyra's complexion faltered as she recognized the flaw in her reasoning. Viserys' countenance hardened. At that time, the royal family had no dragons fit for battle, and the most suitable naval commander was none other than the sea snake, Corlys Balerion. "Daemon has Caraxes, and I too can join the fray." Rhaenyra sought to argue further, but Viserys interrupted. "Daemon has just been cast out by my own hand. He has recently forfeited his claim to the throne. Would he set aside his grievances to pledge loyalty to me or to you, the heir? Absolutely not. Nor would I debase myself by requesting Daemon's assistance. Syrax is but a young dragon that has never seen battle. I am not so foolish as to send my newly appointed heir into combat, awaiting the day when I receive news of your assassination." His piercing words struck Rhaenyra's fragile heart like a dagger. Strangely, she found herself at a loss for words, fully aware of the truth. Viserys ceased his admonishment of his daughter and continued. "In contrast, the royal family has dispatched only 3,000 soldiers, while the Sea Snake and Demon bear the stigma of waging an unauthorized war, striving to defeat the 3 queens of the realm. Yet what have they gained in return? After years of grueling conflict, exhausting immeasurable resources and manpower, merely to seize a desolate cluster of rocky islands?" Viserys raised his goblet and took a small sip, his gaze unwavering. "They have gained nothing. The Sea Snake's family has been gravely weakened, returning home from the Stepstones in shame to lick their wounds. Your uncle Demon has depleted a significant portion of his following, relinquishing the crown and the Stepstones to return to King's Landing, bowing his head in humility to seek peace with me, his brother. Meanwhile, my chosen heir has grown up smoothly, and the kingdom enjoys a time of peace and tranquility." Approaching Rhaenyra, Viserys articulated each word with care. "My daughter, do you understand?" Rhaenyra was profoundly moved by her father's foresight. Her innocent heart had never contemplated such intricate complexities. In that moment, the image of her father before her intertwined with the memory of the man who always wore a pleasing smile. Familiar yet foreign. Rhaenyra pressed her lips together, lowering her head as she spoke. "Father, the 7 have bestowed upon you unparalleled wisdom, and yet I found myself doubting you. For this, I feel deep shame." Chapter 26. The Dreamwalker. Viserys gently patted his daughter's shoulder and spoke softly. "There is no rush. You have a long journey ahead, and in time, you will learn how to become a ruler. I am truly sorry, father." Feeling the profound love of her father, Rhaenyra's eyes reddened, and she willingly nestled into his embrace. It is only fitting that a father should clear the path for his children, smoothing out the difficulties that lie ahead. Upon hearing her father's words, Rhaenyra felt a deeper pang in her heart and nuzzled closer to him. "Ah, enough now. Don't let Rhaegar witness your embarrassment," Viserys teased lightly. He wouldn't dare." Rhaenyra huffed in discontent, obediently extricating herself from her father's arms. "What do you think?" she added, casting a threatening glance at Rhaegar. The uninvolved Rhaegar replied, "I truly have no words. You two were having such a pleasant chat, and then you suddenly become sentimental. I am left here all alone, feeling quite awkward. What else do you want from me?" Viserys scooped up Rhaegar, admonishing him, "Do not bully your brother. In certain respects, he possesses far greater talent than you." Rhaenyra remained noncommittal, turning her head defiantly. Viserys chuckled and asked Rhaegar, "Why not share with your sister what insights you have gleaned from this experience?" "Do I really have to?" Rhaegar hesitated, casting a glance at his sister. "Of course, admirable qualities should not be overlooked," Viserys affirmed. Rhaegar nodded slowly, stating, "I once encountered a succinct phrase in a dream. To use another's blade to kill." "Use another's blade to kill?" Viserys paused, momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar phrase, contemplating its meaning. After a lengthy silence, he chuckled. "Indeed, it is precisely that. Using another's blade to kill. What a phrase rich in significance, encapsulating much wisdom." He turned to Rhaenyra, asking, "Do you see your brother's brilliance now?" "Everyone dreams. Rhaegar's dreams are merely more peculiar," Rhaenyra replied, her pride preventing her from acknowledging her brother's superiority. "No, Rhaegar's dreams are anything but ordinary. Do you recall the Dreamwalker Daenerys?" Viserys' tone grew serious. Daenerys Targaryen, known to the world as the Dreamwalker, used her prophetic dreams to save the Targaryen lineage. Rhaenyra casually recounted her background. Viserys gently stroked Rhaegar's forehead, speaking softly. "I seldom paid attention to you in the past, until recently when Elric informed me that you frequently have nightmares. I believe that must be a hallmark of a Dreamwalker." Rhaegar did not deny it, whispering, "Perhaps, but I do not cherish this gift. The nightmares torment me terribly." "Rhaegar, listen to me," Viserys said with utmost seriousness. "Our family has produced many dragon lords, yet few Dreamwalkers. In comparison to the power of prophetic dreams, what does the intimidation of dragons matter? Every dream you have, be it a pleasant one or a nightmare, may contain some form of warning. You should embrace this gift and approach each dream with rationality." Rhaegar leaned against Viserys, distinctly feeling his father's body tremble slightly, an uncontainable excitement. Raising his head, he beheld his father's eyes brimming with tears. "When your sister was but a child, I once dreamt a dream that has forever been etched in my mind, never to be forgotten. I have relentlessly pursued that dream, paying a grievous price, yet still have garnered nothing in return." At this, Viserys inhaled deeply. "Now, you possess a healthy body and the very talents I have longed for. I ought to feel content. Rhaegar, remember my words. Do not squander your gifts, nor regard them as burdens. gazing at his father, unable to speak. Rhaegar silently reached out to wipe away his tears. I shall, father, he silently vowed. Having addressed the concerns regarding his eldest son, Viserys, aware of his wavering emotions, chose not to continue the conversation. He instructed the siblings to return to their chambers and sought solitude. As they exited the study, the siblings wandered aimlessly down the long corridor. Suddenly, Rhaenyra inquired, "Can your dreams truly foretell the future?" "Most often. They consist of bizarre fragments that are difficult for me to comprehend," Rhaegar replied earnestly. "Really? What have you dreamt of?" Rhaenyra halted, crouching to meet Rhaegar's gaze. Unaccustomed to such proximity, Rhaegar instinctively drew back, a flash of memory from the previous night illuminating his thoughts. Feigning mystery, he declared, "I had a dream last night. One so terrifying it woke me." "Do tell," Rhaenyra urged eagerly. Rhaegar's eyes darted as he pondered. "I dreamt of an unseen dragon that expressed a desire for me to become its dragon rider." "If it is unseen, how can you be certain it is a dragon?" Rhaenyra interrupted, perplexed. "I heard its roar. It was thunderous," Rhaegar replied, annoyance creeping into his voice. "And please refrain from interrupting while I speak." All right, continue," Rhaenyra conceded, uninterested in furthering the dispute. Rhaegar continued, "But the dragon said it could not meet me yet, for there exists something in King's Landing that it detests." "What is it?" Rhaenyra could not help but ask. Rhaegar replied earnestly, "The dragon's lair." "Why?" "The lair has existed for many years, and many dragons have nested there, including my Syrax." At the mention of the lair, Rhaenyra appeared confused. Rhaegar fabricated further. "The dragon claimed it belongs to the sky and wilderness, while the lair is confined and stifling, hindering its growth." "Did the dragon truly say this, or are you merely concocting tales?" Rhaenyra questioned, skepticism etched upon her face. "Believe it or not, that was the essence of the dream," Rhaegar retorted, breaking free from Rhaenyra's hold. "I shall inform father of this matter. I trust he will not doubt my dream." "That may be so, but since the establishment of the lair, the scholars have meticulously cared for it without error," Rhaenyra stated, citing objective factors. "How do you know there are no malefactors among the scholars?" Rhaegar speculated maliciously about the scholars of Old Town, having never held a favorable view of that group adorned with collars around their necks. "Perhaps you are correct. The father had once said, 'You should believe in your dreams.'" Rhaenyra did not dispute this and encouraged her brother to cherish his aspirations. "The Dreamwalker is an ancient gift, one that defies conventional reasoning for all Targaryens who possess it." She did not wish to dampen her brother's enthusiasm. After a brief conversation, the siblings parted ways, each retreating to their respective chambers. Rhaegar walked with his head bowed. The door to his room, not far ahead. His mind lingered on the notion of the Dreamwalker. The system panel revealed the following: Rhaegar Targaryen gift, Dreamer, gold. Longevity, green. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 12, skills. Ancient Valyrian language, mastery. Relic, Bloodfire resonance, fire resistance 50, evaluation, a rich Dragon King bloodline. Remarkable even in the era of ancient Valyria. Chapter 27. Helena Rhaegar summoned the system panel, his gaze fixated on the section detailing his gifts. There was a lack of elaboration, merely denoting the golden quality of the Dreamer gift. The highest relic he had encountered thus far was the Skull of Balerion, which was of a legendary red quality. The hierarchy of quality seemed to be legendary, red, epic, purple, excellent, blue, good, green, with the potential for lower tiers beneath good yet to be discovered. It was generally accepted that above legendary lay the golden quality. Thus, the value of the Dreamer gift was rendered evident. He had indeed experienced a multitude of dreams, visions of dragons, flames, and warfare, along with bizarre wonders from unknown realms. More significantly, he had encountered highly targeted prophetic dreams. The White Stag he had once dreamt of truly manifested in the royal gardens, becoming his companion and aiding him in achieving good health. Hearing his father's tales transformed his perspective on his nightmares. He began to regard the capabilities of the Dreamer gift with newfound respect. Suddenly, a sound of rolling objects broke the silence behind him, jolting Rhaegar from his reverie. With heightened alertness, he turned to survey his surroundings. His father had summoned him for a discussion, leaving Alec in the evening's repose, absent from his side. The unexpected noise instilled a sense of unease. The corridor behind him was devoid of company, save for a solitary, exquisite leather ball rolling on the floor. Night had fallen, and the deep corridor was empty, with only the errant ball rolling ominously. Rhaegar's face drained of color, a chill creeping along his scalp. Whose ball was this? Playing about at such an hour? Regardless of any potential menace, he resolved to call out. At the very least, it might attract the attention of a night watchman. Rhaegar's voice echoed through the silent corridor, met with an eerie absence of response. Casting a glance back, the door to his room was now within reach. He swallowed hard, stealthily retreating. At that moment, a light footfall echoed, reminiscent of leather-soled shoes treading on wooden planks. As Rhaegar turned around, he caught a glimpse of a white shadow darting past. "Brother, do you play with a ball?" A delicate little girl, sculpted like a masterpiece, emerged in the corridor, clutching a ball and gazing at him with anticipation. Dressed in a white gown, with silver hair and alabaster skin, the sight of her visage caused Rhaegar's expression to darken like a soot-laden pot as he suppressed his anger. "Helena, what are you doing sneaking out to play with a ball at this late hour?" The girl was none other than Rhaegar's half-sister, Princess Helena. Leaning against the corridor wall with the ball, Helena spoke softly. "Aegon plays with the ball during the day, so I play at night." Observing her fragile silhouette, Rhaegar hastened towards her. "What are you doing playing at night? Children should go to bed early and rise early." Startled by the approach of her seldom-seen brother, Helena lowered her gaze. "Aegon won't let me play with the ball, so I can only sneak out when he is asleep," she murmured, shaking her head gently. "When mother was here, Aegon would play with me, but now that she is gone, he won't." Rhaegar felt a surge of indignation, grasping Helena's small hand. "I will take you back to your room to rest. Tomorrow, I shall have a craftsman make you a ball of your own, so you needn't rely on him." Helena remained unmoved, leaning against the wall in silence. "What is it? Why are you unhappy?" Rhaegar inquired again, unable to rouse the petite Helena. She merely shook her head, clutching the ball with one hand. Recalling Aegon's past behavior, Rhaegar cautiously probed, "Are you afraid that Aegon will take your ball from you?" Helena glanced up at him, biting her plump lip without a word. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar suggested, "Then why not leave the ball with me? You can take it out to play whenever you wish, out of Aegon's sight." Helena's violet eyes sparkled with light, her little head nodding vigorously as she whispered, "All right. I will give you the ball. Aegon won't dare to take it." She extended her hand, offering the ball she had clutched close to her heart. Though the little girl often appeared foolish, resembling a gourd with a sawed-off mouth, she was quite perceptive, aware that Aegon would not dare to provoke Rhaegar. Rhaegar shook his head in amusement. "Not quite that. Tomorrow I will give you a new ball, and you can let Aegon play with the old one." Helena's cherubic face blossomed into a smile, and she ceased resisting as Rhaegar took her hand and led her away. Helena's room was on the same floor as Rhaegar's. Originally, she had lived with Aegon and their mother, Alicent. However, with the arrival of the infant Aemond, Alicent could no longer tolerate the baby's incessant crying. Thus, she arranged 3 separate rooms for her 3 children. Helena mentioned that her attendants had frequently been summoned for work recently, leaving her and Aegon together during the day. This had allowed Aegon to bully her, forcing her to sneak out at night to play. Rhaegar did not question this, given the current circumstances at the Red Keep. With the return of Rhaenyra and the hosting of a tournament, it was entirely reasonable for there to be a shortage of personnel. After escorting Helena back to her room, Rhaegar leaned against the doorframe, admonishing her, "Do not wander about again. At night, there are malevolent dragons roaming the Red Keep. Be careful lest you be devoured." Rhaegar feigned a fearsome demeanor to frighten the little girl, Helena, who, unperturbed, stifled a giggle behind her hand. "Ah, the little lass possesses quite a bit of courage." Observing her endearing expression, Rhaegar raised his hand, intending to pinch her cheek. Yet, before he could do so, Helena suddenly shivered, her smile vanishing in an instant. "What is the matter, Helena?" Noticing her abrupt change, Rhaegar felt a pang of concern. Helena stared at him intently, her voice tinged with anxiety. "A hungry wolf has set its sights on the lamb." "What do you mean? Have you seen or heard something?" Rhaegar immediately recalled the rumors surrounding Helena, connecting them with his own dreamer abilities. However, Helena, having shifted from her earlier affection, silently closed the door to her room. Rhaegar found himself locked outside, his hand poised to knock, but hesitating. Clearly, Helena was not in a stable state. It was likely a form of self-protection following a premonition. To rouse her from such a state abruptly might not yield favorable results. "Helena, rest well. I shall remember to order you a ball." He softly murmured against the door before retreating to his own chamber. There remained many ancient tomes stored in his spatial bracelet, yet to be explored. To comprehend his dreamer abilities, it seemed prudent to delve into this knowledge. He took special note of the bloodline section on the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 12. Since awakening as an explorer, the bloodline section had frequently undergone alterations. Initially, the bracket contained only a 5, which surged to 8 upon acquiring the Blackfyre symbiosis. It continued to gradually increase thereafter. Rhaegar speculated that the percentage represented the purity of his bloodline. As alluded to in the evaluation section, a robust Dragon King bloodline, even during the era of ancient Valyria, was remarkable. After 6 months, the bloodline purity reached 12, more than doubling from its initial state. The disappearance of the percentage prior indicated that the effects of bloodfire symbiosis had peaked and would no longer rise. He resolved to peruse the tomes again, pondering the various Dragon King families of ancient Valyria and the significance of bloodline purity. Following Viserys' reminder regarding dreamer abilities, Rhaegar grew acutely aware of all his advantages, unwilling to squander even a modicum of potential. Chapter 28. Rumors and whispers. The sky loomed dark with heavy clouds. The sea churned with relentless waves. The fierce wind howled continuously. Rhaegar's slight figure ascended a coconut tree, anxiously gazing at the rising water below. The frigid sea engulfed his ankles and gradually consumed his calves. He yearned to cry out for help, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. A deafening rumble echoed as a bolt of lightning split the dim sky, akin to a shattering silver vessel. The roiling clouds unleashed a torrential downpour, washing over the desolate Rhaegar. How cold it is! Where am I? With a resounding clap of thunder, the sky reverberated with the roar of a colossal beast, echoing endlessly. Rhaegar, bewildered, raised his gaze and, illuminated by a flash of lightning, beheld a gigantic creature breaking through the dense clouds, soaring far into the distance on mighty wings. Striving to discern the creature's form amidst the cacophony of rain, he felt droplets streaming down his cheeks and instinctively wiped his face. Upon reopening his eyes, he was startled to find the creature had returned, swooping down towards the island where he stood. "Ah, don't come any closer." A vague, enormous shadow enveloped him, and he could not suppress a scream as darkness enveloped his vision. In the next instant, Rhaegar jolted awake, springing up from his bed. What was that? His chest heaved with frantic breaths, nerves taut as he scanned his surroundings in fear. His gaze fell upon the familiar layout of his room. After a moment of bewilderment, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and plopped back onto the bed, his voice laden with trepidation. Damn it, another nightmare. And it's the same as last time. In the past, his nightmares had been refreshingly varied, but this one had intruded upon his dreams for 2 consecutive nights, proving to be quite unbearable. With a sigh, he mused, perhaps this is what they mean by daytime thoughts manifesting in dreams. I was engrossed in ancient texts until dawn, my mind preoccupied with dreamers. Now look, the nightmare has returned. Where there is anomaly, there is often a specter, he muttered in frustration, tugging at his hair. After completing his morning routine, a servant brought in bread, milk, and fried eggs as usual. Are you off to witness the tournament today, Your Highness? As he savored the last sip of milk, Illic entered the room, his timing impeccable. Rhaegar gently wiped the milk from his lips and replied nonchalantly, not particularly interested. I think I'll explore the dragon's lair instead, as I've yet to visit. Very well, Illic affirmed in a low voice. Before departing, Rhaegar picked up a sheet of drawing paper and carefully rolled it up. The dragon's lair was quite a distance from the Red Keep, so the servants had prepared a carriage for their journey. Upon exiting the confines of the Red Keep, they entered the city of King's Landing. Illic occasionally stole glances at Rhaegar, appearing as if he had something to say, but refrained. Growing weary of being scrutinized, Rhaegar inquired, Sir, is there something amiss with my attire that you gaze upon me so? No, I merely sense that you seem a tad despondent today, Illic expressed his concern. They had traveled a considerable distance, and the usually cheerful prince had remained silent throughout, which naturally caused worry. Rhaegar's eyes reflected fatigue as he sighed. I had another nightmare. Upon hearing this, Illic noticed the deepening dark circles beneath the prince's eyes, which were beginning to resemble those of a panda. Your Highness, perhaps you ought to seek counsel from a scholar regarding your mental well-being. Insomnia and vivid dreams are not auspicious signs, Illic suggested. Rhaegar smiled mysteriously. No need for that. My father advised me to embrace my dreams, be they sweet or bitter. If I may be so bold, you seem to favor the sweeter kind, Illic replied. Illic furrowed his brow slightly. Do not worry about me. Life encompasses a mlang of bitter, spicy, sour, and sweet experiences. To sample these diverse flavors ahead of time is not necessarily a misfortune. Rhaegar interrupted Illic's counsel, inquiring about a reputable blacksmith shop. Illic replied, There is a commendable blacksmith on Silk Street, renowned for old Orin's craftsmanship. Let us proceed there and purchase some items, Rhaegar decided. With a firm directive, Illic instructed the coachman to head towards their destination. The royal carriage, not only opulent but also swift, paraded through the streets, eventually halting before an inconspicuous blacksmith shop. This was old Orin's grandson, an apprentice blacksmith, Illic remarked, guiding Rhaegar down from the carriage. Go fetch your grandfather and inform him that a distinguished guest wishes to see him. Tossing a gold coin to the apprentice, Illic commanded without hesitation. Yes, esteemed White Knight. The apprentice replied, promptly abandoning his work to dash inside the shop. Shortly thereafter, a stout old man with a bushy beard emerged. He was the proprietor of the establishment. Old Oren approached the two with purposeful strides, his voice booming. "Esteemed guests, Blacksmith Oren welcomes your arrival." As he spoke, he struggled to bow before Rhaegar. Rhaegar regarded the rotund old man with quiet amusement, finding him intriguing. Standing face to face, old Oren was not much taller than Rhaegar, but his girth was substantial. Rhaegar produced a rolled-up design sketch and instructed, "This is a design for a bracelet. I need you to craft an identical piece with utmost speed." "No problem. Is it to be made according to your wrist size?" "Yes, this bracelet is intended to replace a gift that does not fit." After clarifying the client's requirements, old Oren patted his chest confidently and assured, "Rest assured, you may retrieve the bracelet before sunset, perfectly crafted. I trust Illich's recommendation. The payment will be directed to him." "Sir," Rhaegar concluded the transaction decisively. However, old Oren declined the purse offered by Illich, insisting, "I do not seek payment. Having a prince where my creation is reward enough." "Oh, how do you know I am a prince? Care to guess which prince I am?" Rhaegar chuckled at the old man. Old Oren replied earnestly, "I have witnessed the king's second son, Aegon, at events. Your age is comparable. You must be the firstborn of the late king and queen, the slumbering hatchling, Rhaegar." "The slumbering hatchling? What a moniker. Are you referring to me?" Old Oren immediately fell silent, realizing he had spoken too hastily. Noticing his reticence, Rhaegar turned his gaze to Illich, expressing his displeasure. "Sir, when did I acquire this nickname?" Illich shot a warning glare at old Oren and whispered, "Since the last royal hunting expedition, rumors about your frail constitution and the blessing of the White Stag have spread widely among the populace. The king has issued a decree prohibiting any rumors concerning you, yet the chatter among the populace remains unabated. It was not until your recent reception of Princess Rhaenyra upon her return that you first appeared before the public, thus earning this moniker." Rhaegar furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is my father's restriction on my leaving the Red Keep related to this matter?" "There is indeed a portion of truth to that, yet the king harbors his own considerations. Not everything is interconnected." Chapter 29. The bastard Rhaegar interrupted his explanation, vexed. "Is it truly so outrageous that my father has confined me due to mere gossip? Gossip can wound the heart. The tales circulating at the time were varied and hurtful, and the king wishes to shield you from unnecessary troubles." Illyric endeavored to clarify. Rhaegar retorted with a bitter laugh. "He fears that ill-intentioned individuals may instill pernicious thoughts in me. Consider the current iteration of the prefix, the slumbering hatchling. Slumbering alludes to my previous frailty, while hatchling carries connotations of youth and mortality. Pray tell, what should a hatchling do upon awakening from slumber? Naturally, it must consume voraciously to grow into a true dragon. What prefix shall it bear then? The awakened true dragon or the roaring fury? This is a deliberate act by those with ulterior motives, spreading the identity of Rhaegar, the king's firstborn, among the masses to incite turmoil. Let the slumbering hatchling remain as it is. It is preferable to the notion of a withered hatchling." Rhaegar sought solace in his thoughts and fixed his gaze on Illyric, instructing, "Ensure he receives his wages without fail, and from now on, any rumors concerning me must be conveyed to me at the earliest opportunity." "Understood," Illyric replied, his demeanor serious as he accepted the command. "Let us proceed. Take me to purchase some toys for the younglings, and then we shall head to the dragon's lair." Rhaegar turned and boarded the carriage, his already foul mood further soured. The carriage lingered on Silk Street as Illyric dashed about, acquiring a plethora of toys. Once they were all stored in the carriage, they made their way to the dragon's lair. The lair, set against the hillside, was far more tranquil than the bustling city, as it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. No one awaited them at the entrance. Only 2 armored guards stood sentinel. Upon seeing the royal carriage approach, one guard hurried forward and inquired, "Might I ask which noble is visiting?" "I am Rhaegar Targaryen, the firstborn of Viserys I." Illyric proclaimed Rhaegar's identity and dismounted the carriage alone. The dragon's lair sprawled over a vast expanse, featuring numerous entrances and exits. Beyond the main entrance, there were caverns nestled against the mountains and clearings along the cliffs, all designed to accommodate the dragon's passage. The carriage halted outside, with guards stationed to keep watch. Rhaegar chose to enter on foot, stepping into the expansive courtyard reminiscent of a grand training ground. At the far end of the courtyard stood an imposing, magnificent domed structure. Not far into his journey, the scholars managing the lair and the dragon keepers arrived. The dragon keepers, primarily descendants of Valyria, had pledged their loyalty to House Targaryen for generations. They are well versed in High Valyrian, capable of soothing the restless spirit of dragons to a certain extent, and are responsible for their sustenance and care. "I have met His Highness the Prince." The newcomers bowed in unison. "Rise. I apologize for the intrusion. I merely wish to see the dragon's lair. Rhaegar, uninterested in idle chatter, cut straight to the point. Very well, since Master Bast is absent today, I shall serve as your guide. A young scholar with black hair and eyes, his complexion pale, volunteered. What is your name? Rhaegar inquired politely, adhering to basic decorum. Minas Balerion, your highness. The young scholar replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he softly uttered his name. Balerion. Rhaegar paused slightly, recalling that this was a surname associated with bastards. Each region of Westeros has its own surname for illegitimate children. In the north, it is Snow, while in the Vale, it is Valerion. It seemed he had not fared well. Understandably so, for bastards are seldom embraced. Even a learned bastard would find little acceptance among the scholars. Feeling Rhaegar's gaze upon him, Minas's expression shifted, a wave of inferiority washing over him as he silently gritted his teeth. As a bastard, he had endured countless disdainful glances throughout his life. This too shall pass, he thought. Lift your head. Your parents have bestowed upon you a countenance that is not unbecoming. Do not hesitate to use it. Rhaegar suddenly remarked. Minas obediently raised his head, maintaining a well-controlled demeanor, revealing a humble smile. I cannot advise you to disregard your lineage, for the world will remind you of it. However, you possess your own talents. Not everyone can become a scholar, so do not underestimate yourself. Sensing Minas's insecurity regarding his origins, Rhaegar offered a few encouraging words before falling silent. The circumstances of one's birth can dictate the course of one's life. This reality is a deep wound, one that Rhaegar could not heal. Fortunately, his mother had fought valiantly to bring him into this world, granting him a measure of honor. Thank you, mother. Silently praying for his deceased mother, Rhaegar gestured for Minas to lead the way. It was time to set aside sorrow and personal feelings. He must now serve as a guide during working hours. Along the way, Rhaegar inquired, how many dragons are currently in the lair? There are 3 in total, Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. Minas quickly adjusted his demeanor, revealing none of the previous melancholy as he dutifully responded. Take me to see them. I have yet to have a close encounter with a dragon. I fear that may not be possible, your highness. Rhaegar, puzzled, asked why. Do dragons also reject strangers? Not for that reason. Before you entered, Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon arrived ahead of you, intending to take the dragons out for a ride, Minas candidly explained. Rhaenyra is here as well? Quickly, take me to her. I must meet the dragons. Upon hearing that his sister was present, Rhaegar's spirits soared, his heart yearning for her to take him on a dragon ride. Very well, the princess just arrived. We should hurry, as we may still catch up with her. Minas calculated the time without hesitation. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Rhaegar urged Minas to lead the way. The group entered the dragon's den, heading towards the elevated platform halfway up the cavern. In a hurry, Rhaegar climbed the platform, breathless, just in time to see a few dragon keepers soothing Syrax, unshackling its hind limbs. On the other side, the Crimson College was ready. Daemon and Rhaenyra, clad in dragon-riding attire, stood conversing between the 2 dragons. Sister, Rhaegar called out loudly, disregarding the warnings from a lyric, excitedly rushing towards Rhaenyra. Hearing his voice, Rhaenyra turned in surprise, questioning, Rhaegar, what brings you to the dragon's den? Rhaegar stepped closer, skillfully taking his sister's hand, and proudly replied, Didn't I tell you last night that the dragon in my dream mentioned something was amiss in the dragon's den? I came to check on it. I had no idea you were here. I thought you were watching the tournament. Rhaenyra chuckled at him, playfully inquiring, So, dear brother, are you here to find me, or the dragons? Of course, I came to find you. The dragons are secondary, he said, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the 2 dragons. This yellow dragon must be Syrax. It's just as beautiful as you. Compared to the slender, horned College, Rhaegar preferred the well-proportioned Syrax, offering flattering praise. Syrax is named after the goddess of harvest. Naturally, it is beautiful, Rhaenyra remarked, having seen through Rhaegar's intentions from the start. Her arms crossed. So, my dear brother, now that you've seen it, what else do you wish for? Ride the dragon. I want you to take me for a flight on the dragon, Rhaegar eagerly expressed. Rhaenyra could hardly contain her laughter, ruffling his hair. I knew you sought me out for a reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached me. Then, dear sister, could you grant your brother's request? Rhaegar gazed at her with hopeful eyes. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have promised Uncle Daemon to fly to Dragonstone and return, which will take quite some time, Rhaenyra gently declined. The desire to ride overpowered reason, and Rhaegar shook Rhaenyra's hand in earnest. Observing the pleading look in her brother's eyes, Rhaenyra hesitated, glancing at Daemon, her gaze seeking his counsel. Noticing her expression, Rhaegar turned his attention to Daemon as well, eager to see how this generous uncle would respond. To their surprise, Daemon maintained a nonchalant demeanor, calmly stating, If he wishes to go, then take him. However, your father might not be pleased to learn that I took his heir and eldest son on an outing. The implication was clear. I can take him. But should anything happen, who will take responsibility? It was a rather cliché refusal. Rhaenyra understood and tightened her grip on Rhaegar's hand, apologizing. I'm sorry, Rhaegar. Today feels exceedingly distant. Sister, how about next time you take me for a ride on a dragon soaring above King's Landing? Rejected, Rhaegar felt an indescribable disappointment. Upholding his noble status, he could not throw a tantrum like Aegon would, as it would tarnish the princely image he carried. Extracting his hand from Rhaenyra's grasp, Rhaegar stepped back and forced a smile, saying, All right, I will await your promise. His words were composed, yet the melancholy in his eyes was unmistakable. You're so good. After visiting the dragon's lair, return to Red Keep promptly and don't wander off. Rhaenys was acutely aware of his despondency, but recalling her agreement with their uncle, she could only resolutely turn a blind eye. I shall make it up to you later, Rhaegar, she thought to herself. At that moment, the dragon handler unshackled Syrax and reported to Rhaenys in High Balerion. Princess, you may now ride Syrax. Rhaenys responded in the same tongue, I am aware. She once again took Rhaegar's hand and led him to an open space away from the dragons, entrusting him to Elric. Take good care of my brother and ensure he does not wander around the dragon's lair. Elric nodded, Yes, princess. After gently ruffling Rhaegar's hair and offering a few comforting words, Rhaenys approached Syrax. Daemon remained silent, observing the interaction between the siblings. Uncle, let us depart, Rhaenys said as she mounted the dragon, fastening her safety harness. I thought you would bring him along, Daemon remarked casually as he climbed onto Carax's. Rhaegar is still young. He would struggle to endure a day of wind on a dragoness back, Rhaenys explained with a smile. You were able to ride dragons at 7. Rhaegar is a boy, and early exposure to dragons is beneficial. Daemon's reasoning was sound. Members of House Targaryen were all dragon riders. After all, there will be opportunities in the future. Rhaenys detested the notion of gender distinctions and interjected, Let us not speak of Rhaegar. Instead, let us race to Dragonstone. Daemon shrugged and fell silent. In the background, Rhaegar stood before the crowd, witnessing the two dragons take flight, gradually disappearing into the clouds. Elric kept a vigilant eye on Rhaegar, and seeing his calm demeanor devoid of emotional upheaval, he felt reassured. He was not the only one watching Rhaegar. Maegor stood amidst the crowd, fixated on the small fists clenched behind Rhaegar. A splendid opportunity. Maegor maintained a stoic facade, yet internally he was fervently shouting, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He had grown weary of being looked down upon. The noble scholars held him in disdain. Despite possessing knowledge that surpassed that of most scholars he had encountered, he could not alter their prejudices. Assigned to the dragon's lair, he had initially hoped that diligent work would garner recognition, perhaps even the attention of royal members. If all Targaryens could ride dragons, who knows? One day he might encounter a benefactor and soar to greatness. Regrettably, this is a scenario that exists solely in dreams. The dragon rider merely needs the dragon whisperer to guide the mighty beast, without the necessity for a scholar to report on the dragon's every whim. He has never had the opportunity to engage with members of the royal family. Yet now, an exquisite opportunity presents itself. The young prince, having been slighted by his sister, is in dire need of consolation and companionship. The only prerequisite is that the endeavor must be sufficiently engaging, precisely attuned to the psychological needs of the young prince. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Minas summoned his courage and spoke, his voice trembling. Your Highness, do you not wish to see a dragon? In the dragon's lair resides a magnificent creature named Dreamfire, larger and older than the two you have encountered. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar turned his gaze. Noticing the young scholar's pallor, his voice quivering, and the nervous swallow that betrayed his anxiety, he dismissed this trivial matter. A bastard, daring to converse with a prince of such lofty stature, bore immense pressure. Nevertheless, his suggestion was undeniably enticing. Take me to see it. Rhaegar's tone was flat, yet carried an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Ellic was poised to dissuade him, but Rhaegar cast a frosty glance in his direction. Ellic promptly lowered his head, unwilling to provoke the already irritable prince, well aware that Rhaegar's mood had soured throughout the day. Let us proceed. The journey ahead is still lengthy. Rhaegar forged ahead, pushing past the dragon keepers who were oblivious to the common tongue, descending the stairs under Minas' guidance. The dragon's lair contained numerous nests, predominantly underground to prevent the dragons from colliding with the ceiling, which could result in a collapse. Upon receiving Rhaegar's directive, Minas' heart swelled with joy. As he led the way, he employed every ounce of his vocabulary to extol the beauty and might of the dragon Dreamfire. Dreamfire was a temperamental female dragon, known to have laid several eggs, including the one currently in Rhaegar's possession. Dragons reproduce through the laying and hatching of eggs, yet curiously, dragons do not possess distinct genders. The common belief of differentiating between male and female dragons is a fallacy. Minos, relishing the opportunity to impart his knowledge of dragons, endeavored to display his erudition. So, dragons reproduce asexually? Rhaegar interjected, his interest waning. Minos chuckled, I cannot say for certain. But it is well known that the steed of the old king, Vormissol, shares a well-documented companionship with Silverwing, unlike other solitary dragons. Enough of this, scholar. I have heard sufficient about dragons. When do we arrive at Dreamfire's nest? Rhaegar, growing impatient with the endless discourse devoid of conclusion, interrupted. I beg your pardon, your highness. Minos apologized profusely, embodying humility to the core. However, we have now reached the entrance to Dreamfire's nest. I shall not squander your time any further. Upon hearing these words, Rhaegar realized they had traversed a considerable distance through the tunnel. Before them loomed a vast opening, shrouded in darkness, where one could not discern their own hand before their face. Chapter 31. Dreamfire gazing at the pitch-black mouth of the cave before him, Rhaegar momentarily lost himself in thought, softly murmuring, Sir, do you believe I can tame a dragon? Ilik's countenance shifted, panic evident in his voice, absolutely not. Inside lies a volatile adult dragon. The king would never permit you to take such a perilous risk. Why not? Rhaegar fixed his unwavering gaze upon the White Knight, challenging him. Do you think I am incapable of taming a dragon? No, that is not my intention, Ilik stammered, struggling to articulate his concerns. Gaining the dragon's approval is no simple feat. You must deliberate carefully. But I wish to attempt it, sir. Rhaegar stepped forward, inhaling deeply. My sister was able to ride a dragon at the age of 7, and with winter's end, I too shall be 7. If she could, there is no reason I cannot. There was a thought left unspoken by Rhaegar. He possessed the bloodline of Bloodfyre, granting him remarkable resistance to flames. His Valyrian heritage was robust enough to facilitate the dragon's acceptance. I cannot acquiesce to your request, Prince. Ilik positioned himself before Rhaegar, his expression grave. I swore an oath to the king to protect his eldest son. I cannot stand idly by as you court danger. But you also pledged to fulfill my commands to the best of your ability, regardless of life or death, honor or disgrace. Rhaegar's voice rose. His eyes locked onto the White Knight. Perhaps it was a nightmare. The cold shoulder from Rhaenys had culminated at this moment, filling Rhaegar with a tumult of chaotic negative emotions. Fear of nightmares, dissatisfaction with the prefix, and even jealousy towards his sister consumed him. He was Rhaegar Targaryen. Targaryens are never weak. Behind him lay the lair of Dreamfire, and Rhaegar was determined to tame the dragon, to earn honor and respect through its might. Ilik could not impede him. As a White Knight, he was bound to uphold his vows. Rhaegar's expression turned serious as he issued his first command to Ilik. Now, as the eldest son of Aegon I, Rhaegar commands you to remain at your post, and not to disobey. Prince you, Ilik attempted to dissuade him, but Rhaegar interjected loudly. Silence, sir. Bound by his oath, Ilik found himself unable to betray the white cloak draped upon his shoulders, standing rigidly. His expression a struggle as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Very well, the oath-bound White Knight, Rhaegar acknowledged. Chapter 32. The failure to tame with a crunch. Rhaegar inadvertently stepped on a pile of foul dragon dung, snapping a skeletal remains riddled with bite marks, the sound starkly discordant in the hushed, dim space. The sudden noise startled Rhaegar, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, his heart racing wildly. His eyes remained fixated on the shadow lurking in the darkness, fearful that any small misstep would provoke its wrath. Pounding against his wildly thrumming chest, Rhaegar was certain that had his physical condition been what it was 6 months prior, he might have succumbed to a heart that could not sustain him, facing the risk of a sudden demise. Rhaegar inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Continuing to hum an unfamiliar melody, the sound of clashing chains echoed once more. At that moment, Rhaegar had closed the distance significantly and could faintly discern the silhouette of Dreamfire. The dragon's slender form was adorned with pale blue scales interwoven with silver threads, complemented by delicate azure wings and silver dorsal scales. The dragon's head, shrouded in shadows, remained somewhat obscured, yet a pair of slightly curved silver horns revealed themselves to the open air. Upon catching sight of the pale blue behemoth, Rhaegar instinctively halted his steps. Dreamfire's elongated neck curled against its side, wings folded against its ribs, seemingly at rest. However, Rhaegar was acutely aware that Dreamfire had already been roused by the melody, stealthily observing the intruder before it. Confronting a sovereign adult dragon alone, Rhaegar could not truthfully claim to be unafraid. His arm, holding the torch, trembled. His legs felt as though they were encased in lead, immovable, and even his lips, which had once sung the song, now felt numbed. Move swiftly. Fear had seized control of his body, and Rhaegar's dwindling rationality urged him to pound his legs, desperately striving to advance. He had come to tame the dragon and could not abandon his quest midway. After a prolonged moment, as it appeared that Dreamfyre did not intend to drive him away, Rhaegar's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Fueled by an indomitable spirit, his legs took another step forward. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, as the distance diminished. Rhaegar could clearly see Dreamfyre. The dragon's majestic head rested upon its elongated tail, its amber eyes regarding him with indifference. Within the constricted space, the oppressive presence of the adult dragon was overwhelming, akin to a Damoclean sword poised above, uncertain of when it might descend. Rhaegar could no longer hum the melody. His breaths grew increasingly labored, each sound resonating vividly. Having encountered the dragon, he could not allow his efforts to be in vain. The heightened tension rendered him rigid. Yet Rhaegar fervently encouraged himself, locking eyes with Dreamfyre. Dreamfyre, let us become allies. I will guide you back to the azure skies, no matter the cost. He was determined to attempt taming Dreamfyre. In response to his gesture, Dreamfyre's throat rippled, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Having just awakened, Dreamfyre's temperament remained relatively placid, exhibiting no overt hostility. It sniffed the air, seemingly sensing an inexplicable connection to this newcomer. The dragon, with its decades of intricate experiences, understood well what that bond entailed. Its first and former master, Rhaenyra, had also possessed this bloodline connection. Dreamfyre's chilling gaze met Rhaegar's, revealing an inquisitive glint. Rhaegar shouted once more, Dreamfyre, acknowledge me. You do not belong in this dark lair, hidden from the world. In response to his call, Dreamfyre released a resounding roar. At that moment, the young prince and the dragon, confined for decades, locked eyes, drawn together by an inexplicable bond. In each other's pupils, reflections of their figures intertwined. Beneath this tenuous connection, Rhaegar sensed the genuine emotions that resided within the heart of Dreamfyre: restlessness, fury, resentment, and a profound yearning for freedom. The overwhelming tide of negative emotions loomed like an unfathomable abyss, leaving Rhaegar utterly astounded. Upon reflection, it was only natural for a creature that belonged to the skies and the wilderness, a dragon, to harbor such feelings after being imprisoned for decades following its master's demise. Transitioning from youth to adulthood in this lightless cavern, such emotions were to be expected. Summoning his courage, Rhaegar stepped forward earnestly, proclaiming, Dreamfyre, allow me to take you from this place. Dreamfyre gazed at Rhaegar. Though the words were incomprehensible, the empathy in his tone resonated deeply. It had been confined for far too long, and indeed wished to escape. Dreamfyre stirred. With its powerful wings poised against the ground, it raised its head high, eager to display its most majestic form. However, the sturdy shackles constricting its neck and limbs thwarted its ascent, yanking it back forcefully before it could rise normally. The reciprocal nature of force was painfully evident. The anticipation of standing brought a sharp sting with the subsequent pull. With a thud, Dreamfyre collapsed, its elongated neck nearly breaking as it struck the cavern wall. Witnessing this, Rhaegar felt an indescribable worry, exclaiming, Dreamfyre, are you all right? Unbeknownst to him, at the moment of Dreamfyre's fall, the fragile bond they had just forged snapped. Struggling on the ground for a moment, Dreamfyre lifted its head once more, a fierce blaze erupting from its maw. Dreamfyre, are you okay? Rhaegar cautiously advanced a step. Upon meeting each other's gaze again, the warmth had vanished from Dreamfyre's eyes, replaced by fury and wildness. With a sudden roar, Dreamfyre opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of orange and azure flames. Rhaegar's expression shifted dramatically as he desperately attempted to reclaim Dreamfyre's rationality. Yet, the flames were imminent. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, he swiftly turned and sought refuge among the jagged remains of bones. The dragon's fire missed him, but the splintering sparks inevitably landed upon his unprotected back. The dragon's flames, far more potent than ordinary fire, swiftly consumed his clothing and scorched his fair skin. A piercing scream erupted from Rhaegar as excruciating pain clawed at his nerves, his head involuntarily arching backward, nearly dislodging his eyes from their sockets. For a fleeting moment, he thought he would perish from the agony. Ultimately, the notion that blood and fire share the same origin proved to be more than mere words. Despite the excruciating pain, Rhaegar remained alive. How could this be? Why had Dreamfyre spiraled out of control? In this perilous moment, Rhaegar's rationality eclipsed his fear, prompting him to issue the most prudent command. Seizing the opportunity while Dreamfyre exhaled its fiery breath, He struggled to rise and heedlessly fled into the distance. The torch had just been extinguished, leaving Rhaegar to navigate through the darkness, his already unsteady steps stumbling over the bones scattered across the ground. The clamor of his missteps became a familiar rhythm. A sudden miscalculation ignited the fury of the dream fire, which thrashed against its chains, roaring and spewing dragon flames wildly. The vibrant dragon fire illuminated the lair, consuming the stone walls and the bones with reckless abandon, occasionally grazing past Rhaegar. Damn it, he was so close to success. As he fled from the searing pursuit of the dragon flames, Rhaegar's heart raced with terror, reflecting on the reasons for his impending failure. "Prince, watch out behind you." A familiar voice rang out, and before Rhaegar could react, a white figure tackled him. Boom. In the next instant, the very spot where Rhaegar had stood was engulfed by dragon fire, scorching a half-foot deep carbonized pit into the ground. Chapter 33. Escape from death, tumbling on the ground. Rhaegar's head felt foggy as he looked around in confusion. Turning his head, he saw Illic, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, pressing down upon him, fiercely shielding him beneath his body. "Illic, you were supposed to guard the entrance. What are you doing here?" Rhaegar's brain struggled to catch up, his words slurred with dizziness. "My foremost duty is to ensure your safety." Illic's voice was grave as he swiftly rose, cradling Rhaegar in his arms, and bolted away. Rhaegar couldn't quite grasp his words, his gaze instinctively drifting back. He wanted to glimpse the dream fire once more. He had almost tamed it. Yet, the situation had changed too swiftly, turning hostile in an instant, all his efforts thwarted. With a swift motion, Illic sprinted out of the lair, following the tunnel's path. Rhaegar's eyes remained fixated on the dream fire, watching the pale blue beast vent its rage. Suddenly, he noticed the chains around the creature's neck. The dream fire writhed, its sharp teeth gnawing at the chain, which was as thick as a human thigh, sending sparks flying. It was the chains. The chains had interrupted the bonding ritual. Inciting its fury, a spark of realization ignited in Rhaegar's mind, and he exclaimed in frustration, glaring at the very chain that had led to his failure in taming the dragon. Upon discovering the cause, fury surged within Rhaegar, matching the frenzy of the dream fire. He felt an overwhelming urge to slay the wretched creature that had bound the chain. Before he could utter another word, Illic turned a corner, completely obscuring the dream fire from view. In a moment, they burst forth from the lair, returning to the original entrance. Minas rushed over, his expression filled with concern. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Illic forcefully pushed him aside, retorting coldly, "Silence. You had better pray the prince is unharmed." He then laid Rhaegar down on the ground, crouching to examine him. Rhaegar, engulfed in regret, allowed himself to be inspected. Damn it, he was so close to taming the dream fire. The weight of remorse bore heavily upon him. Illic first turned Rhaegar's head to check for injuries, ensuring there was no harm to his skull before inspecting his limbs. The limbs were intact, fingers and toes unscathed. As he muttered to himself, Illic cast a glance at Rhaegar's back, his expression darkening instantly. The fabric covering his back had long since been incinerated, revealing a once pristine surface now riddled with an array of blisters. This was a severe burn. Minas gasped, as though the blisters had appeared on his own skin. "Be quiet, I'm not blind." Illic shot him a venomous glare, wishing he could cleave the wayward prince's bastard scholar in two. After a brief separation, Minas had regained his composure. He was acutely aware of the consequences that would befall the prince due to his injuries. The thought of the gallows beckoning made Minas feel faint. "Wait. I am knowledgeable in herbalism and medicine. I can attend to his highness." Despite his trepidation, Minas remained rational, devising a means of rescue. Fearing Illic would disregard his counsel, he tore from his garments a collar adorned with rings of black iron, silver, and gold. "Step aside, I do not trust you." Illic had no intention of heeding him. Scooping up Rhaegar and preparing to depart. In the throes of life and death peril, Rhaegar had felt little. Now, freed from danger, he gasped sharply as Illic moved, nearly succumbing to the pain. "My lord, wait. The pain is unbearable." The entirety of his back and neck was severely burned, the searing agony incessantly tormenting his nerves, already beginning to descend into numbness. "Allow me to tend to his highness, even temporarily. His injuries cannot withstand jostling and must be treated swiftly." Minas spread his arms, blocking Illic's path. Illic recognized the urgency of the situation, hesitating as he glanced at Rhaegar. He nodded, casting a wary glare at Minas, warning, "If I discover you attempting any tricks, you will regret it." Minas retorted, "I cherish my life more than you presume." He then instructed Illic to carry Rhaegar steadily out of the tunnel. "My dwelling is near the dragon's lair. There are herbs and instruments there." Emerging from the passage, Minas led the way up the stairs to a narrow wooden cabin at the edge of the dragon's den. "Is this where you reside?" Illic surveyed the dilapidated furnishings and the musty odor within, surprised that a scholar had fallen to such depths. Minas hurried to the bedside, crouching down to retrieve a square wooden box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he revealed an assortment of jars and containers, filled with powders and pills. Lay the prince flat upon the bed. I shall commence with a basic surface cleaning. Minas spoke urgently, devoid of the inclination for banter with Illic. Please bear with me. My movements may be somewhat abrupt. Illic cautioned Rhaegar, and then he flipped him onto his back, pressing him against the bed. Ouch! Was your warning a tad late? Rhaegar grimaced in pain, filled with indignation. Do not speak. Conserve your strength, my lord. Minas procured 2 ceramic jars, gently sprinkling a layer of medicinal powder onto Rhaegar's back. Pain, pain, pain. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. He turned his head towards Illic, expressing his agony. Why haven't I fainted? Typically, one would lose consciousness from such injuries. Illic, at a loss for words, replied, a person may succumb to unbearable pain. But your continued awareness suggests that it is not yet severe enough. But I certainly feel it is, Rhaegar retorted hoarsely. It was not that he was overly talkative. If he did not engage someone in conversation to divert his attention, he might genuinely lose consciousness from the pain. While Minas tended to the wounds, he could not help but reflect. Based on his knowledge, the fiery breath of an adult dragon could melt steel. Direct contact with such flames would reduce a human to ashes in an instant. It was difficult to fathom that Rhaegar remained conscious after being scorched by dragon fire. Upon hearing Minas's astonishment, Rhaegar inquired, weren't you waiting by the lair? Why did Sir Illic come to my rescue? Minas hesitated, feeling shame. In a moment of confusion, I led you into the lair of Dreamfire. The instant you entered, I regretted it. I rushed out to seek the aid of this noble knight, fearing for your safety. I did not anticipate that Dreamfire would become frenzied so quickly, resulting in your grievous injuries. Rhaegar disregarded his words and turned to Illic. Illic did not deny it. With a resounding thud, he knelt on one knee and declared, the king has entrusted me with the duty of safeguarding you. Allowing you to venture forth alone is a grave dereliction of my responsibilities. I apologize for the burden I bear in this white cloak. With that, Illic lowered his head and tore away the severely burned portion of his white cloak. Observing the charred remnants, Rhaegar glanced at Illic's back with concern and asked, are you injured, sir? Illic replied, slightly taken aback, no, my prince. Rhaegar exhaled in relief, his voice tinged with bitterness. That is for the best. It would be unbearable for me if my recklessness led to your injury. It is my duty, Illic responded calmly. No, your task was to remain on standby. Rhaegar buried his face in his arms, lost in despair. Sir, thank you for putting aside past grievances to save me. I am truly sorry. Chapter 34. The proposal of Leonor. There is no need for apologies. Every Targaryen is captivated by dragons, and it is not uncommon to make hasty judgments in the heat of the moment. Observing Rhaegar, who lay in bed enduring his suffering, Illic felt he had no right to be angry. Mentioning dragons ignited a spark of fury in Rhaegar's eyes, and he gritted his teeth. I was on the verge of taming Dreamfire. What went wrong? Illic sensed the gravity of the situation and furrowed his brow in inquiry. With simmering anger, Rhaegar exclaimed, Dreamfire was close to accepting me, but a chain bound it, preventing it from even standing. The ritual of bonding between Dreamfire and myself was forcibly interrupted by that chain. In his fervor, Rhaegar nearly roared, his eyes bloodshot, the purple of his pupils contrasting eerily. Failure is not something to fear. Rather, it is the thwarted success that is truly reprehensible. Illic had not anticipated such developments. With malicious intent, he seized Minas, threatening, you are responsible for the regular inspections of the dragon's lair. What is the meaning of these chains? Even without extensive experience with dragons, he understood that the chains binding them were typically of sufficient length to allow for free movement. As Rhaegar had indicated, the situation with Dreamfire was anything but ordinary. Illic had justifiable suspicions that this illegitimate scholar was conspiring against the prince. Lifted by the collar, Minas was terrified and stammered, it wasn't me. I only handle the cleaning of bones and dragon dung, grimy tasks that no one else desires. How could I dare to approach a dragon? If not you, then who? You deceitful wretch? Or is it that scholar, Balthasar, of whom you speak? Illic clearly had no intention of letting him off easily, delivering 2 sharp blows that left Minas's face bloodied. With a cry of anguish, Minas desperately defended himself. It truly was not me. Only the dragon keepers can change the chains. Those fellows are the only ones capable of calming the great beasts. He pleaded hoarsely for his innocence. Rhaegar, irritated by the commotion, felt his wounds throb painfully and thought, first, bind him. We must return to the Red Keep at once. This matter requires my father's attention. Unable to concentrate due to the pain, He was focused on two objectives: returning home to seek parental guidance, and discovering who had secretly altered Dreamfire's chains. Intending to feed the culprit to the dragon, Alec acquiesced. "Yes, my prince." He forcefully threw Minas to the ground, stripped him of his belt, and bound his hands behind his back. Having subdued the powerless, illegitimate scholar, Alec carefully lifted Rhaegar and exited the lair. The carriage awaited just outside the dragon's entrance, and Alec moved with steady, rapid strides. Ignoring the terrified expression of the driver, he laid Rhaegar comfortably on the spacious seat of the carriage. He then kicked Minas into the driver's arms, instructing, "Bind him to the back of the carriage and let him run alongside." Finally, he cautioned, "The prince is injured. The carriage may go swiftly, but avoid jolting." "Yes, my lord." The driver, taken aback by such proceedings, obediently secured Minas at the rear of the carriage, even using a rag to silence him. At the Red Keep, in the king's chamber, Viserys, exhausted from a morning spent observing the tournament, returned to his quarters. Lamenting his dwindling energy, he summoned the prime minister, requesting to discuss important matters. After stretching his back, Viserys called out to the attendant outside. Within 10 minutes, Prime Minister Leonor entered the room. "Your Majesty, what matters require discussion?" Leonor inquired respectfully, standing by the desk with his corpulent figure. Viserys motioned for the attendant to pour wine for both men, signaling for him to depart. Once the room was left to just the two of them, Viserys swirled his glass, expressing his melancholy. "Letters proposing marriage to Rhaenyra are piling up like a mountain. I have been hesitant in deciding what sort of suitor would befit her." Leonor, with a hesitant expression, pondered and remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe there is a matter of even greater significance awaiting your decision than the choice of a consort for the princess." "Oh, is there something more pressing than Rhaenyra's marriage at this moment?" Viserys inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. Leonor could not muster a smile. His gaze had not wavered from the king's countenance since his entrance. His rich life experiences had fostered a taciturn disposition, complemented by keen perceptiveness. He understood that the king was feigning ignorance, habitually evading difficult subjects. With a bold gulp, he drained his wine glass and ventured, "Your Majesty, Prince Aegon is your eldest son. According to the primogeniture of Westeros, he rightfully ought to be the heir to the Iron Throne." Viserys' countenance darkened immediately, his mood shifting as he retorted, "But the current heir is Rhaenyra, whom I have personally chosen. She is older than Aegon." With the matter laid bare, Leonor saw no reason to retreat. From a rational standpoint, Prince Aegon is male, and a legally recognized male heir would garner greater loyalty from the lords. Rhaenyra had held the position of heir for many years and had recently traveled across the realm, gaining the lords' recognition. Viserys bristled at this. In this regard, he and Rhaenyra were quite alike, eager to hear others' opinions, yet merely treating them as suggestions, acting solely according to personal preference. Leonor stated, "That is merely because they lack a better choice. Should Prince Aegon take the stage, they would undoubtedly prefer to support a male heir." After years of acquaintance, Leonor knew Viserys better than he knew himself. He understood what to say and do to persuade the king. Unfortunately, regarding the issue of succession, Viserys remained resolute. Unwilling to yield, he shook his head and declared with discontent, "No, Rhaenyra has committed no wrongdoing. No one can strip her of her claim to the throne." "What then of Prince Aegon?" Leonor, undeterred by the question of Rhaenyra's perceived faults, responded calmly, "Prince Aegon was born as the heir, previously hindered by frailty. He is now in robust health. Will you truly disregard such an outstanding eldest son?" "Of course not." Viserys vehemently denied, revealing his intentions. "Aegon is a good boy. He loves his father and his sister. I shall engage the finest tutors to guide him, nurturing him into a formidable man." Leonor was taken aback, unable to fathom. "Your Majesty, do you truly believe this?" This was but a euphemistic expression. A tempest of thoughts swirled within Leonor. Shouldn't he, the king's own words about Aegon, the eldest son, render him the rightful heir? Moreover, would such an exceptional prince truly remain in the shadows, quietly sacrificing for others? Even siblings from lesser noble families would fiercely contest for inheritance, fighting to the bitter end. Let alone the allure of an entire kingdom, blood ties would not suffice. Viserys, undeterred, insisted, "I trust Rhaegar. He will adeptly assist his elder sister in managing affairs of state and safeguarding the realm from harm." Rhaenyra opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He poured himself a glass from the jug on the table and downed it in one gulp. "Very well. I shall place my faith in your judgment." Chapter 35, Trouble. After a considerable pause, Rhaenyra ceased to dwell on the matter of the heir and expressed his compliance. He discerned the potential calamity that the king's decision might sow for the kingdom's future. As the prime minister, he had to devise a means to address this subtle issue. He had contemplated strategies concerning the heir countless times before. This was not beyond his capacity. Rhaenyra declared, returning to the matter of the princess's marriage. I have a well-considered candidate. Who? Viserys inquired, recalling Rhaenyra's previous mention of Balerion, the son of the sea snake. As long as the topic of changing the heir was avoided, Viserys was quite agreeable, a smile gracing his face. Sir Rhaenyra was indeed a commendable match. But that was a proposal made 6 months prior. Rhaenyra, disinclined to prolong the suspense, stated plainly, Your Majesty, from the kingdom's perspective, it is fitting for the princess to adhere to Targaryen tradition. Rhaegar? Viserys' smile faltered, his brow furrowing in confusion. He is merely 6 years old. And Rhaenyra is already 14. By the time they reach marriageable age, she will be nearly an old maid. Rhaenyra, confident in his assertion, replied, This is not a dilemma. They are only 8 years apart, and they could wed within a decade at most. Before that, they could become betrothed, alleviating any external covetousness towards the princess. His candid insight demonstrated Rhaenyra's profound wisdom and unwavering loyalty to the realm. Indeed, Viserys felt a stirring in his heart at these words. Throughout the past 6 months, as Rhaegar recovered his health, he had not openly expressed his thoughts but had been repeatedly weighing his options. He did not wish to strip Rhaenyra of her claim to the throne for the sake of his eldest son, fearing it would breed resentment in his daughter. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Rhaenyra, the young girl who had lost her mother. At the same time, he recognized that Rhaegar was a more suitable heir. Privately, some ministers had suggested to him a change in the line of succession, yet he had deftly deflected such notions. He was, in truth, deceiving himself. Perhaps, as long as Rhaegar remained unaware of these discussions, he would not harbor discontent over the loss of his claim. This might alleviate some of Viserys' guilt towards his 2 children. However, he understood that one cannot keep a fire hidden under paper indefinitely. He could not forever restrict Rhaegar's freedom or block his ears. Thus, he found himself increasingly concerned about Rhaenyra's marriage. If Rhaenyra could secure a powerful ally through marriage, she would stabilize her claim to the Iron Throne. At that point, even if her siblings harbored ambitions, they would lack the means to challenge her. Rhaenyra had provided him with a valuable suggestion, prompting him to explore an alternative path. Encouraging Rhaenyra to follow family tradition could help deter the ambitions of those who might covet the throne. The two could still unite as one, without harboring any discord over the issue of heirs. Leaning towards this notion, Viserys remarked with composure, but allowing them to wed may lead to resistance from both sides. Leonor, discerning the king's subtle apprehensions, assured him, the young prince is still quite naive in such matters. As long as we guide the princess gently, everything will fall into place. Pleased with this response, Viserys smiled. Leonor, you truly are my invaluable aid. At times, I ponder how I would manage without you. Leonor adjusted his crooked collar and replied earnestly, as the hand of the king, it is my duty to serve you, not to seek accolades. I shall take your suggestion to heart and discuss it with Rhaenyra later. Viserys, accustomed to the humility of his chancellor, offered a nod of encouragement. In contrast to Leonor's unwavering dedication to the realm, the former hand, Otto Hightower, appeared diminutive by comparison. Consider Otto's transgressions, marrying his daughter to ascend the throne, secretly rallying ministers to support his grandson Aegon, and even attempting to persuade Viserys multiple times to alter the line of succession. Were it not for such offenses, Viserys, known for his aversion to conflict, would not have dismissed him from his position and sent him back to Old Town for repose. Just as the king and his chancellor reached a consensus over fine wine, a rapid series of knocks interrupted their discourse. Viserys furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. What is it? I am in consultation with the hand of the king. From outside, the voice of Harold, captain of the King's Guard, responded, Your Majesty, Prince Rhaegar has returned from the dragon's lair, and the attendants say he has sustained grave injuries. Hearing of his eldest son's misfortune, Viserys could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly rose to open the door. Harold's expression was grave. The attendants say Prince Rhaegar has suffered burns, apparently from a failed attempt at dragon taming. Damn those responsible for the dragon's lair. How dare they allow Rhaegar to attempt dragon taming unsupervised? Viserys erupted in anger. Leonor interjected calmly, Your Majesty, this is not the time to assign blame. We must first assess the prince's condition. Injured by dragonfire, he was fortunate to still be alive. However, any minor misstep could have led to catastrophic consequences. The young prince held immense significance for the kingdom and was a vital asset to House Targaryen. He must not perish at such a critical juncture. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Viserys panicked. Yes, take me to Rhaegar at once. Summon the Grand Maester for immediate treatment. As he spoke, his feet moved uncontrollably towards the exit. Harold intervened. guiding the distressed king down the staircase. They swiftly arrived at Rhaegar's chamber. Standing in the corridor, Viserys noticed the door ajar and caught sight of Rhaegar lying unconscious on the bed, his back clearly displaying the marks of severe burns. In that fleeting moment, Viserys' eyes widened, experiencing a heart-wrenching anguish. Rhaegar! With a low exclamation, Viserys hastened to the bedside, his heart heavy as he gazed upon his eldest son. Nearby, Ser Melrose was unwrapping the bandages and cautioned, "Your Grace, it would be prudent not to disturb the prince's rest. His injuries are grievous." Viserys turned to him, urgency lacing his voice. "What is the condition of Rhaegar?" Melrose shook his head, speaking in a somber tone. "The prognosis is not favorable. He has suffered extensive burns over his body, inflicted by dragonfire. The path to recovery will be arduous. Whatever medicine is required, do not hesitate to ask. Rhaegar must be saved," Viserys implored. The thought of losing his eldest son, who had previously battled frailty and survived, gnawed at him. The idea that negligence could lead to his demise by dragonfire drove him to the brink of madness. He could scarcely fathom how to explain this to Rhaenyra or to his deceased wife, Aemma Arryn. There was no need for exotic remedies, as the prince's wounds had been expertly tended to. Melrose wrapped the bandages around Rhaegar, ensuring his bodily fluids were preserved and preventing infection. In doing so, he inadvertently roused the slumbering Rhaegar. Though his eyes remained shut, he heard Viserys' sorrowful plea. "Grand Maester, I beseech you to exert every effort. I cannot bear to lose another beloved one." Chapter 36. The Curse of Chaine's Father. "I am well," Rhaegar managed to say, though his back felt numb. "Rhaegar, my child, have I disturbed your slumber?" Viserys, in a state of helplessness, sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch his son but hesitating. "No, I was not in a deep sleep," Rhaegar replied with a faint smile, grasping his father's large hand to offer comfort. "With the blessing of the White Stag, I am destined to live to 100. Viserys tightened his grip, nodding fervently. "You are indeed favored by the Seven. Pain shall not conquer you." Struggling to maintain a smile, Viserys ventured, "Tell me, there are whispers that your injuries stemmed from an attempt to tame a dragon. Is this true?" Rhaegar, with a hint of regret, admitted, "Yes, I nearly succeeded in taming Dreamfire. By the Seven Hells. How could you dare to secretly attempt to tame a dragon behind your father's back, especially one as notoriously temperamental as Dreamfire?" Viserys nearly crumbled, unable to believe his son had acted with such audacity. Rhaegar explained, "But I truly was on the brink of earning Dreamfire's acknowledgement. I saw nothing but my beloved child lying in a sickbed, his back riddled with painful blisters." Viserys chastised softly, torn between anger and concern for his gravely injured son. As Rhaegar felt the sting of his father's words, his face flushed with indignation. "I did not lie. I sensed Dreamfire's heart filled with fury over confinement. It recognized me. But Dreamfire nearly took your life with its flames." Viserys roared, fear and dread clouding his gaze. Rhaegar blurted out, "Someone switched Dreamfire's chains. During the final step of the bonding ritual, the chains provoked Dreamfire, which is why it lashed out at me." Chains. Viserys' expression faltered, his brow furrowing in deep contemplation. The chains restraining Dreamfire were malfunctioning, forcing the creature to remain prostrate on the ground. Viserys fell into deep contemplation, pondering who had altered the chains and what their intentions might be. The voice of Rhaenyra broke through from behind. "Your Grace, Ser Harwin is outside. Shall I summon him?" Snapping back to reality, Viserys, filled with ire, commanded, "Bring him in. I wish to inquire how he is safeguarding my children." Harwin entered the chamber and knelt before the bed on one knee. Viserys regarded him with a piercing gaze, coldly demanding, "Thoroughly recount today's events, particularly how Rhaegar came to be injured. Spare no detail." "Yes, Your Grace." Under the watchful eyes of those present, Harwin candidly recounted the day's itinerary. From the Red Keep to the smithy, from entering the dragon's lair to encountering Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon, and from Rhaegar's solitary dragon taming to his narrow escape from danger, within mere minutes, Harwin had elucidated every minute detail. The more Viserys listened, the darker his expression became. He glared at Harwin in frustration, reproaching him for not keeping a constant watch over Rhaegar. Rhaenyra interjected at an opportune moment, "Your Grace, that scholar named Rhaegar appears quite suspicious. We could investigate him thoroughly." "Where is that bastard?" Viserys inquired, nodding in agreement, and turned to Harwin with annoyance. Harwin replied softly, "Rhaegar is confined in the dungeons. Ser Herald, you shall handle this matter personally." Viserys assented, dispatching the seasoned herald to take charge. With the suspect in custody, Viserys' fury slightly abated, shifting his focus back to Rhaegar. Rhaegar, hesitant, spoke, "Father, Rhaegar would not dare conspire against me. May we spare his life? Viserys scoffed. You still think of others? I cannot discern whether you are kind-hearted or foolish. Nevertheless, he did not reject his eldest son's plea and instructed Harold to grant the man a reprieve. Rhaegar turned to Harwin and softly said, Sir Harwin has been dutiful. It was my arrogance that led to this predicament. You. Enough, I know what you wish to say, Viserys interrupted, pressing Rhaegar's hand, his impatience palpable. I will not punish him. Is that satisfactory? Thank you. Father, Rhaegar responded, his heart warmed, settling obediently on the bed. Observing this, Rhaenyra gestured to Harwin and Melos, discreetly exiting the room. After a moment, Viserys gazed out at the evening sky, hesitating. Did you truly come so close to taming Dreamfire? Indeed. Had it not been for that wretched chain, I would have succeeded, Rhaegar lamented. Upon hearing this, Viserys fell silent once more, a glimmer of intensity flashing beneath his lowered eyelids. Dreamfire was a fully grown dragon, its size perhaps less than that of Rhaegar, which had hatched in the same era. Yet its ferocity surpassed that of the inexperienced Syrax and Seasmoke. It was even stronger than the Red Queen, Rhaegar, and the Bloodworm, Caraxes. The eldest son had the potential to tame such a formidable ally, yet was thwarted by a mere chain, nearly losing his life in the process. The loss, coupled with the psychological chasm, is insufferable for Viserys. Gently caressing Rhaegar's tousled short hair, he solemnly declared, Fear not, dear child, your father shall take charge. Rhaegar replied, I recently had a dream concerning the dragon lair. You urged me to trust in my dreams, and I wish to share it with you. Speak freely. You possess the gift of a dreamwalker, and whatever you say shall be met with my earnest attention. Upon hearing that it pertained to prophetic dreams, Viserys was filled with anticipation. Rhaegar presented the arguments he had crafted while conversing with Rhaenyra, emphasizing the perils of the dragon lair. Dragons cannot be bound by chains, lest they incur a curse. Viserys pondered, Are you suggesting that the uncontrollable fire from the dream is the so-called curse? No. The majority of the Dreamfire's chaos stems from human interference. It cannot be deemed a true curse. Rhaegar intoned ominously, This may merely serve as a warning. Should we continue to constrain the dragon's freedom with chains, we shall undoubtedly invite far graver consequences. He was resolute that the wisdom found in ancient tomes was not to be dismissed lightly. Had the Dreamfire not been shackled, he would not have suffered harm. Viserys' expression shifted, and he ultimately resolved, Dreams do not deceive. I shall commence a thorough investigation of the dragon lair to purge the hidden vermin. However, our family's master dragon cannot remain without a lair in King's Landing. The lair shall be preserved, albeit with the chains appropriately removed. Rhaegar concurred with his father's course of action, stating, As long as we refrain from binding the dragons with chains, the curse shall find no place to manifest. As twilight descended, Viserys gazed tenderly at his eldest son and bid farewell. Rest well. I shall return to see you on the morrow. Indeed, see you tomorrow. Rhaegar replied obediently, watching his father exit the room. Once he was alone, the room fell into a profound silence. Rhaegar slumped despondently on the bed, baring his teeth in distress. How could such extensive burns go unscathed? It was merely a fade he maintained before his father. The ferocity of Dragonfire was no exaggeration. A mere spark nearly claimed my life. As he gasped in pain, Rhaegar was overcome with trepidation. Thank goodness for the influence of blood and fire. For his frail body surely could not have endured the scorching breath of the dragon. He expressed gratitude once more to Balerion. Recalling the skull of Balerion displayed at the center of the sanctum, a flicker of relief passing through his gaze. Chapter 37. A fit of petulance as he contemplated. A gentle knock echoed from the door. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering who might visit at such an hour. Brother, I have come to see you, Helena's soft, youthful voice wafted through the door. Rhaegar remembered the promise made the previous night and replied, Come in, the door is unlocked. Ensuring no one else was present, she swiftly entered the room, turning to close the door behind her with a practiced grace, akin to a skilled little thief. Rhaegar chuckled and inquired, What are you afraid of? Do you think a monster lurks in my chamber? Helena shook her head, placing a finger to her lips. Shill. I snuck out. Mother has yet to retire. Is Alicent in your room? Rhaegar inquired, perplexed. Helena tiptoed to the bedside and replied, She just went to find father. Rhaegar smirked, well aware that Alicent had likely been summoned by their father. This was for the best. At least he would be spared her insincere condolences. Glancing at the eager expression on Helena's face, Rhaegar gestured towards the fireplace, saying, I bought a leather ball and some other toys. You should take a look. Helena nodded enthusiastically, her small head bobbing as she dashed towards the pile of toys by the fireplace. Alec was a strict man, diligently completing the tasks assigned by Rhaegar. The toys he procured were the most popular items from various shops, sure to delight children. Helena was the first to pick up a colorful ball, followed by a plush dragon stuffed with goose feathers. The little girl plopped down on the carpet, engrossed in her new playthings. Rhaegar smiled, choosing not to interrupt her joyful amusement, and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. He had promised Helena she could play in his room, and thus, there was no reason to refuse. Moreover, this half-sister of his seemed to possess prophetic abilities, and spending time with her could prove beneficial in unraveling the mysteries of his own dreaming gift, though he remained uncertain if there were indeed any patterns to discern. Silence enveloped the room as the siblings exchanged no words. The handsome young boy lay bedridden, pale and fragile, while the rosy-cheeked girl played merrily by the fireplace, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. Suddenly, Helena picked up a shiny silver bracelet, raising it aloft and asking, "Brother, is this bracelet also for me?" Rhaegar turned to see it was a replica crafted by the blacksmith, and he replied casually, "No, that's my accessory." "Oh," Helena murmured, her response trailing off as she quietly set the bracelet down. Observing the disappointment etched on the little girl's face, Rhaegar couldn't help but recall Rhaenyra's rejection of his artwork, a heaviness settling in his chest. After a brief moment of hesitation, he smiled gently, saying, "It is yours now. If you like it, wear it as a gift from me." He did not wish to deny Helena, just as he did not want to be denied by his sister. In a delightful turn of events, Helena beamed, "Thank you, brother. I like it very much." "You're welcome. One should always strive for the things they cherish. You deserve it," Rhaegar softly replied, feeling the strain of his injuries as it caused him to wince. Helena finally noticed something amiss with Rhaegar, clutching the bracelet as she returned to his bedside, her expression one of confusion. "Brother, why are you lying still?" "I have sustained an injury and must rest for a while," Rhaegar explained candidly. "Will it hurt very much?" "Yorn sometimes pinches me, and it hurts a lot," Helena said innocently, believing Rhaegar had also been pinched. She stood on her tiptoes and climbed onto the bed, puffing up her cheeks. "I can help you feel better. A little puff will make it stop hurting." Rhaegar chuckled at the silly girl. "Damn these chains, why don't they just end my suffering?" In pain, Rhaegar silently cursed the scoundrel who had altered his chains, venting his frustrations. Helena, startled by his outburst, shrank into the corner of the bed, hesitant to approach. "Do not fear. My ire is directed at those who have caused me harm, not at you," he reassured her with a bittersweet smile as he regained his composure. He truly found himself in a difficult position. His back throbbed, and yet he was tasked with comforting his Na'vi sister. Though Helena could not perceive his inner turmoil, she possessed her own unique way of thinking. Stealthily, she crawled to Rhaegar's side and, pouting, began to blow gently on the bandages encircling his back. Observing this tender scene, Rhaegar felt an inexplicable solace wash over him. He reached out to tousle Helena's silver hair and smiled. "There, my wounds no longer ache." Helena ceased her breath and gazed at him, her clear eyes reflecting confusion, as if silently inquiring, "Is that true?" Noticing the bracelet in her hand, Rhaegar suggested, "Shall I assist you in putting it on?" Tilting her small head in contemplation, Helena nodded in agreement. Accepting the bracelet, Rhaegar took one of her hands and adorned her wrist with it. Thanks to his past frailty, his slender build meant that the bracelet, designed for him, fit perfectly on Helena's slightly chubby wrist. "What a cherubic little girl you are, most befitting of this bracelet," he praised, only to be taken aback as Helena's rosy cheeks instantly dulled. She withdrew, pouting, and turned her back to him, curling into a ball. Rhaegar's smile faltered. He had not anticipated that even a 2-year-old could be self-conscious about her figure. Calling out her name several times, he received no reply, her silence a clear protest. Faced with this situation, Rhaegar sighed and turned to prepare for sleep. As for an apology? A Targaryen man never apologizes. As time passed, the night deepened. Helena glanced back at her sleeping brother, and seeing him still, she slid off the bed and exited the room. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra had just returned from Dragonstone. Upon entering the Red Keep, she was intercepted by a servant who informed her that the king wished to speak with her. "Very well, I shall change my attire first." After a day of revelry, Rhaenyra refreshed herself before meeting her father. Arriving at Viserys' chamber, just as she was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing Alicent in a splendid gown. In high spirits, Rhaenyra cheerfully greeted her stepmother and friend. Alicent managed a strained smile, softly cautioning, "Rhaegar has been injured, and your father is quite upset. Do not provoke him." Although Alicent had begun to display disloyalty to their once close friendship, she had not yet severed ties with Rhaenyra, as she had not succumbed to the machinations of Otto Hightower. In a timely manner, she extended a gesture of goodwill toward Rhaenyra, striving to maintain the fragile remnants of their friendship. Upon hearing of Rhaegar's injury, Rhaenyra's mind buzzed with alarm as she immediately inquired, "How could Rhaegar be injured? Is he not under the protection of Ser Harwin?" Alicent glanced back at the room, poised to divulge further information, but was interrupted by Viserys' voice. Rhaenyra, how long do you intend to keep your king waiting? His tone was unmistakably displeased, suppressing a simmering rage. I apologize, but I must return to care for the children, Alicent said with an apologetic gaze, brushing past Rhaenyra as she lifted her skirts. Confounded, Rhaenyra furrowed her brow as she entered the chamber. Viserys sat beside the stone model of the castle, fiddling with a dragon-shaped stone carving. Chapter 38. A father-daughter quarrel. Rhaenyra approached with purposeful strides, her demeanor fierce. I heard Rhaegar is injured. What is going on? Viserys replied, displeased. Rhaenyra, do you truly wish to address your father and king in such a manner? At a loss for words, Rhaenyra lamented, I am sorry. I am merely concerned for Rhaegar's well-being. Rhaegar is gravely injured, with extensive burns covering his body. The Grand Maester has stated he may not survive. Viserys relayed the Grand Maester's grim prognosis, though internally, he held a different belief. During their last interaction, Rhaegar had seemed in good spirits, far from the brink of death. Viserys attributed this to the blessings of the Seven, who safeguarded his eldest son. Rhaenyra, oblivious to the true state of affairs, was left stunned by his words, momentarily frozen and nearly stumbling. He was her only full-blooded brother, a precious bond bestowed upon her by their mother as sacrifice. How could it be that Rhaegar was fine just this morning? In a daze, Rhaenyra murmured to herself, struggling to accept the dreadful news. Where's Rhaegar? I must see him. It took some time for her to regain her composure, her urgency to meet her brother overwhelming her. Viserys scoffed. So, you do care for your brother after all. I had assumed your heart had been entirely ensnared by that rogue demon. What are you saying? What do you mean my heart is taken by Uncle Demon? Rhaenyra instinctively retorted, pressing on. I need to see Rhaegar. He needs me. No, he requires no one. He simply needs to lie quietly in bed and recover. Viserys coldly rebuffed her. He had already grasped the events of the day at the Dragon Pit, including the sequence of Rhaenyra's exchanges with Daemon. His keen intuition suggested that Daemon harbored ulterior motives toward Rhaenyra. Viserys would not permit his own brother to seduce his daughter for the sake of power. He had to extinguish any burgeoning threats before they could manifest. Faced with her father's unwavering stance, Rhaenyra, bewildered, was left with no choice but to relent. Father, I am Rhaegar's sister. You must at least tell me what has befallen him, she implored anxiously. Viserys, with no intention to conceal the truth, candidly revealed the reasons behind Rhaegar's predicament. Rhaenyra exclaimed in disbelief. Is Aegon out of his mind to attempt to tame Dreamfire alone? It is universally acknowledged that dragons are notoriously temperamental creatures, and Dreamfire, a female dragon long confined, is particularly fierce. Just as Rhaenyra had learned to tame dragons during her childhood with the assistance of dragon tamers. Venturing directly into the lair of a reclusive adult dragon to subdue it is tantamount to courting death. Most who attempt such folly end up reduced to ashes or devoured by wild dragons, with few surviving the onslaught of dragonfire. The mere thought of Aegon possibly being scorched beyond recognition filled Rhaenyra with an indescribable anguish. Had she not declined his request to fly with him, perhaps he would not be in such peril. Noticing his daughter's self-reproach, Viserys softened, deciding against further frightening her. With a sigh, he reassured her, Aegon is fortunate. He has merely sustained burns from the dragonfire. With proper care, he should recover without significant issues. Relief washed over Rhaenyra as her heart, which had risen to her throat, finally settled back into her chest. Having observed the initial success of his approach, Viserys, placing the stone sculpture aside, intended to broach his true purpose. Rhaenyra, is there someone you hold dear, a mutual affection of sorts? As a father, he felt a twinge of embarrassment uttering those words. Yet he steeled himself for the sake of his children's future. The abrupt shift in topic caught Rhaenyra off guard, prompting her to question, why do you ask? Has some noble sought your counsel regarding a proposal? Coughing to mask his discomfort, Viserys replied, of course not. I merely believe you have reached the age for engagement. And if there is someone you genuinely admire, you may share it with me. No, she retorted, most of the men I encounter are insufferable fools. And the few intelligent ones are unbearably arrogant. Her expression visibly soured as she scoffed at the preening suitors before her. Viserys rubbed his temples, hesitating before suggesting, what if I were to select a suitable match for you, one who meets all your criteria? Father, we agreed not to discuss this until the tournament concludes. Rhaenyra protested vehemently against the notion of being hurried into marriage. Viserys quickly responded, you should at least hear the candidate. Perhaps you will find him satisfactory. Very well, but it will not escape the grasp of those few families, she retorted, turning away in frustration, unwilling to face her father at that moment. With the absence of his daughter's scrutiny, Viserys felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and he blurted out, What do you think about adhering to family traditions? Rhaenyra froze, slowly turning to face him, skepticism etched upon her features. Adhere to tradition? Is that not a foreboding hint of who you have in mind? Fuming, she continued. You would sacrifice my marriage for the Iron Throne and involve others in this scheme? Viserys, equally incensed, raised his voice. What do you mean by sacrifice your marriage? As a royal princess, forming alliances through marriage is your duty. Even I, as king, cannot evade this responsibility. Rhaenyra, do you even comprehend the foolishness of your words? Viserys rose with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at his daughter, exclaiming, You are the princess of the realm, the heir to the Iron Throne, bestowed with the most esteemed honors across the continent, save for mine. Yet now, behold how selfish you have become. You revel in the privileges your status affords you, showing no willingness to sacrifice for the very identity that grants you such honor. With wide, furious eyes, he glared at Rhaenyra, questioning, Is this the sense of duty that accompanies the heir to the Iron Throne? Rhaenyra clenched her silver teeth, resolutely refusing to yield. Power does not lie in submission to others. Everything one seeks must be earned through one's own efforts. What have you truly earned? Viserys inquired sharply. Apart from your claim to the throne, what else do you possess that warrants pride? Rhaenyra managed a bitter smile, responding nonchalantly. This is what you have longed to articulate. Is it not? You too believe I should not claim the title of heir? Now that you have sons, Aegon, Aemond, and especially the recovering Aegon, you no longer require a daughter as your successor. Viserys immediately objected. No, I admit there have been moments of doubt. Yet I still recognize you as my heir. He continued, a female heir is an anomaly, without a powerful consort. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to maintain your position upon the Iron Throne. I understand your reluctance to wed those noble sons who do not capture your interest. However, he would be a commendable choice. He is inherently pure, possesses Targaryen blood, and his lineage would aid in solidifying your power. Chapter 39. Escalating conflict. Viserys spoke with heartfelt sincerity, laying bare his innermost thoughts. As his words faded, he gazed at his daughter with hope, wishing his sentiments might resonate within her, guiding her back from her headstrong path. Rhaenyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears, returning her father's gaze with only sorrow and resolve. Clearly, she did not heed his words. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, I do not wish to marry Aegon. I hope for a future partner who is a tall, handsome, mature man, not my younger brother. This was the first time she had revealed her true feelings, albeit somewhat indirectly. Since losing her mother, Rhaenyra's heart had been consumed by emptiness and fear. She did not want to wed a man she did not love, becoming merely a vessel for procreation. Her father had loved her mother dearly, yet still chose to save her brother during her mother's difficult labor, cutting her open. She could never forget the day she commanded Syrax to unleash flames, cremating her mother's remains. Rhaenyra was terrified that such a day might befall her as well. The husband she envisioned was one who was tall, handsome, and gentle, cherishing her above all else. It was for this reason that she harbored vague feelings for the ever-gentle Ser Criston. Viserys failed to comprehend his daughter's inner turmoil, responding only to the superficiality of her words. He believed he understood. You could become betrothed to Aegon first, and marry when he comes of age. You are both still young, with ample time to cultivate love. Absolutely not. Rhaegar is my brother. We cannot dictate his fate. Rhaenyra shook her head repeatedly, mentioning Rhaegar's destiny while truly lamenting her own. Viserys wished to continue persuading her, but Rhaenyra covered her ears and fled the bedroom, not wanting to hear more. Her father always had a way of compelling her to submit. Watching Rhaenyra's distressed retreat, Viserys smashed his cup in frustration, inwardly decrying her ingratitude. Everything he did was for the future of this daughter. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, the bustling tournament grounds were alive with activity. Viserys, wearing a smile, sat at the head of the table, attentively listening to the Prime Minister, Leonor, report. Your Majesty, the dragon pit has been thoroughly investigated. An elderly dragon keeper testified that the chains of Dreamfire were replaced without authorization by Master Bast of Old Town. To ensure the dragon keeper's safety, shorter chains were used to restrict Dreamfire's movements. Upon hearing this, Viserys turned his head and raised an eyebrow, questioning, Do you believe such a cunning excuse? Leonor shook his head, replying, I do not. The explanation is far too strained. Is there any connection between the imprisoned bastard and this matter? Suddenly, Viserys recalled the plea from Rhaegar to spare Minas. As it stands, this individual appears to have no motive to harm Prince Rhaegar, and Master Bast has expressed disdain for his lineage. Leonor spoke candidly. After a moment's reflection, Viserys waved his hand dismissively, stating, Since there is no relation, let him go. Rhaegar's burns were significantly mitigated by that young man's timely intervention. Otherwise, his recovery would not have been so swift. Rhaenyra smiled gently. The prince's ability to heal is indeed remarkable. It is said that his injuries are mending rapidly, truly a blessing from the Seven for the Targaryens. Pausing, he added quietly, Master Bast is quite suspicious. I am uncertain how to proceed. A cold glint flashed in Viserys' eyes as he replied ominously. The scholars of Old Town are servants of the people. When a servant meddles with his master's belongings, what judgment should be rendered? Is it sufficient to sever his hands? Rhaenyra answered appropriately, Let it be so. If he is willing to take the night's watch at the wall, do not hinder him. Viserys nodded in agreement. Rhaenyra, adhering to the directive, bowed and took his leave. He had numerous state affairs to attend to and could not linger. Once the Prime Minister departed, only Daemon and Rhaenyra remained by Viserys' side. Today marked the final day of the tournament, and most royal family members were in attendance. Rhaenyra, eavesdropping from below, turned around and said with displeasure, That wretched scholar nearly caused Rhaegar's death, and you intend to forgive him so readily? Viserys frowned, responding, The scholar belongs to Old Town. No one can arbitrarily judge them. Severing his hands or sending him to the wall is already a lenient punishment. Rhaenyra declared her stance. He should repay with his life for nearly causing Rhaegar's demise. This cannot be, she insisted. Power is not a tool for life and death. Just punishment is what a king ought to administer. Viserys, unwilling to engage further on this matter, silenced Rhaenyra's retort with a glance. With a disdainful huff, Rhaenyra expressed her frustration at the lack of regard for her proposals, adjusting her posture to sit upright. Nearby, Daemon quietly observed the father-daughter dispute, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had long been aware of his brother's weak disposition and indecisiveness. Viserys remained oblivious to his brother's scorn. Engrossed in the spectacle of the tournament below, convinced that his approach was indeed correct. A king must restrain his desires and not violate the law for personal gain. The combat in the tournament arena was fierce, with various events such as charges, melees, and archery already determining their victors. Only the crucial duel remained to crown the champion. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, the two contenders faced off. One was a towering knight from Casterly Rock, clad in heavy armor and wielding a broadsword, while the other was the dark horse of the tournament, the water dancer, Syrio Farrell. Syrio's swordsmanship was as superb as ever, his body supple as a serpent, moving with the agility of a rabbit. Each strike evaded his opponent's blows, targeting the weak points of their armor, leaving trails of vivid blood in his wake. In less than 15 minutes, the duel concluded with Syrio's unexpected victory, earning him the title of champion. Amidst the cheers of nobles and commoners in the audience, it was time for the king to bestow rewards. The victors of the earlier events received their prizes and the king's commendation in turn. Soon, it was Syrio's turn. Gazing down at Syrio, who knelt before him, Viserys smiled genuinely. I remember you. You claimed you would seize the championship. It seems you were not boasting. Syrio replied respectfully. Your Majesty, Syrio would never dare to boast to the realm. Very well, I promised you a request, and now you may speak it. Viserys valued his word highly. Syrio did not hesitate, stating plainly, I hail from distant Bravos, and here I have no kin, no family, nor honor. I beseech you to allow me to serve in the Red Keep, even as a dance instructor. Why would you wish to remain in the Red Keep? I assumed you would aspire to be a knight, Viserys questioned, perplexed and wary of this skilled swordsman who excelled in assassination. Without hesitation, Syrio replied, It is because of your eldest son, Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar? Viserys was taken aback. Syrio continued, As your firstborn, Prince Rhaegar is unparalleled in both character and wisdom. A kingdom is fortunate to possess such an exceptional prince. I wish to stay in the Red Keep to teach him swordsmanship in my leisure, ensuring that by the time he comes of age, he possesses remarkable martial skills and becomes a valiant knight. Chapter 40, Breaking the Chains. Syrio's voice rang out, carrying his words throughout the tournament grounds, instantly drawing countless inquisitive gazes. This marks the first occasion where the identity of the king's firstborn has been publicly revealed. With an open declaration of support, faced with such incisive rhetoric, Viserys contemplated thoughtfully and responded candidly, Swordsman, I am aware of your origins. If you truly wish to serve my son, you must first pledge your oath with unwavering faith. In response, Heir unsheathed his iron sword, raising it above his head with both hands, and declared solemnly, I am willing to swear. He then proclaimed aloud his commitment to assist Rhaegar Targaryen in his development and to uphold his authority until he reaches adulthood. Many observant individuals took note of this moment, keenly observing the expression of Princess Rhaenyra seated above. They were eager to discern how this heir apparent would respond to someone pledging fealty to her brother. Rhaenyra maintained a composed smile, sitting gracefully in her chair, seemingly pleased for her brother, appearing unconcerned by the event, as if it were merely a knight expressing his willingness to follow a lord. Yet, unnoticed by others, Rhaenyra discreetly pinched the inner thigh beneath her sleeve. Viserys, too, was attentive to Rhaenyra's demeanor. Seeing no signs of distress, he nodded in approval. Accepting Heir's iron sword and resting it upon his shoulder, he proclaimed loudly, "I hereby appoint you as the royal dancer and bestow upon you the title of knight, hoping you shall never forget your oath. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Heir responded with reverence. Thus, the tournament held to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the king and queen concluded. Nobles and knights descended from the stands, accompanying the king back to the Red Keep for a banquet. Rhaenyra strolled through the crowd, and despite her well-maintained expression, she could not conceal her inner despondency. Daemon followed closely behind, observing his niece's forlorn demeanor, a flicker of triumph passing through his eyes. Rhaenyra, disinterested in merriment, excused herself first, unknowingly wandering to a familiar door down the staircase. Upon reaching her brother's chamber, she suddenly awakened to her surroundings, realizing where she stood. Since Rhaegar's injury, she had come here each night to see her brother, who was now somewhat incapacitated. On the other hand, she found herself wavering regarding her father's proposal. Forming an alliance with her brother seemed far more appealing than marrying a stranger. Just as she hesitated to knock, laughter from a young girl resonated from within. Rhaenyra's expression changed slightly, and without a second thought, she pushed open the door. To her surprise, she found Rhaegar and Helena lying face down on the bed. A chessboard displayed before them. "Rhaenyra, you have arrived." Rhaegar greeted her with a smile, waving her over to join the game. Rhaenyra gently closed the door behind her and sat beside Helena, stroking her sister's small head, and asked curiously, "When did you and Helena become so close?" Helena blinked her big eyes at Rhaenyra and slowly called out, "Sister," far less troublesome than her brother. Rhaegar grabbed a pillow to place beneath him, saying, "Helena often gets bullied by Aegon, so I have allowed her to come play with me when she has free time." He gestured towards a large pile of toys by the fireplace. Rhaenyra nodded in realization, having long noticed the exquisite array of toys. Initially believing they belonged to Aegon, she was surprised to learn they were intended for Helena. With little inclination to dwell on this matter, she guided Helena in her chess game while inquiring about Aegon's day. Aegon, in good spirits, replied, "It's not bad. The wound is beginning to scab over, and the Grand Maester says I will recover soon. He mentioned your unique constitution. It appears you may become a formidable warrior in the future." Rhaenyra mused to herself with a hint of implication. She refrained from mentioning the name of Ser Harwin, deciding it was best for her brother to discover that on his own. After a brief exchange, Aegon suddenly recalled the matter of the dragon lair and asked, "Have there been any findings regarding the dragon lair?" He had been keenly investigating this issue over the past few days. Rhaenyra brought forth good news this time. The individual responsible for the illicit exchange of shackles is Maester Baelor. Father has sentenced him to have his hands severed or don a black cloak and journey to the wall. "I knew there had to be a rogue among the maesters from Old Town," Aegon said with indignation, clenching his fist. "Such a person deserves public execution. It is too lenient a punishment. I proposed a severe punishment to father, but he dismissed it." Rhaenyra shrugged helplessly. Aegon cast a sympathetic glance her way but chose not to say more, understanding that his sister also faced her own challenges. Despite her noble status as the heir, their father had yet to grant her any substantive power, and her suggestions often fell on deaf ears. Aegon's tone shifted as he recalled the pale blue dragon, asking earnestly, "How is Dreamfire? Have the chains been removed?" "Do not worry. Father has ordered the abolition of all shackles within the dragon lair, separating the dragon's nests to provide a more spacious environment for them to roam." Rhaenyra wholeheartedly agreed with this decision, as she too wished for Syrax to be free of chains, and designating a particular area for the dragons to thrive was indeed the best course of action. Aegon sighed with relief upon hearing this, lamenting, "Dreamfire has suffered greatly, confined in the lair for decades. I truly hope it finds a new master soon and returns to the skies." Following this perilous episode, Viserys had witnessed his eldest son's recklessness. Through a royal council, it was decided that they would soon return to Dragonstone to reside for a time, selecting new young dragons for Aegon and his younger brother Aemon to tame. Fortunately, 2 young dragons that met the criteria were available on Dragonstone, perfectly suited for his sons. Thus, Aegon relinquished the idea of taming Dreamfire, instead looking forward to the upcoming journey to Dragonstone. Observing her sentimental brother, Rhaenyra smiled knowingly and suddenly remarked, "What would you do if father decided to arrange a marriage for you?" Aegon's hand paused over the chessboard, and he squinted, saying, "If necessary, I would willingly shoulder the responsibility." He was still young, with many of life's questions answered through books. Reviewing the history of House Targaryen, he noted that, aside from a few reckless fools, both men and women were expected to accept arranged marriages. Conqueror Aegon had 2 wives. In a bid to fulfill familial obligations, he wed his elder sister, Visenya, and for the sake of desire, he took his younger sister, Rhaenys, as his bride. Subsequently, the monarchs either married the daughters of noble houses or engaged in consanguineous unions. Even when it came to his father, Viserys, and uncle, Daemon, their alliances were forged with the nobility of the Vale, ensuring the loyalty of the supporters of the crown. Under such customs, Rhaegar did not believe he could escape the destiny of marriage. He merely wished to take a beautiful and gentle wife within the confines of what was permissible. Any further longing would be deemed covetous. Listening to her brother's response, Rhaenyra lowered her head and fell into silence, fully aware that he spoke the truth. Perhaps she should not be so willful and ought to shoulder her responsibilities. After a moment, Rhaenyra lifted her smile once more, exchanged a few words with Rhaegar, and took her leave. Gazing at the closed door, Rhaegar remained silent for a prolonged period. Most likely, she had come seeking solace from him, prompted by their father's pressure for marriage. Yet, he could not provide Rhaenyra with the answers she sought. To speak falsely in order to align with her thoughts could yield consequences beyond measure. Wearing the crown is not a matter of superiority, but rather a duty to illuminate all beneath its radiance. Chapter 41. A secret escape. Upon exiting Rhaegar's chamber, Rhaenyra felt an increasing weight of melancholy. All she desired was to return to her own room, indulge in a warm bath, and cocoon herself in her comforting blankets for a restful slumber. This day had been overwhelmingly stifling for her. Upon awakening, it would herald a new dawn. Ser Cole stood vigil outside her door, and Rhaenyra greeted him before stepping into her quarters. As she removed her earrings, she instinctively poured herself a cup of clear wine from the table. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of an incongruous package placed on the table. Intrigued by its unexpected presence, Rhaenyra scanned the room to ensure she was alone before cautiously lifting one corner of the package and tilting it downward. Out tumbled a set of rustic linen garments. Examining the white paper, Rhaenyra was astonished to discover it was a map leading to the secret passages of the Red Keep. The contents depicted a location within her own chamber. Arriving at the spot marked on the map, she found a wall adorned with intricate carvings. With a forceful push, the wall swung open, revealing the nocturnal expanse beyond the Red Keep. Beyond the wall, a staircase enclosed by iron railings led to an unknown path. A smile crept across Rhaenyra's lips, igniting her curiosity. She relished exploration, reminiscent of the exhilarating sensation of riding dragons. Returning to her table, she shed her opulent gown and donned the patched linen attire. After taking a gentle whiff to ensure there were no unpleasant odors, Rhaenyra, now disguised, ventured through the secret passageway out of her room. She traversed the shadowy tunnel, passed by the shrine housing the skull of Balerion, and ultimately arrived at a secluded corner of the Red Keep. There, a figure cloaked in black awaited her for an extended period. As Rhaenyra's inquisitive gaze fell upon the figure, it turned to reveal a familiar face. Demon? Rhaenyra gasped in surprise. Demon, with a smile upon his face, proposed. Shall we take a stroll and behold sights you have yet to witness? Glancing back, Rhaenyra hesitated. She felt that sneaking out at such a late hour with her uncle was rather improper. Sensing her trepidation, Demon deliberately teased. What's the matter? Are you too afraid to venture out? Longing to return to your little princess ways? The momentary sense of disapproval ignited Rhaenyra's resolve, and she retorted, I shall not return. Let us go. Excellent, Demon replied, donning his hood and turning to lead her beyond the Red Keep. Rhaenyra followed closely, her heart racing with unease yet exhilaration. Demon guided her to the renowned Silk Street. In contrast to the free trade of daylight, the bustling night market teemed with life. A cacophony of voices and lang of souls. The pair navigated through the thronging alleys, where vendors and performers showcased their wares and talents. Some couples indulged in their passions openly, oblivious to the onlookers, their postures quite provocative. Rhaenyra, accustomed to royal decorum, was taken aback. She instinctively raised a hand to shield her face, fearing the sordid spectacle might tarnish her eyes. Yet her curiosity compelled her to part her fingers, stealing glances through the gaps. Such scenes were unfamiliar to her. They ambled along until they reached a circus stage thronged with spectators. The performers were enacting tales of House Targaryen, and the moment was particularly riveting. 2 men portrayed children, while a jester embodied a princess clad in white. The principal actor, with exaggerated movements and peculiar intonations, narrated, Our benevolent king has designated his daughter, a girl, as the heir. The former queen bore a son, who spends his days in a stupor. The new queen, however, has also given birth to a healthy boy. So, who shall ascend the throne? The king's brother? His daughter? Or his two sons from different wombs? At this juncture, the actors portraying the children began to shove each other, shouting their names. I am Aegon, bearing the name of the conqueror, the essence of manhood. I am the slumbering dragon. The king is my father. Tremble before the wrath of the sleeping dragon. As the plot reached its zenith, the audience erupted in cheers, applauding the farcical performance. Rhaenyra gradually lost her smile, gazing at the spectacle in confusion. Soon, the actor playing Aegon forcefully toppled his rival, throwing himself upon him and shaking him about, shouting, I am the king's firstborn. None can rival me. The actor beneath struggled helplessly, rolling on the ground. The audience grew even more animated, cheering enthusiastically. Rhaenyra could no longer muster a smile, casting a disapproving glare at Daemon, exclaiming in indignation, Is this the tedious farce you brought me to witness? Daemon replied nonchalantly, Indeed, it is a farce. Yet many commoners believe that, as male heirs, Aegon and Aemon should be the rightful successors. Their opinions matter not. Rhaenyra retorted, expressing her disinterest in the tedious performance. Daemon followed closely behind, casually remarking, If you intend to rule the realm in the future, their thoughts are of paramount importance. Uft, sometimes I truly wish to cast aside the burdens of an heir. Rhaenyra replied with self-deprecating humor. Daemon's words were laden with implication. Rhaenyra shot him a glare, displeased, including you. Daemon smirked, offering no denial. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Rhaenyra seized a candied fruit from a nearby vendor and tossed it at him, then sprinted away. The cacophony of the marketplace could not drown out the girl's exuberant cheers. Daemon, his expression impassive, pushed through the obstructing vendors and quickly followed her. In the Red Keep, as night deepened, Helena grew weary and returned to her chambers to rest, while Rhaegar extinguished his lights and prepared for sleep alone. As he lay on his bed, slumber enveloped him once again. He dreamed of donning a white robe and wielding a gleaming sword. Surrounding him was a landscape littered with shattered limbs and a sea of blood. Rhaegar, utterly bewildered, felt nausea rise within him, incited by the stench of blood. Bowing his head, he succumbed to the urge to vomit, his white robe cascading gracefully to his sides. Whereupon crimson stains began to materialize inexplicably. Rhaegar noticed this just in time. Initially, it was merely a small dot, but it expanded outward, more and more appearing. In the blink of an eye, the blood spread across half of the robe, droplets of tainted blood falling. A chilling breeze swept through, lifting the robe and draping it ominously over Rhaegar's head. Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable terror gripped him. When the wind ceased, the bloodied robe would surely descend upon him, tainting his face and hair with filth. A thought flashed through his mind, and Rhaegar bolted, desperate to leave the white robe behind. If he could distance himself from it, he would escape its contamination. Yet, the half-red, half-white robe seemed fixated on him. No matter where he fled or how swiftly he ran, it remained suspended above him, carried by the gale, waiting for the moment the wind would still. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him, and Rhaegar found himself unable to run any longer. The robe poised to fall. No! A cry echoed throughout the room, and Rhaegar jolted awake, startled from his nightmare. He attempted to sit up, but the movement tugged at the scabs on his back, a sharp pain yanking him back to reality. Ugh, another nightmare. Tears brimmed in his eyes as the pain compelled him to pound his pillow. It was excruciating. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Just as the pain began to subside, a series of cuckoo calls resonated from outside the window. Rhaegar, perplexed by the sound, mused, It's usually cicadas. Where did this cuckoo come from? Cuckoo, cuckoo. The bird's song persisted, rhythmically uniform. Rhaegar sensed something amiss. There were no cuckoos in the Red Keep. They had all been devoured by those incompetent, lazy cats. Chapter 42. The Peculiar Confessor. Driven by curiosity, Rhaegar slowly propped himself up. Ensuring he did not disturb his wound, he cautiously made his way to the window. Peering down, he discovered that it was, indeed, not a cuckoo calling. Instead, there stood a short swordsman with brown, curly hair. Shiryu cupped his hands around his mouth, mimicking the call of a cuckoo, while gazing at the window of Rhaegar's chamber from the garden. Rhaegar opened the glass window and shouted down, Hey, what are you making such a racket for in the dead of night? Upon seeing Rhaegar, Shiryu bowed slightly and silently departed from the spot. What a lunatic! Rhaegar scoffed as he closed the window, yet his mind wandered to the ominous dream he had just experienced. Was it prophetic? What could it possibly foretell? No. How could Shiryu be here in the Red Keep? Suddenly recalling Shiryu's origins, Rhaegar called out, Illic, I need to speak with you. With a creak, Illic entered. Bowing respectfully, what is your command? Rhaegar recounted his encounter with Shiryu. Illic replied, Shiryu has won the championship of the tournament and has requested to remain in the Red Keep as your swordmaster, swearing his loyalty to you. Shiryu swore allegiance to me? Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, still unaware of the tournament's outcome. Alec explained repeatedly until Rhaegar understood that Shiryu wished to be his sword instructor, hence his presence. Rhaegar pondered. If he has achieved his desire, why disturb my peace at such an hour? Does he wish to see me? There was a strong possibility, yet given the late hour, it seemed unsafe to meet him alone. Alec had been specifically instructed by the king to prevent Rhaegar from having solitary contact with Shiryu, always on guard. Rhaegar recognized the validity of this caution. However, the haunting dream lingered in his mind, as if connected to Shiryu. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar resolved to see him. Alec, take me to the garden. Let us see what he desires. Alec gripped his sword hilt and nodded. Climb onto my back, my prince. Rhaegar acquiesced and was carried out by Alec, who assisted him in seeking fresh air. They descended the many stairs, avoiding the hall where servants were tidying up, and entered the small garden. There, beneath the fishleaf tree, Shiryu awaited. As soon as they met, Rhaegar eagerly inquired, Shiryu, what brings you to me at this late hour? Shiryu wore a beaming smile. I apologize for the disturbance. It was merely a chance occurrence that captured my attention. Do tell, what did you see? Rhaegar's inner conviction grew stronger that Shiryu was linked to his nightmare. Shiryu continued, after the banquet concluded. I was wandering in the garden when I happened to see two figures sneaking past. Who were they? Did you see their faces? Rhaegar asked, filled with curiosity. One was clad in a burlap gown and a tattered hood, but I would never forget that beautiful visage. It was your sister, Princess Rhaenys. Shiryu described their silhouettes, adding, the other figure was tall and bore a familiar aura. If I am not mistaken, Prince Daemon left the banquet prior. With that, Shiryu fell silent. Yet his implication was clear. Rhaenys and Daemon had slipped out of the Red Keep. Rhaegar's brows furrowed deeply as he scrutinized Shiryu. The bond between Rhaenyra and Daemon is well known throughout the Red Keep. From a young age, Rhaenyra idolized her uncle, and Daemon, in turn, showered affection upon his niece, bringing her gifts and caring for her during their outings. Their escapades were not deemed particularly scandalous. Ser Harwin, with his hands clasped behind his back, kicked at a pebble, his demeanor betraying a hidden concern. Rhaegar, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke candidly. Speak, is there more to this? Ser Harwin confessed. I inquired with Prince Daemon's attendant, and he has reserved a room at a brothel on Silk Street for tonight. Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed in bewilderment on Harwin as the latter's words echoed in his mind. Brothel, room, Daemon, and Rhaenyra? The young Rhaegar's mind momentarily faltered, grappling with the unsettling implications of such a scenario. Though the Targaryens were no strangers to such transgressions, Daemon was different. He was clearly up to no good. At this juncture, Ser Harwin interjected, Your Highness, this matter is of utmost importance. I believe we must inform His Majesty. The severity of the situation loomed large. Daemon, as an uncle, enticing his niece Rhaenyra into a brothel was tantamount to treason. Wait, let's not alarm my father just yet, Rhaegar countered vehemently. Unwilling to escalate the matter to his father at this juncture, an enraged king would inevitably cause a commotion, leading to widespread repercussions. As thoughts raced through his mind, Rhaegar turned to Harwin and inquired, How long have they been gone? Approximately half an hour, Harwin replied after a moment of contemplation. Are you certain it was my sister you saw? An error in sight would be inconsequential, but a misstatement could be fatal. Rhaegar's disbelief lingered. Harwin solemnly affirmed, I swear by the old and new gods, I did not mistake what I saw. Very well, this matter must remain confidential, understood? Rhaegar's tone was laced with threat. Harwin nodded and took his leave, having accomplished his purpose. His continued presence was no longer beneficial. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the weirwood, its grotesque face weeping blood, as if merging with the sanguine horrors of a nightmare. The sudden appearance of Harwin was jarring, yet he had no time to ponder the implications. He needed to find Rhaenyra. Sire, we must depart immediately to find my sister, Rhaegar urged, eager to retrieve Rhaenyra before she could be discovered. The Red Keep was not close to Silk Street, and with Rhaenyra having slipped away only half an hour prior, there was still time. Ser Harwin frowned. This is a serious matter. Searching with just the two of us would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Not to worry, Rhaegar replied resolutely. I have heard Rhaenyra mention that the largest brothel on Silk Street has Daemon as a stakeholder. He will surely go there. Rhaegar continued with conviction. Daemon harbors ill intentions toward my sister. We must intervene without delay. Indeed, Your Highness, it seems we must resolve this issue before it escalates, Harwin said, shouldering Rhaegar as they made their way out. Upon hearing his words, Rhaegar experienced a sudden epiphany, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Wait, sire? He immediately called to a halt, seeking to organize his thoughts. Shira was certainly not a person to be trusted. His sudden emergence as an informant appeared to be a gesture of goodwill towards Rhaegar, but he might very well harbor ulterior motives. Rhaegar felt the need to reflect deeply, striving to untangle the chaotic web of his thoughts. The matter of Daemon's seduction of Rhaenyra did not seem fabricated. Daemon had long coveted the throne. If he could win Rhaenyra's heart and become her consort, he could reclaim his position at the center of power, perhaps even marginalizing Rhaenyra, the designated heir. The act of informing Rhaegar could be interpreted as an attempt to curry favor, aiming to gain Rhaegar's trust. But what role was Rhaegar to play in this scenario? Was he to be the naive child informing his father, inciting the king's wrath and leading to Daemon's arrest? Or perhaps, in defense of his sister's honor, he would stealthily slip out of the red keep to seek Rhaenyra? Or even feign ignorance, concealing the matter and waiting for it to escalate? Yes, let it escalate. Someone desired to amplify this situation as much as possible. Rhaegar came to a startling realization, perceiving a sinister intent. Whether he informed his father or discreetly sought out Rhaenyra, as long as there were those intent on spreading the news, this affair would surely blow up, tarnishing Rhaenyra's reputation. If he chose to turn a blind eye, he would be playing directly into Daemon's hands. With this thought, Rhaegar felt enlightened, sensing the stench of conspiracy. Rhaenyra must be found, but not in a conspicuous manner. A plan was necessary to divert everyone's attention. Chapter 43. The Winds of Command. Sire, do you have any allies you can fully trust? With a sudden idea in mind, Rhaegar resolved to enlist assistance. I have my brother Elric, and we trust one another implicitly, Elric affirmed. Let us summon him. We shall require his help. Prince. He currently serves as the protector of Prince Aegon. If the Queen discovers this, we must tread carefully to avoid detection. Given the urgency of the situation, Rhaegar wasted no time. Sire, take me to Rhaenyra's chamber, and then seek out Elric. Very well, my prince. Although uncertain of Rhaegar's intentions, Elric chose to offer his support. At the threshold of Rhaenyra's chamber, Ser Cole was on night watch. Upon seeing Elric arriving with Rhaegar in tow, he inquired with curiosity, Your Highness, what brings you here at such an hour? I had a nightmare and wished to speak with my sister. Rhaegar feigned terror, fabricating a pretense. Cole hesitated momentarily. The princess has only just settled. I fear, Ser Cole, Rhaenyra is my sister. She would wish to see me. Rhaegar's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of firmness. Catching Cole off guard, open the door and let me in. This command was not directed at Cole, but rather at Elric. Elric stepped forward to open the door. Cole attempted to intervene, but was pushed aside. Rhaegar's identity was undeniable. Cole could not prevent him from insisting on meeting Rhaenyra. As he stepped through the door, it slammed shut before Cole could scrutinize the situation. Elric carried Rhaegar to the empty soft bed and gently laid him down. Passing by the table, he casually picked up an empty package and a piece of white paper adorned with a map. Rhaegar examined it closely, casting a glance at the scattered gowns on the carpet, confirming that Rhaenyra had indeed slipped away. He handed the white paper to Elric, instructing, act according to my plan. If you find Rhaenyra, return through this secret passage. Would adhering to the plan truly yield significant consequences? After hearing Rhaegar's designated plan, Elric hesitated. My lady, my sister is the heir to the Iron Throne. For her reputation, we can overlook minor losses. Rhaegar placed a hand over his heart, gravely stating, I reiterate, regardless of the outcome, I shall bear the burden alone. Under Rhaegar's watchful gaze, Elric turned to leave the room. Before closing the door, he obstructed Cole's view, emphasizing, do not disturb the prince and princess during their nocturnal discourse. Remain dutiful. As a newly appointed White Knight, Cole held Elric in high regard, nodding in understanding. Elric strode away. Silk Street. Under the night sky, Rhaenyra wove through the throngs of people, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Occasionally, she would topple the wares of some unfortunate vendor, laughing playfully. Daemon trailed closely behind, dealing with the fools who pursued her. Suddenly, Rhaenyra dashed into a dark alley and collided abruptly with a figure clad in gold. The golden-robed man seized her by the arm, his voice low and stern. What mischief have you been up to that you must flee in haste? Recognizing the man through his helmet, Rhaenyra exclaimed his name. Ser Harwin, my princess. Ser Harwin was taken aback, subtly glancing towards the alley's entrance. There, Daemon approached at a leisurely pace. Rhaenyra spotted her uncle and implored Harwin, please, don't. After a moment's contemplation, Harwin deduced that the duo had sneaked out for some revelry. Releasing his grip on Rhaenyra, he feigned ignorance. Be careful, young one. Next time, fortune may not favor you. With that, he resumed his patrol, brushing past Daemon. Daemon exchanged a knowing smile, unperturbed by a mere golden-robed man. Before his dismissal from the city guard command, every golden robe was his subordinate, unwaveringly loyal. Are you enjoying this madcap escapade? The chase had concluded, and Demon walked alongside Rhaenyra. Who could say when they would next savor the taste of freedom? Rhaenyra panted lightly, evidently relieved by the unrestrained revelry. The pair continued their conversation as they walked. However, as they proceeded, Rhaenyra sensed something amiss. The surrounding vendors and street performers had diminished, replaced instead by the alluring sounds of carnal pleasures. Demon led her into a stone building she had never visited before, from which the enticing cacophony emanated. As soon as they crossed the threshold, a disordered atmosphere, thick with the scent of alcohol, enveloped them. Men indulged in revelry, their crude banter echoing around the room. Navigating through the throng of men, she felt their hands roam and their eyes linger, accompanied by seductive laughter. Rhaenyra was taken aback, numbly allowing Demon to guide her further inside, her gaze darting around the hall, absorbing the debauchery that unfolded before her. This was a scene unlike anything she had ever witnessed in her life. What manner of place is this? Rhaenyra warily surveyed her surroundings. Demon replied in a calm tone. A place where people come to fulfill their desires. Have you lost your mind? How dare you bring me here? Rhaenyra's expression stiffened, the provocative imagery unsettling her, causing an instinctive aversion to rise within her. She glanced at her uncle, whose eyes glimmered with desire. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Rhaenyra's demeanor shifted subtly as she discreetly stole a glance back at the entrance. At this moment, if she fled, perhaps she could still escape. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows near the brothel's walls, two figures clad in identical black cloaks stood side by side, witnessing Demon lead Rhaenyra into the establishment. Go on. I'll handle things here. One of the cloaked figures spoke first, his serious face concealed beneath the hood. Remember my words. The bigger the commotion, the better. It concerns the princess's reputation, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The other figure, whose revealed face mirrored his brother's, was the urgent Alaric. Rest assured, the prince shall not be disappointed. Alaric patted his brother's shoulder, brandishing a torch to ignite a nearby pile of hay. The hay caught fire, smoke billowing forth alongside the flames. Alaric said no more, adjusting his hood as he approached the brothel's entrance. Alaric swiftly scaled the wall, entering the kitchen and stables of the brothel, setting fire to everything in his path. The two brothers operated with remarkable synchronicity, each pursuing their respective tasks. Entering the brothel's main hall, Alaric remained silent, avoiding the surrounding women, and made a beeline for the dimly lit alcove, lifting the sheer curtain that concealed everything. He immediately spotted their target for the night. At that moment, Demon had Rhaenyra cornered against the wall, his gaze predatory as he assessed his prey. Rhaenyra pushed against him, her face a mask of terror. Just in time, Alaric rushed forward, seizing Demon by the shoulder and yanking him around, delivering a powerful left hook that struck Demon squarely in the face. The sudden assault left Demon defenseless, and he collapsed to the ground, dazed and reeling. The turn of events unfolded too rapidly. It was not until she heard Demon's anguished cry that Rhaenyra realized she might escape his clutches. Princess, we must leave at once, Alaric urged, picking up Demon's discarded cloak and tossing it to Rhaenyra, unceremoniously dragging her away. As they departed, Alaric cast a scornful glance back at Demon, delivering a final kick between his legs. With a resounding thud, Demon let out a piercing scream, clutching his groin, his body hunched over like a shrimp. Chapter 44. The Blazing Flames. Who are you? Rhaenyra gasped in a hushed tone, hastily creating distance. Alex seized her, hastily draping a black cloak over her shoulders, forcibly pulling her through the back door in haste. Who are you really? Where are you taking me? Rhaenyra struggled fiercely, casting an indignant glare at Alex's obscured face. Alec, with no other option, revealed his visage and cautioned, someone witnessed you slipping away from the Red Keep with Prince Demon. Prince Aegon sent me to escort you back. Aegon sent you? Rhaenyra paused in surprise, her expression softening. Alec continued, the situation is dire. It would be wise for you to remain silent and not reveal your identity. Rhaenyra nodded repeatedly, matching her pace with his. Upon exiting through the back door, they encountered a beggar boy slumped against the wall, weak and vulnerable. Alec shielded Rhaenyra, seizing the boy by his hair and slamming his head against the wall with brutal force. Blood splattered, and the boy crumpled to the ground, unconscious. He's just a little beggar? Rhaenyra murmured in disbelief. Everyone knows that the beggars near brothels and casinos are mostly informants, Alec replied, glancing back. He is not dead, merely unconscious. Rhaenyra sighed in relief, choosing to disregard the fallen boy. Fire. Quickly, the backyard is ablaze. Someone come. A fire erupted near the brothel, rapidly engulfing the area. The night wind fanned the flames, which swiftly spread to nearby streets, igniting homes. In the midst of the chaos, startled citizens, still in their night clothes, hurriedly grabbed buckets to join the firefighting efforts. The situation grew increasingly frantic. Alec exhaled, guiding Rhaenyra away from the crowd of rescuers as they stealthily navigated through narrow alleys. Meanwhile, Elric hurled a torch through a second-floor window of the brothel, vanishing into the night. Arson was his task for the evening, despite the dishonor it entailed. He had no reason to refuse the orders from his elder brother, who served Prince Aegon. He had his sights set on the young king's firstborn, feeling compelled to serve him due to both noble law and personal inclination. As for Prince Aegon, he was merely a protector appointed by the king, unworthy of his loyalty. The wind shifted. Alec and Rhaenyra sprinted onward, colliding with a squad of golden-robed guards rushing to extinguish the flames. "Avoid them," Alec whispered urgently, pivoting into another narrow alley. Just as they turned the corner, they spotted a solitary golden-robed figure approaching. "Who goes there?" Lurking about with ill intent. A familiar voice echoed, and Rhaenyra's gaze fell upon Halwyn's face. Alec instinctively shielded Rhaenyra behind him, threatening, "Step aside. This does not concern you." Halwyn unsheathed his sword, a cold smirk on his lips. Such audacity, daring to oppose the city guard. As a valiant knight, Halwyn was exceptionally skilled, unafraid of any challenge. Alec recognized the other party, yet the premise of his mission demanded the concealment of his whereabouts. He could not voluntarily reveal his identity. His hand discreetly brushed against the hilt of his sword, poised for action at any moment. "Do not act rashly. We are friends." Amidst the tension, Rhaenyra, disregarding Alec's attempts to intervene, rushed between the two to halt the impending conflict. Upon hearing her voice, Harwinton paused, puzzled, and inquired, "Princess, why are you here again?" Rhaenyra removed her hood, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she replied, "There is no time for explanations. I became separated from Daemon, but fortunately, the Kingsguard found me." She displayed a modicum of cleverness, aware of the necessity to veil the truth. Harwinton scrutinized Alec closely, then smiled at Rhaenyra. "In that case, Princess, you should leave first. I must attend to the fire." "Thank you, Sir Harwinton," Rhaenyra said, her mind preoccupied with the situation, as she took Alec, whose face was ashen, and left. Observing their retreating figures, Harwinton furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the distant flames, lost in thought. The blaze on Silk Street spread rapidly, alarming the city guard. The entire city's gold-cloaked officials rushed to the scene, joining the firefighting efforts. It was not until midnight that the fierce inferno was finally contained. The source of the fire, a brothel, had been entirely consumed, leaving only charred remnants of stone. Along with it, a dozen nearby homes were engulfed in flames. Fortunately, due to the area's dense population, the fire was quickly detected, resulting in no casualties. Prior to this chaos, the arsonist, Alec, had already reunited with his brother at the Red Keep. They exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding evident as they parted in different directions. Alec led Rhaenyra back to her chamber through the secret passage. Rhaegar, supporting himself against the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazed out at the fiery spectacle illuminating King's Landing. He understood that this conflagration was orchestrated by the Alec brothers. He was the mastermind behind this devastating fire. Rhaenyra had fallen into Daemon's trap, and unseen eyes were lurking in the shadows, observing the two. Under ordinary circumstances, no matter how Rhaegar searched for Rhaenyra, he would inevitably fall into a snare. For her location was surely under surveillance, particularly that brothel. Rhaenyra's discreet exit could not remain concealed. Too many witnesses had seen her movements. Rhaegar simply needed to sever the connections between Rhaenyra and Daemon's visits to the establishment. A fire that consumed everything would obliterate any traces. Even if someone could prove Rhaenyra's presence at the brothel, who could discern the truth among the ruins? Rhaegar's duty was to arrive at Rhaenyra's chamber beforehand and provide her with an alibi. By then, who would dare accuse Rhaenyra without evidence? Their father, Viserys, would ensure that such voices were silenced. With a creak, the wall at the entrance of the passageway rotated, prompting Rhaegar to swiftly turn. Before him stood the long-awaited figures of Alec and Rhaenyra. "Rhaenyra, you have finally returned." Upon seeing his sister, Rhaegar's face broke into a smile, the heavy burden within his heart lifting at last. "It appears that Rhaenyra has not disappointed him." "Rhaegar, how did you know I sneaked out?" Rhaenyra gazed at her brother in astonishment, tugging off her black cloak as she posed the question with curiosity. Rhaegar directed his gaze towards Alec, who had just closed the secret passage. Alec replied in a subdued tone, "With so many eyes around, I didn't have the chance to explain to the princess." Rhaegar nodded. "Was the plan executed smoothly, my lord?" "Fairly well," Alec responded, though with a hint of regret, "but we encountered the patrolling Harwin Strong, and the princess's identity was exposed." Rhaegar fell silent, contemplating whether Harwin might speak indiscreetly and if he should issue a warning. That fellow is the eldest son of Prime Minister Rhaenyra and the heir to Harrenhal. Regardless, given his father's accomplishments and his own status, Rhaegar could not fathom silencing him. Observing their cryptic exchange, Rhaenyra interjected softly. Harwin is Rhaenyra's son and holds me in high regard. He should not speak out of turn. That would be for the best. Rhaegar replied with a gentle smile. Rhaenyra is indeed a trustworthy individual, and his son ought to be wise as well. Rhaenyra leaned closer to Rhaegar, her bright eyes sparkling as she feigned an elder sister's authority. Who revealed my secret to you? And this fire, was it all part of your scheme? On the way back, Rhaenyra had pondered these matters. Illich's sudden appearance coincided perfectly with the fire. Now, seeing Rhaegar in her room, Rhaenyra realized that all of this was inextricably linked to him. As for the informant, I have my own plans. I cannot divulge them to you just yet. Rhaegar concealed the identity of the individual named Shiryu, for their peculiar status made it unwise to raise alarms too early. He then adopted a serious demeanor. The fire was my doing. I was protecting you. Chapter 45. The Bonds of Brotherhood. His words carried a subtle note of pride. Rhaegar, did you ignite the fire to cover my tracks? Rhaenyra lowered her gaze, guilt washing over her as she recognized the gravity of the situation. What other explanation could there be? Who else, besides your brother, would resolve your troubles in the dead of night? Rhaegar's expression turned grave as he raised his voice. Hush. Who exactly informed you of my whereabouts? Rhaegar shook off her hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. There are no secrets in this world. You committed a foolish act, and now fear being discovered? I never anticipated it would come to this. I merely sought to clear my mind. Her words struck a chord within Rhaenyra, and she murmured in a daze. Did Demon bully you? Rhaegar asked with concern. He did not succeed. Sir Illich arrived just in time. Rhaenyra ruffled Rhaegar's hair, managing a faint smile. The events of the night had indeed taken an unexpected turn. Once, she had held Demon in high esteem and trusted him implicitly. Now, upon learning the origins of the fire, only fear and regret lingered. The thought of Rhaenyra foolishly falling into another's trap infuriated Rhaegar, who bluntly remarked, had the intelligence not arrived in time? Do you not believe that by tomorrow morning, news of your escapade with Demon at the brothel would be common knowledge? I stealthily slipped out through the secret passage, unnoticed by anyone. Rhaenyra fidgeted with her fingers, feeling an involuntary tension. Rhaegar spoke candidly. If no one is aware. Who has informed me? Demon, the one covertly watching you, is the messenger. Upon reflection, 3 parties have already set their sights on you. Everything that transpires tonight is far from a secret. Rhaenyra fell silent. She was not foolish, merely overly trusting of Demon. She never anticipated that her once meticulous uncle would suddenly reveal his fangs. Had Rhaegar not covertly assisted her tonight, she could hardly fathom the consequences. What tales would circulate by tomorrow? I apologize. The pressure has been overwhelming, and I merely wish to take a stroll, she finally uttered after a long pause. It is for the best, Demon mused. He has long coveted the throne, and you are a tempting prize laid before him. Rhaegar gazed at Rhaenyra with a mix of melancholy and exasperation. His sister, naive and manipulated like a marionette, was a source of embarrassment for him. What is that look in your eyes? I am still your sister, Rhaenyra retorted, unable to withstand her brother's gaze, which seemed to mock her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as Rhaegar silently observed her distress and shook his head. With a chuckle, Rhaenyra found humor in his demeanor. Rhaegar turned to meet her gaze, and in that fleeting moment, the siblings shared an unspoken connection, memories of their mutual concern flooding their minds and tugging at their hearts. In the next instant, Rhaenyra's eyes glistened with tears as she crouched down and gently embraced Rhaegar, confessing, I am truly sorry for my foolish actions, and for requiring your assistance in cleaning up the mess. I am deeply sorry. Rhaenyra sobbed softly. I cannot always be there to help you, Rhaegar murmured, resting his cheek against her hair, his voice a gentle whisper. Sister, do not let father down again. Rhaenyra, choked with emotion, could not find the words, only wishing to hold her brother's slender frame tightly while fearing to touch his wounds. Before the stranger takes me away, I will remain with you. Rhaegar tenderly stroked Rhaenyra's back, his voice soothing and heartfelt, reflecting on the night's indulgences, Demon's ambitious nature, and their embrace. Rhaenyra's heart swelled with mixed emotions. Realizing she was merely a pawn in the eyes of others, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she buried her head in Rhaegar's shoulder, softly weeping. Her tears quickly soaked Rhaegar's collar, and he cast a helpless smile towards Illyrio. Illyrio bowed respectfully and quietly departed from the entrance of the passage, as remaining in such a situation would be impolite. Exiting through the main door was not an option, as Cole was still on duty. The passage was indeed a suitable choice. After crying for what felt like an eternity, until Rhaenyra was drained of strength and Rhaegar's collar was thoroughly dampened, her sobs began to subside. Rhaenyra rubbed her nose on her brother's collar, revealing her swollen, tear-streaked eyes. Rhaegar, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "I believe we both ought to change into a fresh set of clothes." "What?" Rhaenyra, in a state of confusion, lifted her gaze to glance at Rhaegar's soiled garment, stained with tears and snot. Lowering her eyes, she noticed that she was still clad in a rough, patched linen dress. "You turn away first. I shall change my attire." Rhaenyra lifted Rhaegar and compelled him to lie upon the bed. She then moved to a blind spot in Rhaegar's line of sight, shedding her patched dress and donning a nightgown. Subsequently, she rummaged through the wardrobe and tossed a smaller nightgown to Rhaegar. "I do not possess your nightwear. Wear this for now." As Rhaegar removed the pink nightgown draped over his head, his expression darkened, and without a moment's thought, he declined. "I have injuries on my back. I need not wear clothing while I sleep." "No, you must sleep with me tonight. You must wear something." Rhaenyra reached out to remove Rhaegar's clothing to replace it with the nightgown. No. I would rather return and sleep alone than wear that." Rhaegar resisted fiercely. After a playful struggle, the candles in the room extinguished. Rhaenyra embraced Rhaegar, who wore nothing but a pair of small shorts, and closed her eyes in steady breath. Rhaegar, reluctantly serving as a pillow, shifted slightly to find a comfortable, soft spot to rest his face upon. The siblings remained silent, awaiting the arrival of slumber. The following day, early in the morning, a scout entered the Red Keep to convey messages to the Prime Minister. Leonor sensed trouble and promptly sought out Viserys, who was partaking in breakfast, to inform him of the previous night's events. Strangely, a fire had erupted at the brothel that very night, and Daemon had been escorted out. Yet the princess was nowhere to be found. Viserys' countenance darkened to an extreme. He was well aware of his brother's character, a complete scoundrel, capable of any misdeed. Shaking his head, he forced a smile, declaring, "This is but a fabrication. You have been deceived." "I wish that were the case, your majesty," Leonor replied, his expression grave. Viserys immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Leonor was not Otto Hightower. He would not slander Rhaenyra, the heir, for the sake of his granddaughter. His every word and action were marked by fairness, devoid of selfishness. "Daemon, he is nothing but a ravenous wolf." Viserys slammed his fist upon the table. Akin to a furious beast, the mere thought of Daemon being involved with his daughter filled him with a desire to strangle the wretched brother immediately. Remaining rational, he tried to calm himself, contemplating, this cannot be true. Perhaps Rhaenyra merely slipped out while Daemon entered the brothel. He could not believe his daughter would venture to a brothel, let alone engage in scandalous behavior with Daemon. Leonor remarked, "This is precisely my concern." The fire's onset was peculiar, rumored to have been set deliberately. Daemon left the brothel just as the flames erupted, and numerous witnesses claim he appeared injured. Conversely, the princess has vanished without a trace. No one has seen her since. Viserys seized upon this as a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, "Indeed, no one has seen Rhaenyra. Thus no one can attest to her presence at the brothel. All is well." Beneath that smiling visage, however, lies a profound fury. "Summon Rhaenyra and inform her that her father invites her to breakfast," Viserys bellowed at the servant outside, intending to gauge Rhaenyra's reaction. At this moment, regardless of the truth, Rhaenyra's innocence was of paramount importance. As a father, he had to make this distinction clear to determine the course of events. "No need. I have that intention already." The door swung open, and Rhaenyra entered gracefully, her radiant smile illuminating her face. Viserys, filled with uncertainty, questioned, "Rhaenyra, what brings you here? Did you not wish to share breakfast with me?" She replied, her inquiry laced with curiosity. Rhaenyra seated herself confidently upon the round stool, exhibiting no signs of guilt after her alleged indiscretions. Viserys exchanged glances with Rhaenyra, both discerning doubt reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 46. The Ultimatum. Rhaenyra, there are claims that you slipped out of the Red Keep last night and ventured to inappropriate places with your uncle Daemon. What do you have to say in your defense? Viserys sensed something amiss and probed cautiously. Rhaenyra tapped her chin and, with an air of apology, confessed, "Indeed, I did sneak out with Daemon to Silk Street to watch a theatrical performance." Viserys pressed, "Was that all?" "That was indeed all," Rhaenyra asserted with confidence. "Very well. I have no further questions. I believe Lord Rhaenyra has matters to discuss with you." Elated by his daughter's unequivocal response, Viserys shifted the conversation towards Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra turned her gaze towards the Prime Minister, inquiring, "My lord, what guidance do you have for me?" The situation grew increasingly tangled as Rhaenyra gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. "Princess, last night, someone witnessed you and Prince Daemon enter a brothel. While these claims are unsubstantiated, I would appreciate your clarification." Rhaenyra vehemently denied. "Since you acknowledge them as unsubstantiated, does that not indicate the falsehood of such claims?" Someone seeks to tarnish my reputation, and that is an act of treason. Rhaenyra nodded in understanding, solemnly declaring, I shall uncover the source of these rumors and seek justice for the princess. At this juncture, the truth had become secondary. The information could only establish that Rhaenyra and Daemon had indeed escaped the Red Keep. Any further evidence had long since vanished in the conflagration. As long as Rhaenyra vehemently denied visiting the brothel, her virtue remained beyond reproach. Rhaenyra nodded at Viserys, stating gravely, I will work to quash these rumors. With that, he exited the chamber. Father and daughter exchanged glances, and Viserys, unable to contain himself, spoke first. Rhaenyra, there was a great fire on Silk Street last night. Are you aware? Thanks to the fire, I managed to evade prying eyes, Rhaenyra responded, revealing, Rhaegar informed me that someone had tipped him off. He ordered the fire to be set, and covertly facilitated my return to the Red Keep. Rhaenyra did not conceal the truth, recounting every detail. Viserys was profoundly shaken, his eyes widening in disbelief at the remarkable wisdom exhibited by his young firstborn. After a moment, he regained his composure and smiled with pride, expressing his satisfaction. Aegon is a good boy and an excellent brother, without a doubt. Rhaenyra beamed with joy, having come here to embrace Aegon's proposal. The most effective way to unravel the conspiracy was to take the initiative. Rhaenyra, pure and confident, knew that no one could tarnish her reputation. Indeed, this was proven true. Observing his daughter's radiant smile, Viserys abruptly inquired, Have you given it any thought? What should I consider? Rhaenyra replied, momentarily taken aback. Consider Aegon, to support you moving forward, just as he did last night. But he is still quite young. That may be so, yet he will soon grow into a fine young man. I only see him as... Rhaenyra stumbled, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The events of the previous night had left her in turmoil, uncertain about her choices. Viserys furrowed his brow, his tone turning serious. Then whom do you favor? Do not tell me it is some unscrupulous scoundrel. Absolutely not. Rhaenyra quickly refuted. I admit that my past fondness for Daemon was due to his attentive nature, but last night revealed his predatory ambitions. The candidates I consider are ones you disapprove of, and Aegon is one you reject. What am I to do regarding my marriage? Viserys' eyes reflected an unspoken disappointment. The mere thought of Daemon's nefarious intentions nearly succeeding sent a chill down his spine. Resolutely, he issued an ultimatum. Rhaenyra once suggested you wed Ser Harwin Strong, the son of the Sea Snake. I believe he is a commendable choice. Marrying him could mend the rift between the Targaryens and Valerions, strengthening your position in the future. Pausing, Viserys fixed his gaze upon his daughter, exuding the authority of a king. Aegon? Rhaenyra? You must choose between the two. Could I have some time to contemplate? Rhaenyra pleaded softly, her face paling before her unusually assertive father. Viserys, resolute in his decision, would not entertain refusal. His love and guilt for his daughter culminated in a heavy sigh as he consented to grant her some time. He emphasized, rumors will not dissipate overnight. During this period, our family will return to Dragonstone for a while. There are young dragons there suitable for taming. Aegon and Aemond will each have one. Once they have tamed the dragons, I shall journey to Driftmark. It could be to propose on your behalf to Rhaenyra, or to issue an invitation to the Sea Snake regarding your engagement to Aegon. In any case, you must provide me with an explanation. With that, he left no room for Rhaenyra to counter, dismissing her with a wave. I have matters to attend to. You should return and ponder this carefully. Seeing her father's resolve, Rhaenyra bit her lip and swiftly departed. The room suffocated her, and all she longed for was to escape swiftly. After Rhaenyra departed, a graceful figure emerged from the depths of the chamber, embracing Viserys from behind. Did you hear everything? I have nowhere to hide. Rhaenyra ought to marry Aegon. Their union would stabilize the throne. Yet, Rhaenyra harbors different sentiments. She remains a naive girl clinging to fanciful dreams. The heir to the Iron Throne can be female, but she cannot be an innocent and ignorant maiden. Very well, I must attend to my dear brother. Clad in garments arranged by Alicent, Viserys mounted Blackfyre and departed with an imposing demeanor. Ultimately, the room was left with only Alicent, draped in a sheer gown. Alicent picked up a half-eaten piece of bread from the table, taking delicate bites while her inscrutable eyes gazed out the window. Morning light filtered through a fabric curtain, casting soft rays upon Daemon's face. After a night of revelry, Daemon felt dazed and muttered about his thirst. A figure in white, Mysaria, entered the room, drawing back the curtains to allow the blinding light to rouse Daemon from his slumber. Awakened from his deep sleep, Daemon cursed irritably and raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Mysaria stooped down, offering him a bowl of water. Daemon gulped it down voraciously, his tone low and contemplative. Any news? He inquired. My informant has been gravely injured. Last night's fire was clearly orchestrated. Miseria sighed in her husky, foreign accent, lamenting for her informant. He is but a young boy, and the cost of his treatment will be considerable. Demon propped himself up, rubbing his face in frustration. Someone has abducted Rhaenyra. It seems my brother has never truly trusted me, keeping watch over my every move. Would you not deter yourself from seducing your own niece? Miseria's voice remained flat. One can never be certain. Power is a most alluring poison. Demon stretched lazily, drawing Miseria closer by her slender waist and planting a kiss upon her cheek. At a time like this, you still have the energy for such pursuits? Not really. I was kicked last night. Let us see if my vigor remains. The spirited second son instilled confidence in Demon as he released the beauty from his embrace, donned his attire, and stepped outside. Miseria, her expression unchanged, reminded him, remember to settle the bill before you leave. Chapter 47. Alicent's deception faced with her father's coercion. Rhaenyra dejectedly returned to her chamber. By this time, Aegon had long since departed. The emptiness of her bedroom deepened the solitude of her wounded heart. She could never comprehend why her father insisted on her marriage. Did he truly believe that without wedlock, she could not inherit the Iron Throne? Would she face opposition from all corners of the realm? Knock, knock, knock. As she wrestled with her emotions, a knock echoed from the door. Rhaenyra turned to see Ser Cole, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, stepping into the room. Cole, do you require something? She asked hurriedly, wiping the corners of her eyes in an attempt to feign nonchalance before the once-favored knight. Cole looked at Rhaenyra with concern and softly said, Princess, the king has just summoned you to the rear garden for a conversation. Upon hearing it was Alicent who had requested her presence, Rhaenyra felt a flicker of doubt. The timing seemed too coincidental. After adjusting her attire, she replied, Understood, I shall go at once. In the rear garden, Rhaenyra arrived alone. Alicent had been waiting beneath the fishwood tree for quite some time. As soon as they met, Alicent's face was etched with worry, and she eagerly asked, What transpired last night? What do you mean? A fleeting look of suspicion crossed Rhaenyra's eyes as she countered. Alicent continued, I heard troubling accusations made against you. Were you with your uncle? This statement instantly put Rhaenyra on high alert. With a faint smile, she replied, I have not seen Demon in many years. He merely took me to the city for some leisure. I am your sister. You must speak the truth to me so that I can assist you, Rhaenyra. Seeing Rhaenyra's reticence, Alicent resorted to emotional appeals, stepping forward to grasp her hand. Rhaenyra retorted, What accusations have been made against me? Did I drink? Did I leave the castle under the cover of night? Alicent, in a state of urgency, replied, They say you were with Demon in a brothel. At the utterance of those words, Alicent appeared highly distressed, as if deeply worried for Rhaenyra. This is nothing but a vile accusation. Alicent, however, remained unconvinced. Is it? The Targaryen family does indeed have peculiar customs. Demon is evidently reckless and a scheming opportunist. Enough, Alicent. Rhaenyra sharply interrupted, her voice rising. If she had truly erred, she would not dare to scold so vehemently. Yet her innocence would not allow Alicent's slander to go unchallenged. Shaking off Alicent's grasp, Rhaenyra glared. To question my honor is tantamount to treason. Who told you this? Alicent was taken aback by her sudden outburst, her gaze evasive as she stammered. I was in your father's chamber this morning. How convenient that you would question me about something my father and the Prime Minister have already concluded. Rhaenyra seized on her words, her tone icy. Alicent, your majesty, we were once inseparable sisters, and now I hardly recognize you. Alicent, in a state of panic, attempted to rectify the situation. It is not as it appears. I overheard something unintentionally, and I am genuinely worried for you. So you resort to baseless slander to accuse and defame me? Rhaenyra retorted, her words growing increasingly heated. Caught off guard by the interrogation, Alicent defended herself. I merely wish to help you, Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra scoffed with sarcasm. We went to a tavern for drinks. As night fell, I expressed my desire to return home, but Demon, still unsatisfied, insisted on seeking out a courtesan. We parted ways on the street, each taking our own path. When I returned to the Red Keep, flames were erupting in the city, and I had no knowledge of Demon's whereabouts. I spent the night attending to Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra had already devised a set of impeccable responses to deflect Alicent's probing inquiries. Having spoken, she departed coldly, leaving no opportunity for Alicent to retain her. She discerned Alicent's ulterior motives, seeking to extract whether she had engaged in an affair with Demon, thereby tarnishing her reputation. Alas, Alicent's calculations were misguided. Meanwhile, the disheveled Demon returned to the Red Keep, his steps unsteady, clearly still inebriated. Commander Harold of the Kingsguard, accompanied by 2 guards, hastily approached him, and without a word, the guards seized Demon's arms, apprehending him on the spot. Harold gazed down at Demon with indifference, stating, The king wishes to see you, Prince. The guards hoisted Demon up and dragged him forward. "Release your filthy hands," Demon protested, squirming in discomfort and cursing, yet his words fell on deaf ears. He was swiftly brought to the throne room and unceremoniously cast onto the cold, black stone floor like refuse. Demon appeared utterly unconcerned, lying face down, reeking of alcohol. Harold gestured for the guards to wait outside, maintaining a somber countenance. Viserys emerged from the shadows, his face clouded with suppressed fury. Approaching Demon, he coldly inquired, "What have you done to my daughter?" Despite his trust in Rhaenyra's words, he found himself compelled to seek confirmation once more. Demon, belching and disoriented, offered no reply. Viserys' expression shifted subtly as he pressed, "Do you not wish to deny anything?" "I must understand the accusations to defend myself," Demon retorted, feigning ignorance. Enraged by Demon's insolent demeanor, Viserys delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. "You lured her away with the intent to defile her." Demon groaned, curling into himself. Viserys, unable to contain his anger, kicked him again, demanding, "Did you succeed in violating my daughter?" Viserys' rage turned to bitter laughter. "We were young men then. She was but a girl, your niece. Rhaenyra has come of age, and the first to have her is some scoundrel." Demon continued his charade of defiance. "You damn bastard." Viserys, thoroughly incensed, lunged at him, seizing his collar and delivering 2 swift punches to his face. Demon turned his head, blood and a tooth spilling from his mouth. Still gripping his collar, Viserys admonished, "You will ruin her. After such an incident, what noble would wish to marry her? Who cares what those damn nobles think? You are the king. Your word is law." The excruciating pain jolted Demon to speak his truth. Viserys, profoundly disheartened, lamented, "I have spent my life protecting you. Yet your heart is more wicked than I ever imagined." Demon scoffed nonchalantly, dismissing the gravity of the moment. The 2 brothers exchanged glances in the hushed hall. Suddenly, Viserys chuckled, tauntingly remarking, "You failed, did you not? My child thwarted your schemes." "What?" Demon replied, bewildered. Viserys loosened his tightly grasped collar, rising to loom over him. "Rhaegar, my eldest son, far surpasses you. Not only has he seen through your cunning machinations, but he also understands the value of family and fiercely protects his kin." Demon's expression hardened, hesitating as he inquired, "Was it Rhaegar who sent the black-clad men last night? Was he the one who ignited that inferno?" "Indeed, a remarkably astute child. Wouldn't you agree?" Viserys gleamed with pride, casting a derisive glance at his disheveled brother. Demon shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping him. "A 6-year-old boy? If he is that clever, you ought to strip Rhaenyra of her inheritance and designate a new heir." Chapter 48. Expulsion of Demon. "Do not attempt to sow discord among my children. I have my own plans for them," Viserys warned, pointing a finger at him. Demon inhaled deeply. "Marry Rhaenyra to me. When I present the crown, you said I could have whatever I desired. I want her. I shall cherish her as my life, taking her as my wife in accordance with our family tradition." Viserys scoffed derisively. "You are already wed." "Even so, Aegon the Conqueror took a second wife," Demon insisted. With a swift motion, Viserys drew the dragonbone dagger and pressed it against Demon's throat, his anger palpable. "You are no conqueror. You are a scourge sent by the heavens to torment me." Unfazed, Demon held his head high. "Marry Rhaenyra to me, and we shall restore the glory of House Targaryen. Of course, you covet not my daughter, do you? It is my throne you desire." Viserys, weary of conversing with this loathsome brother, replied with disdain, "I would sooner betroth Rhaenyra to Rhaegar, or even marry both my daughters to him, than allow you to defile them in your pursuit of my throne." Retracting the dagger, Viserys regarded him with pity, saying, "Return to the Vale, Demon. Go back to your lawful wife and seek to restore your dwindling honor by any means necessary. Or simply abandon all pretense. I care not. Just ensure I never lay eyes on you again." With that, Viserys wiped the dragonbone dagger on his sleeve and departed in disappointment. His brother's words shattered Demon's psychological defenses, leaving him staring vacantly at the ceiling. As dusk settled, Viserys stood alone by the window of his chamber, gazing at the distant coastline. The Targaryens seemed innately unafraid of heights, drawn to lofty vantage points. So too was Viserys. Alicent approached with light footsteps, her hand resting gently on his shoulder as she softly remarked, "Demon is gone. Good riddance. I do not wish to see him ever again," Viserys replied, his resentment towards Demon palpable. "I have spoken with Rhaenyra. She denies any involvement with Demon. Certainly, Rhaenyra is protected by her brothers, and Demon's schemes shall not prevail. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to have such a brother." "What did you say?" Viserys turned back, puzzled. "I merely envy the deep bond between Rhaenyra and her siblings." Hoping that Aegon and the others might share such a connection, Alicent blurted out, her hand instinctively fiddling with her nails behind her back. Viserys, oblivious to any underlying tension, continued, "The bloodline of House Targaryen is of great significance. They are restless and chaotic, and only sufficient wisdom can govern them. Our children must be filled with wisdom and unity." Alicent smiled in agreement. "I wish to marry Rhaenyra to Aegon." Viserys shifted the conversation to this troubling matter. Alicent's eyes flickered momentarily as she lowered her gaze. "A wise decision. Rhaenyra is forthright by nature, and Aegon will undoubtedly grow into a boy that she admires." "Do you think Rhaenyra does not like Aegon now?" Viserys inquired, his perceptiveness revealing a blind spot. Alicent hesitated. "I know Rhaenyra and understand the kind of man she favors." "Indeed, you know her well. She also enjoys challenging her father, showing little empathy." Viserys lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "You might try to communicate with her. Whoever Rhaenyra chooses will be a worthy selection. Let us hope she does not forget the responsibilities she bears." Viserys turned and led his wife to the table, personally pouring 2 glasses of wine. The two exchanged glances and drank together as twilight descended. Alicent lay expressionless on the bed, ignoring the sounds of breathing around her, repeatedly contemplating the failure of her conversation with Rhaenyra that day. Half a month later. "Hurry, get the boxes on the ship swiftly." The final batch of supplies is being organized at the river gate, where the shipping officials shouted loudly, directing sailors to transport the goods. Not far away, Viserys stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at a grand ship adorned with the black flag featuring 3 red dragons. "Your Majesty, the supplies are ready. We can set sail at any moment," Rhaenyra reported, approaching with a list in hand. Viserys nodded, understood. In the open space behind him, Alicent led Aegon and Helaena, cradling a small infant. Rhaenyra, meanwhile, lingered at a fruit stall with Aegon, smiling as she selected fresh produce. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, Aegon's burns had largely healed, causing no hindrance to his mobility. This often made Viserys reflect, surely the 7 are watching over Aegon, for his healing ability surpasses that of ordinary men. "Everyone, come here. Our journey is about to commence." Viserys called to his family. Aegon perked up at the sound and hurried over, being the first to arrive. "Father said that our destination for this voyage is Dragonstone." The mere thought of soon possessing his own dragon ignited Aegon's fervor, and he eagerly awaited the day. Viserys stroked his eldest son's hair and asked with a smile, "The ship is stocked with an abundance of fruits, far superior to what the roadside stalls offer. I wish to observe the differences between the fruits within the Red Keep and those found outside." Rhaegar chuckled softly. "Have you discerned any distinctions?" "Indeed. The fruits in the Red Keep are considerably more expensive, even though the quality of the roadside fruits is comparable, yet they are far more affordable." Viserys' smile faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Rhaenyra interjected appropriately. "The fruits of the Red Keep are sourced from various regions, differing entirely from the local produce. Their flavors may be similar, yet the price disparity arises from the differing clientele." Rhaegar murmured under his breath. Rhaenyra remarked, "The prince is indeed astute, though at times, perhaps overly so." As the conversation unfolded, Alicent and Rhaenyra approached hand in hand. Following their earlier dispute, they had mutually shunned each other for a spell. It was not until Alicent extended an invitation to Rhaenyra for a tea party that their relationship began to mend. Prolonging the estrangement would surely displease the head of the family, Viserys. With a staircase presented, they both descended. As night fell, a ship adorned with dragon-carved patterns drifted within Blackwater Bay, propelled by the sea breeze. In the opulently decorated cabin, Viserys appeared pallid, clutching a wooden barrel, struggling against his throat-esque constriction. Alicent and Rhaegar, his kin, stood by his side, their faces etched with concern. Ironically, Viserys had tamed the largest and most fearsome dragon in the history of Westeros, the Black Death, Rhaegar, yet he suffered from seasickness. This aversion to sailing was precisely why he seldom ventured out to sea. His preference lay with hunting in the Kingswood and participating in tournaments. "Father, the Grand Maester provided a remedy before his departure. One pill should alleviate your discomfort." Rhaegar handed him a glass vial, his heart aching for their aged patriarch. Viserys glanced at it, accepted the vial, removed the cap, and swallowed a pill. "I have consumed far too many medications. I hope this one proves effective." "It will. I also possess some sleep aids. Would you care for a dose?" Rhaegar retrieved another glass vial from his pocket. During his recent illness, he had frequently consulted Grand Maester Melos, who had prescribed soothing herbs for his recurrent nightmares. He discreetly inquired about the ingredients, finding them harmless and safe for consumption. Chapter 49. The Green Eyes. After the family's coaxing, Viserys ingested the sleep aid and lay in bed, enduring his discomfort. As his breathing gradually steadied, Alicent offered a gentle smile to Rhaegar and his sister. "It is late. You should both return to your quarters. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. Rhaegar beamed at Alicent and followed Rhaenyra out of the cabin. The siblings exchanged casual conversation as they walked along the corridor before parting ways to their respective chambers. In the dim candlelight, Rhaegar shed his garments, standing before a full-length mirror to inspect his back. The old skin had sloughed away, revealing tender, pale new skin, with faint traces of the burn's previous extent. The recovery is remarkably swift, truly befitting of the title Blood and Fire. Rhaegar murmured softly as he summoned the system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen, talent, dreamer, gold. Longevity, green, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 14, skill, proficiency in ancient Valyrian language relic, blood and fire resistance 50. Rhaegar gazed at the bloodline section, noting that the purity, originally at 12, had ascended to 14. This change had been discovered since the day his wound began to shed skin. His bloodline purity had increased by 2 points. The only plausible explanation for this transformation lay in the burns inflicted by Dragonfire. Perhaps the Dragonfire, imbued with the essence of dragons, had awakened his bloodline. Before the onslaught of Dreamfire, Rhaegar had encountered dragons infrequently. He perused the ancient tomes of House Targaryen, which contained mere fragments regarding the bonds forged between humans and dragons. A dragon rider must not regard dragons as mere tools. Rather, they are companions to the rider. The deeper the bond between rider and dragon, the more astonishing the unleashed power. These were the theories inferred from the ancient texts. Rhaegar remained somewhat skeptical. But one thing was certain: increased interaction with dragons could only yield positive outcomes. The sailboat would reach Dragonstone by tomorrow, and soon. He would possess a dragon of his own. As weariness overcame him, Rhaegar collapsed onto his bed, wrapping himself in the blanket as he drifted into slumber. He needed to replenish his strength for the upcoming journey of dragon taming. Before long, he fell into a dream. The dim sky, the surging waves, and the thunderous storm reappeared after a fortnight. This time, Rhaegar maintained his lucidity. The chilling raindrops pelted his body, and he distinctly felt the coolness. Water streamed down from his hair, cascading over his bare skin. Dark clouds roiled in the horizon, and the tempest raged. A fierce roar of a dragon echoed from afar, resonating with the thunder. Rhaegar lifted his head, disregarding the rain cascading down his face, and gazed skyward. Amidst the booming thunder, a colossal shadow burst forth from the shroud of clouds, dancing alongside the lightning. After enduring 2 nights of terrifying nightmares, Rhaegar clenched his fists, fixating intently upon that shadow. His unwavering resolve seemed to attract the creature's attention. Rhaegar stood tall, unflinchingly staring at the shadow. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance between them. With a grand roar, the shadow surged forward, revealing a pair of obsidian claws. Rhaegar was momentarily stunned, his senses blurring as he began to awaken from the dream. In that final moment, he beheld an unforgettable sight, a pair of eyes filled with malice, cunning, and arrogance. The emerald gaze was as profound as an abyss, locking onto Rhaegar in that very instant. Rhaegar jolted awake, muttering incessantly, the eyes, a pair of green eyes. He had glimpsed a fragment of that shadowy figure. It was a dragon, a colossal black dragon with emerald eyes. The mere thought of the scenes from his dreams sent shivers down Rhaegar's spine. He could not discern whether it was fear or excitement that coursed through him. His chest heaved violently, breaths came in ragged gasps, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. It took a considerable while for him to emerge from this state. Give it to me. Hurry. Rhaegar, lost in thought, leaned against the head of his bed, faintly hearing a cacophony emanating from the corridor outside his cabin. Who was out there? Puzzled, he rose, donned his clothes, and resolved to step outside for some fresh air, while also investigating the commotion. Upon opening the cabin door, he found the corridor devoid of any presence. Fool, can't you comprehend my words? The voice he had just heard echoed in his ears, causing Rhaegar to furrow his brows slightly, sensing a hint of familiarity. It came from the left corner. Rhaegar confirmed the direction and walked cautiously towards it. Upon reaching the corner, he discovered a dead end. Standing at the corridor's edge, he identified the source of the noise. It was 2 children. The elder, roughly the same age as Rhaegar, was a sturdy little boy, while the younger, a chubby little girl, bore an infantile roundness. These 2 were none other than his half-brother Ing and sister Helena. At that moment, Helena was curled up in a corner, cradling her small head in her hands. The older Ing was loudly reprimanding her, tugging at a strand of her silvery hair. It was evident that this was the brother bullying his sister. Rhaegar took a step forward, intending to intervene, but hesitated and withdrew. Although Helena was indeed his sister, Ing was her full-blooded brother. They were born from the same womb, and it was not his place to meddle. Rhaegar turned away, planning to seek out Alicent to discuss Ing's educational issues. "Take it off, or I shall break your fingers," came Ing's threatening voice. Rhaegar paused, contemplating whether he should step in on Alicent's behalf. Just then, he heard Helena's cries from behind. Turning around, he immediately saw Ing straddling Helena, gripping one of her arms with both hands, and cruelly twisting her fingers. "This is what you get for disobedience. This is why you don't give me the bracelet." As Ing inflicted torment upon his little sister, he threatened menacingly, "Hand over the bracelet, or I will make your nights miserable." Helena refused to relent, shaking her small head vigorously, her eyes glistening with tears. It was then that Rhaegar noticed the bracelet on the arm Ing was gripping. It was the very one he had gifted Helena. Raising his own hand, he revealed a matching bracelet adorning his wrist. The distinction lay in the fact that Helena's was a mere decorative piece crafted by a blacksmith, while his was a genuine spatial bracelet. A flicker of danger ignited in Rhaegar's gaze as he regarded Ing. Silently, he crept deeper into the corner. Ing abandoned his attempt to twist Helena's fingers and instead forcefully tugged at the bracelet. "Do you want it?" Suddenly, Rhaegar's voice resonated from behind. Egan was startled, turning around. He discovered that Rhaegar had appeared at his side without him noticing. He admitted to feeling a twinge of fear towards this frail brother, who had always been sickly yet possessed a particularly dark temperament. Swallowing hard, Egan feigned a menacing demeanor, indignantly retorting, "What business is it of yours?" Rhaegar remained silent, merely gazing at him. His eyes were as calm as still water, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Noticing the lack of response, Egan's courage swelled, and his expression grew increasingly audacious. He complained, "Why do you both have the same bracelet, and I don't have one?" Upon hearing his outcry, Helena, resembling a beleaguered victim, lifted her head and realized Rhaegar had arrived. Chapter 50, Egan's Wail. Upon seeing Rhaegar's face, Helena's eyes sparkled with hope, and she called out pitifully. Rhaegar glanced at her, his tone inscrutable. "Have you been bullied again?" "Egan wants my bracelet." Helena, seemingly finding a source of support, let her tears cascade down, her youthful voice brimming with unutterable grievance. Rhaegar nodded in understanding, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his own bracelet. Egan, undeterred, playfully tapped Helena on the head, warning, "I am your brother. You must not call him brother." Helena's head bobbed from the tap as she bit her lip, glaring at Egan with a mix of anger and helplessness. "Dare to glare at me again, and you shall witness my retribution," Egan admonished, then turned to Rhaegar, extending his hand towards the bracelet and shamelessly declaring, "Give me your bracelet. Helena and I shall each have one. I want to take hers." As Rhaegar observed the chubby little hand reaching for the bracelet, he chuckled. Just as that hand was about to touch the bracelet, he swiftly grasped it. "What are you doing?" Egan's expression shifted, his voice betraying unease. Rhaegar smiled and said, "Since you fancy bracelets, I shall gift you one." With that, he yanked Egan backward, causing him to stumble and fall from Helena. Landing on the wooden floor, Egan let out a light gasp and attempted to rise using hands and feet. Thud! A foot pressed down on his back, forcefully pinning him down. "Ah, what are you doing? Let me go, or I'll call Mom." Egan, feeling the sting of pain, attempted to invoke Alicent as a threat, but was abruptly interrupted. Rhaegar flipped over and mounted him, twisting his arm in the opposite direction and questioning. "You twist your sister's fingers, I twist my brother's arm. Fair, I assent to it. No, I was wrong. Please, let me go." Egan cried out repeatedly. After a while, Rhaegar could no longer tolerate Egan's shrill wails. He removed Egan's deerskin shoes and stuffed the yellowing socks from his feet into his mouth. With a considerate smile, Rhaegar then grabbed Egan by the hair, lifting him and dragging him outside. He gifted a decorative bracelet to Helena for her concealment. Subsequently, he had another one custom-made, perfectly timed to present to Egan in his cabin. As Rhaegar dragged Egan away like a ragged dog, Helena rose from the floor, standing dazed in place. She wished to pursue, yet her mind conjured terrifying fragmented images. "Fire, beware of the flames." Helena shuddered and cried out, startling herself into tears. Her cries were loud enough to summon the night watch maid. Rhaegar dragged Egan into his cabin. In the depths of Egan's fearful gaze, he unceremoniously tossed him inside and shut the cabin door. With a cold smirk, Rhaegar declared, the bracelet was a gift for Helena by seizing her possessions. "You show me great disrespect. Now, I shall teach you the price of such insolence." Feigning a search beneath the bed, he secretly retrieved a counterfeit from his spatial bracelet. Waving the imitation before Egan, he taunted, "Do you like it? It shall soon be yours." The sailing ship traversed the cold, damp sea. As a royal vessel, each cabin was equipped with a warming stove. The stove's base was lined with charcoal, separated by a sheet of iron for fire safety. Rhaegar ignited the stove and removed the iron plate, casting the fake bracelet into the embers. The steel bracelet, with its excellent thermal conductivity, soon glowed a fiery red. Cushioned by a cloth, Rhaegar retrieved the scorching steel bracelet and approached Aegon with a smile, beckoning, "Come now, my dear brother. No, you cannot do this to me. Father would never allow it." Aegon had already dislodged the sock from his mouth, his terror-stricken eyes fixed upon the glowing bracelet as he sank to the ground. Retreating in fear, with a forceful kick to his chest, Rhaegar pinned him down. Kneeling, he brought the steel bracelet close to Aegon's face. "Did you not desire it? I promised I would give it to you." Evading Aegon's desperate attempts to push him away, Rhaegar held his head high, relentlessly pressing the bracelet closer. Meanwhile, the maid, carrying the fainted Helena, hurried to Alicent's cabin. Ignoring Harold's objections, she pounded on the door. Noticing the unconscious young princess, Harold's expression changed dramatically. "What has happened?" The maid, frantic and unable to articulate clearly, continued to knock. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing Alicent in her nightgown, her gaze immediately falling upon the unconscious Helena. Instantly, a wave of unease washed over Alicent's heart. She took her daughter from the maid's arms, her voice tense. "What has transpired? Why is Helena unconscious?" The princess had fainted from crying, repeatedly uttering the names of the two princes, Aegon and Rhaegar, before losing consciousness. The maid trembled as she replied, "Aegon. What has happened to Aegon? What does Rhaegar have to do with this?" Upon hearing her son's name, Alicent grew more frantic, her eyes fixed on the maid in inquiry. The maid shivered, whispering, "The princess warned to beware of fire. I do not understand what she meant." Seeing her daughter in a state of unconsciousness, Alicent's eyes widened, and her anxiety surged to its peak. "Take good care of Helena." Alicent entrusted her daughter to the maid and addressed Harold, "My lord. Something must have befallen Aegon and Rhaegar. I shall seek out Aegon while you attend to Rhaegar's quarters." With that, she dashed out briskly. However, after only a few strides, Alicent halted, recalling the last incident during Rhaegar's birthday when Aegon was pushed into the cake. Her pupils dilated as she turned back, exclaiming, "I will go to Rhaegar's room. You find Aegon." Perhaps sensing her son was in peril, Alicent hastened toward her intuition's destination. The cabin was confined, and traversing the dimly lit corridor. The chambers designated for the royal family were closely situated. Upon reaching another corridor, she was suddenly met with Aegon's piercing scream. "7 gods protect my child," Alicent murmured, her complexion paling as she fervently rushed toward Rhaegar's chamber. The door was firmly shut, yet an inexplicable strength surged within her. She removed her high-heeled shoes and forcefully kicked the door open. Upon entering, she beheld Aegon cornered and pleading for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Rhaegar stood with one foot pressed on Aegon's back, brandishing a red-hot steel bracelet near Aegon's cheek. Witnessing her son's torment, Alicent's fury erupted as she roared, "Stop! Release him!" Rhaegar turned to see Alicent charging at him with fierce determination. Before he could react, she forcefully toppled him and cradled the sobbing Aegon in her arms. The steel bracelet clattered to the floor, leaving dark marks on the wooden surface. Alicent's eyes widened in shock and rage at the sight. She hurled insults at Rhaegar. "You madman! Aegon is your brother. How could you torment him with a burning bracelet?" Rhaegar climbed to his feet, rubbing his sore backside, and replied coldly, "I am not Aegon. He may abuse his sister, but I shall not harm my brother." He picked up the bracelet from the floor, the searing heat failing to scorch him. Pointing at the terrified Aegon, he mocked, "A coward, who relies solely on age to bully a little girl, possessing less courage than a rat." Chapter 51, Displaying Talent Utter Nonsense. "I clearly saw you harming him." In her fury, Alicent could not heed his words, glaring at Rhaegar with disdain. With a condescending smile, Rhaegar retorted, "If I truly intended to harm him, you would be too late to embrace him and nurse him." Feeling dampness at her chest, Alicent instinctively covered her heart, glancing down to find her nightgown stained not only with Aegon's tears, but also with her own milk in her agitation. Rhaegar tossed her a cloak and turned away, stating, "If you cannot educate your son properly, as his brother, I have the right to discipline him. I only trust my own eyes." Alicent glared at him with loathing, turning Aegon's head to wipe away the grime from his face, asking, "Aegon, tell mother, did he harm you?" Aegon sobbed heavily, fearfully turning his head to Rhaegar, his body trembling, unable to speak. Rhaegar shrugged, raising an eyebrow with a smug expression. Alicent, with a firm resolve, struck Aegon sharply across the face, admonishing, "Wake up, Aegon. Quickly tell your mother, did Rhaegar harm you?" Her voice reached a piercing pitch by the end. Aegon, momentarily stunned by the blow, felt his cheek swell with a mark from her hand, and he foolishly replied, "He hit me, and he burned me with fire." Rhaegar, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, glaring at Aegon with evident displeasure. This insolent boy dares to embellish the truth. With Aegon's testimony, Alicent's fury erupted completely, her voice rising in anger. Did you hear that? Aegon said you struck him, and I witnessed you searing him with a heated bracelet. What could he have done to deserve such cruelty from you? Faced with Alicent's accusations, Rhaegar found himself at a loss for words, dismissing her as merely throwing a tantrum. Noticing his silence, Alicent's eyes filled with resentment, interpreting his lack of response as disdainful indifference. At that moment, Rhaegar looked up to see Harold, the captain of the Kingsguard, supporting Viserys as he approached. With Rhaenyra trailing behind, her hair disheveled. Struggling against dizziness, Viserys scanned the room, weakly inquiring, "What is happening? Why are you making such a commotion in the middle of the night?" Upon seeing her husband, Alicent immediately broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Look at Aegon. If I hadn't arrived in time, Rhaegar would have tormented him to death." Aegon, not one to be outdone, joined his mother in loud sobs. The sight of the weeping mother and son drew the attention of all present. Viserys' eyes flickered with suspicion as he turned to Rhaegar, speaking in a grave tone. "Rhaegar, is what your mother says true? She is not my mother. She is merely a stepmother." The two had reached a standoff, and Rhaegar was disinclined to engage in pleasantries, his words dripping with denial towards Alicent. His true mother had perished in childbirth long ago. Alicent was merely a stepmother coveting the inheritance rights of her sister's child, a fact he had long resented. Be silent. Even if Alicent is a stepmother, she fulfills a mother's duty by caring for your daily needs. You must show her respect. Viserys reprimanded his eldest son for his disrespectful behavior. Rhaegar opened his mouth, intending to argue that it was the servants who tended to him. However, realizing that Alicent was the queen, he prudently chose to remain silent. Seeing her brother's indignant demeanor, Rhaenyra shifted the topic. "Rhaegar, what is going on? Why does Her Majesty claim you are bullying Aegon?" Her choice of words was rather amusing, substituting torment with bully. In her eyes, Rhaegar was a well-behaved child who would never engage in such cruel acts. Alicent, naturally catching the implication in her words, immediately retorted, "He is a demon," using a heated steel bracelet to burn Aegon. Viserys, upon hearing this, noticed the red-hot bracelet in Rhaegar's hand and exclaimed in astonishment, "Rhaegar, the bracelet in your hand." He could not be mistaken. That bracelet was undoubtedly made of red-hot steel. Rhaegar's bare hand gripping the steel bracelet left his father utterly shocked. It was only after Viserys remarked that the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation, including Alicent, who had just begun to turn the tide against Rhaegar. Faced with the astonished expressions of those around him, Rhaegar casually remarked, "After my burns healed, my tolerance for flames has significantly increased. See, I told you he is a demon. Who wouldn't fear fire?" Alicent, as if seizing a vital opportunity, clutched Aegon in terror and cried out. Yet, apart from her, no one shared her sentiment. Viserys, having overcome his seasickness, immediately commanded, "Captain Harold, block the corridor and prevent anyone from approaching." Harold nodded promptly, his gaze lingering on Rhaegar as he departed. The cabin was left with just the family. Breathing heavily, Viserys inquired once more, "Rhaegar, do you not feel pain?" "Not really. Just a bit warm," Rhaegar replied, not lying. Ever since he had been scorched by dragonfire, the effects of the blood and fire connection seemed to have intensified. Ordinary flames found it difficult to harm him. Now, grasping a red-hot steel bracelet, he felt only a slight warmth in his palm, not even a blister forming. Viserys was profoundly astonished, gazing at Rhaegar as one might at a rare treasure, his excitement barely contained. "It seems the dragonfire has awakened your ancient bloodline, granting you the ability to withstand flames." The Targaryens, as an ancient lineage, had recorded numerous individuals of exceptional talent throughout their long history. During the era of Valyria, dragon lords had worshipped fire mages, and a select few of dragonblood could learn magic. Although the Targaryen family had never produced an ancestor unscathed by fire, Viserys believed this to be a facet of their inherent capabilities, much like their family's motto, "Blood and fire are one." Rhaegar offered no further explanation, tacitly accepting his father's fancies. His abilities could not remain concealed indefinitely. Revealing them gradually would facilitate greater acceptance in the future. As father and son conversed, Alicent's anxious expression prompted her to interject, "Viserys, Rhaegar has harmed Aegon. You must take a stand for him." She had witnessed Rhaegar tormenting her child. The children were her emotional support, and she would not tolerate anyone bullying them. Viserys' earlier excitement subsided as he scrutinized the disheveled Aegon. Noticing a swollen handprint on his face, which rendered his expression grim, he then turned to Rhaegar, exasperated, "He is your brother. Why did you strike him?" "He bullied Helaena and attempted to seize the bracelet I gifted him when I caught him in the act," Rhaegar replied frankly, amusingly pointing at Aegon's face. "The most severe injury he bears is not from me. Aegon trembled at the accusation, clutching his mother tightly, too frightened to show himself. Contemplating the situation, Viserys recognized that the handprint on Aegon's face could not have been inflicted by Rhaegar, who was of the same age. Aegon, frightened to tears, prompted Alicent to shake him gently and grit her teeth. Your father will advocate for you. Show some fortitude. If you have any courage. Confront Rhaegar just as you did when bullying a little girl. Rhaenyra coldly interjected, her sarcasm unmistakable. Helena, ever drawn to Rhaegar, was well aware of the reasons behind her affections. Due to her status, Rhaenyra harbored a particular disdain for Aegon, who bullied the weak while cowering before the strong. Naturally, she sought to defend her younger brother. Chapter 52. Pick it up. Rhaenyra, be silent. Viserys scolded loudly before turning his attention back to Aegon. Tell me, did you bully Helena? Yes, Aegon replied, his tears forgotten, responding timidly. Did Rhaegar strike you for this? Yes, Aegon admitted, unable to lie under his father's imposing presence. Truthfully responding to the inquiry, Viserys gently touched Aegon's swollen cheek and glanced at Alicent's hand, understanding everything in his heart. Alicent, while Rhaegar's method of teaching Aegon was indeed inappropriate, I believe it has not reached the severity you suggest, Viserys said solemnly. Alicent was displeased with this interrogative line of questioning, retorting stubbornly, if no one intervenes tonight, who knows what Rhaegar might do to him? But Aegon bears no burns. Rhaegar did not go that far, Viserys whispered angrily, casting an irritated glare at her. Alicent attempted to speak again, but Viserys interrupted. Sibling quarrels are commonplace. I too had similar skirmishes with Daemon in the past. Did you ever corner Daemon, reducing him to tears? Alicent embraced Aegon, her gaze fixed on her husband. Her father had warned her that once Rhaenyra ascended, she would not spare her children. Back then, she had doubted it. Now, it seemed increasingly likely. Before Rhaenyra could act, Rhaegar was already restless. Viserys, agitated, ran his fingers through his hair, helped Alicent to her feet, and attempted to temper his temper, softly saying, Let this be the end for tonight, my dear. Rhaegar must apologize to Aegon and assure him he will not threaten him again. Alicent, well aware of her husband's tendency to mediate, seized the opportunity to advocate for her child. Viserys hesitated momentarily, glancing at Rhaegar and Rhaenyra. Bowing his head, he pondered. Both children are at fault. Let them apologize to one another. It began with Aegon bullying his sister. He must go first. Alicent remained silent, her gaze fixed on Aegon, who, looking disheveled and timidly stealing glances at Rhaegar, finally mustered the courage to close his eyes and exclaim, I'm sorry, brother. Very well, it is Rhaegar's turn. Viserys gestured for Rhaegar to comply. Rhaegar's gaze, deep and contemplative, suddenly blossomed into a smile. I accept your apology, and I too apologize for my rough conduct. I should not have frightened you so. He did not wish to burden his father further, and complying with Alicent's maternal instincts seemed reasonable. Viserys offered Alicent a strained smile and suggested, It is late. Let the children return to rest. Alicent nodded, refraining from further words. She had secured the justice she sought. Aegon was merely frightened and could not pursue the matter further. Viserys turned to leave, while Alicent took Aegon's hand. I had thought that matters were drawing to a close. To my surprise, Rhaegar suddenly spoke up. Aegon, do you not fancy bracelets? Take it with you. Viserys turned around to see Rhaegar, his expression devoid of emotion, tossing the heated steel bracelet onto the floor before Aegon. Aegon was startled, hastily retreating, fearful of being struck. Viserys, incensed, shouted, Rhaegar, it is over. Rhaegar replied coolly, I am aware, but Aegon desires the bracelet, and I promise to gift it to him. As he spoke, Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon Aegon, pointing sternly at the bracelet on the floor. Pick it up, take it. No, I cannot. Aegon fervently shook his head, shrinking into Alicent's embrace. Terrified as he looked at Rhaegar. It belongs to you. You must take it. I do not want it. I truly do not wish for it. Not now nor ever. Rhaegar remained indifferent to Aegon's pleas for mercy, his voice chilling. Pick it up. I command you to pick it up. No, I do not want it. The tears in Aegon's eyes seemed to plead. Do you see? Your precious son dares to torment Aegon before your very eyes. The situation was spiraling out of control, and Rhaenyra took out a handkerchief, dampened it, folded it around the bracelet, and pressed it into Aegon's hands. Then, with concern, she urged Rhaegar, Enough, Rhaegar. Casting a glance at his self-serving sister, Rhaegar's icy demeanor softened slightly, and he quipped, It is a simple task. How could Aegon not manage it? With the exchange between the siblings, the tense atmosphere in the cabin eased somewhat. Yet, everyone knew that the equilibrium within the family had been shattered. Viserys regarded Rhaegar with a complex expression before stepping out alone. Alicent snatched the damp handkerchief from Aegon's grasp. tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Remember your promise. I will keep Aegon away from you." Rhaegar watched her depart, his gaze vacant. Alicent clearly harbored a grudge against him. No matter how he explained, she perceived it as mere evasion. He was disinclined to say more. Once they had left, only Rhaegar and Rhaenyra remained in the cabin. Rhaenyra closed the door, leaning against it with her arms crossed, sighing. "Who has offended you to provoke such a tantrum?" "I merely intended to frighten Aegon," Rhaegar replied with exasperation. In Alicent's eyes, it was hardly a simple scare. What could I do? I happened to be seen by her, and she accused me of plotting against Aegon. Seeing her brother's weary expression softened Rhaenyra's heart, and she stepped forward to embrace him, gently stroking his silver hair. She advised, "Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Alicent is a lioness protecting her cub. So, without a mother, are we deemed lesser beings? You know that is not my intent. There is no distinction. A cub bereft of its lioness's protection must grow sharper fangs and claws more swiftly." Rhaegar brushed aside his sister's hand that had been caressing his hair, retreating to lie down on the bed in frustration. His original intent had been to stand up for Helena, yet he was perceived as a villain by Alicent, who took advantage of maternal instincts to lash out. Was it not merely a matter of bullying him for lacking a mother? Had it not been for his disdain toward Alicent's overprotective demeanor, he would not have troubled Aegon once more. "All right, do not be upset. Tonight, I shall hold you as you sleep." Rhaenyra, fully aware of her brother's sentiments, tenderly squeezed his right hand, lying beside him. She sensed that Rhaegar's hand remained unchanged, not at all resembling one that had touched molten iron. "You are truly different, Rhaegar." "Oh." Rhaegar displayed no interest in conversation, stripping off his garments and pulling the covers over himself. Rhaenyra ceased her discourse, merely patting his back and softly humming a lullaby, reminiscent of the songs she sang to the unconscious Rhaegar in their childhood. As night passed, the sailboat braved the winds and waves, reaching the strait. On the deck, Rhaenyra held Rhaegar's hand, gazing at the sea as she recounted her observations. "The waters under King's Landing are known as Blackwater Bay. We have sailed for a day and a night and are about to enter the strait. Do you comprehend the significance of the strait?" Rhaegar responded. "The strait serves as the entrance and exit of Blackwater Bay, as vital as the throat. Indeed, the strait is surrounded by Dragonstone Island and the fortresses of Tides End and Sharp Point, forming a maritime defense line against countless foes." Rhaenyra pointed towards a massive island in the distance, introducing, that is Tides End, the ancestral home of Lord Corlys Balerion. House Balerion. Rhaegar's interest was piqued. Rhaenyra smiled. "Yes, a family adept in long voyages, historically allied with ours. I have heard that Lord Corlys is no trifling matter, causing much distress for our father." Rhaegar's implication was clear. The disputes of the previous generation concerning succession had led to this journey, which also aimed to reconcile with House Balerion. Rhaenyra wished to dispel any biases her brother might hold, revealing a fragment of the truth. Rhaegar inquired, "If House Balerion is not as powerful as House Targaryen, why seek reconciliation?" "That is a matter for the king to ponder," Rhaenyra replied, tugging at his nose in a display of discontent. Rhaegar contemplated. "It is perilous for House Balerion to ride our dragons." Rhaenyra was taken aback, exclaiming, "That pertains only to Aunt Rhaenys." The sun hung high in the sky as the sailboat docked in the waters under the dominion of Dragonstone. The guards rowed 2 small boats, ferrying a party ashore. With the voyage concluded, Viserys exhaled in relief, relishing the solid sensation of stepping upon the soft sand. "Your Majesty, the castle has prepared a sumptuous feast and fine wines." The acting Lord of Dragonstone, accompanied by attendants, had awaited their arrival, bowing respectfully in greeting. Upon hearing of the banquet, Viserys smiled. "Excellent. That is precisely my intent." He beckoned his wife and children forward, attempting to mend the rift from the previous night with words and smiles. Alicent walked closely with the children on his right. While Rhaegar and his sister held hands on the left, the two factions distinctly separated. Upon witnessing this scene, they, possessing keen insight, initiated a conversation. "It is the first visit to the island for the young prince and princess. Shall I provide an introduction?" However, did not spare him a glance, replying, "My sister is the princess of," gently squeezed his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking carelessly. The felt a twinge of embarrassment, but came to his aid, saying, "Lord, would you kindly enlighten my younger siblings?" "At your service, princess," replied with a slight nod and a smile. "Is a colossal island, characterized by rugged rocks and sparse crops. However, due to the presence of an active volcano, it is remarkably suitable for dragons." This gentleman appeared serious on the surface but was, in truth, quite loquacious. Even though no one was engaging with him, he continued to ramble incessantly, chuckled softly, while only occasionally responded to him. As they passed by the towering cliffs, a dark, intricately carved gate adorned with dragon motifs loomed ahead. Lord halted his discourse and called out to the sentinels stationed at the towers flanking the gate. The ebony gate slowly creaked open, revealing a serpentine staircase that stretched for miles, ascending the mountain to a massive castle perched atop. This grand edifice was entirely constructed of black stone, designed in the likeness of a great dragon. Behind the gate, 2 rows of statuesque guards stood at attention, greeting in unison as the gate opened. A majestic aura enveloped them, leaving profoundly awed. Led the way, stepping onto the stone staircase that resembled a bridge. It was evident he was pleased with the reception. Lord resumed his incessant chatter. The castle of was erected during the era, serving as a stronghold on the continent of. Thanks to the stone civilization of that ancient period, this castle is wholly crafted from black stone, with a design that surpasses current technological capabilities. From a distance, it appeared as if an ancient dragon lay in repose atop the mountain, surveying the expanse of. This time, listened attentively. The dragon-shaped castle on and the grand staircase beneath their feet were truly marvels of craftsmanship. After a considerable journey, they finally entered the castle. The great hall was predominantly adorned in hues of black and red, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of the family. After a brief hand-washing, they formally took their seats. Once they had nearly finished their meal, satisfied, rubbed his belly and savored a fine wine, inquiring, "I sent you a raven. How fares?" Lord reported, "Your Majesty. A couple of days ago, the volcano on the island erupted, startling, and, thankfully, they did not sustain any injuries and soon returned to their nests. As long as there were no incidents, we can prepare for my 2 sons to train the dragons tomorrow," replied with a smile. However, shook his head, expressing his concern. Due to this disturbance, the 2 young dragons we had secured in advance have hidden away, and we are still searching for their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Viserys' expression darkened instantly. He set down his goblet and fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Robert. Both young dragons had vanished entirely. What were the dragon keepers and the dragon guards on the island doing? Robert lowered his head, resembling a chastised child, and apologized, "I am truly sorry." The young dragons were initially very quiet, and having them free range on Dragonstone made us overly complacent. A mistake is a mistake, and Lord Robert's acknowledgement of this was commendable. He did not shirk responsibility. Viserys, his eyes widening in anger, felt his recently filled stomach swell further, and he retorted, "We must locate the young dragons swiftly. The princes need time to establish their bond with them." "Yes, my gracious Majesty," Lord Robert bowed repeatedly, hastily urging the search for the young dragons. At the table, only the family remained. Rhaenyra voiced her concern. "It's quite astonishing that Rhaegar and Silverwing have appeared after so many years of slumber. It is not unusual. Volcanic eruptions are natural disasters, and dragons are wise enough to avoid danger," Viserys mused, recalling his own dragon, Balerion, the Black Dread. That dragon surpassed Rhaegar in size, its wings casting shadows over the land, and its flames could melt stone. Unfortunately, he had taken control of Balerion too late. He had only managed to soar above King's Landing in his youth, never even making the round trip to Dragonstone. As he reminisced about bygone days, Viserys chuckled softly, pushing back his chair to rise. "Your king and father has had his fill. It is now time for a delightful afternoon slumber." After his departure, the table fell into silence, and the family members hastily finished their meals before departing. The day was still young, and Rhaegar, having entangled himself with Rhaenyra, requested her to show him around Dragonstone. With little else to occupy her, Rhaenyra consented. The 2 first wandered through the castle, marveling at the magnificent architecture from the age of Valyria. Rhaegar was utterly captivated. Not only was the castle shaped like a dragon, but 2 towering spires also rose in the form of dragons, their heads surveying the surroundings. As afternoon approached, Rhaenyra, unable to withstand Rhaegar's persistence, took him for a stroll on the beach. Gazing at the towering cliffs, Rhaegar felt a sense of exhilaration and joy, relishing the natural beauty of Dragonstone compared to the prison-like confines of the Red Keep. Watching her brother frolic on the beach, Rhaenyra chuckled, "Poor child, having never ventured far from home." Rhaegar remained unaware that Dragonstone was merely the doorstep of House Targaryen. Only beyond the borders of the Crownlands could one truly step into the 7 kingdoms. "Sister, come quickly. There's a deep, dark cave here." Chapter 54. Dragonstone. As Rhaenyra stood upon the soft sands, she shook off the water from her boots, hearing Rhaegar's call from afar. She lifted her gaze, only to find that Rhaegar had vanished from sight. Momentarily flustered, she called out, "Where are you?" "I'm coming to find you." "I'm here. Let me take a look first." Rhaegar's voice echoed back, though it had grown faint. Rhaenyra hurried towards the source of the sound, the moss-covered cliffs stretching endlessly before her, dotted with numerous caverns. Where could he be? She murmured, scanning the cavernous cliffs, utterly bewildered and unable to discern which hole Rhaegar might have slipped into. Rhaegar, do not hide from your sister. Come out at once. Rhaenyra called out, a blend of frustration and anger propelling her search for her brother. She believed he was purposefully toying with her. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no echo of Rhaegar's voice. Panic set in for Rhaenyra. She inspected each cave entrance, finding nothing but bat droppings and shells left behind by the rising tide, devoid of any sign of Rhaegar. Taking a deep breath, her pupils dilated as the realization struck her. Rhaegar was not merely playing hide and seek. He had truly ventured into one of the caves. Good heavens! Who knew how deep the caves were or what lay within? In a fit of urgency, Rhaenyra turned and sprinted back, intending to summon the guards for a search. Meanwhile, in the castle, Viserys lay deeply asleep in his chamber. In the throes of middle age, his physique had begun to soften, and his vitality had waned. In the days preceding Rhaegar's birth, he would have embraced his wife in passionate intimacy before succumbing to slumber. Alicent peeked into the room, observing his slumbering form, and frowning, opted for another chamber. After years of marriage, her upbringing as a lady left her disliking the scent of alcohol that clung to her husband. She entered an adjacent room, equally lavishly decorated, with fresher air. With the children entrusted to the maids, she sought a moment of respite. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted her from her half-sleep. Alicent turned towards the door, expecting it to be the children in distress or the maids calling for her. Yet, the door appeared unremarkable, and no maid's voice could be heard. The knocking persisted, and Alicent frowned slightly, straining to locate the source. To her shock, she realized the sound emanated from the wall of her chamber. Alarm surged within her. She wished to summon someone for assistance. Just then, the wall began to shift slowly, rotating open. Stunned, Alicent hastily grasped a small knife from the table and retreated to the doorway. The wall halted halfway, revealing a pitch-black space beyond. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that a mere choice of room would lead to such a hidden passage. Cautiously, she scrutinized the entrance to the secret tunnel, her grip on the knife growing slick with perspiration. Who is there? She called out, her heart racing. The knocking sounded again, accompanied by a draft escaping from the passageway. In the next instant, a figure cloaked in darkness burst forth. The clash of flint echoed as a torch was ignited, casting light into the cavern and illuminating Rhaegar's flushed face. Rhaenyra had not caught up. Should he return? Rhaegar murmured softly, retracting the flint into the confines of his spatial bracelet. Since acquiring this precious artifact, he had secretly stored a significant amount of supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was within a tunnel. The area bore the marks of past excavations, suggesting that it had been traversed by others before. Having arrived at this juncture, he decided to venture deeper. Calming his racing heart, Rhaegar raised his torch and proceeded further into the cavern. The cave was spacious, with excellent air circulation, allowing for the possibility of exploration. More importantly, Rhaegar was eager to locate the fledgling dragon that had fled. Perhaps it was hidden within the cave, waiting to be found by him. After walking for a while, the tunnel gradually narrowed, revealing an increasing number of excavation marks. A dark crystalline substance appeared on the stone walls, seemingly capable of swallowing the light. Was this dragon crystal? Rhaegar brushed his fingers against the black crystal on the wall, reminiscing about the past 6 months of rigorous education under 2 scholars. He recalled learning that this crystal was known as dragon crystal, a unique mineral from Dragonstone Island. It was also referred to as obsidian. Dragon crystals could be found within the Red Keep, adorning certain special garments and weapons, yet their practical applications were nearly non-existent. Rhaegar pried a piece of the dragon crystal from a loose excavation pit and carefully stowed it away in his spatial bracelet. He could not return empty-handed from this venture. As he illuminated the path ahead, he realized the tunnel extended even deeper, prompting him to continue onward. After all, it was a single route. He had no fear of losing his way. As he walked, the tunnel continued to constrict. The dragon crystal deposits became increasingly dense, saturating the walls. Ultimately, the entirety of the tunnel was hewn from dragon crystal. Before long, he reached the tunnel's terminus. Under the glow of his torch, Rhaegar discerned intricate carvings etched into the dragon crystal walls. Images of shepherds, colossal dragons, giants, and even grotesque monsters were depicted. Leaning in closer, Rhaegar scrutinized the engravings, eager to comprehend their narrative. The Song of Ice and Fire. This legendary tale instantly sprang to his mind. The carvings on the dragon crystal wall illustrated the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, chronicling events from the ancient Balerion era's 14 Flames to the distant voyages of Heir. There was even an account of a long night brought forth by monsters, occurring countless years ago. Staring in astonishment at the dragon crystal wall, Rhaegar muttered to himself. The impact of this revelation far surpassed that of a mere dragon. The legendary monsters truly existed, and someone had foreseen this calamity, immortalized within the dragon crystal mines of Dragonstone Island. Rhaegar extended his hand, intending to wipe away the dust from the carvings. However, upon making contact, a system notification echoed in his ears. The exploration mission had commenced, with the objective being the dragon crystal wall. Accessing the system panel, exploration data appeared before him. Dragon crystal wall, exploration progress. 02 The exploration mission had begun, indicating that these carvings were genuine. Based on the initial exploration progress, Rhaegar surmised that the quality of the dragon crystal wall was quite high. This suggested that it was either exceedingly precious or of great antiquity. The prophetic carvings upon it are undeniably valuable, their temporal inscriptions far exceeding his knowledge. It appears that he is poised to acquire yet another high-quality relic. Rhaegar retrieved a small stool from his spatial bracelet, leaning against the dragon crystal wall as he awaited the conclusion of his exploration. He hoped that Rhaenyra would not grow anxious, fearing he had lost his way. In Alicent's chamber, a cold sweat had broken out upon her brow as she sat angrily in a chair, glaring ahead. The figure in the black robe stood before her, hands crossed over his abdomen. Alicent, her breath quickening with indignation, demanded, "What brings you to Dragonstone? What is your purpose?" The black-robed man, unfazed by her hostility, replied in a low voice, "My purpose is inconsequential. What matters is your mission." "What do you mean?" Alicent questioned, perplexed. The black-robed man continued. "The two princes wish to tame the young dragons, but alas, they have been frightened away. The guards are tirelessly searching and will soon discover where the hatchlings are concealed. Is that so? I happen to know the whereabouts of the two young dragons. What do you desire?" Alicent inquired. "I will divulge their location, allowing Prince Aegon to select one first, but you must share the other location." The black-robed man spoke with profound implication. Alicent, confused by his intentions, contemplated the significance of a dragon for the Targaryen heirs and asked, "Where are the hatchlings?" Chapter 55. The second legend. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. Inside the dragon crystal cavern, before the wall paintings, the young prince lay immersed in slumber, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, Rhaegar shivered and awoke from his dreams, groggily surveying his surroundings. Just then, the system notification chimed. Exploration complete. Please collect the lost treasures. Rhaegar instantly felt invigorated, his eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Dragon crystal wall, exploration progress, 100. Where could it be? After a thorough search, he discovered a round, glowing red orb upon the dragon crystal wall above him. Red, this indicated a legendary relic. Rhaegar widened his eyes, carefully puncturing the glowing orb. A burst of red light erupted like fireworks, showering down upon him. Treasure collected successfully. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Designated as a legendary relic, the last ember. Indeed, it was legendary, comparable to the mysterious relic known as blood and fire. Rhaegar rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation, examining the faint flicker of flame that appeared on the system panel. The core of the flame glowed orange, its edges flickering in a restless crimson, resembling a spark that could extinguish at any moment. The last ember seemed on the verge of dying out. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Rhaegar endeavored to activate this feeble flame. Activation failed. The legendary relic possessed a uniqueness that could only be unlocked by meeting specific conditions. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Rhaegar reminisced about his first exploration of the skull of Balerion, acquiring the legacy of the dragon. That scarred dragon scale could only be activated with true dragon blood. Precious items have always been one of a kind. Rhaegar furrowed his brow slightly as he accessed the annotations on the system panel to examine what was noted about the last ember. Fire serves as the genesis of civilization. As ancient societies evolved from infancy into colossal entities, transitioning from prosperity to ruin. Two lines of small text described the origins of the last ember, but did not reveal how to activate it. Rhaegar frowned, secretly lamenting his inability to utilize such a treasure. Given that it was the last ember, it surely pertained to fire and magic. When fire and magic were mentioned, dragons immediately came to Rhaegar's mind. The legacy of the dragon required true dragon blood. Could it be that the last ember also demanded dragon flame? Rhaegar's mind wandered uncontrollably. As darkness enveloped the sky, the temperature within the cave began to drop. Alas, it must be quite late. Having unearthed the relic, Rhaegar felt his adventure had reached a satisfactory conclusion, yet he now had to face the repercussions of sneaking out. Retracing his steps, Rhaegar pondered how to defend himself. Outside, A radiant half-moon hung high, the night sky adorned with countless stars. The sea lapped against the shore, undeterred by the footsteps of the searching guards. As Rhaegar emerged from the narrow cave entrance, he looked up to see torches flickering and heard the raucous calls of his name. "I am here." Rhaegar raised his torch, hailing the guards who were nearby. "Your Highness, come quickly. We have found Prince Rhaegar." One guard shouted eagerly. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the beach as Rhaegar was swiftly surrounded. Soon, the figures of Viserys and Rhaenyra appeared before him. Before the fatherly Viserys could utter a word, Rhaenyra charged forward, tackling him to the ground. Her lovely face was marred by anger, her voice thick with tears as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Where have you been?" "I was in the cave and found something," Rhaegar replied meekly, lowering his gaze. "What could be more important than your safety? You nearly frightened me to death." Rhaenyra, resembling a fierce mother dragon, let tears cascade down her cheeks as she choked out. "You vanished right under my nose. If anything were to happen to you, what would I do? Mother left me with only you as my support. Without you, what am I to do?" As she spoke, tears flowed freely, and in her fury, she pinned Rhaegar's hands down and spanked him. Seeing his sister so distraught, Rhaegar dared not resist, covering his face with his hands as he endured her chastisement. "All right," Rhaenyra, Viserys, who had initially been angry, approached his daughter to offer comfort. "Now that we have found our son, let us not further distress our daughter." Rhaenyra halted her actions, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her voice laced with a threat. "If there is a next time, I will break your legs and drag you back to the Red Keep, locking you away in the attic for a lifetime." Rhaegar nodded fervently, repeatedly assuring that there would be no next time. He pulled out a piece of dragon crystal from his pocket, its authenticity questionable, and proclaimed, "I did not wander aimlessly. There was an inexplicable force that beckoned me." "Nonsense. Those are merely your excuses," Rhaenyra retorted with exasperation. Viserys furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Did you enter the dragon crystal mine?" "Indeed. An unknown entity guided me there, unraveling the ancient legend," Rhaegar affirmed with conviction. "What was it?" Viserys was skeptical of his eldest son's cryptic remarks. However, the weight of a dreamwalker held significant merit in his eyes, and he was willing to listen to his son's adventure. Rhaegar drew several sketches in the sand, gravely stating, "Long ago, someone carved the legend of a song of ice and fire within the dragon crystal mine." As Viserys studied the sand drawings, he eagerly pressed for details. "Is it truly a song of ice and fire? Which mine?" He recalled the prophecy inscribed in the dragon's horn dagger, with similar legends documented. How could he resist the urge to investigate? Rhaegar indicated the entrance of the cavern, to which Viserys responded, "You and Rhaenyra should return to rest. She has been searching for you all day and must be weary." He then led the captain of the King's Guard, Herald, and 2 guards into the cave. Rhaenyra, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What is a song of ice and fire? Isn't that just a legend?" Unable to provide a clear explanation, she added, "Let's return for now." Rhaegar sweetly took her hand. "Explain it to me when we get back." Rhaenyra turned her head away, gripping his hand tightly. "It is already midnight," she lamented. She had been searching since after lunch and was utterly exhausted and famished. Later, in Rhaegar's bedroom after dinner, the siblings had finished washing up, clad in their nightclothes, and lay on the bed. Rhaegar meticulously recounted the history of a song of ice and fire and his experiences within the cave. Rhaenyra's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, "Do whites and the army of the dead truly exist?" "Who knows?" Rhaegar replied. "The last age of legends was thousands of years ago." Leaning against her, he savored the softness of her warmth and, with his eyes half closed, mused. "Our ancestors were dragon lords of the ancient Valyrian era. If we trace back further, they were merely shepherds. I believe a song of ice and fire represents a unique catastrophe of Westeros." Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow playfully, like the apocalyptic disasters of ancient Valyria? Perhaps not. The Long Night was a frigid calamity brought forth by the Whites. Historical accounts indicate that humanity triumphed over the Night King, saving the continent. In contrast, ancient Valyria, with its multitude of dragons, possessed a might that far surpassed any era of Westeros, yet it still fell to an apocalyptic disaster. This illustrates that such cataclysms are far more terrifying, leaving no room for resistance. Chapter 56. A resolute decision. "You seem to know a great deal," Rhaenyra remarked, pinching Rhaegar's cheek as she observed his animated discourse. "Of course, I have been compelled to read thousands of books. My mind is filled with knowledge." Upon mentioning this matter, Rhaegar felt a sense of trepidation, deeply affected by the burdens of a rigid education. Rhaenyra let out a soft huff and inquired, "Given your intelligence, assist me in analyzing this conundrum. Present your thoughts." Rhaegar, brimming with confidence, responded, "Our father has considered a potential marriage alliance with Rhaenyra, the son of the sea snake. Rhaenyra maintained a neutral tone, concealing the fact that she was also a candidate for marriage to Rhaegar himself. Rhaegar hesitated for a moment, taken aback that she would inquire about such matters. What could a mere child know of politics? After a brief pause, he ventured, "Do you like him?" "No." Rhaenyra flatly denied. Rhaegar strained his young mind, puzzled. Is father attempting to win over the sea snake? Rhaenyra tightened her embrace slightly and replied coolly, "The sea snake is renowned as a formidable naval commander. The Balerion family is immensely wealthy and possesses 3 dragons for protection, making them worth any effort to ally with. It is a sound strategy, consistent with father's style." Rhaegar appeared to sense his sister's silence, as his tone lost its buoyancy. "Should I agree to shoulder the responsibility of the heir?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Rhaenyra's eyes. "If I were in your position, I would likely acquiesce," Rhaegar whispered, burying his head and avoiding her gaze. Rhaenyra scoffed lightly, pushing him away. "I knew you and father were in cahoots." "No, I am not," Rhaegar quickly retorted. "Anxious, but you are the heir. Until a better solution arises, one must confront challenges." "Who is the challenge, me?" Rhaenyra asked, displeased. "It is the sea snake," Rhaegar declared, sudden clarity dawning upon him. Rhaenyra was momentarily taken aback by his assertion, rubbing her temples. When Aunt Rhaenys lost the throne, the sea snake harbored resentment. "Everyone knows he is a source of trouble. We cannot resolve the trouble, but we can address those who cause it," Rhaegar stated earnestly. "Rhaegar, I forbid you from harboring such dangerous thoughts," Rhaenyra exclaimed, startled by his intensity. Perplexed, Rhaenyra asked, "If you were in my shoes, what would you do?" "The Balerion family's strength lies in their naval fleet and 3 dragons. The Battle of Stepstones severely weakened the sea snake's fleet, rendering it incapable of swift recovery. Our focus should be directed towards their dragons." Rhaegar paused, his brow furrowing. Rhaenys is a princess of House Targaryen. She would not oppose her family. However, her 2 children. The eldest, Lena, has tamed Rhaegar and is rumored to be betrothed, ultimately destined to marry outside our family. Laena's steed is the newly hatched Sea Smoke, who participated in the Battle of Stepstones and possesses commendable military prowess. Please continue. What are your thoughts? Rhaenyra's eyes sparkled with interest. Rhaegar contemplated. To dismantle the 3 dragons, we must first establish appropriate regulations. We could attempt to form a royal dragon rider corps, summoning knights from outside the Targaryen name to manage them effectively. Currently, the dragon riders, apart from those of House Targaryen, consist solely of the sea snake's 2 offspring, which is overly targeted. Rhaenyra did not find this proposal feasible. It is futile to plead for his inclusion. A series of coercive and enticing measures must be undertaken. Rhaegar pondered for a considerable time, realizing he lacked sufficient means of intimidation, and sighed helplessly. "If only my father possessed a fully grown dragon, we would not be in such a passive position." Do not indulge in foolish thoughts. Ever since Rhaegar's demise, my father's desire for dragons has dwindled. Rhaenyra gently smoothed his furrowed brow and remarked, "You are already quite astute. When you mature, you will undoubtedly become a formidable politician. I wish to assist you." Rhaegar expressed his disappointment. "You will be able to assist me when you grow up." Rhaenyra's voice was soft as she kissed his forehead. "I fear it may be too late." Rhaegar suddenly lifted his head, his expression grave. "I no longer wish to tame a hatchling, since I did not hatch it myself. I would rather tame a fully grown dragon." "What has provoked such a sudden thought?" Rhaenyra inquired, puzzled. "I may not be able to assist you, but I, who can command a fully grown dragon, surely can help you." Rhaegar rose from the bed, slipping on his shoes as he spoke. "I shall seek out Lord Robert. He knows the lairs of Rhaegar and Silverwing. Do not be reckless. Have you not learned enough from the lesson of Dreamfire?" Rhaenyra admonished, pulling him back with one hand. Her gaze a mixture of affection and exasperation. "Fully grown dragons are perilous. Rhaegar, known as the Bronze Fury, possesses a temper more volatile than Dreamfire's. You must obediently train a hatchling, nurturing it gradually. It will surely aid me. I nearly tamed Dreamfire. I have the capability to tame a fully grown dragon." Rhaegar, brimming with confidence from his pure lineage and innate talent, felt unafraid of challenges. "I will not allow you to take such risks for my sake. Do you understand, Rhaegar?" Rhaenyra pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Rhaegar's lips moved slightly, and under his sister's intense gaze, he ultimately sighed and nodded. "Very well, do not give me cause for concern. That is what a good brother should do." Rhaenyra lifted him back onto the bed. Rhaegar remained silent, his eyes shifting between hope and despair, yet deep within, he was devising plans to tame either Rhaegar or Silverwing. Alicent bullied him and Rhaenyra for lacking a mother. The sea snake, emboldened by having tamed 3 dragons from House Targaryen, was ambitious. Ultimately, It was merely a matter of his father, Viserys, being seen as easily manipulated, which emboldened their audacity. He believed the time had come to tame a fully grown dragon, to alter the imbalance of power between weak lords and strong vassals. My father needs me. Rhaenyra needs me as well. In the second before the lights extinguished, Rhaegar lay on his side, resolutely making up his mind. The following day, as Rhaegar had just awakened, he heard a series of knocks at the door. Shortly thereafter, Ser Cole's voice reminded him, "Princess, the king has sent for you to discuss matters." "Very well, Ser Cole." Rhaenyra hastily donned her gown, admonishing Rhaegar, "Do not wander off." "Understood." "Rest assured," Rhaegar replied, patting his chest. Rhaenyra opened the door, instructing Cole, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him stray." Rhaegar had a history of mischief, and she could not trust leaving him alone. Cole nodded in agreement. "Yes, princess." Reassured after repeated confirmations, Rhaegar finally felt at ease to depart. In the bedroom, Rhaenyra was already dressed. The servants delivered breakfast. Rhaegar picked up a piece of bread and took a bite, glancing back at Ser Cole, who stood guard at the door, and inquired, "Have you eaten? Care to join me?" Ser Cole politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but it is no trouble." Rhaegar did not press the matter further and dined alone. It was regrettable that Elric had not accompanied them. The Kingsguard only consisted of Captain Harold and Cole. Otherwise, he might have had someone to share a meal with. "Ser Cole, have there been any updates regarding the search for the dragons?" Rhaegar suddenly asked. "Not yet. I have heard that Queen Alicent has dispatched additional personnel." Cole replied honestly. "Is Lord Robert also searching?" Rhaegar feigned casual conversation. "Indeed, Lord Robert is personally leading the search party. He even went to the seaside last night in search of you." "Your Highness," Cole responded. Rhaegar's eyes shifted as he stood up, declaring, "I have had my fill. I shall take a stroll around the castle." Without regard for whether Cole was willing or not, he hastened towards the exit. Cole hesitated briefly, considering that the princess's orders were merely to keep an eye on the prince, and staying within the castle should not be deemed wandering. He followed closely behind Rhaegar for protection. "What do you think my sister and father are discussing?" Rhaegar inquired after walking a short distance. "The king and princess are undoubtedly discussing significant matters. I could hardly speculate." Cole maintained his humility. "Take a guess. My sister trusts you deeply," Rhaegar urged. As Cole was pressed for information, he began to hesitate, slowly responding. "In recent discussions, most have revolved around the princess's marriage. I know very little." "Are you familiar with Rhaenyra, the eldest son of Lord Corlys Balerion, the sea snake?" Rhaegar asked, noting a glimmer of recognition. "It appears you do know him. When Lord Corlys served as the master of ships, the princess often met with his children. I had the fortune of encountering them," Cole replied. Rhaegar turned sharply, his demeanor serious. "What manner of man is Rhaenyra? Answer me honestly, sir." Cole maintained his composure, offering an impartial evaluation. "Ser Rhaenyra is exceedingly handsome, amiable in nature, and a commendable knight. Does he possess any vices?" Rhaegar continued to press. Given Rhaegar's understanding of Rhaenyra, if Rhaenyra were indeed as flawless as Cole suggested, it would be a match made in heaven. Rhaenyra had a penchant for handsome, gentle men. There was no reason she would resist. Cole remained silent, withholding his thoughts. Rhaegar discerned the implication. Rhaenyra must have issues, but the chivalric spirit prevented Cole from speaking ill of him behind his back. "Does he indulge in drinking or gambling?" Rhaegar probed. "Ser Rhaenyra enjoys drinking, but never gambles," Cole replied with precision. Rhaegar pressed on. "What of consorting with courtesans? Is his private life chaotic?" Cole hesitated, opening his mouth before responding. "Ser Rhaenyra does not engage in such activities." "And his private life?" Rhaegar detected the crux of the matter. "I have heard that Ser Rhaenyra is not inclined towards women and has no such rumors surrounding him." Cole carefully selected his words. Rhaegar frowned. "You do not deny his private life is tumultuous, yet you assert he avoids women. This is contradictory." Cole averted his gaze, his expression imbued with righteousness. Receiving no response, Rhaegar continued forward, pondering the implications of Cole's demeanor. Suddenly, Rhaegar halted, a thought flashing through his mind. "Does he fancy men?" Rhaegar looked at Cole in astonishment. Cole lowered his eyes, neither affirming nor denying the insinuation. This reaction left Rhaegar with little doubt. Members of House Targaryen were not to be trifled with, each a formidable predator. "Absurd," Rhaegar muttered. His father's decision was exceedingly foolish. His resolve strengthened regarding his next course of action. "Take me to Lord Robert's chambers. He should possess a map of Dragonstone," Rhaegar commanded Cole. Cole inquired, "If I may be so bold, what purpose do you have for the map of Dragonstone?" "To find the dragons. A map will facilitate our endeavors," Rhaegar asserted. "Guardians will accompany me in the search for the young dragons. You need only await their return. The queen has already dispatched someone to locate them. Naturally, Aegon will tame the dragons first. I cannot afford to wait idly. Rhaegar's reasoning was sound, and Cole acknowledged this, suggesting, you need not go to Lord Wood's room for the map. A copy is concealed within the princess's chamber. Why did you not mention this sooner? Rhaegar exclaimed in exasperation. You only just asked, Cole replied candidly. Rhaegar slapped his forehead and turned to retrace his steps. Upon returning to the bedroom, he unearthed a map of Dragonstone, nearly 2 meters wide, hidden beneath the bed. Leaning over the map, Rhaegar meticulously examined the location of the volcano. Vhagar and Silverwing resided in caverns beneath the volcano. The search for them must commence in that vicinity. There, in the eastern part of Dragonstone, lay the peculiar rocky mountain range. Beyond Dragonstone was the island's defining feature. This mountain range extended west to east, with an active volcano resting within its embrace. Memorizing the approximate location, Rhaegar resolved to venture forth in search of dragons, concocting a plausible excuse in his mind to seek the young dragons. Cole wished to refuse, but Rhaegar's expression hardened, his displeasure evident. Taming dragons is the duty of every Targaryen. I must join the search and contribute. Indulging your departure, I cannot justify to the princess, Cole countered, shaking his head. Then accompany me. We shall return before dinner, Rhaegar stated, stepping outside and denying Cole the chance to object. With a deep sigh, Cole resigned himself to follow. The prince's status was too significant. Both the king and the princess held him in high regard, and he could only strive to ensure the prince's safety. The castle was situated on the northern side of Dragonstone. Rhaegar exited the Red Keep, avoiding the stone corridor and heading towards the agricultural area behind the castle. Numerous commoners inhabited Dragonstone, some of whom were the illegitimate offspring of the Targaryen family and their descendants, living there for generations under relatively favorable conditions. Having concluded their conversation, Rhaenyra emerged from her father's chamber, a faint trace of melancholy etched across her features. Viserys had spent the night poring over the prophetic stone wall, returning only as dawn broke. In a fervent rush, she sought out Rhaenyra without taking a moment to rest. She recounted the prophecy of ice and fire, revealing to her the account of the dragon horn dagger. This sparked within Rhaenyra a profound anxiety regarding the potential emergence of an eternal night and the White Walkers. She questioned herself. If that day were to arrive, would she possess the confidence to lead the 7 kingdoms against the encroaching darkness? The answer she arrived at was a resounding no. Fortunately, the eternal night had not manifested for millennia, and the prophesied prince named Aegon could not possibly be that timid child, prone to tears. Contemplating Aegon, the son of Alicent, reignited Rhaenyra's faith. As she made her way back, she heard Alicent's voice calling from behind. Rhaenyra, may we have a word? Rhaenyra turned, dismissing her. What could we possibly discuss? It is not yet tea time. Come now. I deeply regret my previous doubts about you and wish to have an earnest conversation, Alicent implored, her expression sincere and hopeful. Just like the old days, when we shared everything. Upon witnessing Alicent's present demeanor, Rhaenyra felt a visceral disdain. The tension between them was palpable, as they teetered on the brink of open hostility, all while feigning sisterly affection. Very well, let us converse, Rhaenyra acquiesced, curious to uncover Alicent's ulterior motives. Alicent took Rhaenyra's hand and, with a bright smile, led her towards the castle gardens. As they walked, Alicent inquired, why is Aegon not with you? He is resting. He sneaked out yesterday, and I forbade him from leaving again, Rhaenyra replied candidly. I've heard he discovered some ancient prophetic mural. Indeed, the Song of Ice and Fire. Rhaenyra responded with a hint of amusement. I had thought that was merely a frightful tale told by wet nurses to lull children to sleep. It is indeed steeped in myth, Rhaenyra added, choosing not to elaborate further. The Song of Ice and Fire was a prophecy that heirs must be acquainted with. It was beyond Alicent's comprehension. Chapter 58. The White Cloak at Dusk. Aegon's steps came to a halt in the midst of a field. In the distance loomed a chain of barren stone mountains, devoid of life. My prince, we must return to the castle, urged Ser Cole, acting as his guard. Aegon gazed longingly at the mountains and murmured, the island's active volcano lies in that direction. My prince, if we do not return soon, the princess will be upset. Ser Cole sighed in resignation. I am aware. We shall return before nightfall, Aegon replied nonchalantly. After wandering through the island's small town, Aegon had gleaned a wealth of information, including the approximate location of the lair where Vormissol and Silverwing resided. Come, Ser Cole. He cast a final glance at a group of silver-haired children frolicking at the town's entrance before turning to retrace his steps. Ser Cole followed closely, curiosity piqued. My prince. Do you lack playmates? No. I merely find their hair color peculiar. Upon observing the children's striking hair, Aegon pondered whether one among them could be his illegitimate brother. My father was quite the vigorous young lad in his day. That evening, the family dined together before each retiring to their respective chambers. As usual, Rhaegar was dragged into Rhaenyra's bedroom, where the siblings exchanged whispers. Rhaenyra spoke first. Cole mentioned you went to town? I wish to seek a young dragon soon. To tame one. Rhaegar responded calmly. It would be best, for a young dragon is more suited to a youthful Targaryen. I grew up alongside Syrax. Rhaenyra understood a child's yearning for a dragon. After a moment's contemplation, she said, Alicent sought me for a conversation, and we talked for quite a while. What could you possibly discuss? Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. I posed that very question to Alicent as well. Rhaenyra mused. She spoke of my betrothal, offered some opinions, which I declined. And what else? I was rather brusque, yet Alicent bore no offense. She even mentioned sightings of 2 young dragons. So you suspect something amiss? The siblings exclaimed in unison. Sharing a smile, Rhaegar chuckled. Alicent is a petty woman. Her willingness to set aside her pride to seek you must harbor ill intent. I share your thoughts. Alicent has always excelled in everything, holding me in quiet disdain. She would not extend kindness without reason. Rhaenyra smirked, displaying her self-awareness. Rhaegar asked, did she reveal the whereabouts of the 2 young dragons? They were seen on the eastern coast, where they fought, Rhaenyra replied. That area is near an active volcano. So it must be true, Rhaegar deduced, considering the geography. Dragons thrive in warm environments. The caverns beneath the volcano would provide the ideal habitat. Rhaenyra twirled a strand of hair, her gaze resolute. We must find the 2 young dragons before she does. They are likely together. There's no need to rush. Rhaegar remarked, showing little concern. What do you know? Dragons come in various qualities. A gifted young dragon will grow swiftly in the future. Rhaenyra playfully smacked him in irritation. I don't even know what the 2 young dragons look like. How can I discern their worth? Rhaegar replied, feeling aggrieved. Rhaenyra sat upright, speaking earnestly. Seek Sunfire, the golden-scaled dragon with pale pink wings. The hatchling that shares a clutch with your Syrax? Rhaegar inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Sunfire hatched a few years after Syrax. It is a remarkably splendid dragon. You must strive to claim it, Rhaenyra emphasized. The idea of Targaryen siblings riding golden dragons sounded splendid to Rhaegar, who found the thought amusing. He had taken special note of that golden hatchling, originally planning to bring Rhaegar to tame Sunfire when he turned 10, in case they had not yet hatched. However, with the volcanic eruption causing the 2 young dragons to flee their lair, if Alicent were to find Sunfire first and successfully tame it for Aegon, Rhaenyra would surely be infuriated. Observing his sister's impending fury, Rhaegar suppressed his smile and repeatedly assured her, I will strive to tame Sunfire, denying Aegon any opportunity. Humph, that's more like it. Rhaenyra scoffed lightly, settling back into her position. In her eyes, it was only natural for the siblings to each tame a golden dragon. It was the decree of fate. The following morning, Aegon rose from his slumber and, under the careful attendance of a maid, donned a black dragon rider's outfit. As he traced the dragon scale pattern on his shoulder guard, he remarked with a hint of reluctance, Must I truly dress this way? Rhaenyra, languidly reclining on the bed, replied with a feeble tone. The dragon rider's attire is of superior quality, durable and breathable, perfect for prolonged activity. As long as you permit me to venture forth in search of dragons, I will wear whatever you wish. Aegon had spent the previous night persuading her to join the dragon-seeking expedition, and he had finally secured her consent. Rest assured, no matter how cunning Alicent may be, she wouldn't dare to act against me. Aegon patted his chest, filled with excitement as they set off. Exiting the castle, they made their way towards the active volcano. Aegon, shouldn't our journey first take us to the eastern coast? Cole inquired, noticing their course was gradually diverging. The eastern coast is based on the intelligence provided by Alicent. How much of it do you believe to be true? Aegon retorted. Cole found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had heard of the conflict between the queen and the prince during their voyage. Aware of the strained relations between the 2 factions, Aegon continued, So, following my lead is agreeable, yes? You make a valid point, Your Highness, Cole replied, pressing his lips together and wisely falling silent. Aegon cast a sidelong glance at the diligent Cole, noticing the white cloak draped across his back. Momentarily taken aback, Aegon curiously remarked, Does the white cloak symbolize the honor of the Kingsguard? Indeed, Your Highness. Cole gently stroked the white cloak, a flicker of pride passing through his eyes as he said, I hail from humble beginnings. In my youth, I served a certain lord as a squire, and it was only through valiant efforts during a conflict against the Dornish that I earned this honor. You must cherish your current life, Aegon said with a light laugh. Cole nodded earnestly. It is this white cloak that has bestowed upon me unprecedented honor and dignity. His commitment to his duty was evident. For some reason, Aegon felt an odd sensation regarding Cole's white cloak, so pristine, so unblemished. Suddenly, a dream from the past resurfaced in his mind, and he pondered aloud. If it were to gather dust, would it not become akin to a soiled handkerchief? Turning to regard Cole's earnest expression, Aegon's gaze fluctuated. Cole, take good care of it. Do not allow it to become tarnished. Aegon's tone remained flat. I shall, Your Highness, Cole replied, though somewhat perplexed by the prince's admonition to safeguard the cloak. Nevertheless, he smiled with a promise, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. Chapter 59. The Grey Shadow. After the brief interlude, the group continued on their silent journey. Before the sun reached its scorching zenith, they arrived at a canyon within the Stone Mountain range. This canyon had once been the dwelling of Wormsoul and Silverwing, but it was later abandoned for reasons unknown. Rhaenyra inquired, Shall we venture inside? Dispatch the dragon guards for reconnaissance. There is no need for you to take risks, Cole stated, signaling several dragon guards to step forward and proceed toward the canyon. Rhaegar did not object. After all, it was an abandoned lair, and the likelihood of finding a dragon was exceedingly low. It was not worth the trouble of venturing there personally. After a while, the dispatched dragon guards had not returned, but two soldiers approached from the rear. The soldiers came before the group and bowed respectfully. Rhaegar inquired, What brings you here? One soldier hastily replied, Lord Robert has discovered 2 young dragons. One is currently imprisoned, while the other was found on Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain, located on the western side of an active volcano, is a vast expanse of perilous peaks where Silverwings recently laid eggs, explained one of the accompanying dragon guards. What are we waiting for? Let us depart. Upon hearing of Silverwing's presence on Dragon Mountain, Rhaegar was instantly invigorated. Cole leaned down and whispered, Your Highness, there are adult dragons roaming Dragon Mountain. We should not take such risks. We will only search near Dragon Mountain, and Lord Robert will send others as well. It will be fine. Rhaegar was precisely in search of adult dragons and was eager for the opportunity to encounter them. He instructed one soldier to remain behind for the absent dragon guards while directing another to lead the way. The two groups were not far apart, and they soon arrived at Dragon Mountain. Due to its proximity to the active volcano, the area appeared even more desolate, strewn with dark, grotesque stones devoid of life. The temperature was higher than usual, imparting a sense of summer's heat. Upon entering the cave of Dragon Mountain, Cole asked, When will Lord Robert arrive? Are our men unable to capture a fiercely resisting young dragon? He may not have arrived yet, sir, the soldier replied, somewhat perplexed, continuing to lead the way. As they progressed, the cave grew increasingly hot, permeated by a foul odor. Rhaegar surveyed the surroundings and pointed at the soldier, demanding, Who conveyed this information to you? Did you see Lord Robert with your own eyes? The soldier's face turned pale, and he uneasily replied, Lord Robert is on his way. Please do not rush, Your Highness. Rhaegar perceived his guilt and exclaimed, Cole, apprehend him. The remaining 2 dragon guards subdued him to the ground. The soldier quickly pleaded, Your Highness, I am not lying. The young dragons are indeed on Dragon Mountain. Lord Robert will surely come. Gag him, Rhaegar commanded, uninterested in hearing his excuses. It was clear he was speaking nonsense. His words were unworthy of trust. Frowning, Rhaegar crouched down, fiddling with 2 small stones. This was the east coast, and this was the active volcano. Dragon Mountain is located here. Cautiously, he pondered the scant information he possessed. The east coast, as revealed by Alicent, and the soldier's claims regarding the young dragons on Dragon Mountain were highly misleading. Rhaegar murmured to himself, The east coast is a mixture of truth and deception. The soldier lured me into Dragon Mountain for some ulterior motive. There is no way he is leading me to the young dragons out of good intentions. Rhaegar recalled the information about Silverwings laying eggs on Dragon Mountain, and his thoughts suddenly expanded. It was highly probable that Silverwings had recently laid eggs within Dragon Mountain, and if he were to be drawn into the lair, he could very well encounter an irate Silverwing in its frenzy. Rhaegar immediately contemplated this possibility. Upon realizing the truth, he inhaled deeply, his mind devoid of fear regarding the conspiracy, instead filled with an insatiable desire to tame an adult dragon. With the Silverwings residing on Dragon Mountain, I shall attempt to master it. He was aware that a mother dragon, recently having laid her eggs, possessed a notoriously irritable temperament, harboring hostility towards all living beings that entered her sight. Yet he could not resist the urge to try. Just a glance. If it proves unwise, I shall withdraw. Clinging to a sense of luck, Rhaegar approached the bound guard, looking down from his elevated position and inquired, Did the messenger mention that the whelp is on Dragon Mountain? Indeed, my Lord Robert conveyed this intelligence, and I assure you, I speak no falsehood, the guard replied, panic evident in his voice. Who delivered this intelligence? Rhaegar pressed further. It was one of Lord Robert's dragon handlers, a person of considerable esteem, the guard stammered. It seems someone had bribed that handler, Cole interjected. Rhaegar nodded. I understand. A conspiracy is afoot. We must return and confront Lord Robert to unearth the traitor. Cole's expression darkened. No, we have already entered Dragon Mountain. It would be illogical to return empty-handed. Rhaegar steadied his emotions, eager to continue exploring. Cole obstructed his path, stating firmly, Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is fraught with peril. I cannot permit you to tread into danger. Suddenly, a pained roar resonated from the depths of the cave. Everyone, protect the prince and retreat. Cole reacted immediately, drawing his sword to shield Rhaegar. The dragon guards encircled Rhaegar, and the roar echoed once more. Gripping Cole's white robe, Rhaegar exclaimed, Listen, this is not the voice of an adult dragon. Cole remained vigilant, straining to hear. Indeed, the roars rang out, lacking the depth of an adult, slightly high-pitched and juvenile. A smile crept onto Rhaegar's face. This is precisely our target. Let us investigate. After several moments of hesitation, Cole reluctantly followed. Rhaegar advanced first, prompting Cole to helplessly clench his fist and command the dragon guards. Take this traitor along. If danger arises, use him to appease the dragon. The guards, panic-stricken, shook their heads, unable to articulate their protests, and were despairingly dragged away. The cave was deep and winding as Rhaegar navigated through the dimness. The whelp's roars growing increasingly distinct. He cared not whether there was indeed a whelp. Its existence alone was sufficient to facilitate his deeper exploration of Dragon Mountain. Soon, the cave began to widen, revealing an expansive cavern. Rhaegar pressed against the warm stone wall, and before him appeared a restless creature, a dragon. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this dragon boasted pale gray scales with translucent, light white wing membranes, and a pair of gray-blue slitted eyes filled with panic. That is Grey Shadow, my prince. A dragon guard who had followed him identified the gray dragon. Sunflower and Grey Shadow hatched from eggs during the same period, comparable in size and classified as whelps. Rhaegar remained silent, continuing his scrutiny. The Grey Shadow, larger than a horse, lay sprawled on the ground, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, at this moment, it emitted a roar of terror. It was injured, Rhaegar murmured. He observed the Grey Shadow writhing in agony, its pale gray scales, which blended seamlessly into the dim surroundings, marred with scars and drenched in blood. The most grievous wound was on one of its wings, nearly wrenched from its side, dragging helplessly on the ground, rendering it incapable of flight. It was gravely wounded. Rhaegar recalled the information disclosed by Alicent regarding the two young dragons fighting on the eastern coast. It seemed she had not lied about this. The Grey Shadow's injuries were likely inflicted by the Sunfire. Chapter 60. The Glutton. A dragon guard whispered, Your Highness, shall we capture the Grey Shadow? Shut your foul mouth. Cole retorted angrily, warning, a severely injured young dragon could attack at any moment. Do you wish to be incinerated to ashes? The dragon guard fell silent, retreating to the rear to keep watch over the messenger. Your Highness, we must return at once and request Lord Robert to dispatch additional personnel for the dragon's rescue. The dim environment, combined with the young dragon's roars, instilled a lingering sense of danger in Cole, prompting him to urge Rhaegar to prioritize safety. Rhaegar shook his head and muttered to himself, This is a trap. There should not be only one severely injured Grey Shadow. Precisely because it is a trap, we must withdraw promptly. Cole, brimming with impatience, struggled to keep his voice down. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated above the cavern, akin to the howling winds preceding a tempest. The group looked up to see a colossal creature, its wings spanning the sky, circling above Dragon Mountain. By the seven hells, Cole exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to tear his gaze away in sheer terror. With a resounding thud, the immense creature descended, landing on the cliff that hovered above the cavern, its sharp claws piercing the rock, stabilizing itself atop the mountain. With a guttural growl, the Titanic being extended its neck and unfurled its wings. The fearsome dragon head raised high as it roared. Through the layers of obstruction, Rhaegar glimpsed the full form of the behemoth, its scales as dark as coal, and its size rivaling that of a small mountain, along with its green slit-like eyes. These features were beyond description. In Rhaegar's youthful experience, he had never encountered such a breathtaking sight. This dragon was extraordinary. Neither the first dragon he had seen, Calaxu, nor the nearly century-old Minghua could compare to it, like a crow against a sparrow. Quickly escort the prince to safety. Cole was the first to regain his composure, shoving several dragon guards aside to shield Rhaegar. The glutton, one of the forward guards, seemingly stunned, mumbled the name of the colossal black dragon. Snap out of it. Hurry and leave. Cole struck him sharply. Another guard trembled, fear evident in his voice. This is the glutton, the largest wild dragon on the island. Cole was unaware of what glutton signified, but he understood that if he did not flee now, he would soon become mere dragon fodder. At that moment, the Devourer let out a low growl, its massive neck arching downward like that of a colossal serpent, sniffing the air as if in search of something. "Prince, I shall lead you away," Cole declared, sword in hand, grasping Rhaegar's arm to make their escape. Rhaegar violently shook off his grip, standing transfixed, gazing into the distance. Cole cast a puzzled glance at him, only to see Rhaegar trembling, his pupils dilating, breaths becoming increasingly labored. Rhaegar appeared oblivious to everything around him, his eyes fixated on the enormous black dragon above. An indescribable thrill coursed through him as he stammered, "The Devourer is such a magnificent dragon. I have seen it before." The moment he laid eyes on the Devourer, Rhaegar fell into a state of intense concentration, as he had encountered this colossal black dragon thrice in his dreams. The most recent vision had occurred the night before their arrival on the island, revealing glimpses of its physical features. He had assumed it was merely a prophetic dream of dragon taming, never anticipating that this dragon existed in reality. With eyes aglow, Rhaegar felt his heart race. An overwhelming excitement that words could scarcely capture. Cole shook him, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Meanwhile, the Devourer ceased its scenting, its head dipping toward the cavern below. It had located its quarry, a delectable little morsel. The Devourer's wings unfurled, wide enough to eclipse several warhorses, as its maw opened, a searing current of air brewing within its throat. In the next moment, a torrent of emerald dragon fire erupted, the color matching its eyes, cascading into the cavern like a deluge. The scorching heat surged forth, igniting the air with a crackling roar as the surrounding stone walls melted like wax. Viscous droplets cascading down. "Run, run." The molten rocks splashed onto the ground, bursting forth like fiery blossoms, prompting one of the dragon guards to cry out in terror, driven by fear to flee. In a flash, Cole was quicker still, his sword deftly severing the guard's head. Cowardice in the face of danger is punishable by death, he bellowed. The remaining dragon guards, stricken with fear, urged, "My lord, the Devourer is the most dangerous wild dragon. To it, even its kind, are but food. We must escape. I am aware of the need to flee, but my priority is to ensure the prince's safety," Cole retorted, turning to Rhaegar and whispering, "I apologize, my prince, but I must carry you away." As he attempted to lift Rhaegar onto his shoulder, Rhaegar suddenly evaded his grasp, his expression resolute. "You all must go. The seven gods have guided me here to ensure our encounter. Now was not the time for unwavering faith." It was clear the Devourer had come to hunt the young dragon, and there was no saving it. Cole believed Rhaegar held some misguided hope for the wounded Grey Shadow. "No. What I seek is not Grey Shadow." Rhaegar shook his head with a smile, dashing forward past Cole's obstructive stance. In the midst of disbelief, he braved the torrential downpour of molten rock and charged into the expansive cavern. Rhaegar raised his head, cupping his hands to form a trumpet at his mouth, and shouted at the top of his lungs in High Balerion, "Devourer, behold me." His youthful voice echoed through the cavern, reaching the ears of the black dragon. The Devourer ceased its fiery breath, swaying its massive head to assess whether the cavern could accommodate its colossal form. Once assured of its passage, the Devourer folded its wings, releasing its claws from the shattered rocks, and gradually penetrated the depths of the cave. The Grey Shadow, trembling on the ground, gazed in terror at the approaching Devourer, letting out a hoarse, threatening roar. It remained oblivious even as Rhaegar approached its side. Placing his hands on the Grey Shadow's tail, Rhaegar shouted in High Balerion, "Rise. Change your position." It was only after repeated calls that the Grey Shadow emerged from its stupor, struggling to crawl about, its slit pupils darting in uncertainty. "Hide. Retreat deeper into the cavern." Rhaegar continued to convey his message in High Balerion. With a wary growl, the Grey Shadow scanned its surroundings, seeking a place to conceal itself. Rhaegar too was searching and discovered a slope suitable for climbing. He beckoned to the Grey Shadow, navigating through the molten rock, racing toward the incline. At that moment, the Devourer had already entered the cavern, its claws gripping the cliffside as it descended step by step, akin to a predator toying with its prey. Cole, still within the cave, stood frozen, watching Rhaegar rush into the cavern to communicate with the young dragon. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a massive chunk of lava plummeted from above, crashing directly in front of him. As the red-hot magma swept past his eyes, Cole's hair singed instantly, and an intense heat enveloped him. In a split second, survival instinct kicked in. Cole exerted his legs, leaping backward just in time to evade the splatter of lava upon impact. He fell to the ground, and the dragon guards swiftly rushed to assist him. "My lord, we must take our leave." "Indeed, the prince is risking himself. We should return and find assistance." Several dragon guards clamored in unison, eager to flee. Cole swung his sword fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury. If you fear for your lives, then go. If anything befalls the prince, none of you shall escape. Chapter 61. A leap into the abyss. Witnessing the prince plunge into the torrential rain of molten rock nearly shattered Cole's resolve. This was the king's eldest son. Should anything go awry, he would feel the weight of the white robes behind him. Gathering his courage, Cole yearned to rush out of the cave once more. However, the temperature within the cavern surged perilously. Molten rock dripped profusely to the ground, a peril far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Cole could only watch helplessly as the prince led the young dragon, the gray shadow, up the slope, unable to approach even slightly. Finally, the devourer landed with a thud, raising its head within the molten cavern to unleash a roar, as if declaring the hunter's judgment of death upon its prey. At this moment, Rhaegar and Gray Shadow ascended the slope, leaning against the searing stone wall as they moved slowly. After the roar, the glutton turned its gaze toward Rhaegar and Gray Shadow, its enormous green vertical pupils glinting with mockery. The two tiny morsels struggled to climb higher, yet they barely reached its chest height. To devour them, it would need to lower its head. It was a dragon with a voracious appetite, typically hunting large fish in the sea, occasionally stealing dragon eggs laid by the island's female dragon, or preying on weak hatchlings. Humans were not part of its diet. However, if they intruded upon its sight, they would not escape its jaws. The glutton bent its formidable claws, arching its back, and lowered its massive head close to the ground, discovering the humans concealed within the cave. Its green vertical pupils were filled with indifference as it opened its maw, gathering its dragon flame. At the cave's edge stood Cole, his gaze aligned with the glutton's gaping jaws. Confronted with the boiling, eerie green flame, he felt himself stiffen. It was as if he saw his deceased grandmother beckoning to him. He understood that this was an invitation from a stranger. Just as the dragon's flame was about to be unleashed, a shout echoed throughout the underground cavern. "Glutton, look at me." The dragon was capable of understanding a small portion of the High Valyrian language, and as a nearly century-old adult dragon, the glutton grasped some of the meaning. With a disdainful glance at the ordinary humans frozen in fear within the cave, the glutton retracted its flame, closing its maw as it turned its head. Its gaze fell upon a human child standing precariously on a steep cliff, beneath which lay a hatchling it had marked as prey. The glutton regarded the child with indifference, its eyes flashing with irritation at being disturbed during its meal. It decided that it would first consume this audacious little human. Locking eyes with the brutal adult dragon, Rhaegar felt a surge of excitement, no longer burdened by the previous dread he felt in the presence of Dreamfire. He was Rhaegar Targaryen, a scion of pure dragon blood. He needed only to face his fear of dragons once in his lifetime. Turning to Gray Shadow, who cowered behind him in fear, Rhaegar issued a command: "Stay put." Cowardly dragon. The young Gray Shadow, still unfamiliar with High Valyrian, sensed the intent of the human before him. Trembling, he curled his body, burying his head beneath his wings. Too fearful to look, Rhaegar found both amusement and exasperation in this display. "How can you be such a timid dragon? You disgrace our kind." In a short span, the glutton, unable to contain its violent impulses, roared, showcasing its murderous intent as dragon fire coalesced within its throat. In this moment of crisis, Rhaegar patted Gray Shadow's pale wing membrane and said, "Take care of yourself. I must embark on my adventure now." With that, Rhaegar stepped forward, fearlessly facing the crouching glutton below. "Big fellow, fate has decreed that you shall be conquered by me." With a powerful shout in High Valyrian, Rhaegar summoned every ounce of courage and leapt recklessly from the precipice. Roar! In the fleeting moment when Rhaegar leaped down, the dragonfire erupted with a low growl, unfurling a tapestry of destruction in green flames. The tales of madness were indeed true. All Targaryens were mad. He could never have anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child would dare to charge at an adult dragon. Yet, such considerations had become irrelevant. He sensed the impending doom that the dragon would unleash. His life was on the brink of termination, and his honor had lost all significance. However, the dragonfire perpetually lagged behind Rhaegar. In the fleeting moments of the emerald flames, Rhaegar spread his arms wide, evading the torrent of fire with the grace of a bird. His diminutive form struck accurately against the broad back of the greedy one, which lay prone on the ground. Thud! Rhaegar fell heavily, the hardened dragon scales as unyielding as steel, the recoil nearly rendering him unconscious. An overwhelming desire for conquest flooded his mind, tightening his only nerve, urging him incessantly to rise. With a wobble, Rhaegar managed to stand, his head spinning as he let out a primal scream, a testament to his determination to rise from the brink of death. "Greedy one, soar," he commanded in High Valyrian, recalling the wisdom from the dragon taming manual. Alas, the reality was harsh. The greedy one disregarded his command entirely, roaring in fury and thrashing its body, intent on shaking off the human whelp that sought to tame it, ready to incinerate him to ashes with Dragonfire. It was the oldest and largest wild dragon king ever known on Dragonstone and throughout Westeros. Many had attempted to tame it in the past, and none had emerged unscathed, all reduced to cinders. The little creature on its back would be no exception. The ground trembled violently beneath him, and Rhaegar struggled to maintain his footing, only to fall once more. In a moment of desperation, he grasped the greedy one's scales, exerting every ounce of strength to keep himself from being flung away. As the crisis loomed overhead, Rhaegar felt no trace of fear. Instead, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. At that moment, he walked on a knife's edge, undeterred by the imminent disaster that threatened to topple him. It only served to awaken the madness and fearlessness that lay dormant within his bloodline. Amidst his maniacal laughter intertwined with high Balerion, Rhaegar braced himself, issuing the command to fly once more. This time, the greedy one did not reject his command. Its furious slitted pupils glowed with rage as it steadied its massive body, its claws gripping the stone walls, swiftly climbing out of the narrow cavern. Want to fly? Then let it soar. Upon the steep slope, the gray shadow, battered by Dragonfire, lay gasping on the ground, its head limply resting on the earth, blood flowing from its dragon kiss. In its gray-blue slitted gaze was reflected the diminutive form of Rhaegar. As the greedy one ascended from the cavern, that clear reflection gradually faded until it vanished, prompting a sorrowful screech from the creature, which gazed longingly at the colossal greedy one. The greedy one was immense as a mountain, yet its movements remained extraordinarily agile. In a fleeting moment, he emerged from the subterranean cavern, once again revealing himself beneath the vast and boundless sky. The Devourer, take flight. The blinding radiance compelled Rhaegar to squint, his hands gripping the scales of the dragon tightly as he reiterated his commands. He endeavored to demonstrate his will to the Devourer. A dragon would never acknowledge a coward with a wavering spirit. Having faced failure once, he would never tread that path again. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, the Devourer's ebony form resembled a mountain of coal, majestically extending its powerful wings. Disturbing sounds entered his ears as the Devourer twisted its neck, its fearsome head drawing near to the small figure on its back. A maw as deep as an abyss opened, the dragon's kiss curling into a sanguinary arc. Chapter 62. The sky and the sea. It neither exhaled dragon fire nor intended to rend him asunder. With a powerful beat of its wings, the colossal body of the Devourer ascended from the mountaintop, racing into the infinite expanse of the sky. I am soaring, Rhaegar gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the novel panorama. Soon, elation surged within him, and he laughed exuberantly. I am flying. I have succeeded in riding upon the dragon's back. Rhaegar adjusted his position, nestling more securely on the dragon's back, while peering down at the earth below. The Devourer flew with remarkable speed, effortlessly soaring above the clouds. The Dragonstone Isle, which would take him a day to traverse on foot, now appeared to Rhaegar as merely an ordinary isle. He understood that it was not the isle that had diminished in size, rather, in his position upon the dragon's back. All once mighty entities now appeared diminutive. In a moment of relaxation, the Devourer unleashed a torrent of dragon fire into the sky, its speed accelerating as it plunged into the searing flames. Rhaegar's pupils constricted, and he instinctively lowered himself to evade the overwhelming surge of dragon fire. Each dragon possesses unique characteristics, and so too do their flames. The Devourer's dragon fire manifested as a deathly shade of green, taking on a form akin to smoke, oscillating between gaseous and liquid states with formidable adhesive properties. Once tainted by its dragon fire, one would find it as inextinguishable as a maggot burrowing into bone. Rhaegar could temporarily withstand the searing heat of the dragon fire, but could not endure the persistent damage it inflicted. Boom! The Devourer charged through the overwhelming green dragon fire, soaring forward with its wings. Rhaegar clung tightly to its back, the flames scorching the rear of his garments and leaving behind swollen burns. Once more, he felt the searing pain of the dragon fire, yet the injury felt considerably less severe this time. Perhaps it was due to a purer lineage, granting him increased resilience against the dragon fire. He extinguished a singed lock of hair, determination etched upon his face as he shouted, "Dragon fire!" He sensed the resistance brewing within the Devourer. This black behemoth did not acknowledge him. So be it. He would meet the all-consuming dragon fire head-on, resolutely issuing his commands. Let us see whether this furious dragon would yield first, or if Rhaegar would be engulfed in the inferno. Upon hearing the commands in High Valyrian, The greedy one grew increasingly agitated, twisting and turning in midair while exhaling torrents of dragon fire, attempting to dislodge its rider. Rhaegar clenched his teeth, resolute in his grip. He sensed that victory would belong to the one who persevered to the very end. Within the cavern, the silhouette of the greedy one had long vanished, along with the crown prince. After a brief moment of respite, Cole regained his composure and led a hasty retreat. The prince was missing. He had to report to the princess and the king. Regardless of the outcome, he must bear the responsibility. Fleeing from Dragonstone in disarray, Cole encountered the Dragon Guard returning from their reconnaissance of the gorge. The Dragon Guard sought to join him, but he brusquely shoved them aside, heedlessly racing toward the castle. Unbeknownst to him, the once clear sky had darkened, heavy clouds rolling in. A torrential downpour began to pelt the earth, the chilly wind as frigid as his heart. Upon finally returning to the castle, he arrived just as the royal family was reuniting in the hall. Observing Cole, drenched and disheveled, Viserys was the first to speak. His brow furrowed in confusion. "Sire, why the haste?" Cole lowered his head, his spirit shattered. "The prince has been taken by a great dragon." "A dragon?" Viserys struggled to comprehend. Suddenly, Rhaenyra sprang from her chair, fixing her gaze on Cole, demanding, "Were you not in search of the hatchling?" "We were deceived by false information and lured into Dragonstone, where we found a hatchling, only to be attacked by a colossal adult dragon," Cole replied, shaking his head in despair. The prince sensed something amiss but refused to leave, bravely leaping onto the back of the great dragon, determined to tame it. "By the gods, you stood idly by as Rhaegar charged at a dragon." Viserys exploded in fury. Rhaenyra rushed to Cole, her voice laced with urgency. "Where's Rhaegar?" "Which dragon?" "I do not know. The prince commanded the dragon to fly, and we were unable to intervene in time." Having accompanied Rhaenyra for years, Cole retained a measure of the High Valyrian language, enough to understand its nuances. A resounding slap echoed within the empty hall as Rhaenyra struck Cole across the face, her right hand trembling with rage as she pointed at him, her heart brimming with fury. "I have but one brother. I entrusted his safety to you. Forgive me," Cole muttered, a handprint blossoming on his cheek, his head bowed in shame. "Enough of your excuses. Dispatch men to search for the dragon's whereabouts. Now, immediately." Rhaenyra's voice was cold as she stormed out of the hall. Taming an adult dragon was no trivial matter. Each year on Dragonstone, audacious souls attempted to secretly tame wild dragons, yet none had succeeded. They either perished in flames or were left unrecognizable. She had believed that the lesson learned from Dreamfire would lead Rhaegar to content himself with taming a hatchling. Yet, she was dismayed to find that Rhaegar's ambition to tame an adult dragon had not been extinguished. The feral dragons of Dragonstone had long been without a rider, their wildness untamed. The difficulty and peril of subjugating them far exceeded that of Dreamfire, bound by chains. Rhaegar's desire for the adult dragon was ignited solely to assist her. The thought of any misfortune befalling Rhaegar sent shudders through her. She could scarcely fathom living the latter half of her life ensnared in perpetual guilt. The soaring dragon surpassed all earthly stallions. A frenzied dragon unleashed a force potent enough to obliterate any town. Yet, it remained tethered to its human rider. The glutton's green eyes glimmering with madness, each roar reverberating through the heavens. "Glutton, unleash your flames." Rhaegar, crouched upon the dragon's back, incessantly issued commands. However, the glutton, disturbed by these commands, chose to defy them, exhibiting a penchant for rebellion. Its body unfurled, neck slightly inclined downward, vertical pupils fixated on the cerulean sea below. It yearned to plunge into the water to rid itself of the pesky rider. With a swift dive, Rhaegar felt weightless, his hands, blistered, clinging desperately to the dragon's scales. The pressure of the air rendered him breathless, and he squeezed his eyes shut, instinctively parting his lips. He wished to shout encouragement, but the rushing air filled his mouth. With a resounding splash, the glutton crashed into the undulating surface of the sea, its entire form submerged. After the tempest, Rhaegar found himself inundated with water. The brine choked him, swiftly coursing down his throat and into his lungs. For a fleeting moment, a sense of helplessness engulfed him, compelling him to release his grip. The glutton roared beneath the waves, devouring passing fish, its tail thrashing powerfully as it propelled itself upward. The pitch-black dragon breached the surface, wings outstretched, soaring toward the azure sky. Though dragons could briefly submerge in the ocean, they could not linger long. The glutton, disdainful of seawater, soon burst forth from the waves. This provided Rhaegar a moment to catch his breath. Seizing the opportunity as the glutton freed itself from the water, Rhaegar pounded his chest, violently coughing up a bellyful of seawater. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes to see the dark dragon gliding just above the sea's surface. its talons stirring up frothy spray. Chapter 63. Successfully Mastering the Glutton. Do you still not acknowledge me? Rhaegar lay feebly upon the dragon's back, attempting to communicate with the colossal creature beneath him, expecting no response. To his surprise, the glutton deviated from its usual behavior, turning its head back. Its once raging green eyes now softened with a hint of human-like contemplation. Undeniably, the will of the rider had touched its heart. The glutton snorted at Rhaegar, haughtily retracting its head, resuming its forward flight. In that moment, Rhaegar gazed at the glutton, and within its vertical pupils, his own reflection emerged. A fleeting yet fragile connection was forged. Through this nebulous bond, Rhaegar sensed the essence of the glutton's soul, ferocious, proud, and indifferent. It was a portrait of the untamed black dragon, one that sought no rider to disrupt its solitary existence. Now, the glutton felt Rhaegar's resolve and was willing to grant him an opportunity to conquer himself. Understanding its will, Rhaegar smiled broadly. Come forth. The more arduous the trial, the more worthy the risk. With a mighty roar, the glutton ascended into the sky, its powerful wings breaking through the air. Speeding upward, it soared past layers of vapor-laden clouds. Upon reaching its utmost height, the glutton steadied itself. Casting a glance at the small insect sprawled on the ground, it grinned cruelly. With a swift motion, the glutton arched its robust neck back and executed a backflip midair. Once, twice, 3 times it spun, using the inertia of the flips to regain its posture, and then plunged downwards with a powerful thrust of its wings. Rhaegar clung tightly to whatever he could grasp. Enduring 3 revolutions, a wave of dizziness surged through him, leaving his body feeble and disoriented in the weightlessness. The glutton roared as it burst through the cloud cover. Unable to hold on to the scales any longer, Rhaegar fell from its back. The glutton was ever vigilant of the insect behind it, and upon seeing it finally dislodged, it let out a triumphant shriek. Its heavy form descended faster, stabilizing itself before Rhaegar. It intended to incinerate him, using his ashes to clean its teeth. With a thunderous roar, green dragon flames erupted, painting a brilliant arc against the gloomy sky. Rhaegar, still possessing a clear consciousness, felt himself plummeting as the flames approached. The heat palpable, the pressure of impending death bore down on him as he widened his eyes, contemplating his escape. The glutton's form loomed directly below. His chance of survival was not absolute. Rhaegar spread his arms and legs, exerting every effort to alter his descent. The dragon flames surged forth, leaving him with no means of evasion. I am Rhaegar Targaryen. My will is sufficient to tame any dragon in existence. Repeating this mantra within, Rhaegar closed his eyes and embraced the dragon flames. He bore blood of fire. If he could surmount this torrent of flames, he would surely conquer this obsidian dragon. Enveloped by the dragon flames, every article of his clothing was consumed. Just as his flesh began to sear, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. The final spark has been activated. You have acquired blood of the true dragon. Level, Legendary, Red. Effect, Fire Element, Affinity 50. Evaluation, an ancient lineage imbued with mysterious power. You are the embodiment of blood and flame. A flicker of fire hidden within the system panel suddenly burst forth, drilling into Rhaegar's chest and merging with his heart. In an instant, Rhaegar opened his eyes, a pale hue on his cheeks transforming into an unnatural flush, veins pulsing prominently in his neck. His personal panel materialized before him, initiating a transformation. Rhaegar Targaryen, Talent, Dreamer, Gold, Longevity, Green, Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 20, Skill, Mastery of Valyrian Language Relics, Bloodfire Affinity, Fire Resistance 50. True Dragon's Blood, Fire Element Affinity 50, Evaluation. The ancient bloodline further awakens, pure as such. Rhaegar fixated on the bloodline section, the percentage steadily rising. 20, 23, 27 in the span of a breath, the bloodline surged to 33, the sign of increase fading away. A layer of flame erupted from his skin, quickly vanishing within the dragon's fire. He perceived nothing amiss, only a surge of power bursting from his heart, coursing through his veins. His body remained in a descent. The ethereal green dragon fire enveloped every inch of his skin, the scorching heat deeply stimulating his nerves. Rhaegar emitted no cries of agony, allowing the dragon fire to consume his flesh. His skin remained soft and pale, the surface temperature gradually rising. He was adapting to the flames. Rhaegar maintained his gliding motion, swiftly breaking free from the encircling dragon fire. He evaded the gaping maw of the devourer. Instead, he altered his trajectory, narrowly brushing past its dragon kiss. Rolling along its spine, the distance between the head and tail of the devourer was considerable. After much struggle, just as he was about to plummet once more, He finally grasped the tip of its tail. Silence. In that moment, the sky and the ocean seemed to still. The raging winds ceased their howling, and the rain no longer fell. The Devourer hovered above the ocean's surface, its wings stirring a powerful breeze, remaining motionless. Perhaps it was questioning its own dragon fire. Perhaps it was astonished by this little creature. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar climbed upward with hands and feet, returning to the spine of the Devourer. Securing his grip on the back scales, Rhaegar braced for the Devourer's resistance. Yet, the Devourer remained unmoved. Rhaegar, filled with suspicion, lifted his gaze and found himself locked in a gaze with a fearsome dragon head. At some point, the Devourer had turned its head, calmly observing Rhaegar. The eyes of man and dragon met, reflecting each other's forms. The dragon kiss was mere meters away from Rhaegar, its breath burning hot. Rhaegar sensed something and tentatively extended his palm. The Devourer's green-slit pupil shimmered with skepticism, forcefully exhaling air that nearly knocked Rhaegar off balance. Rhaegar turned his face aside to shield himself from the sulphurous breath of the colossal dragon. His outstretched hand remained suspended. After a moment's pause, a rough texture met his palm. Rhaegar slowly turned his head, his brow instantly relaxing. The Devourer elongated its neck, the dragon kiss beneath the scales pressing against his palm. Rhaegar stared blankly at this scene. The Devourer gazed back at him, its slit pupil filled with pride. It seemed to say, "You have one, little one." Rhaegar suddenly broke into a smile, his palm caressing the scales of the Devourer, a sense of indescribable accomplishment swelling within him. The Devourer, take flight. Rhaegar retracted his hand, gripping the scales of the Devourer tightly, issuing commands in High Balerion. The same hissing command, the same roar. This time, the Devourer no longer resisted Rhaegar's presence upon its back. With powerful beats of its wings, it soared into the sky, its body remarkably steady, devoid of any turbulence. Rhaegar felt a surge of wonder. He had not anticipated the exceptional flying prowess of the Devourer. He attempted to release his grip, closing his eyes to relish the cool breeze that met him. In that moment, the bond between Rhaegar and the Devourer deepened. Rhaegar sensed the creature's unease, still unaccustomed to accepting him as its master. The Devourer, in turn, perceived Rhaegar's thoughts and deliberately slowed its pace, gliding over the sea while occasionally emitting triumphant cries. Aware that Rhaegar had never ridden another dragon, it raised its head high, showcasing its most majestic form. This display amused Rhaegar and filled him with an indescribable sense of emotion. Pressing his cheek against the Devourer's cool scales, they embraced tightly. This was his dragon, uniquely belonging to Rhaegar Targaryen. He held an abundance of hope and love for it. With closed eyes, he inhaled the Devourer's scent deeply, whispering, "From this moment forth, our story shall endure for millennia." Chapter 64. The Return of the Dragon Rider. Dragonstone, the castle. Rain pattered softly, as armored soldiers emerged from the castle on all sides. Viserys sat alone in the dimly lit hall, his gaze deeply attuned to the sound of rain. The castle doors opened, and a drenched Rhaenyra strode in. "Is there news of Rhaegar?" Viserys inquired solemnly. Rhaenyra, her spirits low, replied, "Fishermen have sighted a great black dragon soaring over the narrow sea. Mobilize our forces, summon everyone within the castle, and deploy all available ships from the island," Viserys ordered, his expression shifting as he sighed heavily. He had already discerned the origins of the black dragon. It was the largest and oldest wild dragon on the island, known to prey upon young dragons and dragon eggs. Referred to by fishermen as the Devourer, it was a particularly ferocious black dragon. Rhaegar, merely 6 years old, had a minuscule chance of taming the Devourer. Now,
one could only pray that the characteristics of the Devourer as a man-eater would spare Rhaegar's life. Rhaenyra wiped the water from her face, appearing dazed.
"All available personnel have been dispatched, and I have arranged for a ship to return to King's Landing." Returning to King's Landing? Viserys looked at her in confusion. Rhaenyra's face was clouded with worry. "If I have no word of Rhaegar by tonight, I shall return to King's Landing to ride Syrax and set out in search of that black dragon. This is not a prudent course of action. That black dragon far exceeds Syrax in size, and you and your dragon would only become its prey," Viserys stated clearly, firmly rejecting her proposal. "When the time comes, I shall slay that wild dragon," Rhaenyra declared with unwavering determination. On the third floor, Alicent sat anxiously at the edge of her bed. A figure cloaked in black stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the tumultuous castle below. "You orchestrated that child's abduction, allowing the wild dragon to carry him away," Alicent remarked, her expression tense and her voice tinged with anger. "You urged me to divulge information to Rhaenyra, misleading him towards Dragonstone." Alicent's eyes were reddened, a peculiar fear gripping her heart. She was acutely aware that the cloaked figure sought her out to entrap Aegon. Yet, Now that the deed was done, the turmoil within her caused great unease. The cloaked figure, fully cognizant of her distress, retorted, with the death of the king's firstborn. Your son Aegon becomes the foremost male heir. Shouldn't you be pleased? But I am afraid. What if Rhaegar is not dead? What if he still lives? Alicent stammered, her words faltering. The cloaked figure interrupted. The cannibal is the most savage of wild dragons. That fool thinks he can tame it, but he has likely already fed it. He had already relocated the false informant, and with only the 2 imprisoned guards to interrogate, no truths would be uncovered. Alicent fell silent, her hands trembling as they covered her face in despair. She remained fearful and guilt-ridden. The cloaked figure dismissed her concerns, saying, "Do not worry. Even if that fool miraculously survives, I have other means." The castle remained in disarray, with Rhaegar becoming the center of discourse. Unbeknownst to him, he reveled in the thrill of dragon riding. After soaring over the expansive narrow sea for a considerable time, Rhaegar finally indulged his desires. "Cannibal, let us return to Dragonstone," he commanded in High Balerion, directing the dragon. Their connection was still developing, with many commands reliant on verbal communication. The cannibal, a proud adult dragon, acknowledged Rhaegar and ceased its rebellious ways. The dragon's head turned, its powerful wings flapping as it accelerated away. The speed of the cannibal was astonishing. Breaking through the rolling clouds, it darted across the sky like a black meteor. Before long, the dragon descended, revealing Dragonstone below. "Cannibal, come down from the clouds. I wish to demonstrate your might to Rhaenyra and the others," Rhaegar exclaimed, anticipation etched on his face. Wealth unreturned to its homeland is akin to a splendid garment worn in obscurity. He had single-handedly tamed the mightiest of wild dragons, and must astonish all. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the castle. Rhaenyra had a heated argument with Viserys before storming out of the Great Hall. She sought Lord Robert, commanding him to prepare the returning ship without delay. "I must return to King's Landing before dawn. There can be no delay," Rhaenyra insisted. Lord Robert appeared troubled, hesitant to act without the king's consent regarding the princess's return. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar resonated throughout the castle. Rhaenyra looked up as a fierce wind swept through, tossing her damp hair. In her gaze, a massive beast, as dark as coal, soared above the castle. A pair of colossal wings enveloped half the castle, halting the rain on one side. A dragon, a magnificent beast. A guard was the first to cry out in panic. The others snapped back to reality, their eyes wide with fear as they stared up at the great dragon above. In a state of disarray, Cole dashed from the corner toward Rhaenyra, urgently exclaiming, "Princess, it is this dragon that has taken the prince." "I know, I saw Rhaegar." Rhaenyra, lost in a daze, gazed upward at the circling black dragon, her eyes fixated on the figure upon its back. Though the distance rendered the sight unclear, she instinctively knew it was Rhaegar. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the dragon circled the castle 3 times before gradually descending. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a crack of lightning, the dragon evaded the castle's towers and landed smoothly atop the towering walls. With a resounding thud, it landed on the battlements, unfurling its massive wings and extending its long neck to release a triumphant roar, a plume of emerald dragon fire slicing through the torrential downpour. Witnessing the infernal blaze, the guards stood frozen in terror, afraid to move. Rhaegar, seated upon the dragon's back, spoke softly, "Garmer, let me down." The dragon let out a low growl, folding its wings against its body and lowering its elongated neck, bringing Rhaegar closer to the ground. As Garmer bowed its head, Rhaegar was revealed to the multitude of eyes below. Rhaenyra, standing beneath, gazed up at him with uncontained excitement. "Rhaegar," she called out, rushing toward the edge of the wall. Rhaegar looked down at his sister, but did not immediately leap from the dragon's back. Instead, he climbed along the dragon's neck until he reached its head, grasping one of the curving gray-white horns, looking down upon her from his elevated position. Rhaenyra sprinted to the front of Garmer's head, her gaze caught by the dragon's piercing green eyes, causing her to halt instinctively and swallow hard. Garmer was indeed the mightiest of wild dragons. Not only was its immense size and ferocity daunting, but its very appearance could haunt one's dreams. Its body was as black as coal, devoid of any blemish. The green eyes glowed like 2 will-o'-the-wisps, indifferent to all. The fearsome dragon's head was adorned with sharp, menacing horns, 3 pairs in total, 1 large and 2 smaller, curving backward to form a crown of gray-white. Were one to stand before Garmer and meet its gaze, they might believe they were facing an evil deity, a figure of immense malevolence and terror. Feeling the dragon's scorching breath, Rhaenyra took a step back, signaling that she meant no harm. She turned her gaze to Rhaegar atop the dragon's head, her heart swelling with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank goodness, Rhaegar, I thought something terrible had happened to you." Little did she know how deeply she had worried. He was her only brother, and losing him would mean losing everything. Rhaegar raised his chin proudly, confidently declaring, "I told you I could tame an adult dragon, and now I have." Chapter 65, Nightmare. "Indeed, you have done so. You are a brave man." Tears streamed down her cheeks as Rhaenyra experienced the profound emotions of loss and recovery, her voice trembling with praise. Upon hearing her words, Daemon's lips curled into a proud smile, his sense of triumph palpable. "Of course, I promised to protect you." However, his elation was short-lived. Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed as she broke into a smile, teasingly remarking, "A gentleman should first don his attire. Exposing oneself before a lady is far from chivalrous." A chill breeze swept through, causing Daemon to lower his gaze. His bare form was fully revealed, and he curled up in embarrassment. His face turned crimson at an alarming rate as he hastily covered himself, retorting, "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Come down, I have much to discuss with you." Rhaenyra wiped away her tears, stifling a laugh with her hand. Daemon, having lost his earlier bravado, obediently slid down from the dragon's back. Rhaenyra stepped forward, wrapping her cloak around his exposed body. Daemon, striving to mask his discomfort, pointed to the dragon and said, "This is my dragon. It's called Rhaegar. Isn't that a name given by fishermen?" Rhaenyra was indifferent to the dragon's name, holding her brother tightly. Daemon declared proudly, "Rhaegar relishes this title, and so do I. It perfectly suits its dark exterior that can consume all light." "Very well, you have grown, Daemon." Rhaenyra's gaze was complex as she kissed his cheek. "Let us go?" "Father nearly fainted upon hearing you were taken by Rhaegar." Lacking adequate clothing, Daemon offered no resistance. He turned and shouted to Rhaegar, "Do not wander off. I shall return for you tomorrow." Rhaegar responded with a roar, leaping from the castle walls to rest on the cliffs below. It was only when Rhaegar closed its eyes that the castle guards dared to approach, encircling the siblings in the ring. Daemon pointed to one guard and instructed, "Prepare ample cattle for my dragon." "Yes, your highness." The guard hastily complied, scrambling to fulfill the request. As they entered the castle hall, Viserys awaited at the door. Seeing Rhaenyra holding Daemon, his eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded repeatedly. "It is good that you are back, and that all is well." Daemon subdued his smile, lowering his head to say, "I apologize, father, for training the dragon without your consent. It is of no concern. I was once worried for your safety, but it is now evident that you have achieved what we thought impossible." Viserys, unusually open-minded, approached and gently caressed Daemon's face, saying kindly, "Good boy. Your sister has shared your intentions with me. You did not do this solely for yourself." "Not entirely. I indeed wished for a fully grown dragon." The unexpected sentiment left Daemon at a loss, awkwardly revealing his true feelings. He had little regard for a young dragon. Only a powerful adult dragon would suffice for him. Upon hearing that Rhaegar was the largest dragon in the world, he had even fantasized about that ancient beast. Alas, Rhaegar had been tamed by Lena Balerion. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. He prepared the tyrannical beast known as the Greed Eater for him. Its ferocious exterior and formidable strength captivated him utterly. Viserys smiled faintly and remarked, "As long as you wish to protect your family, that is sufficient." As he spoke, it seemed he recalled something, growing serious as he added, "You both have been caught in the rain. Hurry and take a warm bath. I shall have Lord Robert prepare a sumptuous dinner to celebrate your taming of the greatest wild dragon." His emotions had fluctuated greatly today. He initially feared that his eldest son's reckless attempt to tame a wild dragon would lead to peril. Little did he realize he had underestimated the boy. The child possessed an enviable pure bloodline, blessed by the divine light. Miraculously, he had tamed the black wild dragon that no one had ever subdued before. This dragon was one of the second-generation giants hatched in the same era as Dreamfire, Rhaegar, and Silverwing. Moreover, having never been tamed, the Greed Eater had remained in a wild state, growing larger and more powerful. Rhaenyra heeded her father's warning and took Rhaegar back upstairs. She was drenched, and while her father had not noticed before, she now felt cold and uncomfortable. Viserys watched his children's retreating figures with a mix of satisfaction and melancholy. He mused softly, "The family has reclaimed an adult giant dragon, making us even stronger." He had never seen the Greed Eater's full size. In his estimation, it was likely comparable to Rhaegar. It would be a creature of great destruction. At dinner, Alicent did not make an appearance. The maid informed them that she was unwell and had been frightened. Viserys felt a tinge of displeasure but masked it with a facade of joy in front of his children. Rhaegar appeared somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to showcase his dragon. After dinner, Rhaegar was forcibly dragged by Rhaenyra into her chamber. Without uttering a word, she pushed him onto the soft bed. Rhaegar, his face taut with tension, asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Upon entering the room, Rhaenyra's expression shifted dramatically, her brows furrowed in a fierce glare. Rhaegar whispered, "I did not mean to keep it from you, but I truly desire an adult dragon. As you said, once I tame an adult dragon. What do you intend to do?" Rhaenyra had not forgotten his previous words and feared he might create chaos on Dragonstone. A child with such an unpredictable temperament could leap onto the back of a wild dragon by day and ride it to spew fire by night. Rest assured, I promise to be very responsible. A dragon is not a weapon. I understand that, Rhaegar pledged earnestly. Rhaenyra pinched his cheek firmly, scowling as she retorted, "When has your promise ever held weight? You have no credibility with me. So what should I do? I have tamed the Greed Eater." "You cannot deny me the right to ride it," Rhaegar replied, surrendering to the bed, his words a defiant protest. Yet his mind wandered to the prospect of soaring through the skies on a dragon the following day, reveling in the thrill before eventually returning to King's Landing. He had yet to venture into the outside world, but now, with a dragon at his disposal, it was imperative that he embark on a journey. Do not attempt to be obstinate. At least during the time it takes to travel to Tidal Island and back, you must not act independently, Rhaenyra stipulated. Very well. I shall obediently comply. Rhaegar feigned a demeanor of a docile child. Rhaenyra grasped his chin and playfully bit his cheek, warning him, "You had better remember this." Her younger brother was far too wild, with a boldness never before witnessed. If he were not restrained, it would not be long before he caused a calamity. The siblings concluded their conversation, and as the lights dimmed within the room, Rhaenyra and Rhaegar each settled into their respective beds, their backs turned to one another, enveloped in silence. Drowsily, Rhaegar drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he rode the gluttonous one across the continent, leaving behind a series of legendary tales. Upon a victorious return, he and the gluttonous one arrived back at Dragonstone. Before they could land, two distinct dragon roars echoed from the island, leaving Rhaegar disoriented. Suddenly, two colossal dragons emerged from Dragonmount, flanking the gluttonous one. He commanded the gluttonous one in battle, managing to fend off the two dragons and narrowly escaping. Just as he believed they were safe near the cliff's edge of Dragonstone, another colossal dragon, its form indistinct, surged forth from the shadows, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that knocked him from the dragon's back. The other two dragons pursued relentlessly. The three dragons ensnared the gluttonous one in a fierce onslaught. He lay gravely injured, helplessly watching as the gluttonous one was torn to shreds, mercilessly devoured. In the end, only the dragon's head remained, its green eyes filled with defiance, gazing at him in despair. Chapter 66. The Dance of Dragons. Unsurprisingly, Rhaegar was jolted awake by the nightmare. Unlike in previous instances, he did not scream. Instead, he opened his eyes in confusion, remaining silent. The vision of dragons attacking him and the gluttonous one lingered in his mind, making it difficult not to brood. After a moment of stillness, he heard a series of groans emanating from beside him. Turning his head, he glanced toward Rhaenyra's position. The room contained only the two of them, and if it was not him, it must be Rhaenyra. Unaware of his gaze, Rhaenyra continued to moan, her voice laced with an unbearable pain. "What is the matter, sister?" Rhaegar inquired, rising with concern to check on Rhaenyra's condition. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, he beheld Rhaenyra's contorted visage. Her delicate face was pale with an unnatural flush, her brow furrowed, and beads of cold sweat dotted her forehead. Rhaegar noticed an array of herbal tomes scattered about. It was evident that Rhaenyra was unwell. He placed his hand on her forehead, confirming it was indeed feverish. "Honora, come quickly, my sister is ill." Rhaegar called urgently toward the door, summoning Rhaenyra's trusted maid. The night watchmaid entered at the sound, lighting a candle to assess Rhaenyra's condition. "The princess has a high fever. I shall fetch the scholar," she declared. The maid tested Rhaenyra's temperature and hurriedly ran out. After some commotion, Rhaenyra awoke from her slumber, her eyes painfully fluttering open. Rhaegar attempted to cool her forehead with a damp cloth, only to have Rhaenyra turn her head away. Her lips quivered, as if she wished to utter something, but her throat was inflamed and sore. Rhaegar leaned in closer, urgently asking, "What do you wish to say?" "My stomach. It hurts so much," Rhaenyra managed to convey through her tears, clutching her abdomen with both hands, groaning softly in discomfort. Rhaegar was perplexed by the cause of her pain. Yet his concern for his sister was paramount. "Hold on, the maester will arrive shortly." Rhaegar rubbed his hands together to generate warmth and placed them on her belly beneath the covers. To his surprise, it was icy cold. "Your Highness, the maester has arrived." The maid soon returned, hastily dressed, carrying a medicine pouch. The old maester examined Rhaenyra and declared, "You've caught a chill from being out in the rain during your menstrual period. Have some ginger tea and keep warm." The maid hurriedly scurried to prepare the tea. while Rhaegar offered Rhaenyra a sip of warm water. As Rhaegar tended to his ailing sister, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the castle. Startled, Rhaegar's hand trembled as an ominous thought crept into his mind. He handed the basin of warm water to the maid and approached the window to survey the situation. The heavy rain had ceased, but a flicker of fire caught his attention. At the edge of the castle, where the walls once stood, a section lay in ruins. Engulfed in flames, billowing smoke into the night sky. Above the wreckage, a colossal dragon circled, roaring in fury. It was not the Devourer. This dragon was significantly smaller than the Devourer, and Rhaegar furrowed his brow, bewildered as to why a dragon would attack the castle. A resounding roar echoed through the night, followed by a cascade of golden flames that descended from the sky, striking the cliffs outside the castle. Rhaegar's heart raced with anxiety. Those cliffs were where the Devourer rested. Simultaneously, the tremendous noise roused everyone from their slumber. Lord Boros, disheveled, burst from his chamber, rallying the guards to secure the keep and protect the king. Amidst the flickering flames lighting up the castle, Rhaegar's focus remained fixed on the perimeter. Sure enough, a familiar roar resonated, the enraged cry of the Devourer. The massive black dragon launched itself from the ground below the cliffs, its green eyes fixated on the intruding kin daring to challenge it. As the Devourer emerged, two other dragons soared from the night sky. Illuminated by the castle's fiery glow, Rhaegar discerned their features. One was a colossal dragon with bronze scales and brown wings, while the other, slightly smaller, bore deep green scales and silver wings. Though Rhaegar had never encountered these dragons, he had perused the Targaryen Dragon Compendium. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, these two dragons must undoubtedly be Vhagar, known as the Wrath of Bronze, and her companion, Silverwing. Currently, both dragons are without masters. They once belonged to Rhaegar's great-grandfather, the venerable King Jaehaerys Targaryen, and his first wife. Since the passing of these two long-lived elders, the dragons have taken residence on Dragonstone for nearly 20 years. Witnessing the two colossal dragons, Rhaegar gasped in horror. By the gods, the nightmare has come to fruition. Amidst the clamor within the castle, the sight of the three dragons in the night sky was sufficiently terrifying. The Devourer, undaunted, faced two foes without fear. Flapping its wings to evade, its emerald flames illuminating half the night sky. The three dragons transitioned from unleashing torrents of flame upon one another to a fierce chase and biting, soon becoming entangled in a chaotic struggle. "Hold on. I shall assist you," Rhaegar murmured as he stepped away from the window. As he passed the bed, Rhaenyra's hoarse yet frail voice called out to him. "Rhaegar, what has transpired?" The Devourer had been provoked by an unknown force, and he intended to soothe it. Rhaegar told a small fib. Rhaenyra, lying on the bed with her eyes barely open, gasped, "Do not deceive me. I heard the roars of dragons fighting. There is truly nothing amiss. I will calm the Devourer and return promptly," Rhaegar reassured as he wiped the sweat from her brow. Unexpectedly, Rhaenyra grasped his wrist, pleading with a dazed expression. "Do not go. Dragon fights are perilous. You are still too young." "I am no longer a child. I am now a dragon rider," Rhaegar asserted, freeing himself from her feeble grasp. "My dragon requires me. I must fight alongside it." "To me, you are more important than the dragon," Rhaenyra insisted, struggling to keep her eyes open, unwilling to see her brother venture into danger. Rhaegar replied firmly, "To me, the dragon is equally as important." With that, he bent down to kiss her forehead and rose to depart. He was the rider of the Devourer and could not falter in the face of danger. Otherwise, the dragon would not acknowledge him, nor would he recognize himself. The thunderous clash of dragons resonated throughout the castle, rousing Viserys from his slumber. He donned his attire and remained in his chamber under the guards' watchful eyes. The corridors were filled with numerous guards, the atmosphere tense. The three dragons battled on the castle's periphery, instilling fear in anyone witnessing the spectacle. Rhaegar evaded the guard's gaze and dashed out of the castle down the staircase. From a distance, he beheld the ongoing clash of the three dragons. Initially, the Devourer held its ground, but gradually, it began to falter. Vhagar and Silverwing, having fought together for years, displayed an impeccable rhythm in their assault. One flanked the Devourer on the left, the other on the right, preventing any easy escape. Golden and orange flames erupted simultaneously, leaving the Devourer with no avenue of retreat, always struck by one of the flames. In that moment, Vhagar and Silverwing firmly secured supremacy in the skies, unleashing their fire from greater heights, creating curtains of flame that forced the Devourer to retreat step by step. Despite its efforts to evade, the Devourer, due to its massive size, often found itself unable to escape unscathed. Trapped in a low position, relying on the broader reach and greater might of the Emerald Dragon's flame for a counterattack. Chapter 67. The Ultimate 1 against 2 with a screech. Rhaegar dashed out of the castle, where two dragons engaged the glutton in fierce close combat, their roars echoing through the air. As a cunning wild dragon, the glutton possessed abundant battle experience, refusing to grant the two colossal dragons the opportunity to tear it apart. Unfazed by either dragon due to its size, it harbored the confidence to slay one. However, facing them simultaneously would shatter its already precarious position. The glutton exhaled dragon fire while darting at high speed. One dragon soared above, suppressing it with fiery breath, while the other recklessly lunged at it. Soon, the glutton found itself with no avenue for retreat. A wing was struck by golden dragon flames, causing the glutton to emit a piercing scream as it uncontrollably plummeted downward. With a thunderous crash, it smashed into half a city wall, stones and dust swirling through the air like confetti. Hold on, glutton. Amidst the choking dust, Rhaegar arrived at the glutton's side. The glutton's fallen body writhed, and as its dragon head turned to see Rhaegar nearby, a flicker of wariness passed through its green slit-like eyes. Rhaegar extended his palm, raised high as he had in the daylight, speaking in High Balerion. Glutton, I stand with you. Gazing into the eyes of its steadfast rider, the glutton slowly dispelled its wariness. It let out a deep snort, raising its neck high, extending one wing forward towards Rhaegar. Excellent, let us fight together. Rhaegar stepped onto the glutton's wing and ran along the wing membrane to its back, overwhelmed with unprecedented excitement. With the dragon rider now in position, the glutton spread its wings to the ground, rising and shaking off the debris. Under Rhaegar's command, they soared back into the night sky. As the black dragon ascended, the two wild dragons circled above, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, screeching as they prepared for another assault. Perched on the glutton's back, Rhaegar closely monitored the movements of the two colossal dragons, instructing, "Listen to my commands, glutton." Their bond was still nascent after his recent mastery of the glutton. Any conflict in their thoughts during battle could lead to dire mistakes. The glutton growled lowly, its dragon maw brewing green flames, signaling its agreement. Boom, barely airborne. A stream of orange dragon fire descended from above, striking the glutton's neck directly. Fortunately, the glutton's thick scales offered immense resistance, causing its body to sway briefly before regaining balance. Glutton, unleash your full assault on that deep green dragon. We must take down one swiftly. Rhaegar pointed to the silver-winged dragon, issuing a priority attack order. He had previously observed a stark contrast in the offensive desires between Vormissol and Silverwing. Vormissol was larger and far more ferocious. Curiously, however, from beginning to end, there was no proactive engagement in close combat with the Devourer. Instead, aerial assaults of dragon fire were executed. Ironically, among the three dragons, it was the smallest and most temperate, Silverwing, that remained in a state of furious rage, engaging in almost frenzied combat with the much larger Devourer. This behavior was grossly inconsistent with dragon instincts. Rhaegar had no time to ponder such matters. The immediate priority was to repel the two colossal dragons or divert their attention. The devastation wrought by their tumultuous clash was nothing short of terrifying. If they continued to battle unchecked, the castle on Dragonstone Island would surely be reduced to ruins. With a shriek, the Devourer received its orders, ascending to greater heights and unleashing a long-prepared torrent of dragon fire towards Silverwing. However, Silverwing proved more agile, deftly evading the oncoming flames. Above, the golden fire of Vormissor descended once more, targeting the Devourer. Rhaegar's eyes remained fixed on Vormissor's movements, upon witnessing it unleash its dragon fire. He swiftly issued a command to evade. The Devourer, momentarily hesitant in its assault on Silverwing, shifted its trajectory. In the next instant, the golden fire grazed its back, the intense heat warping the very air around it. Rhaegar, perched atop the Devourer, narrowly escaped the flames. A strand of silver hair at the back of his head ignited, quickly threatening to spread across his body. Fortunately, Rhaegar acted with remarkable speed, extinguishing the feeble flames. Otherwise, he would have found himself riding a dragon in the nude once more. Devourer, trust me, I am your second pair of eyes. Having barely survived the initial skirmish, Rhaegar was drenched in cold sweat, now acutely aware of the bond between dragon and rider. Moments earlier, had the Devourer hesitated for even a second longer, he would have faced direct incineration from Vormissor's flames. Even with Bloodfire kinship and true dragon's blood, he would not have perished beneath the dragon fire. But prolonged exposure could inflict grievous burns. Through the recent evasion, the Devourer recognized the value of its rider's guidance and began to accept his commands. With a fierce cry, it resumed pursuit of Silverwing, recalling its rider's directive to eliminate the seemingly inconspicuous green dragon first. Silverwing, undeterred by the approaching devourer, spread its wings and advanced, preparing for close combat, confident that assistance would soon arrive. As long as it could hold off the black dragon that had feasted upon dragon eggs for a moment, its companion would join the fray and tear it apart. The devourer, characterized by its ferocity, roared in anger upon witnessing Silverwing's audacity in closing the distance, baring its fangs and claws, intent on shredding its opponent and devouring it whole. The battle between the two dragons was imminent. The two titanic dragons clashed at high speed, their wings beating to maintain flight, claws tearing at each other, and jaws snapping relentlessly. Rhaegar, precariously balanced on the back of the devourer, hunched low to avoid injury. He turned his head, keeping a vigilant watch on Vormesor above, ready to command the devourer to separate at the slightest indication of the volatile dragon's movement, thereby evading the oncoming pincer attack of the two dragons. Unexpectedly, Vormesor did not diminish its form. Instead, it circled above, calmly observing the fierce duel below between the two dragons. Rhaegar frowned in deep confusion. Logically, Vormesor and Silverwing shared a bond, and since they had launched an offensive together, it should not remain a mere spectator. Most crucially, dragons are solitary beings, seldom forming steadfast partnerships. Their predation and combat are typically solitary endeavors. Vormesor's demeanor suggested it was merely a hired aid for Silverwing, yet it did not intend to exert its full strength. This presented an opportunity. Facing one dragon was far more advantageous than two. Rhaegar was resolute, determined to conclude the conflict swiftly. Devourer, unleash Dragonfire. He commanded loudly. The Devourer and Silverwing were locked in a fierce struggle, their claws raking against each other's bodies, necks stretching to evade bites. At the command, the Devourer arched its neck, evading Silverwing's strike, and unleashed a torrent of green Dragonfire. With a resounding crash, the flame struck Silverwing's head, eliciting a piercing scream as it frantically beat its wings. Seizing the moment, the Devourer lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Silverwing's thrashing neck, its fangs glistening ominously. With a sickening crunch, the Devourer bit down hard, blood gushing forth in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Vormesor finally sprang into action, roaring as it swooped toward the Devourer. Devourer, retreat. Rhaegar immediately ordered as Vormesor moved. The scent of blood ignited the Devourer's ferocity. Seemingly deaf to the command, it opened its jaws wide, intent on delivering a fatal bite to Silverwing. In the 68th chapter, Greatness or Madness. In a fight for survival, Silverwing's sharp claws plunged into the Devourer's abdomen, howling as it expelled Dragonfire. Alas, with its neck caught in the Devourer's grip, the flames could not be accurately aimed, rendering them ineffective as they swept across the night sky. Sustaining severe injuries, the Devourer could not contain its furious roar, instinctively loosening its grip. At this critical juncture, Vormesor glided in, unleashing a golden Dragonfire that struck the Devourer's head with the force of a divine pillar. The Devourer's head was struck hard, plunging it into a brief stupor. Its jaws involuntarily released their hold, and its wings ceased their flapping, allowing the struggling Silverwing to kick away with its claws. Ultimately, it would pay dearly for its moment of reckless bravado. As the two dragons separated, Silverwing, blood streaming from its neck, retreated immediately, swaying unsteadily as it struggled to maintain balance. Vormesor let out a low growl toward it before turning to pursue the plummeting Devourer. Rhaegar found himself deeply troubled by the Devourer's defiance. Despite having explicitly instructed obedience, the creature had succumbed to its primal instincts. With the Devourer's failure, Rhaegar too began to fall. Experiencing weightlessness once more, he skillfully clutched onto the protective scales, preventing himself from plummeting. Devourer, awaken! He shouted desperately, trying to rouse it before they hit the ground. If it did not awaken in time, the moment of impact would spell doom for Rhaegar. At long last, the glutton awakened from its stupor, unfurling its mighty wings to arrest its descent. This formidable dragon had traversed the world, its robust physique serving as its greatest asset. The mere breath of Dragonfire could not fell it. Just before plummeting to the ground, the glutton regained its balance, spreading its wings to glide, soaring gradually alongside the steep cliff. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed the glutton's injuries. Its neck and wings bore deep bite marks, while its abdomen was riddled with gaping wounds. Dragon blood gushing forth, revealing the faint pulse of its innards. Rhaegar swiftly realized that this dragon battle could not continue. The strategy of trading wounds had severely injured the Silverwing, yet the glutton was also battered. The adversary still had a fully intact Vormesor. Should that bronze behemoth ensnare the glutton, even a victory would yield dire repercussions. Rhaegar could not accept such an outcome. The glutton flew toward the sea. Rhaegar cast a glance back at the pursuing Wormasaur and issued a retreat command. Both titanic dragons were converging upon the glutton. Once it departed, the conflict would cease. With a hiss, Wormasaur clung tightly behind, its golden dragonfire slicing through the night like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the encroaching danger, the glutton's reason triumphed over its ferocity. Obeying Rhaegar's orders, it flapped its wings, soaring over the cliff toward the beach. Rhaegar remained vigilant, watching closely behind. The Silverwing, perhaps hindered by its severe injuries, lay on the ground, roaring defiantly, only to struggle to rise and then fall again. With the Silverwing incapacitated, there was finally room for maneuver. Rhaegar breathed a silent sigh of relief. The glutton's dragonfire was immensely powerful, repeatedly clashing with that of Wormasaur, impeding its swift pursuit. In an instant, the glutton soared above the beach, poised to fly into the ocean. Suddenly, Rhaegar's gaze was drawn to the towering cliff on the beach. In a flash, his heart raced, an unsettling feeling washing over him. He recalled the scenes from his nightmares, where another dragon had emerged from such a cliff to launch a surprise attack. As the thought took root, Rhaegar's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively shouting, "Dragonfire!" Following their fierce battle, a nascent bond had begun to form between the glutton and Rhaegar. At the very moment Rhaegar called for Dragonfire, the glutton, as if struck by inspiration, turned its head and unleashed a torrent of Dragonfire towards the cliff below. In an instant, another scarlet Dragonfire surged forth from beneath the cliff, colliding directly with the glutton's ethereal green flames. The crimson fire was instantly dispersed. The two streams of Dragonfire clashed in close proximity, generating a powerful shockwave. The glutton was momentarily rocked by the force of the air, but it quickly steadied its wings, breaking free from Dragonstone Island without a backward glance. Rhaegar barely managed to secure his position atop the glutton's back, the fierce winds disorienting him. He lay flat against the glutton's spine, glancing back at the cliff. Who had launched the surprise attack? Rhaegar fixed his gaze upon the precipice, yearning to catch a glimpse of the colossal dragon concealed beneath. He was resolute in his belief that the dragon fight occurring this night was not a mere happenstance. It was orchestrated by unseen hands. Regrettably, his vision revealed nothing but the moss-covered cliffs. "Do not let me find you." The thought of the silver-winged beast and the pursuing Vhagar from Dragonstone steeled Rhaegar's resolve, prompting him to command a swift retreat. This conspiracy was aimed squarely at him. Remaining on Dragonstone not only placed him in peril, but also jeopardized the safety of his kin within the castle. Departing swiftly was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The greedy one was swift, and the long-dormant Vhagar would find it challenging to catch up. The two engaged in a fervent chase for a time before Rhaegar was left far behind, returning in frustration. Cloaked by the night, the greedy one vanished from sight. On Dragonstone, a figure clad in black robes lurked in the shadows of the beach, gazing into the void where the ebony dragon had disappeared. Blocked. Is this mere coincidence or a premeditated scheme? The cloaked figure murmured, withdrawing a gold coin from his pocket. At the birth of each Targaryen, the gods would cast a coin to determine whether the child would be great or mad. Which are you, great or mad? The voice of the cloaked figure resonated with a profound depth, laden with skepticism. He tossed the coin high into the air, catching it deftly mid-flight. With the palm facing upwards, he revealed the coin's flat surface. The figure fixed his unyielding gaze upon the side of the coin that faced upward, lost in an inexplicable silence. After a lengthy pause, filled with indignation, he cast the coin far into the sea and departed in silence. Meanwhile, within the castle, Viserys stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his fury directed at the ruins of the battlements. He had just received the news. During the tumultuous clash of the three dragons, Rhaegar had ventured forth, riding his dragon into battle. The mere thought of the recent chaos, the tumult of dragons dancing in the sky, filled him with dread, fearing for his eldest son's safety. Fortunately, the dark dragon had bested the silver-winged one and had managed to flee under Vhagar's pursuit. As long as a mature dragon was not slain on the spot, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill one intent on escape. This also indicated that his son had likewise fled, momentarily free from danger. What have the two false messengers revealed? Viserys inquired of his chancellor, Lionel. Lionel hastily replied, "The two guards could elicit nothing from the false messenger, and the dragon rider has vanished without a trace. The trail has gone cold. We must continue the investigation. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall." Viserys, suppressing his fury, continued, "Furthermore, regarding tonight's dragon assault, Vhagar and the silver-winged beast have always remained within their lairs. It is inconceivable they would appear together to launch an attack without cause. Your Majesty, according to the guards stationed in the tower, Rhaegar and the silver-winged dragon came in pursuit of the greedy one, and upon encountering one another, they engaged in fierce combat, Lionel conjectured. The greedy one is the largest wild dragon on the island, frequently stealing dragon eggs and preying upon young dragons. This might have incited the silver-winged one following her recent laying. The scene of the dragon battle was evident to all. The only thing that could provoke the typically docile silverwing into a frenzy was the theft of a dragon egg. Search. Conduct a thorough investigation. Let not a single soul within the castle escape scrutiny. Viserys clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his eyes gleaming with menace as he declared, "This is a conspiracy against the heir. Whoever is responsible must pay the price." Chapter 69. The Crab's Claw Peninsula under the cloak of night, over the narrow sea. Rhaegar guided the greedy one as it soared above the tumultuous waves. The greedy one bore grievous wounds, blood cascading from its belly and staining the sea beneath it. After enduring a perilous ordeal, Rhaegar felt his heart racing with the realization of danger. He patted the scales of the greedy one and inquired, "What provoked those two dragons to attack you?" He sensed a scheme was afoot, but remained curious about how Rhaegar and Silverwing had been enticed. The greedy one let out a low growl, expressing its displeasure. Rhaegar discerned its meaning. During the night, it had been fed a plethora of cattle and sheep, and amidst the offerings, a dragon egg had been tossed to it. As a creature with a penchant for dragon eggs, the greedy one had eagerly accepted the treat, compensating for its earlier failure to hunt a young dragon. Rhaegar sighed in exasperation. He had suspected that the greedy one had committed some heinous act to provoke the wrath of Rhaegar and Silverwing. Dragon eggs and young dragons are treasures of Dragonstone. You must not indulge in such thievery again. He issued a stern command. Despite its grave injuries, the greedy one remained proud, growling defiantly in resistance. Rhaegar attempted to communicate, seeking a resolution to relinquish its obsession with dragon eggs and young dragons. The greedy one, being straightforward in nature, did not conceal its reasons for the theft. The territory of Dragonstone was too limited. If it did not steal dragon eggs and young dragons, the growing dragons would encroach upon its living space. Rhaegar grasped its implication. Rest assured, Dragonstone cannot accommodate too many dragons. I shall seek new territories for the next generation of dragons. And you, my friend, shall not indulge in the theft of dragon eggs and young dragons again. I will ensure that sufficient livestock is prepared for you in due course. Understanding the greedy one's concerns, Rhaegar proposed a solution. The greedy one flew on, neither agreeing nor refusing. Rhaegar chose to remain silent. In matters of territory and living space, neither dragons nor humans would easily concede. By finding more suitable lands for the dragons to thrive, the greedy one's behavior would undoubtedly alter. As it soared farther away, Rhaegar lost sight of its destination, likely somewhere within the confines of the narrow sea. A troubling realization dawned on Rhaegar. He noticed the greedy one's flight was becoming increasingly sluggish, its breath ragged. "Your injuries are severe. We must find a place to land," he cautioned, observing the blood-soaked belly and other wounds of the greedy one. With a low growl in response, the greedy one's voice, once resonant, now sounded feeble. As dawn approached, the rays of the morning sun pierced through the mist, as Rhaegar lay wearily upon the back of the glutton, gazing into the depths of the sea below. Suddenly, he caught sight of the edge of a landmass. Gradually, more of the terrain revealed itself, lush forests and an unbroken chain of mountains. "Quick, we have discovered land, glutton," Rhaegar exclaimed, pointing eagerly downward. The creature, well aware of its surroundings as a wandering wild dragon, recognized the location of solid ground instinctively. Transitioning from ocean to land, Rhaegar experienced a unique sense of wonder. Initially, he had intended to explore the continent on the back of the glutton, embarking on adventures. Yet, unexpectedly, without a well-laid plan, he found himself on this journey. The glutton soared over the barren coastal region, gliding between the intricate peaks of the mountains. It descended into a valley interwoven with dense forests, marshes, and rivers. Upon landing, the glutton stumbled unsteadily, its feet faltering, and it crashed heavily onto the muddy grass, carving a deep trench into the earth. Having spent an entire night without sleep, Rhaegar was utterly exhausted. Failing to secure himself before the fall, he was unceremoniously dislodged from the dragon's back. With a thud, he hit the ground and rolled twice, losing consciousness. In a moment, both man and dragon lay sprawled on the ground, a rather pitiful sight. Indeed, the dragon's physique was formidable. Despite suffering a second injury to its abdomen, bleeding profusely, the glutton managed to gather its strength and rise unsteadily to its feet. Its vertical pupils focused on the unconscious Rhaegar, a flicker of hesitation crossing its gaze. Lowering its head, it nudged Rhaegar's body, shifting him from his prone position to lie flat. The gentle rise and fall of its chest indicated that its rider was still alive. Fortunately, the grass where Rhaegar had fallen was sufficiently soft, mitigating the impact. He was merely exhausted and disoriented from the fall, bearing no apparent injuries. The glutton extended its neck, surveying the valley's surroundings. It had purposefully chosen a favorable spot to land, one that offered resources to aid in its recovery. Within the valley, there were no large predators, and the cliffs were dotted with numerous caves suitable for shelter. Tenderly, the glutton picked up Rhaegar in its jaws and made its way toward a spacious cave. It set Rhaegar down at the entrance and gently nudged him further inside. The glutton needed to find healing remedies, as its rider was too frail to venture to such places. Hiding away seemed a prudent choice, as it could return swiftly given its speed. Crawling out of the valley, the glutton paused at the mouth of the gorge, casting a backward glance at the cave where Rhaegar lay concealed. After a moment's reflection, it slightly raised its tail and left the droppings behind, marking its territory to deter any potential beasts from intruding. With everything in place, the glutton let out a long, resonant cry and took to the skies once more. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky, casting warmth over the valley nestled within the forest. Inside the cave, Rhaegar's eyelids fluttered, as if he was on the brink of awakening. At that moment, a sound echoed through the valley. Come quickly, behold the large, elongated bloodstains. One wonders what colossal beast has left them. Torment, exercise caution. This valley harbors peculiarities. Amidst the chaotic murmur of voices, Rhaegar slowly opened his eyes, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. Where am I? What of the Devourer? Observing the cave adorned with spider webs, a sense of confusion enveloped him. He recalled that the Devourer had discovered a patch of land, leading them to a secluded valley. Beyond that, his memory faded. Someone has orchestrated my predicament. A dragon lies in ambush within the shadows. Suddenly, Rhaegar remembered the moment of the surprise attack. Yet, who possesses the audacity to infiltrate Dragonstone and weave a conspiracy against him? In his mind, only one person emerged as a potential culprit. Once I return, you shall not escape my wrath. Having deduced the identity of the assailant, Rhaegar clenched his fists in silent anger. Sister, hurry. There are fresh traces at the cave's entrance. Just as he contemplated, a youthful voice called out from outside the cave, summoning companions. The sound of shuffling footsteps soon followed. Rhaegar's apprehension heightened. Cautiously, he rose and retrieved a dagger from his spatial bracelet, concealing it at his waist. In a fleeting moment, the voices outside grew nearer. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the dagger. Stranded in an unfamiliar locale, devoid of his dragon companion, he, a mere child, found himself in perilous circumstances. Who is inside? Come forth. A girl's authoritative voice rang out from outside the cave. Rhaegar tilted his head, his mind racing. Based on the earlier voices, he surmised there were 3 individuals outside, 2 young boys and a girl referred to as sister. With a blink, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he was not abandoned amidst savages, his innocent age and noble lineage assured him that no one would be foolish enough to harm him. If he were to encounter hunting nobles, it would only bode well. Not only might they organize a grand celebration in his honor, but at the very least, he would be treated to a feast and safely escorted back to King's Landing. Chapter 70. The free folk relax. I shall emerge forthwith. After careful consideration, Rhaegar resolved to adopt a prudent demeanor. He returned the dagger to his spatial bracelet and raised his hands as he slowly stepped out of the cave. Upon exiting, he was met by the sight of a bow drawn taut in his direction. Rhaegar was taken aback, stepping back a pace. Is that a child? Upon observing the attire of the other, a chill ran through him. The girl clad in leather did not lower her bow. Instead, she cautiously advanced, demanding, Is there anyone else in the cave? Step out. Rhaegar remained rooted in place, hesitant to move, and replied honestly, No need to shout. I am alone. Nonsense. How could a mere child traverse the marsh and jungle? The girl rebuked him, her sharp gaze scanning him thoroughly. In an instant, Rhaegar understood the gravity of the situation. The individual was perceived as a child from a noble family due to his attire. After a moment's contemplation, the inquiry arose. Are you from a certain tribe? His words were delicately chosen, refraining from uttering the term savage. The term savage refers to the free folk who do not submit to the governance of local lords, a collective of unruly and impolite individuals. This was the explanation provided by his learned tutor. The girl in the animal skin skirt disregarded him entirely, her gaze fixed upon the entrance of the cave. Behind her, 2 small boys emerged, clad in hides, and wielding bone axes and shovels. Each seized Rhaegar firmly by one arm, dragging him aside. Be gentle. There's no need to be so forceful, Rhaegar remarked, feeling discomfort from their grip. One boy appeared around 10 years of age, frail and slight, while the other seemed somewhat older, with dark skin and a robust physique. They paid no heed to Rhaegar's words, instead maintaining a serious focus on the girl's movements. It soon became evident that Rhaegar had not been deceitful. The girl in the animal skin skirt darted to the cave's mouth, releasing an arrow that struck the hard rock wall. A quick survey revealed the cave to be utterly vacant, not a soul in sight, not even a mouse. The tension in the air eased somewhat, and the girl silently exhaled in relief, retrieving her bow and signaling for the two boys to bring Rhaegar into the cave. The frail boy bound Rhaegar with a hemp rope and unceremoniously discarded him in a corner of the cave. Rhaegar, with disdain, shifted his position to avoid contact with the dust-laden spider webs. The girl approached him, grasping his chin with her hand, and demanded fiercely, "Who are you? Which family do you belong to? And where is your guardian?" Rhaegar winced from her grip, glaring at her in displeasure. "Dare to glare at me again, and if you do not cooperate, you shall regret it," she threatened, tightening her hold. After some encounters, Rhaegar felt emboldened. He stole a few glances at the girl. Her brown curls, prominent nose, and well-defined features signified a capable young woman. Yet, Rhaegar was indifferent to these details. He focused on two key observations: her sun-kissed, smooth skin and the blisters on her knuckles. His eyes flickered as he spoke. "You are not a savage, are you?" The girl's expression shifted slightly, and she coldly retorted, "I am the one asking the questions here. Do not divert the topic. That is your brother. Neither of you are savages." Her change in demeanor only solidified Rhaegar's suspicions. Under her scrutinizing gaze, he confidently elaborated, "Savages grow up in the wild. They do not cultivate smooth complexions, nor do they produce sickly children." He cast a pointed glance at the frail boy. As a seasoned sufferer of ailments, he was acutely aware of health-related issues, instantly recognizing the boy's poor constitution, far from what one would expect from a child of savages. The girl's countenance darkened, and she released her grip on Rhaegar's chin, stating bluntly, "And what of it? You are clever, but your cleverness will not save your life. Reveal your origins, or I shall show you no mercy." No. I am merely 6 years old this year. The abuse of children is unequivocally intolerable everywhere." Rhaegar shook his head repeatedly and suggested, "If you release me, we can have an open-hearted conversation. Perhaps I might be able to assist you." He then emphasized, "I know many learned scholars skilled in herbal medicine who can help your brother." "My brother is not ill," the girl retorted disdainfully. Rhaegar, unconvinced, replied, "Your brother's pallor suggests otherwise. Another word, and I shall strike you." The girl threatened, raising her fist. Rhaegar immediately complied, offering an awkward smile. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. He wished to avoid physical punishment. Considering Rhaegar's slight frame, the girl pondered for a moment before finally untying the ropes binding him. "Brother, he seems to be a child of noble birth," the frail boy whispered. "Clearly, look at his attire. It is evident he hails from a noble family." Chapter 71. Negotiation. After an extensive conversation with the azure-haired siblings, twilight gradually enveloped the sky. Rhaegar had gleaned a wealth of valuable information. For instance, the land beneath their feet was not part of the mainland, but rather the Crabclaw Peninsula. This peninsula, adjacent to Dragonstone and Tidespire, was an inhospitable wilderness with scant population. According to Rhaegar's knowledge, the Crabclaw Peninsula was replete with swamps and pine forests, and resources were exceedingly scarce, with local nobility being exceedingly few. This implied that establishing contact with the nobility was nearly impossible. Within the cave, a fire crackled, and 3 children, 1 large and 2 small, sat in a circle. Taming appeared exuberant, repeatedly asking, "Is your dragon truly hunting outside? Is it really that large?" "Indeed. The greedy one is fearsome in size. I feel like a mere flea upon its back," Rhaegar replied, munching on a wild fruit as they conversed. Out in the world, one's identity is merely a matter of words. How Rhaegar presented himself would shape the perceptions of others, although he was unaware of the greedy one's whereabouts. This detail held little significance. As long as a dragon truly resided nearby, none would dare lay a finger on Rhaegar. "Your dragon is wounded. There are substantial bloodstains in the valley. Initially thought to be from some great beast, it now appears to be undoubtedly yours." The azure-haired girl poked at the fire, timely dousing the conversation with cold water. Rhaegar, maintaining his composure, responded, "We encountered other dragons while traversing the narrow sea. Otherwise, I would not be here alone." "Other dragons?" Taming's eyes widened in astonishment. "There are dragons aplenty on Dragonstone. My ancestors conquered the continent of Westeros with their might." Rhaegar spoke with conviction. "Nonsense. Only 3 dragons appeared during the Conqueror's War," the azure-haired girl refuted. "Are you well versed in history?" Rhaegar inquired with curiosity. I have read books as well." "I am not a fool who only listens to your tall tales," she replied with a scoff. Rhaegar chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. "It is indeed wonderful to have read. Knowledge of a prince's significance ensures greater safety. Just then, a resounding eagle's cry echoed from beyond the valley. The azure-haired girl and Tamen simultaneously lifted their heads and rose to move outside. Has your tribe arrived? Rhaegar followed closely behind, his heart weighed down by insecurity. He attempted to call upon the Devourer through sensory means, but received no response. The Devourer was gravely injured, and he surmised it had flown off somewhere to recuperate. During its absence, Rhaegar's fate rested solely on his own efforts. As he stepped out of the cave, Rhaegar trailed behind the Balerion siblings and witnessed a throng of rugged individuals pouring into the valley entrance. Each one was robust, clad in leather garments, exuding a primal, untamed essence. At the forefront stood a tall, burly middle-aged man, his thick brown beard intricately braided, and his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Noticing Rhaegar's gaze, the imposing figure turned his head, locking onto Rhaegar's position. A flicker of unease washed over Rhaegar, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. This band appeared formidable, and he realized he had indeed stumbled into the lair of savages. Balon offered a reassuring word, "Do not fear. Uncle Falcon is a principled leader and will not harm a child." The entire Falcon tribe entered the valley, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a cacophony of noise. The leader, known as Falcon, exhibited remarkable competence. He organized the gathering of firewood, the construction of a camp, and orchestrated everything with meticulous efficiency. Balon led Rhaegar to Falcon's campfire, where the leader was deftly skinning a wild rabbit. Once he had removed the internal organs and skewered the rabbit for roasting, he slowly inquired, "Is this the noble child you found?" Balon glanced at Rhaegar and replied earnestly, "He is the child of a king, a true dragon." "A prince?" Falcon's head snapped up, astonished. While he was indeed a savage, the status of a prince was exceptionally lofty. Gazing into the scrutinizing eyes of the tribal leader, Rhaegar took a deep breath, knowing he must articulate something of significance. Meeting Falcon's gaze directly, he proclaimed solemnly, "I am Rhaegar Targaryen, born within the Red Keep of King's Landing. Might I inquire if this esteemed leader has any specific recollection of such a place?" "How could I know of a place 1,000 miles away?" Falcon replied nonchalantly. Then he chuckled, "I believe you have a king for a father, and thus gold and silver may be at your disposal. So, does this mean you are willing to assist me?" Rhaegar's eyes brightened momentarily. "I do not consent." Falcon's expression shifted, his smile vanishing as he directly declined. "Why not? I can offer you gold, grant you iron tools, as long as you provide protection for a time." Rhaegar had not anticipated such a refusal from the tribal leader and sought to sweeten the deal. Falcon, flipping the roasting rabbit over the fire, scoffed. "The Falcon tribe does not trust outsiders, nor do we extend assistance to them. It has always been this way." Rhaegar furrowed his brow and glanced at Balon, who nodded in affirmation. "Then how do you intend to handle my situation, or what conditions would compel you to assist me?" Rhaegar asked candidly. "Join the Falcon tribe and become one of us. I will offer you unconditional protection," Falcon stated with utmost seriousness. Rhaegar smiled. He sat down abruptly, crossing his arms and gazing intently at the other, retorting, "Do you truly believe a Targaryen prince would join a tribe of wildlings? There is no jest more ludicrous." At this point, any lingering fear within Rhaegar had long since evaporated. He discerned that the other had no intention of aiding him. He was a dragon rider, and the bloodstains in the valley attested to the real presence of the greedy one. He had little faith that the wildling before him would dare to harm him. The wildling, instead of being angered by his words, chuckled amiably. "Aren't you also devoid of plans to seek my assistance?" Rhaegar found himself momentarily speechless. This was indeed true. He possessed dragons. As long as he remained patient, the greedy one would eventually locate him, and then he could soar away on his dragon. What he truly needed was to stall this group of wildlings to prevent them from inflicting harm upon him. The wildling sliced off a piece of sizzling rabbit meat and handed it to Rhaegar, speaking in a low tone. "I have seen a great beast, but it is injured, retreating to the Despair Marsh. I will entertain your claims of identity and can offer you protection until your dragon returns. However, you must ensure that your dragon does not harm my tribe and leave at the earliest opportunity." He was not a primitive wildling consumed by thoughts of plunder. He had fought against the nobles of the peninsula, possessing more insight than the average wildling. The lad before him was the son of a king. The blood and ravines in the valley were indicative of destruction wrought by no creature other than that great beast. The dung at the valley's mouth was likely a mark left by the dragon to ward off other beasts. From the onset, this boy was a remarkably perilous entity. The wild dragon could return to the valley at any moment. No matter how many conditions he discussed with the boy, once the dragon stood before him, all would be rendered meaningless. He could indeed slay the boy and flee into the night. Yet, the tribe was in peril, and tradition forbade harm against children. In contrast, it would be wiser to keep this boy, ensuring he was well fed. When the dragon appeared, he could simply let the boy ride away. If the boy possessed any sense of gratitude, he would surely find a way to repay him. Understanding the wildling's intent, Rhaegar's perception of the wildlings underwent a significant transformation. Indeed, scholars were often blind, their words lacking precision. This wildling was quite astute, not reckless in the least. You are truly a wise leader. I assure you I will restrain my dragon and coexist peacefully with your people, Rhaegar said, accepting the offered roasted meat and bestowing praise. Being a leader is no small task. I must consider the well-being of all our heads and bellies, the wildling replied, shaking his head and tearing off 2 strips of meat to offer to the siblings, Balerion and his sister. Chapter 72. The Shadow Beast. With the negotiations concluded, the wariness in both parties diminished significantly. Rhaegar savored the food provided by the wildlings, quenching his thirst with their fresh water while observing the wildlings dance around the campfire. The wildling and the Balerion siblings remained by his side, sharing the warmth of the fire and exchanging tales of their lives. The falcon was picking at the remnants of a hare skeleton when he inquired, "You appear to be quite young. Are you the king's youngest son?" "I am the king's eldest son," Rhaegar replied with a smile. "If memory serves me correctly, among noble traditions, the firstborn is the heir. You shall become the new king?" The falcon expressed his astonishment. "Not at all. In fact, the heir is my sister," Rhaegar answered casually. "Why is that? Does she hide a second male member like you?" A coarse, raucous man from the crowd chimed in, provoking laughter among the nearby wildlings. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at the man, his gaze returning to the falcon, remaining silent. The falcon's expression darkened with mild irritation as he seized the rough man's calf, stating in a low voice, "Sandor, step aside." Yes, Sandor, step aside." The man named Sandor repeated nonchalantly, his attitude dismissive. It was not until a black-spotted white falcon alighted on a branch above that he shivered and reluctantly departed. As Sandor faded into the throng, the falcon turned back, his voice betraying no emotion. "The tribe has been restless of late. Many warriors are on edge. His mouth is foul. I wonder how it compares to the dragon dung at the gorge." Rhaegar smiled faintly. "I shall teach him a lesson while cautioning the others." The falcon's movements stilled, his tone tinged with irritation. He was not vexed by Rhaegar's threat, but rather by the embarrassment inflicted by his tribesmen in front of esteemed guests. As night deepened, Rhaegar returned to the awakening cave to rest after satisfying his hunger. The falcon provided him with some soft animal skins and arranged for the siblings, Balerion and her brother, to accompany him. After personally laying out the animal skin blankets, Rhaegar beckoned the 2 siblings, sharing the remaining skin with them. "Thank you," Tommen whispered gratefully. "May I ask you some questions? For instance, what misfortunes has the tribe faced?" Rhaegar seized the opportunity to gather intelligence. Tommen, clutching the animal skin, looked blankly at Balerion. Balerion nodded and turned to spread out the grass mat. Tommen spoke. "The tribe's homeland was besieged by monsters, resulting in several deaths. Uncle Falcon had no choice but to lead us in migration." "Monsters? Crocodiles or pythons from the swamp?" Rhaegar inquired, intrigued. "Neither. It is a creature that lurks in the shadows, moving like a python, piercing our bodies," Tommen recounted with evident fear. This creature had left a profound psychological scar on him. "I have not heard of such shadowy beasts. Is this true?" Rhaegar regarded Balerion with skepticism. Balerion, who was of similar age to Rhaenys, spoke with greater credibility, her expression grim. "It is true. Even the elders of the tribe have never seen nor heard of such creatures. They appear as if from thin air. Wow, it seems we have stirred up trouble." Rhaegar mused, his brow furrowed in uncertainty regarding the existence of shadowy monsters on Crabclaw Peninsula. Yet, it seemed this tribe was not as secure as one might envision. After a brief exchange, the cave fell into silence. The 3 lay on their respective bedding, still able to hear the wildlings' revelry outside. After a while, Balerion could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Why is your sister the heir?" "There is no reason. We are both children of our father. And it matters not who the heir is," Rhaegar replied with boredom. "You are merely deceiving yourself. Those noble lords would much prefer a man to lead them," Balerion challenged. "That may be true, yet my father chose her as the heir. We are kin, and I simply wish to assist her." "Humph, she will marry one day, have her own husband, and bear her children. They will be her true family for life," Balerion retorted coldly. "And you, a brother who is in line before her, will merely become an obstacle. Pray tell, which noble's illegitimate daughter are you?" "You seem quite familiar with the Targaryen family," Rhaegar chuckled in response. "It is none of your concern. You are nothing more than a rogue who cannot control his own desires," Balerion replied, clearly displeased with the mention of her origins. "And I have no need for you to meddle in my family affairs, my lady," Rhaegar countered, wielding magic against magic. "Ha, he called you my lady. Tormund, huddled in the corner, chuckled foolishly. "And you, good sir?" Balon retorted, rising to deliver a swift kick that silenced his laughter. Words fell short, and silence enveloped the cave once more. Midnight approached. The damp air swirled with moisture, and thick clouds rose high, obscuring the crescent moon. Deprived of its light, the night deepened further. In the valley, the wildlings, exhausted from their revelry, scattered in small groups to rest on the ground. The bonfires dwindled to mere flickers, crackling softly in the gloom. Amidst this dimness, a sinister, dark creature distorted its form, slithering out from the shadows of the trees. This creature seamlessly melded with the darkness, coiling like a serpent, and approached a slumbering wildling. Slowly, it infiltrated the wildling's nostrils, ears, and mouth, seeming to divide and invade every orifice of the body. As a soft, stick-like appendage penetrated the throat, the wildling stirred uncomfortably. Awakening from his dream, upon opening his eyes, he found a grotesque, pitch-black creature sprawled across his chest, sprouting tendril-like appendages. Terror flooded his heart, and he attempted to scream. However, before he could utter a sound, two tendrils invaded his nostrils, piercing his brain and muddling his thoughts, swiftly claiming his life. The dark creature writhed, withdrawing its tendrils in search of its next prey. Within the cave, Rhaegar slept soundly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the valley, jolting everyone awake. Rhaegar, bleary-eyed, surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Balon and her brother were equally roused. Grabbing their nearby weapons, they rushed out of the cave, warning, "It is dangerous outside. Do not go out." Rhaegar paused momentarily, then quickly scrambled to follow. He had heard numerous terrifying tales. In times of peril, it was the solitary individual who was most at risk. He still comprehended this principle. Upon exiting the cave, the outsiders were in a state of chaotic disarray. Some were adding fuel to the bonfire while others ignited torches, dimly illuminating the night. Rhaegar pressed closely behind Balon, cautiously peering out to discern the cause of the commotion. The cacophony outside was filled with the frenzied cries of the wild men, yielding no useful information. After a considerable wait, the tumultuous scene gradually subsided. As the hawk led a group of warrior tribesmen back from their patrol, bearing several corpses, sturdy male wild men, each with blood streaming from their 7 orifices, yet with no visible wounds. One bore a fatal arrow wound to the chest, piercing the heart, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Before the entire tribe, the hawk cast the 3 similarly slain bodies into the bonfire, incinerating their remains, while he removed the arrow from another, his gaze dark and assessing. "We are being targeted by other tribes," he growled, gripping the arrow tightly in his fist. Chapter 73. The Promise. As the hawk spoke, the wild men erupted into a clamor, shouting for revenge. Rhaegar tugged at Tommen's arm, whispering, "What is the story behind those burned corpses?" Only one of the slain bore an arrow wound, while the other 3 had died under mysterious circumstances, undoubtedly drawing Rhaegar's attention. Tommen turned back, his voice trembling with fear. "Those were the victims of the shadow creature, which still lurks among us." As he spoke, his body quivered, and his pallor intensified. Addressing the tribespeople, the hawk raised his hands high and proclaimed, "Silence. The enemy is concealed nearby. Prepare your weapons at once." The wild man who had been shot was a night watchman. It was only after one wild man had ventured into the bushes at night to relieve himself that he discovered the bodies, unleashing a scream to alert the tribe. The other 3 corpses were discovered only after most had awakened, for tribesmen had perished in one night. The Yushun tribe seemed shrouded in a veil of dread, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. The hawk, leading the strong wild men, armed them with weapons, ignited torches, and split into teams to venture beyond the valley, poised for an imminent assault. Rhaegar observed this scene with a frown of concern. This tribe was being hunted by an unknown creature, and now their migratory path had been revealed to other tribes. A reckless offensive would likely lead to an ambush, potentially resulting in their annihilation overnight. Stepping forward to offer a warning, Rhaegar was abruptly seized by Balon, who reprimanded, "Do not act rashly. Impulsive wild men lack foresight. Tonight will be perilous." Rhaegar shared his apprehensions. "I know, and Uncle Hawk knows, but the wild men's way of survival is through relentless combat and conquest." Balon, with her bow slung over her shoulder, grasped Rhaegar with one hand and Tommen with the other. "Let us follow the wild women with children. Tribes typically spare women and young ones." The capable wild men had accompanied the hawk out of the valley, while Rhaegar found himself among the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable. Except for the pregnant women, there were only wild children resembling feral monkeys. Rhaegar remarked curiously, "Your tribe seems to have few men, yet an abundance of children." The conquered tribes would see their men and elders slaughtered, women violated, and children abandoned. Bolin explained, many of these children were abandoned infants that Uncle Falcon rescued. He believes they will soon grow into valiant warriors. Falcon was indeed a unique savage. Rhaegar shook his head, chuckling. As a nomadic hunter, how could there be enough sustenance to nurture so many children? Relying on these wildlings to mature into formidable fighters seemed exceedingly difficult. In the early hours, flames erupted beyond the valley, accompanied by piercing screams and the frenzied howls of another group. Falcon stumbled back into the valley, drenched in blood. Behind him trailed a meager handful of figures, all grievously injured and wearing expressions of terror and fury. The howls pursued them relentlessly. The flames surged, spilling into the open valley. Run! The Baisong tribe is upon us. Everyone flee! Falcon shouted, swinging his axe to knock down the pursuing bone arrows. Urging his kin to escape. We must leave. Without hesitation, Rhaegar dashed toward the narrow exit on the opposite side of the valley. A glance back revealed others fleeing even faster, a chaotic cacophony of panic. Anxiously, he attempted to reach the devourers, yet there was still no response. Don't just stand there. Move. Falcon came charging from behind, seizing Rhaegar by the collar and hoisting him onto his shoulder, fleeing with fervor. Rhaegar managed to glance back. The invading savage tribe poured into the valley, half of them scavenging the remnants left by the Falcon tribe, while the rest continued their relentless pursuit. The dozen or so companions Falcon had brought back could barely mount a semblance of resistance. They were either caught and slain or pierced by bone arrows. Falcon, tall and robust, sprinted with the grace of his leather boots, distancing himself from their pursuers, granting Rhaegar a measure of relief. He truly wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the two savage tribes, not wanting to perish in such a pitiful manner. As dawn broke, the remnants of the Falcon tribe fled westward through vast pine forests. Many became separated. Men were slaughtered on the spot, women were forcibly subdued, and children scattered in all directions. Some were ruthlessly killed, while others sought refuge in the dense foliage. Falcon carried Rhaegar as they fled, accompanied only by a few remaining savage guards. Exhausted, they took refuge on a hillside for a brief respite. Falcon, the tribe is lost. A savage named Sandor lamented, questioning the chief. What is lost can be rebuilt. As long as we live, there will come a day we can retaliate. Falcon growled, gently setting the jostled Rhaegar down. The tribe is nearly extinct. Why do you still carry this wretch? Another savage pointed at Rhaegar's pale face. Rhaegar cast a glance at him, his body aching severely as he sheltered behind the Falcon. He possessed a dragon and was the son of a king, more esteemed than anyone one might encounter within any castle. He could bestow wealth upon the tribe. The Falcon spread his arms, lowly growling in explanation. You lie. If he truly had a dragon, he would have incinerated us by now. Indeed, perhaps the White Pine tribe is a consequence of his arrival. He is nothing but a scourge. Regardless of his noble lineage, we cannot depend on them. He is merely a child full of deceit. Some wielded weapons, casting malevolent glances in his direction. A warning bell tolled within Rhaegar, who spoke. My dragon is en route back. I shall command the dragon to avenge the Falcon tribe, bringing you unimaginable riches. He knew this tribe was unreliable. They had not even endured a single night before being scattered. Upon hearing his words, the wild men's clamor of accusations quieted, their gazes collectively fixed on the Falcon, awaiting his cue. The Falcon drew a deep breath, exuding the demeanor of a leader, and solemnly declared, if he claims to possess a dragon, we shall wait a day. The truth shall reveal itself. If he has a dragon, I shall serve my head as a drinking vessel for you. Sandor scoffed repeatedly before turning to leave. The other wild men exchanged glances, contemplating following him, yet, hindered by the Falcon's status, they despondently sank to the ground. The Falcon did not impede Sandor, instructing, rest here, we depart at dawn. With that, the Falcon seized Rhaegar's garment, leading him to a higher vantage point on the hillside. He surveyed the pine forest from whence they came, checking for any pursuing wild men. Rhaegar squatted beside him, weakly asserting, I truly have a dragon. I know. Your tribe has dispersed. What do you intend to do? Wait for what? Rhaegar inquired, puzzled. The Falcon turned to him, meeting his gaze with indifference. Wait for your dragon to find you, to set the White Pine tribe ablaze. Can you trust me? Rhaegar did not anticipate such trust from this wild leader. I do not trust. The Falcon replied coldly. Yet my tribe has been attacked, men slaughtered, women and children captured. I require your dragon to reclaim what has been lost. Rhaegar relented, promising, rest assured, once my dragon finds me, I shall avenge your tribe. I have kept my word. You must remember what you have said. The Falcon's words were interrupted as a dark arrow shot from the shadows, piercing his right eye with a swift hiss. Before Rhaegar's eyes, the bone arrow emerged from the back of the Falcon's skull, traversing through his head. Chapter 74. Grudges should not last overnight. What is it like to witness death firsthand? If Rhaegar were to answer, he would say, I do not know. Blood gushed from the falcon's head, staining half of his silver hair. Rhaegar felt no discomfort, nor fear, nor tremor. Wiping the splattered blood from his face, he quietly gazed at the corpse of the falcon, whose mouth had yet to close. Blinking, he turned his gaze towards the direction from which the bone arrow had come, beneath a towering pine tree, lush with needles. The exiled Sandor stood in the shade, maintaining a posture as if he were drawing a bow. Is he dead? After a prolonged silence, Rhaegar whispered, nudging the corpse of the falcon. This chieftain of the wild men was quite remarkable, possessing a level of reason and intelligence beyond that of the average savage. Even in his flight, he had remembered to protect him. Is this how it ends? All of you, stand up. That fellow is dead, and we must seek another escape route. Having slain the chief, Sandor hastened up the hillside, directing the few wild men who were yet unaware. It was only upon his prompting that they noticed the falcon lying in a pool of blood in the distance. Except for a tall wild man who lamented the falcon's fate and intended to take vengeance on Sandor, the others remained silent, their gazes scrutinizing Sandor. Drawing his bow, Sandor aimed at the tall wild man and, with a swift release of his bone arrow, struck him down instantly. Thereafter, he boldly stood before them, proclaiming, The falcon tribe is no more. Do you wish to wander aimlessly in these pine woods? Follow me. Let us seek refuge with the White Pine tribe, a stronger tribe free from curses. Sandor seduced the others to side with him. The wild men were not fools. Immediately, one voiced skepticism. We are mere remnants of the falcon tribe. Why should they harbor enemies? Sandor pointed to the stunned Rhaegar and expounded. His father is a king, possessing ample treasures. If we present him to the White Pine tribe, they will surely accept us. His reasoning was compelling, and several wild men wavered. Ultimately, Sandor personally bound Rhaegar tightly and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Let us go in search of the White Pine tribe and see if there are any stragglers. Sandor had evidently become the leader of the wild men. Rhaegar offered no resistance, allowing himself to be bound, silent as ever. His large, violet eyes remained fixed upon Sandor. Unblinking. Little cub, sending you away is our only path to survival, Sandor remarked, noticing his gaze, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Quite reasonable. I am indeed valuable. Rhaegar conceded. Then it would be wise for you to behave, lest I break your limbs. Rest assured, I will be obedient. As dusk fell, several wild men located many scattered companions, regardless of age or gender, who all joined the procession. Trembling, they made their way to the temporary encampment of the White Pine tribe. It was still that familiar valley. As they approached the outskirts, patrolling wild men discovered them, calling for reinforcements to capture the group. They re-entered the valley, where the air was thick with the scent of blood, and piles of corpses littered the ground, most of them belonging to the slaughtered members of the Falcon tribe. Rhaegar and Sandor, alongside a few wild men, were brought before the chieftain of the White Pine tribe. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed that the assault on the Falcon tribe was not solely the work of the White Pine tribe. Surrounding the chieftain by a campfire were 4 burly chieftains from different tribes. Observing the kneeling and pleading Sandor, the chief of the Bysong tribe regarded him with contempt, lacking even the inclination to inquire further, swiftly ordering the binding of his hands and feet. Pointing dismissively at Rhaegar, who had been unceremoniously cast to the forefront, he impatiently declared, This wretch shall be confined with the women and children. The others will remain for the sacrificial rites for the spirits. Sandor and his companions were denied even the opportunity to explain themselves, abruptly being dragged away amidst their cries, still clinging to the hope of offering Rhaegar as a means of salvation. However, the tribal leaders held no belief in their pleas, showing no interest in their words. They were merely a band of wild men from the mountains. Who among them had ever beheld the visage of a king? One could claim anything, yet it would hold no weight in their eyes. It was then that a burly chief, with a face marked by excess, took a fancy to Rhaegar's bracelet. Snatching it away without hesitation, Rhaegar opened his mouth to protest, but before he could utter a word, he was forcefully pushed to the ground. He fell heavily, landing hard. Yet he refrained from voicing his pain, silently resigning himself to his fate. Thus, Rhaegar was freed from his restraints and unceremoniously tossed into a pen surrounded by a cluster of captives, amidst this assemblage of women and children. His gaze quickly fell upon the Balerion siblings. At that moment, Balerion was covered in mud and filth, huddled in a corner with Taming. Upon spotting a familiar face, Rhaegar grimaced at the sharp pain in his abdomen and made his way over. It's you. Weren't you with Uncle Falcon? How did you end up here? Balerion, wary, quickly recognized him. Rhaegar, his expression troubled, murmured, Falcon was a good man, though his life was cut short. Uncle Falcon is dead, Balon exclaimed, disbelief evident in her voice. He was betrayed and ambushed while fleeing, Rhaegar replied, a hint of regret in his tone. It's over. If such a formidable man as Uncle Falcon has perished, we are surely doomed, Balon said, her head drooping in despair. There may yet be a turn of fortune, Rhaegar encouraged gently, then turned to inquire. These wild men intend to offer the traitors to the spirits. Is that your tradition? I overheard those who captured me mention that the surrounding tribes have been besieged by monsters, and they believe it to be the spirits' doing. Hence their decision to capture others for sacrifice. Taming, who was crouching on the ground, spoke fearfully. Rhaegar nodded, opting not to press the matter further. He silently moved to a different corner and sat down to contemplate his next steps for survival. The Yushun tribe had proven ineffectual, and the clustered tribes in the valley seemed equally dim-witted. Sighing, he resolved to remain still and patient. Nightfall descended. The victorious wild men indulged in revelry, igniting bonfires and releasing their pent-up emotions from the day's slaughter. It was not until midnight that silence enveloped the area, as men slept entwined with women, and mothers cradled their children, all slumbering heavily. A gust of wind swept through the valley, dispersing the foul stench of the wild men's gathering. Rhaegar opened his eyes and gazed quietly at the dim night sky. The time had come. With a whispered resolve, he rose from the ground, surveying the frightened women and children who lay awake, and made his way to the edge of the enclosure. A few wild men stood guard by the fence. As the night grew late, the weary sentinels began to succumb to drowsiness, slacking in their vigilance. Rhaegar, slender in stature and clad in a black dragon-riding outfit, adeptly melded into the shadows of the night. He stealthily slipped through the tattered fence and cautiously ventured outward. Within the valley roamed patrolling wild men, moving in pairs. Rhaegar deftly evaded their gaze and approached a steep cliff where Sandor and his companions were imprisoned. He surveyed them, each one battered, limbs severed, tongues extracted, bound tightly to the ground. Rhaegar seized a medium-sized iron axe from a nearby flickering campfire and approached the unconscious Sandor, who was losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. He raised the axe, aiming at Sandor's head, but hesitated and lowered it. Then he targeted Sandor's neck, only to hesitate once more and lower it again. Gently, he kicked Sandor's head and whispered, "Hey, wake up." As he increased the force of his kicks, Sandor was jolted from his stupor, eyes wide with fear and trembling, his incoherent murmurs escaping his lips. "Look at me, Sandor," Rhaegar urged, pulling him from his terror. Startled, Sandor raised his head and beheld the solitary figure of Rhaegar. "It's you." But before he could finish, Rhaegar swung the axe down violently, striking his neck. The artery severed, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across Rhaegar's side. Lowering his gaze, Rhaegar quietly mused, "You and the Falcon each have a share. This attire has been tarnished." With that, he continued his grim task. Chapter 75. The Return of the Dragon with Relentless Blows. Rhaegar seemed tireless until blood pooled around him and a severed head tumbled away. Taking a life with his own hands left Rhaegar with an indescribable feeling, ultimately unsettling. This axe felt heavy yet fitting in his grip. Murmuring softly, he discarded the axe and picked up the bloodied head. This was merely an appetizer for the night. He had many more tasks ahead. This time, he did not shy away from the patrolling wild men's gaze, boldly striding into the heart of the camp. A group of patrolling wild men immediately noticed him and surrounded him with weapons drawn. "Halt, brat." At the command, several wild men swaggered forward, their eyes gleaming with malice. A little pest who slipped out would go unnoticed even in death. Rhaegar regarded them quietly and calmly declared, "Fools, you ought to show some respect to a Targaryen." "Huh, the damned little bastard. I'll have my fun with you." A gaunt, grotesque wild man cackled, brandishing a stone spear as he approached. Rhaegar did not flinch but pointed skyward. "Look up here." The wild men, bewildered, instinctively raised their gazes. With a low hum, in the pitch-black night, a pair of colossal green lights flared, resembling two clusters of eerie ghostly flames. The wild men came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. Suddenly, a green light flickered faintly, and the night sky, resembling a vast curtain, trembled in response. It was only at this moment that they realized the inky darkness above was not merely the night, but a colossal creature, as black as coal. At that very instant, the beast lowered its head, scrutinizing every living being within the valley. As they finally discerned the enormity of the creature, the wild men's pupils dilated, their bodies trembled, and one by one, they knelt, discarding their weapons and crying out in panic. "It's going to eat him." As Rhaegar passed by the emaciated wild man, he softly pronounced his judgment. With a guttural roar, the glutton lowered its head, and a fetid gust of wind sent it crashing backward. Accompanied by the sickening sound of crunching bones, it devoured its prey. It has returned. Rhaegar's dragon, the greatest wild dragon of Dragonstone Island, has come back to its master. When Rhaegar was captured during the day, the glutton sensed the danger threatening its dragon rider and returned of its own accord. Rhaegar had also established a connection with the glutton, patiently awaiting its return. All the restraint shown during the day was for this moment of vengeance. He is the true dragon. He has conquered the great beast. Now, Rhaegar shall ride with his dragon, incinerating the irreverent with Dragonfyre. Beneath the cloak of night, the glutton's dark form lay in wait, allowing the young prince to ascend its back. After 2 days and nights apart, man and dragon reunited. Rhaegar looked down at the wild men below, his expression unyielding, his eyes cold as ice. As the glutton's massive feet strode past them, Rhaegar's indifferent voice resounded. Go summon your leader. I shall await them here. Perched high upon the dragon's back, he commanded the remaining patrolling wild men without turning back. The pitiful creatures, already terrified by the sight of their companions being devoured, were further unnerved by Rhaegar's voice, as if a demon had whispered. They scrambled to their feet, scattering in fear. Rhaegar did not intervene. Through their cries, the entire camp awakened, converging towards the center. Soon, a ragtag assembly of disheveled wild men armed with weapons surged forth. Upon seeing Rhaegar and his glutton, they halted abruptly, too afraid to cross the threshold of Rhaegar's wrath. Such a monstrous beast. The timid among them felt their knees weaken, their thoughts of rebellion vanishing. As the leader of the wild men, several burly figures he had encountered during the day stood at the forefront, dwarf-like ants beneath the dragoness feet. Gazing up at Rhaegar in terror, Rhaegar's gaze swept over them, remaining silent. Finally, his eyes locked onto the wild man leader who had shoved him. It was you. Wasn't he it? Rhaegar tilted his head, disregarding the wild man who had nearly frightened him away, pointing at one among them, a wild man with a face full of coarse features. Rhaegar remembered him. He was the one who had snatched his bracelet. What? The wild chieftain, pointed at by him, spoke with difficulty, shrinking back in humility. You have taken my possession. Return it to me. Rhaegar waved his hand casually, uttering these words flatly. The chieftain, upon hearing this, reacted swiftly, seizing a female wildling from behind and hastily extracting a silver-gray bracelet from a leather pouch. With a thud, he knelt before Rhaegar, presenting it with both hands in reverence. Your item. Rhaegar remained unmoved, instead tossing the head of Sandor at the chieftain's feet, murmuring softly, This is for you. Clean it thoroughly and use it as a drinking vessel. The wild chieftain readily acquiesced, staring vacantly at the severed head, paralyzed with fear. Rhaegar patted the back of the devourer, saying, Assist me, my friend. With a fierce roar, the devourer intimidated the assembly of wildlings, compelling them to kneel. However, it refrained from unleashing Dragonfyre. Its elongated tail extended from behind, ensnaring the wild chieftain and drawing him forth to Rhaegar's side. Rhaegar took the bracelet, dismissively waving his hand. The devourer flicked its tail, sending the chieftain crashing to the ground, rolling away and losing consciousness. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Your survival is in your own hands. Rhaegar glanced at him with indifference. As Rhaegar surveyed the wildlings below once more, the devourer sensed his intent. It raised its head in a roar, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire that illuminated half the valley, raising the temperature around them. This display shattered the wildlings' psychological defenses, causing them to collectively kneel, discarding their weapons in terror and reverence, crying out to their deities, the fire god. Rhaegar, unperturbed, coldly commanded, Who is the leader of the White Pine tribe? Step forward. His voice, though not loud, eclipsed the cacophony of the crowd. The wildlings whispered among themselves, propelled by fear, pushing the leader of the White Pine tribe into view. He was a robust young wildling, his visage stern. Rhaegar's expression remained unchanged as he inquired, There are many tribes that have attacked the Falcon tribe. Who orchestrated this? It was I. We gathered here due to the curse of the malevolent spirit. The chieftain of the White Pine tribe gritted his teeth, suppressing his terror to respond. Excellent. I commend your honesty. Rhaegar praised him lightly, stroking the devourer's back, and coolly stated, Dragonfyre. The wildlings, unable to comprehend High Balerion, gazed at Rhaegar in bewilderment. In the next instant, the green dragonfire surged forth. With a ferocious roar, the devourer engulfed the chieftain of the White Pine tribe in flames. In a mere moment, flesh and blood were reduced to ash, completely incinerated. Rhaegar kept his head lowered, not witnessing the scene. Killing a man was a simple task, yet he despised the sensation it evoked. Nevertheless, he had promised the falcon that he would avenge his tribe. A Targaryen's word is his bond. Run. Quickly flee. This demon incarnate rides a monster, come to annihilate us. The Dragonfyre had awakened the ferocity in a portion of the crowd. They lacked the courage to attack Rhaegar and the Devourer, hastily picking up their weapons and fleeing. Rhaegar observed this scene with an impassive gaze, his lips parting slightly. Dragonfyre. With a hiss, the Devourer unfurled its wings and ascended, casting its colossal shadow over the fleeing wildlings. Its throat brewed the Dragonfyre. Amidst the terrified screams, in mere moments, none of the escapees survived. The Devourer, feeling distinctly bored, circled above the valley, disdainfully regarding the stinking little insects below. In that moment, the wildling's vulnerability was magnified infinitely. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the dragon, the survivors could only kneel in supplication, pleading for mercy. Rhaegar, mounted upon the dragon's back, soared through the night sky, surveying the chaos below. Truth be told, he could not comprehend the wildling's speech. They were a disheveled group. Although they spoke the common tongue, their accents varied greatly. To his ears, it sounded merely like a cacophony of strange calls. Rhaegar reveled in the night breeze caressing his face, finding immense solace in his inner tranquility. The Devourer circled the valley for 2 complete rotations, freely unleashing Dragonfyre to vent its rider's emotions. After a while, Rhaegar regained his focus. Casting a sidelong glance at the multitude of wildlings kneeling submissively below, he commanded, "Bring the members of the Peregrine tribe safely, and detain all from the White Pine tribe." "Yes, Lord Deity, we are at your service," they responded in unison. At that moment, whether a wildling chief or a mere brute, they all bowed repeatedly. Under the expansive wings of the great dragon, all beings were equal. Rhaegar gestured towards the charred corpses scattered across the ground, his displeasure evident. "Collect the bodies. We shall burn them together later." Chapter 76, The Indestructible Shadow. Rhaegar's youthful voice resonated like a supreme edict, and none dared to disregard it. Some bolder wildlings rose from the ground, trembling as they gazed at the dragon above. They crouched low to gather the remains that had not been entirely consumed by flames. In this moment, Rhaegar's spirits soared, and he remained engaged. He pointed to several other wildling chiefs and languidly inquired, "Introduce yourselves and explain why you have gathered here." He was indifferent to their names, but held great interest in the curses spoken of by the wildlings. The Peregrine tribe had lost many to a shadowy creature. He had seen the bodies. It was highly likely that these wildling tribes had similarly fallen victim to the same monstrous entity, compelled to band together for warmth. He sought clarity on the matter of the curse. "Lord Deity, your faithful servant is named Gland, Sunshine, Trangel," stammered the indicated wildling chief, trembling like a lamb as he complied. A total of 5 wildling tribes had gathered in the valley, excluding the chief of the White Pine tribe, who perished in the Dragonfyre, and that wildling chief who had been thrown aside. The remaining 3 were present. Rhaegar signaled for the Devourer to descend, its massive form stirring a cloud of dust. The wildlings struggled to open their eyes against the gust. Rhaegar called upon one wildling chief to question him about the so-called curse. The bearded wild man named Trangel spoke in trepidation. "The curse emanates from the shadows, silently claiming the lives of the free folk. It cannot be killed or captured. Our only recourse is to offer living sacrifices." Indeed, it was a creature of shadows. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "How many curses are there? Does each of your tribes bear one?" "There is but a singular curse," Trangel replied. "It prowls through the darkness of the swamps and pine forests, seeking suitable prey." "Have you witnessed with your own eyes those who were slain by the shadows?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow. "Yes, many have seen the curse emerge from the shadows to extinguish the lives of the living. It appeared to be some form of grotesque beast." Rhaegar pondered silently, realizing the gravity of the situation. A murderous creature traversing the shadows is a terrifying presence anywhere, and now it lingered solely on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Who could say whether it would spread to the mainland? With a dragon at his side, Rhaegar could not afford to remain idle. After a moment, Fursky returned with captives from the Falcon tribe. The wild men from the White Pine tribe were also brought forth, kneeling in submission. After a brief contemplation, Rhaegar coldly commanded, "Bring forth those traitors, lure out the shadow creature. I must gauge the weight of this monster. Are you not afraid of Dragonfyre?" The wild men, devoid of humanity, promptly obeyed the order and fetched the traitors, including the decapitated Sander. From the back of his dragon, Rhaegar observed as the wild men bound the traitors to a tree, extinguishing the surrounding campfires, leaving only a patch of shadow. What remained was a silent anticipation. According to the tribal leaders, the shadow creature visited nearly every night, claiming lives from the tribe, instilling a pervasive sense of dread throughout. Ultimately, they chose to ally themselves, 5 small tribes merging into one larger entity. They launched attacks on neighboring tribes, pillaging resources and abducting people. Though they spoke not of it, Rhaegar understood they were using captives for their so-called sacrifices to avert the curse from claiming those within the alliance. As time slipped away, around 2 a.m, a multitude of kneeling wild men hung their heads low, anxious about the fate that awaited them. Rhaegar lay upon the back of the voracious beast, his taut nerves beginning to ease, though he felt weary. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. Rhaegar jolted upright, scanning the direction from whence the sound emerged. It was not from the shadow of the bound captives, but from among the wild men of the White Pine tribe. Rhaegar rose, straining to see. He beheld a male wild man sprawled on the ground, as writhing black tendrils slithered from the shadow beneath him, ensnaring him tightly. Beside him lay a corpse, blood oozing from every orifice. Everyone, stand back. Rhaegar dispelled the surrounding savages, urging the Devourer forward, and commanded, Dragonfyre. The Devourer, loathing the shadowy mass before it, hesitated. Upon hearing its master's command, it shook off its reluctance and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards the shadows. With a thunderous roar, the Dragonfyre descended, igniting the gloom with an eerie green blaze that banished much of the darkness. As the flames subsided, only a charred expanse remained, marked by deep craters. The shadowy creature was nowhere to be seen. Not incinerated? Rhaegar pondered, his gaze darting about. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the direction of the Falcon tribe's wildlings. Rhaegar turned to see tendrils extending from the shadows, ensnaring several wild women and their children. Before Rhaegar could command another blast of Dragonfyre, the tendrils invaded their ears, noses, and mouths, siphoning away their very lives. Staring in astonishment at the shadowy entity, Rhaegar made a startling observation. With each life extinguished, the shadows on the ground grew more pronounced, and the tendrils lengthened ominously. Dragonfyre. Without time to ponder further, Rhaegar hastily directed the Devourer to unleash another torrent of flames. This time, the shadow creature failed to claim the lives of those ensnared in its grasp. As it recoiled back into the darkness, it was struck by the Dragonfyre. The mass of shadows on the ground writhed violently, as if reeling from a grievous blow. It attempted to approach Rhaegar, only to be scattered by the Devourer's flames. With a piercing shriek, it vanished into the nearby shadows. What manner of creature is this? Rhaegar's eyes widened in disbelief. The Devourer's Dragonfyre was formidable, surpassing that of most adult dragons, capable of melting stone. Yet, this creature had withstood the flames and retreated into the shadows. It was exceedingly strange, perhaps the most bizarre unknown entity he had ever encountered. However, the sight of the Dragonfyre repelling the shadow creature had deeply unsettled the wildlings. The ignorant savages fell to their knees, crying out for divine salvation. Irritated by their clamor, Rhaegar signaled the Devourer to roar and silence their cries, commanding sternly, I am not a deity, I am a Targaryen. Be silent. Among the crowd, Balerion grasped Tommen's hand, her eyes gleaming with admiration and awe as she looked at Rhaegar. Upon hearing his denial of divinity, she eagerly chimed in, You ride a dragon. You are the Dragon King. Her fervent shout was soon echoed by the wildlings, chanting Dragon King. Dragon King. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at Balerion, who had initiated the fervor, raising an eyebrow. He was a descendant of the Dragon King, not the Dragon King himself. Nonetheless, Dragon King was a far more flattering title than that of a mere deity. As he surveyed the crowd of subservient and fearful wildlings, a contemplative glint flickered in his eyes. He had vowed to avenge the Falcon tribe. Clearly, a single wildling chief would not suffice. Previously, he had contemplated incinerating everything in sight. Now, a new thought emerged. The shadow creature was an anomaly. It had just attempted to attack Rhaegar and had likely set its sights on him. Rhaegar would not permit the existence of threats, nor could he allow such a monstrous entity that devours the essence of life to remain in the world. To vanquish the shadow creature, the valiant efforts of these wild men would be indispensable. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Rhaegar proclaimed with conviction, The curse has taken root in the Crabclaw Peninsula, plundering your lives and forcing you into perpetual migration, leaving you unable to live in peace. I am the firstborn of the king, the Prince of Targaryen, commanding the fiercest wild dragon in existence, wielding flames that can incinerate all. Submit to me, and I shall protect you from the ravages of the curse. Serve me, and I will harness the might of the great dragon to eradicate the curse, uprooting fear itself. Chapter 77. Conquering the Peninsula. Rhaegar's voice, though youthful, resonated with authority, though his slender frame lacked intimidation. Yet beneath him lay a colossal dragon, as formidable as a mountain. All the wild men could do was look up to him. Upon hearing his voice, the wild men surrendered, kneeling before the towering figure of the glutton. With the situation tilting in his favor, Rhaegar continued, Since you have pledged your allegiance to me, You shall execute my commands with utmost precision. Otherwise, the dragon's wrath shall be upon you." The foremost wild leaders appeared fervent, showing no trace of the resistance or hatred that often accompanies conquest. Wild men are still men. They understand the principle of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. The curse threatens their lives, while the dragon's flames promise salvation. In the presence of the fearsome dragon, the disorganized and undisciplined wild men hasten to show their loyalty, eager to follow a stronger leader. Gaining their admiration, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, feeling an unfamiliar sensation swell within him. After a moment's reflection, he issued his first command. The shadow creature will attack each wild tribe before it matures. You shall unite all wild tribes under my leadership and conquer the peninsula. This was a spur-of-the-moment strategy. By gathering all the wild men, any future assault by the shadow creature would be exposed within Rhaegar's sight. There would come a time when the dragon's flames would strike. Upon hearing the call to conquer the peninsula and defeat all wild tribes, the wild men erupted in fervor, cheering with enthusiasm, eager to embark on their quest that very night. For these warriors, who had long been embroiled in conflict, there was no greater joy than conquest and companionship. The following day, Rhaegar summoned several wild leaders to instruct them to manage their tribes diligently. The White Pine tribe, having lost their leader, elected a new chief, collectively naming themselves the Crab Claw, signifying their allegiance to Rhaegar as his vassals, each leading their respective kin. The valley was chosen as their stronghold, a prudent decision. Rhaegar commanded that women and children remain in the valley, assigning 100 wild warriors to stand guard. With 5 wild tribes, there were over 3,000 individuals. But upon excluding those unable to fight, merely a little over 1,000 warriors remained capable of wielding arms. For Rhaegar, this was sufficient. These 1,000 would disperse across the marshes and pine forests, seeking the wild tribes that dwelled upon the peninsula. Upon discovering a new wild tribe, Rhaegar would command the Devourer to circle above them twice. In a mere span of 5 days, Rhaegar, riding his dragon, traversed the eastern expanse of the Crab Claw Peninsula, subduing several small tribes and amassing a multitude of savages, numbering in the thousands. At the edge of a fetid swamp, Rhaegar sat within a hastily erected tent of animal hides and inquired, "How many have we integrated today?" In response, a figure clad in a freshly donned linen robe, the azure-hued Balerion, reported the latest count, over 2,000 in total, with merely 800 capable of combat. It was undeniable that the strategy employed by the wild tribes across the peninsula was remarkably simplistic. Rhaegar exerted little effort. Occasionally, he would intimidate disobedient tribes with his dragon, while during the rest of the time, he awaited the Crab Claw's arrangements for manpower. Balerion continued, "You have traversed all the tribes in the eastern peninsula. However, the western peninsula is home to noble castles, and we dare not act recklessly." Rhaegar dismissed this concern with a casual air, remarking that the nobles of the peninsula must also pledge fealty to the Iron Throne. The conquest of the peninsula lacked the anticipated thrill. It felt more akin to child's play. A throng of ignorant savages knelt in surrender without the Devourer even needing to unleash its fiery breath. At that moment, the tent flaps were thrown open, and a tall figure strode in. "My prince, the leader of the White Crow tribe, has refused to submit. I have taken his head and present it to you." One of the first to pledge allegiance, the kneeling Trangel, reverently held forth a bloodied head. Their meetings with Rhaegar were frequent, yet he forbade them from addressing him as the Dragon King, insisting they refer to him simply as Prince. The Crab Claws took pride in this distinction, believing it set them apart from common savages. Rhaegar frowned, disliking the sight before him. "Take it away and burn it. Do not present such bloody trophies before me." Were it not for the need to eradicate the shadow creatures, he would have preferred to avoid the company of these dim-witted fools altogether. How dare they show such things to someone of my age? Trangel scratched his head and muttered, "Prince, the integration of the White Crow tribe is complete. There are no other tribes in the eastern peninsula." After a night's rest, they would march westward. Rhaegar had already contemplated the route. "Very well, Prince," Trangel affirmed, thumping his chest before departing. Balerion hesitated, cautioning, "Our provisions are dwindling, prey is insufficient, and the valley is overcrowded with burdens. If this continues, we shall face starvation. How much longer can we endure?" Rhaegar straightened his posture. "At most 3 days." 3 days? Balerion replied succinctly. "Ah, with thousands to feed daily. How did you manage before?" Rhaegar sighed, acknowledging his responsibility for conquest while lacking knowledge in logistics. Balerion responded with resignation. "Tormund and I were taken in by Uncle Falcon 6 months ago, and for most of that time, we have struggled to find enough to eat. We must migrate westward swiftly to resolve the shadow creature issue." Rhaegar, his brow furrowed with concern, asked, "Have the shadow creatures made an appearance?" "No. It seems the monster is aware of our search and has concealed itself, Balerion stated earnestly. 2 days later, on a desolate mountain path, a long procession of wild men journeyed westward. A colossal black dragon soared through the clouds above, its expansive wings casting shadows over vast stretches of land. Following the unification of the Eastern Peninsula, Rhaegar led the wild men in a grand migration. He was not foolish enough to bring everyone along, the elderly, the weak, and half of the wild warriors remained in the Eastern Peninsula, relying on hunting for sustenance. The remaining half of the wild warriors carried enough provisions for 3 days and accompanied him westward. Over 20 crab-claw leaders, totaling more than 2,300 individuals, were insufficient for a war renowned across the continent. Yet, on this barren peninsula, an extraordinary armed force had begun to take shape. Along the way, they encountered several minor noble factions, deeply rooted in their valleys for generations. Although they bore noble titles, they were equally impoverished. When the wings of the glutton swept over their dwellings, these minor nobles emerged from their abodes to pledge their loyalty to the prince. Unfortunately, loyalty held little value. Rhaegar requested a loan of provisions. Upon learning it was for the wild men, their attitude changed swiftly. Even with Rhaegar's promise of double repayment, they remained miserly. Ultimately, it was only through the demonstration of the glutton that they managed to secure a meager supply of food. Kill. Slay the lackeys of the Blend family, those wretched klebs. Annihilate them. Soaring through the skies, Rhaegar crossed an expanse of open land and heard the chaotic sounds of combat. Glutton, let us descend and investigate, Rhaegar urged, patting the dragon's back as they lowered their altitude. Below, a large group of soldiers, armed with iron tools, was embroiled in a melee. These soldiers lacked proper armor, most clad in coarse linen garments. The weapons they wielded were outdated, lacking the discipline of a regular army. Rhaegar surveyed the tumultuous scene. The combatants were fiercely engaged, charging forward recklessly. Some soldiers donned as farmers wielded only hoes and hammers, yet they shattered their enemies' skulls with brutal effectiveness. Rhaegar glanced around and noticed banners erected on either side of the clearing. One depicted the marsh marigold, the other a skeletal figure hanging from a dead tree. Chapter 78. The loyalty of the klebs. The clash intensified, reaching a boiling point, with knights directing the battles beneath each respective banner. Upon seeing these two flags, Rhaegar immediately recalled the peninsula's two most prominent noble families, the Blend family of Fearhole Castle and the klebs of Whispering Castle. These two families were the only ones on the peninsula to have established castles, maintaining their family dignity despite being labeled semi-wild men. Particularly, the klebs had once boasted members among the Imperial Iron Guard and the royal court, enjoying a period of great prestige. How had these two families come to blows? Rhaegar pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. In the face of such dire poverty, it is imperative to prioritize the cultivation of wealth rather than indulge in chaotic conflicts. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar refrained from impulsive actions, choosing instead to remain atop the dragon's back and observe. Once war erupts, animosity spreads like wildfire, and mere words cannot quell it. When the skirmish below reaches its peak, Rhaegar will intervene to persuade the mutually wounded half-wild clans. The turmoil continues unabated, with both sides engulfed in a ferocious battle, the air filled with shouts and cries. For half an hour, the melee raged on, gradually exhausting the combatants. Rhaegar's horde of wildlings arrived from the rear, surrounding the battlefield. This encirclement was orchestrated by Rhaegar, as he endeavored to command and organize the war. Though still youthful, familiarity with such matters was advantageous. Rhaegar recognized that the moment had come to make his presence known. He gently patted the back of the Devourer, signaling it to descend from the heavens. With a resounding roar, the Devourer broke through the clouds, casting a shadow over the battlefield like a looming storm. In an instant, the soldiers caught in the fray were swept away by a fierce wind, thrown into disarray. Before the commanders could issue commands, the Devourer circled above, unleashing a display of emerald flames. A dragon. How could there be a dragon on the peninsula? Flee. What manner of beast is this? The mere appearance of the great dragon threw the battlefield into utter chaos. Soldiers, gripped by terror, gazed up at the Devourer, discarding their armor in frantic flight. However, those who attempted to escape found themselves cornered by the wildlings stationed at the periphery. The wildling army, led by the crustaceans, constricted their encirclement, provoking the fleeing soldiers with wild shrieks. The time had come. Rhaegar guided the Devourer to land in a clearing, his figure now exposed to the eyes of both commanders. Upon noticing a figure atop the dragon, both sides were taken aback. Chapter 79. The Shadowed Land. The prince, having been met with refusal, was about to speak further when he was interrupted by a young man nearby. Old Sam, the prince has no regard for your aged bones. Do not trouble the young sovereign. This individual, clad in black, was the Lord of Fear's Hollow. He too knelt, proclaiming loudly, Wellsbrun pays his respects to the prince, offering sincere blessings. Sam's face darkened with anger, and he disdainfully turned away with a huff. Rise, both of you. Rhaegar cast a glance at the haughty Wells and gestured for them to stand. With the key individuals assembled, he wasted no time on pleasantries and inquired. I do not wish to involve myself in the quarrels of the peninsula's nobility. I have come for a singular purpose. Might you have heard of or encountered an unnatural shadow creature? None, my prince. Wells replied bluntly. Sam's expression shifted, and he hesitated before saying, Your Highness, I have indeed heard of such a creature. Rhaegar's spirits lifted, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected lead. Sam cast a sidelong glance at Wells and continued in a grave tone. A fortnight ago, a merchant vessel was caught in a storm in the narrow sea and ran aground on the peninsula's shores. The patrolling soldiers of Whispering Fort discovered a cargo ship along the coast and summoned individuals to board for inspection. The vessel, however, was desolate, devoid of stranded sailors or transported goods. As the soldiers disembarked in disappointment, a creature lurking in the shadows launched an assault, resulting in the demise of 3 men. Wells interjected once more, asserting that ship was engaged in trade with Terror Hollow. It was plundered and left empty across the narrow sea. In your narrative, it has transformed into a vessel bereft of both crew and cargo. Silence yourself. Rhaegar admonished sternly, warning, Lord Wells, I did not solicit your opinion. Remain quiet. Taken aback by the reprimand, Wells, who appeared merely a boy, was surprised by the prince's indignation. He hesitated, opening his mouth before lowering his gaze in uncertainty. With a huff, Rhaegar turned to Sam and urged, Continue. Sam shook his head, stating, The information I possess is limited to these events. Thereafter, the Bren family accused us of raiding the cargo ship and dispatched individuals to seize farmland within the domain of Whispering Fort. Rhaegar placed a hand on his forehead, realizing that despite numerous inquiries, little of substance had been gleaned. At least, he had unearthed the origins of the shadow creature. He consoled himself and then inquired of Wells, whose expression was grim. You claim the cargo ship traded with Terror Hollow. Do you know its route and origins? Wells replied in a subdued tone. The ship set sail from Cays, passing through Slave Bay, the Stone Steps Isles, and the Free Trade City-States, occasionally traversing Crab Bay on its return, exchanging goods with Seagull Town and Terror Hollow. Cays, nestled against the Red Wastes and bordering the Shadowlands. The connection between the two raised Rhaegar's suspicions regarding the shadow creature. Sam cautioned, Your Highness, the Shadowlands are an enigmatic territory perpetually engulfed in darkness. Home to Shadowbinders and Blood Sorcerers, a place rife with fear and chaos. Perhaps, Rhaegar contemplated, but the Shadowlands lie too far from Westeros for pursuit. He then addressed Sam. My lord, in the Western Peninsula, shadow creatures ruthlessly slay wildlings, growing stronger through the harvest of life. My journey upon Dragonback was undertaken to eradicate this menace. The Kleb family stands ready to heed your command, should you require assistance. Sam raised his hand to his chest, his demeanor earnest, still harboring aspirations of following Rhaegar. Rhaegar nodded and turned his gaze towards Wells. Wells surveyed Sam and the nearby encamped wildlings, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes, as he replied, Prince, you ought not to heed old Sam's singular perspective. He seeks to deny the facts of the cargo ship's plunder and deceive you. Thus, does Lord Wells deem my first-hand account of the shadow creature as mere fabrication? Rhaegar narrowed his eyes. Not at all. I merely believe that at your tender age, it is prudent to distance yourself from wildlings, a people akin to uncivilized beasts, Wells responded coolly. Enough, Lord Wells. Rhaegar's expression turned serious as he declared, The shadow creature is indeed real. It is devouring life to grow stronger. The residents of the peninsula must cast aside their prejudices and unite to eradicate it. With all due respect, I have never encountered this so-called shadow creature, and I have no desire to collaborate with a band of savages and enemies, Wells retorted, his youthful bravado evident. Rhaegar scoffed and waved him off, saying, Then you may take your leave. Prince, heed my advice. Wells attempted to interject, but Rhaegar interrupted him directly. Go on, Lord Wells, return to your castle. Until the shadow creature is dealt with, refrain from instigating conflict, Rhaegar urged impatiently, eager to rid himself of the disdainful gaze that belittled his age. Wells, indignant, looked directly at Rhaegar, opening his mouth to speak. The glutton sensed the rider's annoyance and let out a low growl, its foul saliva splattering over Wells, drenching him, choking on the putrid liquid that invaded his mouth. Wells clutched his throat, the heat and stench overwhelming him. Take him away, Rhaegar directed towards the commander of the Fearhole Fortress. Apologies, my lord, That was not the intent. The commander said as he grasped Wells and began to retreat, offering his regrets. They swiftly gathered the remaining troops and fled the area, ensuring the complete withdrawal of Fearhole Fortress personnel. Sam glanced at the sky and extended an invitation to Rhaegar. Prince, might I inquire if you would grace Whispering Castle with your presence? The Clave family would be honored to prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the suggestion. After days of enduring the elements on Crabclaw Peninsula, he longed for comfort. Had it not been for his thirst for conquest and obsession with the shadow creature, he would have already returned to Dragonstone on his dragon. With a smile, Rhaegar replied, I appreciate your generosity, Lord Sam. Pausing, he hesitated before adding, if there are any surplus provisions at Whispering Castle, I hope they could be offered to the free folk warriors. Upon my return to King's Landing, I shall repay them double. Sam, rubbing his hands behind his back and glancing at the throng of wildlings outside, felt a strong reluctance. However, the prospect of gaining the prince's friendship encouraged him to consider the request. After a moment of contemplation, Sam nodded, no problem. Whispering Castle will provide food for the wildlings for 3 days, though any more would stretch our resources thin. Rhaegar, leading over 2,000 able-bodied men, understood that their daily consumption would not be trivial. For a modest family like the Claves, 3 days' worth of provisions was a substantial contribution. That will suffice. I am grateful for your kindness, my lord. With the food issue temporarily resolved, Rhaegar exhaled in relief. His impression of Sam Clave significantly improved. Chapter 8. Fearhole Fortress. The following day, Rhaegar awoke in a soft featherbed, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his eyes. The prince, Lord Sam, awaits your breakfast in the guest hall. The melodious voice of a maid resonated from outside the elegantly adorned stone bedroom. I understand, replied Rhaegar, rising from his slumber with a hint of weariness. The previous night, he had once again been plagued by dreams, visions of Rhaenyra weeping incessantly, grasping his hand while expressing her deep concerns for his well-being. He also dreamt of his father, the king, whose typically affable demeanor had transformed into one of unbridled rage for the first time. The king had punished many, severing their heads and displaying them upon the shores of Dragonstone as a grim warning. Do not worry, I shall return soon, Rhaegar murmured to himself, resolved to confront the shadow creature before hastily making his way back to Dragonstone. As Rhaegar pushed open the grand door, he beheld a young girl clad in a silk gown standing nearby. Miss Aella, you need not have come to inform me personally. She was one of Lord Sam's numerous daughters, and Rhaegar had yet to reach an age where he could appreciate such attentiveness. Aella smiled gently, responding, It is a duty entrusted by my father. I hope you do not mind. Not at all. You are far too courteous, Rhaegar replied with a smile. Lord Sam clearly possessed the art of flattery. The previous evening, he had organized a modest family dinner in Rhaegar's honor. The meal was ample and devoid of the clamor typically associated with guests, leaving Rhaegar thoroughly satisfied with both the repast and his accommodations. The two descended the staircase to the guest hall, where Sam was already seated at the dining table, awaiting them. My prince, Sam stood and greeted him with a smile. Rhaegar returned the gesture, motioning for him to sit before taking a seat opposite him. While partaking in the simple yet exquisite breakfast, Rhaegar inquired, Lord Sam, have you contemplated my proposal from last night? Sam paused for a moment before responding earnestly. The shadow creature poses a threat to the peninsula, and the Clave family stands ready to fight alongside you. Unlike the wildlings of the western peninsula, the eastern region is governed by the Bronn and Clave families, where the space for wildlings is limited. To hunt the shadow creature and rally the scattered wildlings, the assistance of both families is indispensable. Rhaegar, well-versed in historical tomes, recognized the significance of allying with local nobility. While the Bronn family had been ousted, the Clave family presented an excellent collaborative opportunity. Sam, evidently, would not decline the prince's request and readily accepted. As breakfast concluded, Rhaegar remained uncertain about how to command the forces to vanquish the shadow creature. Sam provided a suggestion. The derelict ship where the shadow creature first appeared still lies stranded on the beach. Previously, we could not approach it. However, with you riding your dragon, we may attempt to investigate. After a brief contemplation, Rhaegar concurred. Let us proceed as you suggest, Lord Sam. With the plan established, 100 well-equipped soldiers were assembled within Whispering Fortress, and Sam personally led the expedition. Rhaegar mounted the Devourer, soaring above them, while the wildling forces remained temporarily without purpose. Encamped in the wilderness, the Whispering Fortress stands gracefully by the sea, not far from the sandy shores. After an hour's journey, they arrive at the beach, where a derelict cargo ship lies stranded in the distance. Devourer, descend, commands Rhaegar, upon sighting the forsaken vessel. The ship, battered by storms and scorched by the sun, has fallen into disrepair. Its bow is raised high, and its mast is splintered. Sam dispatches 10 soldiers to search the wreck, pairing them in twos, instructing them to call out immediately if they encounter danger. However, after a thorough exploration, the 10 soldiers return unscathed, reporting that the ship is utterly devoid of anything of interest. Disappointment flickers between Rhaegar and Sam as they exchange glances. They decide to return to the Whispering Fortress and await news from the wild men. Rhaegar gives the order for the dragon to take flight once more. Realizing that a mere search would not ensnare the shadowy beast, a bait must be used to lure it out. Back at the Whispering Fortress, the Devourer soars in. As it lands, Rhaegar notices a messenger on a white horse being obstructed at the outer gate. The messenger is fervently attempting to plead his case, but the guards show no leniency, pushing him away. Hold on. From where do you hail, messenger? Rhaegar inquires with curiosity. Upon seeing Rhaegar descend from the dragon, the messenger breaks free from the guards, urgently exclaiming, Prince, I am a knight from the Terror Pit Fortress. You must read this letter. The Bren family of the Terror Pit? Rhaegar furrows his brow, questioning the purpose of the message. What news does Wells have? I informed him of the temporary truce on the peninsula. Lord Wells has passed away. The messenger's face is filled with sorrow as he kneels. What? Rhaegar blinks in disbelief, momentarily thinking he misheard. The messenger continues, after parting ways with you yesterday, Lord Wells returned to the castle in a fit of rage, and no one dared approach him. This morning, a maid entered to attend him, only to discover him lifeless in bed. What of his appearance? Was it an assassination? Rhaegar senses a looming danger. The messenger explains, there were no external injuries on Lord Wells' body. After examination by the scholar, it was determined that blunt force had penetrated his mouth, nose, and ears, causing damage to his brain. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar immediately realizes that it must be the work of the shadowy creature. Not on the wreck, but instead targeting that fool Wells, he murmurs softly. The shadowy creature had previously only assaulted wild tribes, but now that these tribes have been united and fortified, it has resorted to slaying a noble lord. This is a perilous signal, indicating that its murderous intentions are unpredictable. Had the shadowy beast chosen to attack Rhaegar, resting at the Whispering Fortress instead of Wells the previous night, the implications chill him to the bone. No, from now on, I must remain in close quarters with the Devourer, he resolves. With a sense of urgency, Rhaegar takes the messenger's envelope and opens it, carefully reading its contents. It broadly conveys the news of Wells' demise, the agreement for a truce with the Whispering Fortress, and an invitation for Rhaegar to attend a banquet at the Terror Pit Fortress. The final signatory was Babbat Tublan, the younger brother of Wells. Rhaegar perused the letter, exhaled, and remarked, I have read the letter. Wait here for Lord Sam. I shall proceed ahead. The death of Wells weighed heavily on him. He intended to visit the Terror Hole Fortress to see if he could intercept the shadow creatures. With that, Rhaegar mounted the Devourer and departed, heading straight for the coastal fortress of Terror Hole, which lay opposite Whisper Fortress to the north and south. The two fortresses were constructed on the southern and northern coasts of the Crabclaw Peninsula, separated by vast stretches of wilderness. Fortunately, the Devourer was exceedingly swift, making the round trip in half an hour. Before long, Rhaegar arrived at Terror Hole Fortress, an ominous castle built against the mountains. The Devourer circled the fortress once before descending slowly, letting out a resonant roar and releasing a ghostly green flame, announcing the arrival of a Targaryen prince. The soldiers atop the walls quaked in fear, losing all will to resist. Rhaegar looked down at the fortress's tightly shut gates, awaiting the greeting of its master. As anticipated, the heavy wooden doors swung open, revealing a group of elegantly dressed men and women. At their forefront stood a tall, slender, and handsome youth, strikingly similar to Wells, with a resemblance of about 70%. Behind him were a plump woman with swollen eyes and a rugged, armored middle-aged man. The Devourer landed gracefully in the open space before the castle. As the group emerged, they collided head-on with the dragon and its rider, startled by the towering presence of the Devourer. Fortunately, they recognized Rhaegar atop the dragon, recalling that this was the great dragon of House Targaryen, to which they were vassals. The handsome youth stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, Babbat of the Brun family pays his respects. Rhaegar, with a look of confusion, inquired, Your brother has passed away? Indeed, he was assassinated under mysterious circumstances last night, Babbat replied, his voice filled with regret. He then continued, Prince, we invite you to enter the fortress. We are preparing a welcome banquet in your honor. Your brother has just departed. Let us forego the welcome banquet. Rhaegar gently shook his head. Babbat found himself momentarily speechless. The middle-aged man behind him chimed in, Wells was a foolish man, bringing his own demise. His death does not warrant our sorrow. In contrast, a Targaryen prince deserves our utmost hospitality. Very well, then show me around this fortress on the peninsula. Rhaegar replied with a faint smile as he slid down from the dragoness back. With the Devourer outside, he felt no fear of the group before him. His identity and the dragon were his privileges. No one could disregard either. As Rhaegar dismounted, the entourage eagerly ushered him into the castle, revealing none of the arrogance that characterized Wells. Indeed, fools are often the first to perish. Those who survive may not necessarily be wise, but they are certainly not simpletons. Upon entering the castle, Rhaegar appeared as a naive and bewildered child, urging Babbitt to show him around. As a fortress constructed on a peninsula, the Terror Pit Castle is not particularly grand. Its exterior is foreboding and somewhat intimidating, while the overall structure adheres to conventional design, comprising 3 levels and safeguarded by stone walls. After a brief tour, Rhaegar returned to the reception room to rest, sipping the juice offered by a serving girl. He glanced at Babbitt, who stood nearby, and inquired, "My lord, it seems you have something to say to me?" "Indeed, your highness," Babbitt promptly replied. Kneeling on one knee, he accepted the sword from a servant, holding it to his chest and bowing his head as he declared, "I have heard that the Kleber family has sworn fealty to you, and on behalf of the Brun family, I too offer my loyalty and seek your response." Rhaegar savored a sip of grape juice, feigning curiosity as he remarked, "My lord, your brother has just passed away. Have you already assumed the title of Lord of Terror Pit Castle? Only a lord possesses the right to pledge allegiance on behalf of the family." "Not yet," Babbitt replied, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow as he awkwardly explained, "but my letter has already been dispatched to King's Landing via Raven, and I believe a reply will arrive shortly." Rhaegar set down his glass and shook his head, saying, "I am sorry, my lord. I lack the authority to accept the loyalty of a lord, and you do not possess the right to swear allegiance on behalf of your lord." Upon being denied, Babbitt grew anxious. The burly man behind him seized him by the arm, scolding, "Enough. You have brought shame upon the Brun family with your actions." Babbitt lowered his head further, afraid to speak further. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the burly man, noticing the family crest emblazoned on his chest. Unlike the Brun family's emblem of a hanging skull, this was a brown bear paw set against a white background, encircled by 2 brown borders. Rhaegar blinked, unable to recall which family this crest belonged to, and asked, "Which family do you hail from?" He did not include a title, uncertain of the man's status. Upon hearing the inquiry, the burly man released Babbitt and bowed, stating, "Sorrel Brun, a knight from a branch of the Brun family, with our lands located in Brown Hollow Mountain." "Indeed, a clever prince," Sorrel replied, a smile breaking through as he acknowledged his ancestor's legacy, softening the stern features of his cropped hair. Rhaegar shifted the topic. Sitting upright in his chair and mimicking his father Viserys' demeanor, he asked coolly, "My lord, could you divulge the matter at hand? Why have you summoned me?" He doubted that an invitation to the prince was solely for the purpose of mourning Wells. At this, Sorrel's smile faded, and he replied with gravity, "This invitation is from Babbitt, seeking your aid in rescuing the Brun family." "Do elaborate," Rhaegar said, intrigued. Sorrel continued, "Terror Pit Castle has been beset by a curse, stemming from Wells's folly and greed. That derelict ship did indeed come from Quails, but it bears no trade relations with the Brun family. As the cargo ship returned from Blaefus, it encountered a tempest and found itself stranded in the waters near the Fearhole Fortress, where it was discovered and rescued by fishermen. As the Lord, Wells summoned the ship's captain and the accompanying sailors. After a conversation, he learned of the substantial value of the cargo on board and, under the cover of night, dispatched men to infiltrate the ship's hold, intending to plunder it while the crew remained unsuspecting. The plan unfolded with success. The sailors and mercenaries offered little resistance before being slaughtered, leaving only a lone figure in a black robe adorned with a red mask. The man claimed to hail from the Shadowlands, identifying himself as a Shadowbinder. Rhaegar's complexion paled, and he interjected, "A Shadowbinder. Is that not the enigmatic being of legend?" The soldiers accompanying him, too, believed this to be the fabled entity and launched an assault, severing the figure's head. Sorrel nodded gravely, his voice heavy with foreboding. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, "Indeed, upon the demise of the Shadowbinder, the headless corpse transformed into a dark shadow. This shadow retreated into obscurity, following the soldiers back to Fearhole Fortress, and that very night, it claimed the lives of several soldiers. In the days that followed, the shadow sporadically assailed the inhabitants of the fortress. Recently, it inexplicably vanished, leading Wells to believe the curse had dissipated. However, the shadow resurfaced, claiming his life." At this juncture, Sorrel expressed no sorrow over the Lord's demise, only a profound disappointment in his foolishness. Thus, Wells deceived me. He was aware of the shadow creature's existence all along. Rhaegal's expression darkened. Babart knelt, pleading. He did not intend to conceal the truth. Attacking passing merchant vessels is a grave crime, and he was fearful. Knowing it to be a serious offense, he should not have taken such risks, Rhaegal interrupted. It appeared that both brothers were fools. One bold yet swiftly met his end, the other timid yet opportunistic. Rhaegal exclaimed, the curse arose from the crimes of Fearhole Fortress, afflicting the entirety of the Crabclaw Peninsula. This matter warrants the severing of Wells' head countless times over. And you ought to consider how to eradicate the curse and atone for your sins. Should we not report this to the king? Ventured a timid, plump woman. Rhaegal cast a disapproving glance at Babart and Sorrel. Babart quickly interjected, she is my brother's wife. Do you truly wish to escalate this matter? Rhaegal rested his chin upon his hand, narrowing his eyes. After days of relentless travel, Rhaegal felt wearied by the journey across the peninsula. Yet, asking his father for assistance felt beyond his capacity. He believed that, having mastered the Devourer, he could resolve this predicament independently. It was an adventure solely between him and the Devourer. Certainly not. Wells has committed a grave error, and before we rectify it, he has no right to seek aid from the kingdom, Sorrel responded, being the eldest and most contemplative among them. With the first expression of opinion, Babart quickly followed suit, declaring that until the curse was lifted, the Brun family would remain devoid of glory. Rhaegal shrugged and sighed. Very well, you have truly burdened me. Chapter 82. The Forest Witches notes the Bryn family divulged their secrets, and the enigmatic truth finally surfaced. Has your family had any dealings with the Shadowbinders? Is there a way to resolve this? Rhaegar scrutinized the group intently. Babbat swallowed hard and replied cautiously no. But the severed head of the Shadowbinder is still preserved within the castle. The headless corpse of the Shadowbinder underwent a peculiar transformation. Wells believed that the head possessed unusual qualities and commanded the soldiers to retrieve it. Take me to see it, Rhaegar instructed. As you wish, your highness. Babbat bowed and led Rhaegar to the sunlit attic of the castle. The attic was barren and cloaked in dust. In the center, a circle of tallow candles illuminated an object within its radius, a pallid head. Babbat explained, the curse can lurk in the shadows. By lighting the candles around the head, the curse cannot seize it. Did the shadow creature attempt to claim the head? Rhaegar furrowed his brow, gazing at the head with curiosity. Not at all. The curse seems devoid of intelligence. We merely took precautions, Babbat answered with respect. Before Rhaegar could examine the unsettling head further, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed from below. Sorrel strode into the attic, his expression urgent. Your highness, a large group of wild men surrounds the castle, claiming to be your people. Rhaegar paused momentarily. I have gathered a band of free folk to prevent being slaughtered by the shadow creatures. With that, he turned and descended the stairs, cautioning, keep a watchful eye on the head. It may prove useful. Babbat nodded repeatedly. Yes, your highness. Sorrel cast him a reproachful glance. Following Rhaegar down the stairs, they exited the castle, where the cacophony of the wild men's cries reached Rhaegar's ears. The voracious creatures, awaiting his arrival, prostrated themselves, offering their backs for him to mount. You go to the city walls, Rhaegar commanded succinctly, mounting the back of the voracious creature. To Sorrel's astonishment, the dark dragon leaped forward and took to the skies. Outside the walls, thousands of wild men had gathered. Most wore expressions of panic, while a few were stained with blood. The voracious creature circled above the crowd twice before landing. It shook its fearsome head, its green slit-like eyes indifferent. From the dragon's back, Rhaegar peered down and inquired, what has transpired? Why have you come here? A burly figure rose from among the wild men. Your highness, while searching for other tribes, we were ambushed by the curse. Many were injured. We saw your great dragon flying overhead and followed. The injured Trangel, with a bloodied shoulder pierced by an unseen force, explained in a low voice. How many were harmed? How large has the shadow creature grown? Rhaegar asked, astonished. Trangel replied, approximately 100 wild warrior men, along with over 300 from the local tribes. The shadows of the curse enveloped a vast expanse of land. Had it not been for the campfire igniting the local tribe's skin tents, driving away the curse, our escape would have been exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Trangel's unsightly visage betrayed a flicker of fear. Is it still possible to track down the shadow creature? Rhaegar pondered the prospect of pursuing it on Dragonback. I fear that would be futile. The curse conceals itself within the shadows, eluding capture, Trangel dejectedly replied. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, his vigilance towards the shadow creature intensifying. The only certainty of inflicting harm upon the shadow beast lies with Dragonfire. Yet it remains elusive, striking only from the darkness, leaving him in a precarious position. I understand that the shadow creature is born of arcane magic, an issue that cannot be resolved hastily. Rhaegar contemplated strategies to lure the creature. After a brief reflection, he proposed, "Let us prepare ample provisions of food and water for these free folk. Lord Sam will arrive upon hearing this news, and together we shall devise a plan." His youth rendered him devoid of such convoluted thought. He required the sagacity of these astute adults to strategize on his behalf. At noon, Sam Klebb led a contingent of soldiers, hastening to Terrorhole Keep. Upon catching sight of the formidable figure of the glutton from afar, he sighed in relief. Under the leadership of the ever-patient Babette, they entered Terrorhole Keep with great momentum. He learned of Well's demise and that the prince had come to fulfill their appointment. Otherwise, he would not have appeared. In the reception hall, upon meeting Babette and Sorrel, Sam's expression hardened with animosity. Upon hearing the truth of Well's slaying of the Shadowbinder, his rage escalated uncontrollably. Not only had he been wrongfully accused by Wells, but the latter had also retaliated by seizing vast tracts of farmland within his domain. This humiliation and hatred were intolerable to him. As tensions flared between both parties, Rhaegar could not stand idly by while discord brewed. He interjected, "Babette must inherit Terrorhole Keep. Offer a solemn apology on behalf of Wells, and compensate for the loss of farmland, along with 1,000 gold dragons." Sam remained somewhat dissatisfied. However, for the sake of the prince and the looming threat of the shadow creature, he reluctantly acquiesced to the compensation from the Brun family. After all, Wells was already dead, and continuing a feud with the Brun family was not a prudent course of action. After a considerable uproar, Rhaegar and others gathered at the council table to deliberate on how to confront the shadow creature. Sorrel bluntly stated, "With 90% of the wildlings congregated on the peninsula, we could utilize some of them as bait in the wilderness. You vile bastard, why not send your father to be the bait?" Trangel erupted in a torrent of curses. "You ignorant savage, allowing you entry into the castle is already a generous mercy. Do not provoke me to sever your head." Sorrel refused to back down. "Come on, watch as I do not first take your head to use as a wine jug." As Trangel leaned forward, the tension escalated. "Silence, or I shall have you both thrown out." Observing the two on the brink of violence, Rhaegar pounded the table, glaring at them with displeasure. "What time is it? Are we still bickering amongst ourselves?" "Humph." With a disdainful huff, both turned their heads away from one another. As Sam, seated nearby, witnessed the conclusion of the argument, he rose and addressed the prince. "Your Highness, the source of the curse is magic. We should confront it with an equal force. Magic is perilous, and apart from Dragonfire, who among us possesses knowledge of it?" Rhaegar scanned the faces of those present. Sam, with a gleam of pride, continued, "Your Highness, you must have heard of my ancestor, Clarence Claiborne, who was the legendary hero that unified the Crabclaw Peninsula. He left behind many incredible tales. For instance, do you know why the Claiborne family's castle is named Whispering Keep?" Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion, as he was not well versed in this particular lore. He turned to the timid Babette, while the forest which bestowed a kiss upon the heads, reviving them to serve as Clarence's advisors. With only heads to speak, their voices could hardly rise above a whisper. Thus the tedious hours were filled with conversation, leading to the castle being dubbed Whispering Keep. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed at Sam, eagerly asking, "My Lord Sam, do you possess such wondrous magic as well?" The notion of severed heads being able to be revived in converse was indeed astonishing. Sam cleared his throat softly and replied, "We cannot replicate the glory of our ancestors." "You cannot." Rhaegar's expression fell, disappointment etched across his youthful visage. "Then why mention it?" Sam elucidated, "Though I am not versed in any magic, the forest witch's notes on the said magic remain in Whispering Keep. The notes are inscribed in Balerion, a language incomprehensible to my kin. As you are a descendant of old Valyria, you surely can decipher them. Would you be willing to share such invaluable magical notes?" Rhaegar's youthful countenance grew serious. Knowledge of magic is not rare. The Academy of Learning possesses a department of mysticism, yet it has always proven ineffective. As he spoke, Sam rose from his kneeling position before Rhaegar, respectfully asserting, "Yet, I still hope to assist you, Your Highness, in restoring peace to the peninsula and forging unparalleled glory."